Gao Yang traveled through Dakian, just in time for the empress to ascend the throne and gather talents from all over the world. So, as a poisonous scholar, he recommended himself, Empress, when you personally wiped out your enemy's entire family, looking at the corpses all over the floor, and suddenly found a child in the house, what would you do? Gao Yang, I will say, remember my face, next time we meet, I will not show mercy, then turn around and leave, then suddenly look back and laugh, huh, kid, we meet again. Empress, now the two armies are at war, but a plague has broken out in our army, and the morale of the people is low. What good plan do you have? Gao Yang, I have a plan. We can use the catapults in the army to throw the bodies infected with the plague into the enemy camp, or put the extra bodies into the water source upstream of the enemy camp. The Empress looked at Gao Yang, who was calm and composed, and said with a twitch of her lips, I have found a living devil. Chapter 1, The Father is Kind and the Son is Filial. I, a black-hearted capitalist, traveled through time? How dare you reveal His Majesty's imperial decree to recruit talented people? If I don't break your legs today, I'd rather die by hitting my head against a wall. A majestic roar sounded, and Gao Yang woke up slowly, feeling a splitting headache. Reveal the imperial edict? Didn't he just set up a scheme, reaped millions of dollars from a few foreigners, and then called a few blonde girls, ready to win glory for the country in a hotel? Gao Yang opened his eyes subconsciously, and everything around him came into view. He actually climbed up a courtyard wall and lay flat on it. Below, in a small courtyard full of ancient charm and fragrance, a group of people were standing under the wall, shouting at the young master to calm down and not to act impulsively. Several maids had their hands outstretched, ready to catch Gao Yang at any time. The middle-aged man in the lead was intimidating without even getting angry. He was glaring at him with eyes that looked like he wanted to eat someone. Evil beast, I'll give you 3 more seconds. Don't embarrass yourself out there. Gao Yang was instantly annoyed. This middle-aged man looks quite elegant and intimidating without even getting angry, but he really thinks himself a big deal, calling him a beast and telling him to break his legs. Does he really think he is his father? As an unscrupulous and black-hearted capitalist in the 21st century, a man feared by countless foreigners, how could Gao Yang tolerate this? We live in a society ruled by law, so what is there to be afraid of? If he dares to do it, I will extort him $3,000 at most. So Gao Yang started to curse, old Biden, if you dare to spew shit again, I'll punch your dog eyes out. As soon as these words came out, in the Duke Dingwa's mansion, all the servants were stunned. He's crazy. The eldest master must be crazy. How dare he talk to the master like this? Not far away, a middle-aged woman was graceful and elegant, still with charm. When she heard Gao Yang's words, she subconsciously loosened her hand, and the fine jade ruby fell to the ground, making a crisp breaking sound, but she ignored him and looked shocked. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his whole body shaking with anger, as if he was on the verge of exploding. Evil beast, how dare you talk to your father like that? Gao Yang blurted out, old Biden, you still dare to speak so arrogantly. I still said I am your father. As soon as these words came out. What? The middle-aged man trembled violently when he heard this. His lips turned white with anger, and he shouted, come here, fetch a ladder and my sword. Rather than letting this evil creature charge into your majesty and implicate the entire Gao family, it would be better for me to clean up the mess myself and then apologize to the empress. With this roar that resounded throughout the Duke Dingwa's mansion, several servants in armor quickly brought a ladder and handed over a large sword that was shining coldly. Oh shit, what's going on? He could tell at a glance that the knife was a real one. Looking to the side, you can see a grand and majestic house and an ancient and elegant courtyard. Broken. I'm not traveling through time, am I? At this moment, Gao Yang felt a huge pain in his brain, and he felt that a huge amount of memory suddenly appeared in his mind. The next moment, he opened his eyes, with a look of shock in his eyes. Broken. I really traveled through time. This is not a legal society, but the Dakian dynasty that has never existed in history. The middle-aged man in front of him is his father, Gao Feng, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of Dakian, a third-rank official. His grandfather Gao Tianlong was a veteran of the 3 dynasties of Dakian and the #1 person in the military. Through memory, Gao Yang understood everything. 2 months ago, Empress Wu Zhao ascended the throne and became the unprecedented empress in the history of the Dakian dynasty, but right now, Dakian is in a state of treacherous rule at home, separatist princes, and the Huns eyeing it covetously from outside. The empress is ambitious and is determined to put an end to the troubled times and create a foundation for the great Qin dynasty that will last for eternity. A month ago, the empress issued an edict to seek talents and posted an imperial notice, calling on talents from all over the world, eager for strategies to strengthen the country. The Empress particularly emphasized that extraordinary achievements require extraordinary people, and as long as one has extraordinary talent, he or she can serve as an official in the court regardless of his or her status. As a result, the original owner, the biggest playboy in the capital who was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, inexplicably revealed the imperial edict. This made Gao Feng instantly furious, and he felt deeply that his family was unfortunate. It is because of the Empress's decree that those who reveal the imperial edict will be summoned to the Golden Palace. Those with talent will be given important positions, but those who seek fame will be punished with 30 strokes of the cane. In serious cases, the crime of deceiving the emperor will be punished. Then, Gao Feng, who learned the news, chased Gao Yang around the yard with a stick. Gao Yang used his hands and feet to climb up the courtyard wall. As a dignified duke's mansion, we are not afraid of our descendants being dissolute, but we are afraid that we ourselves will be dissolute and want to prove ourselves without realizing it and establish some great achievements. In Gao Feng's mind, Gao Yang is this kind of playboy. Click. After learning everything, Gao Yang panicked. He looked at Gao Feng below and saw Gao Feng taking the broadsword. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely obvious. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Gao Yang's forehead. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, a loud shout rang out. Gao Feng, you dare! Li was like a hen protecting her calves, and she quickly stepped in front of Gao Feng. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. If you want to kill younger, kill me first. Li, the eldest daughter of the Li family, one of the 5 surnames in 7 noble families, and the biological mother of Gao Yang, was in charge of all matters big and small in the Dinghua mansion. Get out of the way. This beast has gone mad. If he gets to the throne room, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause? Gao Feng said, pointing at Gao Yang angrily. Not only did this evil creature cause a huge disaster, he also climbed up the courtyard wall and spoke wildly, refusing to bow his head. How can I tolerate him? But the next second, Gao Yang climbed down quickly using his hands and feet. He straightened the wrinkles of his clothes and bowed respectfully to Gao Feng. I am Gao Yang, greeting my father. In fact, I took down the imperial edict because I wanted to establish my career and restore the century-old glory of my Gao family. It was not an impulsive act. Peek. This evil boy lowered his head so quickly that he was a little uncomfortable with it. Gao Feng said expressionlessly, when you were 17, you wrote a poem about reed flowers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, made our Gao family a topic of conversation among the people of Chang'an. Do you remember? Memories came flooding back. It was the time when Gao Feng and his son Gao Tianlong played mixed doubles against him. It seemed that he had been lying in bed for a whole month before he could speak. Gao Feng continued. When you were 18, you wrote a poem called A Big Rock Scene Closely, a big rock scene from a distance, which once again made our Gao family the center of public opinion and the shame of the literary world. Now you are 19 years old. You have revealed His Majesty's edict to seek talents. Do you know that this move will make my Gao family the center of public opinion? Gao Feng said this, and the hand holding the big knife moved. Gao Yang understood that if he didn't give Gao Feng a reasonable explanation, he would be severely beaten. It has come to this point. Even if the father beats the child violently, it will not help. The current empress has just ascended the throne and is eager to recruit talented people. I have revealed the imperial edict and have become the target of public criticism in Chang'an. If my father were to stop me, at the very least, it would be disrespectful to the empress, and at the worst, I would be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. Gao Feng's pupils shrank and he looked at Gao Yang in shock. This sentence hit his soft spot. The new emperor ascended the throne and now is a turbulent time. When Gao Yang took down the imperial edict, the news must have reached the palace long ago. If he stopped it, he would definitely be reported. But when did this evil boy become so sharp-tongued? Gao Feng was surprised. Gao Yang said calmly, Father, have you ever heard of the poison scholar? Poisoner? Gao Feng frowned. There are 3 types of counselors, those who counsel themselves, those who counsel others, and those who counsel the world. Those who counsel themselves are poisonous counselors. Those who conduct open counsel and those who conduct secret counsel that harms one's virtue are also poisonous counselors. Today, the world is united, but the north is in turmoil. There are traitors at home who are causing trouble for the country, vassal kings are fighting for power, and barbarians are eyeing us covetously from outside. Ordinary means are difficult to be effective. This is the world of evil men. Gao Feng was surprised when he heard this. Although I know that this guy is bluffing, there is still some truth in his words. Are you really hiding your incompetence? Just as Gao Feng was thinking, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the Gao family's door. Uncle Gao, Xingqing came uninvited. I am sorry to bother you. Gao Yang looked up and saw a woman in a dark green dress with skin as white as snow standing at the door. Her cold eyes were staring in his direction. However, there was a hint of indifference in his eyes. Song Qingqing, the daughter of Songli, the Minister of Rights of Daqian, is also his nominal fiancé. The arrival of this moment made Gao Yang smell something wrong. We are family, so why are you being so polite, Qingqing? When Gao Feng saw Song Qingqing, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Song Qingqing raised her proud chin and said calmly, Uncle Gao, Qingqing is here to cancel the engagement. Chapter 2, The Empress's Assessment, a poisonous scheme shocks all officials. Break off an engagement? Song Qingqing's words instantly set off an uproar in the entire Duke Dinghua's mansion. Gao Feng's face suddenly darkened. The marriage between the Song family and the Gao family was arranged when they were young. Now that the wedding is about to begin, how can we cancel it just like that? Gao Feng looked at Song Qingqing with a cold expression. What will this move by the Song family do to the Duke Dinghua mansion? Gao Yang was also stunned. He didn't expect that his fiancée would come to him and break off the engagement just after he traveled through time. This plot is stable, but then again, for a mansion like the Duke of Dinghua, the woman took the initiative to ask for an annulment. This humiliation was equivalent to completely tearing the relationship apart, and even a fight to the death. Song Qingqing said, it was my Song family's fault, but this was the decision of the entire family. Qingqing is powerless to stop it. Father specifically asked me to tell Duke Dinghua that if Duke Dinghua's mansion encounters trouble in the future, my Song family will definitely help. Gao Feng's face was filled with rage. Get lost. Tell that old man Songli that even if we need to cancel the engagement, it is my Dinghua mansion that will go to cancel it. Who the hell do you think your Song family is? Song Qingqing was not angry in the face of Gao Feng's rage. Water flows to low places and people go to high places. This is an eternal truth. In the past, the Duke Dinghua's mansion was high and mighty, but now, with the Empress ascending the throne, the entire Chang'an is destined to usher in a power change. As long as Duke Dinghua Gao Tianlong is alive, the world will naturally respect him, but how many years can he live? Gao Yang recklessly tore off the imperial edict, which was bound to lead to the downfall of the Gao family. Her future husband, Song Qingqing, is destined to be an outstanding man, a high-ranking official, and definitely not an ordinary person like Gao Yang. Then my Song family will wait patiently for Duke Ding's arrival. After Song Qingqing finished speaking, she left with her servants. Gao Feng's face turned pale and his fists were clenched. This is a great shame, but Gao Yang laughed. You evil creature. You can still laugh after someone broke off your engagement in public? Gao Feng suddenly looked at Gao Yang with anger on his face. Gao Yang smiled and said, Father, what's wrong with breaking off the engagement with such a vain woman? In her eyes, with the new emperor ascending the throne and the transfer of power, the Gao family's younger generation is doomed to decline as no one is capable of taking on important responsibilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed to cancel the engagement the moment I unveiled the edict to seek talents. She's simply afraid that the Song family will be implicated. Gao Feng's eyes changed when he looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang saw it more clearly than he did, but that's not right. Doesn't this evil son insist on marrying Song Qingqing? Something is wrong. 100% wrong, but he sighed, you don't have to think too much about the cancellation of the engagement. Duke Dinghua's mansion, will not let this matter go. The most urgent task now is the assessment from the Empress in the Golden Palace. I will bring you to the palace to meet the Emperor right away. Once we get to the throne room, it will really depend on your own abilities. I don't ask you to impress the Empress, but I ask you to do the right thing. Otherwise, not only you, but even the entire Duke Dinghua's mansion will be implicated. Gao Yang followed Gao Feng all the way into the majestic Daqian Palace, passed through several vermilion palace gates, and went straight to the Taiji Hall. Your Majesty, the one who unveiled the imperial edict, Gao Yang, the son of the Minister of Revenue, has arrived outside the palace. Shen. A noble voice sounded. Gao Yang was also pulled into the Tai Chi Hall by Gao Feng. At this moment, civil and military officials were standing on both sides. When they stepped into the palace, curious eyes all fell on the two of them. After saluting, Gao Yang finally raised his head and looked straight ahead. Sitting on the dragon throne, Wu Zhao was wearing a golden dragon robe, With a beautiful face and majestic phoenix eyes, she exudes a noble aura that makes people dare not look directly at her. Gao Yang's mind became active. The Empress had just ascended the throne and was looking to make a career. If he could hold on to the Empress's big white legs, the entire Dukdingwas mansion would surely regain its glory. His good days will last longer. Wu Zhao's eyes fell on Gao Yang, feeling a little disappointed. I originally thought that the person who dared to issue the order to seek talents must be a rare and amazing talent, but when Gao Yang's information was placed in front of her, the Empress fell silent, which was unusual for her, but there is no order without rules. Since Wu Zhao had decided who would reveal the imperial edict and enter the palace to meet the emperor, she would definitely convey the imperial edict. However, the Gao family is a family of generals from Dakian and they are loyal. She just hoped that Gao Yang would not act too outrageously in front of all the officials and make things difficult for her. Wu Zhao said calmly, "My first question is, if you were a newly appointed magistrate of a remote county with many bandits, and one day, you were patrolling the county when a butcher pointed at you and cursed you in the street, but the butcher had some connections in the local area and even in the court, what would you do?" Wu Zhao's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Gao Yang was stunned. The questions posed by the Empress in her assessment were quite unique. When the officials heard the voice, they also fell into deep thought. Wu Zhao's fingers tapped slowly and rhythmically on the armrests of the dragon throne, her eyes fixed on Gao Yang. This question seems easy to answer, but it actually has a lot of mystery to it. The Dakian court was corrupt, factional strife was serious, and there were also feudal lords and aristocratic families everywhere. If we want to deal with these evil people and create a peaceful and prosperous world for the people, we must let the evil ones be punished by their own evil. She, Wu Zhao, had no shortage of people who were well versed in classics, but she needed a villain. Yao Yang pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Wu Zhao and said, "I will smile and thank him for pointing out my shortcomings." As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao looked disappointed and somewhat bored. She was about to wave, but then Gao Yang's voice was heard again. "Then, I will go back to the county government office and order people to send 10 taels of gold with drums and gongs, and tell everyone I meet that it is a reward for the butcher. By then, everyone in the city will know that the butcher got 10 taels of gold. There are many bandits here, so the butcher will definitely die. I will arrange for the constables to spy on him in secret, and as soon as the butcher dies, they will catch the criminal." One word falls, all the officials were moved. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. This Gao Yang is quite interesting, a vicious plot that kills 4 birds with one stone. Not only did the gold return to the county magistrate, but he also gained a reputation for repaying evil with kindness. He also used the bandits to kill the butcher and then captured the bandits. Although this plan has flaws, it is still a brilliant one. What if you killed your enemy's entire family with your own hands, and when you saw the bodies of your enemies scattered all over the floor, you were feeling extremely happy, but then you found a child in the house, what would you do? Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang. Compared with the butcher problem, this problem of exterminating a whole family is more difficult. Gao Yang pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Wu Zhao and said, "I will tell you to remember my face. Next time we meet, I will not show mercy." As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao shook her head secretly, feeling extremely disappointed. He is the son of your enemy and he witnessed the annihilation of his entire family. If we don't remove the root of the problem, will he come back to take revenge 10 or 20 years later? For the sake of morality and kindness in one's heart, putting the entire family in danger was too stupid in Wu Zhao's eyes, but the next second, Gao Yang's voice rang out. After saying this, I will turn around and walk away, then suddenly turn back and laugh out loud. "Ah, boy, we meet again." As soon as these words came out, all the civil and military officials looked in the direction of Gao Yang, with the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. Wu Zhao's hand that was striking the dragon throne suddenly paused, and her phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. Gao Feng was originally relieved. The answer, "I will not show mercy next time we meet," is quite standard and in line with the benevolent and righteous spirit of Diqian. As a result, the evil boy said something the next second, turned around and left, then suddenly looked back. So, there's no need to show mercy this time. He closed his eyes, then gritted his teeth and stood up and said, "My son is incompetent and offended your majesty. It is my fault for not disciplining him properly. I hope your majesty will punish me." "Why should I punish you?" Wu Zhao raised the corner of her mouth and spoke lightly. For a moment, Gao Feng was stunned. Dakian ruled the country by law, benevolence and righteousness were the norm, and it was immoral to implicate an unarmed child. Did Wu Zhao like this answer? As Wu Zhao spoke, all the officials looked at her in surprise. Then, a voice sounded. "Your Majesty, killing is not enough. The corpses on the ground are enough to settle the old grudges. The child is unarmed. It would be too cruel to kill him without permission. If such a cold-blooded person becomes an official, he will definitely bring disaster to the people. Gao Yang looked over and saw a young man in an official robe with an imposing manner speaking calmly. As he spoke, a white-haired general in armor echoed him, "Master Cui is right. The swords of the men of Dakian should be used to kill the enemy in battle, not to kill the unarmed old and young. To slaughter such a child is simply brutal." Gao Yang squinted his eyes and saw that the white-haired old general who spoke was the Dakian Palu general, Wang Zhong. "This person is a sworn enemy of his grandfather Gao Tianlong." As Wang Zhong spoke, a group of ministers echoed him. This made Gao Feng look ugly and he clenched his fists. His Gao family has been dormant for too long, and now in the court, anyone dares to take advantage of their misfortune. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes but did not say a word. She really wanted to see how Gao Yang would respond, whether it is Wang Zhong or the newly crowned top scholar Cui Xinghe. They are both difficult people. Even she was troubled by it. Gao Yang curled his lips and smiled. He first looked at Wang Zhong and said, "General Wang, what you said makes a lot of sense. It's true that I don't use my broadsword to kill the old or the young, but I still have a small knife." Wang Zhong. The whole court was filled with civil and military officials? Cui Xinghe twitched his lips and said coldly, "Your eloquence is not enough to hide your brutal nature." Gao Yang looked at Cui Xinghe and continued, "Cui Zhuangyuan is a man of high moral character, and I admire him. But I am just an ordinary person. I couldn't let him go, causing his family to live in anxiety for more than a decade." Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang. "How do you know that more than a decade later, he will come back to avenge the extermination of our family?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "According to your assumption, if the boy's father knew the principle of cutting the grass to root it out, how could the family be wiped out today? On the contrary, if we don't cut the grass and root it out now, 10 or 20 years later, another disaster of annihilation may befall Gao. I can live my whole life with guilt, but I cannot live my whole life in fear. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots." This is what his father taught him. As soon as these words came out, Cui Xinghe's pupils shrank. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes were filled with a strange brilliance. Gao Yang continued with a smile, "Of course, turning around and walking away before suddenly looking back was just a joke. If I were faced with this situation, I would give him a few pieces of silver and then tell General Wang Zhong that Gao will not kill anyone, young or old, and let him go. In fact, we are spying on him secretly to see where he goes to, or who picks him up, and then get rid of him all at once. When you do it, the normal person's heart is probably on the left side, but a few people's hearts are on the right side. It's best to cut each side, and it's best to cut the butt as well." Chapter 3. The whole court was shocked and their eyes changed wildly. Gao Yang's words suddenly rang out in the Golden Palace, and all the officials were startled. They all looked at Gao Yang with wide eyes. Just a few words made them feel a chill to the bone. "I would rather live my whole life with guilt than live my whole life in fear. When fighting, I'll cut the enemy once on each side of the chest, and even on the buttocks, and I'm sure he'll die with one blow." Ruthless, too cruel, Wang Zhong looked at Gao Yang with horror, his heart trembling wildly. The Gao family is a century-old military family, yet there is such a sinister descendant? If he were to take power, wouldn't all the earthworms in old Wang's family be split in half? Not to mention Wang Zhong, even Gao Feng felt a chill. These words actually came from his son. For a moment, all the civil and military officials looked at Gao Yang. Qin Jinghua, the general of the Right Guard of Dakian, said, "Your Majesty, what Minister Gao's son said is not without reason. If it is a great feud, then there is no such thing as old or young." "I agree." These words also brought Wu Zhao back to her senses. She glanced over, with a look of interest on her beautiful face. "This Gao Yang is quite interesting. When facing an enemy, no matter who he is, he should be ruthless. I am very satisfied with your answer to the first question." Wu Zhao's first sentence was addressed to all the officials, and the second sentence was addressed to Gao Yang. Gao Feng looked surprised. This evil son makes Her Majesty the Empress very satisfied, although Gao Feng found it a little unbelievable. This was a very good thing for Duke Dinghua's mansion. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and said calmly, "The first question is just a small test from me. But if you want to be an official of Dakian and speak for the people, it's not that easy." Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao, first glancing at the long legs hidden under the dragon robe, then said, "Your Majesty, please give me a title. I am willing to serve Your Majesty at my utmost. This Empress is quite interesting. She didn't test me on the 4 books and 5 classics or the meaning of poetry and classics, but instead asked me these weird questions. He was actually quite curious about what Wu Zhao's next question would be. Wu Zhao swept her phoenix eyes over all the officials. This question is not only for the son of Minister Gao, but all of you can speak freely. If you satisfy me, I will definitely make important appointments. As soon as these words were spoken, some low-ranking officials' eyes lit up and they were eager to try it out. If you can get important use from Wu Zhao, you will surely rise to the top, Wu Zhao said calmly. You are a tea merchant from another place. You have contracted a barren mountain in a remote area in the south of the Yangtze River. If you want to grow tea, you have to open up the wasteland first. However, the local people are extremely lazy. Not only are they unwilling to open up the wasteland, but even if you recruit a few people, they are also extremely lazy in their work. The day of growing tea is getting closer and closer. What should I do? As Wu Zhao spoke calmly, all the civil and military officials frowned for a moment. This question is one of her finales. Anyone who can answer it perfectly must be an extraordinary talent. She swept her phoenix eyes across the court, and all officials bowed their heads. Even Cui Xinghe had a frown on his face. This question is a bit difficult to answer. Tea merchants from other places went to the remote mountainous areas of Jiangnan and contracted barren hills. There are 3 difficulties. First, tea merchants from other places are unfamiliar with the place and do not have much support except money. Second, the local people are lazy by nature, and reclaiming wasteland is hard and tiring. It is difficult to recruit people unless they are offered high wages. Third, even if you offer a high price to recruit workers, the people will still be passive and lazy. What Wu Zhao wanted was not only to solve the problem, but also to get the best answer to demonstrate her ability. This question is quite challenging. Wang Zhong was not aware of the twists and turns, and he said directly, Your Majesty, how difficult is this? If no one wants to pay 1 times the salary, then double or triple the salary. With such a huge sum of money, are you still worried that the people won't respond to the call to open up wasteland? Wu Zhao shook her head. General Wang is wrong. As a merchant, you should value profit. Triple the wages. Of course, the people will respond, but won't the cost increase significantly? Furthermore, as I said, even if the people go to work, most of them are lazy. Tea merchants have no roots in Jiangnan and are difficult to control. How can this be solved? When Wang Zhong heard this, his face changed. He was still thinking too superficially. I am not thoughtful enough, but Your Majesty's question is too difficult. The local area is poor and remote, and the people are lazy by nature. If we don't increase the wages, how can the people respond? And laziness is human nature. The local people are poor and remote, so they must be even lazier. This passive resistance is simply hard to stop. There is no solution to this problem. As soon as Wang Zhong said this, all the officials nodded. This is exactly what they have in mind. Wu Zhao had a cold expression and a strong sense of majesty surrounded her. She said calmly, Since we are selecting talents who serve the country and the people, how can it be too simple? In the world of Dakian, there are many government affairs that are more difficult to handle than this. Are we just going to leave them all alone? I dare not. Wang Zhong knelt down hurriedly. At this moment, under the strong majesty surrounding Wu Zhao, all the officials bowed their heads. Wu Zhao continued, For this question, it is not difficult to open up wasteland and cultivate the land, but it is very difficult to complete the opening up of wasteland at the lowest cost and the fastest speed. My dear Cui, you are the #1 scholar in Dakian. It is said that you wrote poems at the age of 8 and read the classics at the age of 12. You are one of the 4 great talents in Chang'an. Your literary talent is amazing. Do you have any explanation? Wu Zhao asked calmly, her eyes falling on Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe frowned, then shook his head with a wry smile. Your Majesty, I haven't thought about it yet, but if you give me another stick of incense, I will definitely be able to give Your Majesty a satisfactory answer. Although the plan in his mind was better than Wang Zhong's, it would definitely not satisfy Wu Zetian. He needed to think again. Wu Zhao's eyes were cold, and she simply said, Then Mr. Cui, please think about it again. Then, she turned her eyes to a white-haired scholar. Mr. Zhou, you are a scholar of the Hanlin Academy, a giant in the literary world of Dakian. Do you have a solution? Mr. Zhou was stunned for a moment, then shook his head in embarrassment. I have not come up with a better solution yet. What he thought was similar to what Wang Zhong thought. which was to increase the money, but this was obviously rejected by Wu Zhao. The coldness in Wu Zhao's eyes grew even stronger, but she did not show it. Finally, she turned her eyes to Gao Yang and said calmly, "Gao Yang, do you have a solution?" Gao Yang shook his head. "I have to think about it too." Although he was unhappy with Cui Xinghe was a top scholar after all. What's more, this old man Zhou is no simple person either. He is a great scholar in the Hanlin Academy and a giant in the literary world. They all had to think about it. If he blurted it out, it would be too offensive. Although he was unhappy with these two people, there was no need to make enemies in public. This is inconsistent with Gao Yang's behavior in his previous life. Wu Zhao raised her lips. "Oh? You revealed my edict to seek talents. I treat you differently from others. If you can't think of an answer, I will punish you for deceiving the emperor. Where is the black ice guard?" Wu Zhao said majestically. Outside the hall, several imperial guards armed with knives walked into the hall with cold faces. Gao Feng trembled. The crime of deceiving the emperor would bring disaster to the entire Gao family. Could it be that the Gao family's century-old foundation would be destroyed just like that? Just as he was about to stand up and apologize, he heard a voice behind him. "Your Majesty, I have suddenly thought of a few strategies that seem to be able to solve this problem." Chapter 4: Bribing the County Magistrate. What if the gold is copper? Gao Feng turned around in surprise and looked at Gao Yang. The eyes of the father and son met in the air, with profound meaning. This scene seemed familiar to him. Wu Zhao raised her lips and spoke like gold. "Speak. If this plan satisfies me, then not only will you, Gao Yang, be blameless, you will also receive a reward." The eyes of all the officials were focused on Gao Yang. Compared with their initial contempt, they were obviously much more fearful after Gao Yang's plan of eradicating the problem completely. "This guy's plan is probably a bit sinister." Gao Yang's voice rang out in the Golden Palace. From the perspective of a tea merchant, his purpose is simple: to hire people at a low price to open up the land and complete the process as quickly as possible. But most of the local people are lazy, and clearing the land is tiring and hard. Even if you hire people at a high price, the tea merchants have no prestige in the local area, so the people will only work for 3 days and rest for 2 days. If you want to achieve your goal, you have to play with human nature. My method is very simple. It only takes 1 round. This is what we call the monkey game. Wu Zhao sat up straight, her phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang. She asked, "How do you play with human nature and set up a scheme?" "If I were a tea merchant, I would first hire a dozen people to open up the wasteland at 3 or 5 times the wages." Gao Yang's voice resounded throughout the Golden Palace, and Wu Zhao frowned. "That's it? This general thought you had some brilliant idea, but it turns out to be nothing more than this." Wang Zhong sneered. What kind of playing with human nature and setting up a trap? He really thought Gao Yang had thought of a solution, but after all this time, he still had to hire someone at a high price. Cui Xinghe also shook his head. Gao Yang remained calm and continued, "In the past few days, we ordered the people to concentrate on cultivating the land. If they were lazy or sleeping, we would just scold them with an anxious look on our faces and pretend to be more conscientious. The people are lazy and most of them are hypocritical. In their eyes, I look like a funny monkey when I jump up and down in a hurry. I might even sneer in secret and continue to do my own thing. But after a few days, I will bury some gold in this barren mountain, and the game will be done." As the last sentence fell, the Empress sat up straight in an instant, her eyes filled with shocked. Gold is buried in the barren mountains. This plan was very clever. She even knew what Gao Yang would do next. All the officials were in an uproar. Gao Yang continued calmly. The gold was buried in the barren mountains, and the people had been concentrating on reclaiming one area. If it was to be dug out, it would be impossible to hide it from other people. No matter how swift and agile the people who dug out the gold are, they cannot hide it from the people who worked with them. Once they started arguing, I would take the opportunity to ask them to hand over the gold with a nervous look on my face, and even give them some silver, so that they would not reveal the news of digging gold from the mountain, so as to avoid people coming to fight for it. With this kind of behavior, in a few hours, the news that there is a gold mine under the barren mountain will spread throughout the village. It only takes 1 or 2 pieces of gold to expose the evil of human nature. The people who witnessed the gold mining would surely be restless and anxious like ants on a hot pot. The people who found the gold would mobilize their whole family to secretly go up the mountain. This is human nature. The rumors would then become more and more intense. At this time, without any wages, the whole family would carry hoes and go up the mountain to dig the ground overnight. When these words were spoken, all the officials were shocked and looked at Gao Yang one after another. The fundamental reason why people are lazy is that reclaiming wasteland is hard and tiring, and even if the wages are tripled, they have no motivation. But if people think there is a gold mine under the barren mountain, driven by the rumor, especially by the first person, the villagers will rush to dig in the mountain, hoping to get rich overnight. Even after Cui Xinghe figured it out, he had to say it was wonderful. Although this plan still has some flaws, it is definitely feasible. Gao Feng also looked at Gao Yang in surprise, his eyes wide open. This is Gao Feng's son, have you figured it out? It's wonderful. It uses gold to bring out the greed of human nature, and makes the whole village, young and old, go up the mountain to open up wasteland. Later, gold was randomly buried in different places on the mountain to convince the people that there was a gold mine under the barren mountain. This not only saved a lot of labor costs for land reclamation, but also encouraged the villagers to reclaim the land overnight. Minister Gao's son really did not disappoint me. This is a brilliant plan. Wu Zhao said with admiration, her phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang with satisfaction. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Your Majesty, wait a minute, this game is not over yet." On the contrary, the most sinister part has just begun. Wu Zhao was a little surprised when she heard this. The most dangerous part has just begun? All the officials were also stunned. The goal of quickly reclaiming the land was achieved, but this was just the beginning? This is a poor and remote area, and the people are lazy. The local county magistrate will definitely not be able to make money. There is a high probability that he is a corrupt official. Before setting up the scheme, you can bribe him with a large sum of money. If the county magistrate can help, this situation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Gao Feng's face changed and he scolded, "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" But Wu Zhao waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Don't say this is just a hypothesis. Even in the remote and poor area of Daqian, aren't there many corrupt officials?" "Gao Yang, go on, what happened after you bribed the county magistrate?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "According to Daqian law, the barren mountain is the private territory of the tea merchants. The villagers went up the mountain to dig for gold overnight, which has violated Daqian law. If I were a tea merchant, I would immediately report it to the government and send soldiers to arrest them and order them to hand over the gold they dug up. People are jealous and most of them cannot bear to see others living well, so they will report each other." Wang Zhong's scalp tingled, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. They didn't pay a penny, but allowed the people to reclaim the wasteland for free. Even the gold they dug out had to be returned. This plan is too vicious. Wang Zhong looked at Gao Yang with horror on his face. Wu Zhao also nodded in admiration. First bribe the county magistrate, then take advantage of the evil of human nature to get back the gold that was previously put in. Although this plan is a bit sinister, it completes the most efficient land reclamation with the least labor. It's still a good idea. Cui Xinghe's face was gloomy. He was one of the 4 great talents in Chang'an, the eldest son of the Cui family, one of the 7 surnames and 5 noble families, and the top scholar of the dynasty. But at this moment, Gao Yang stole the limelight. This was hard for him to accept. He said in a deep voice, "It's not a small amount to bribe the county magistrate. The villagers can only return the gold at most, but is it worth it to risk being beheaded?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "Master Cui, aren't there many cases of collusion between officials and businessmen in the world? Who would go up and bribe with a large sum of money? You can tell who are the honest officials and who are the corrupt officials by just walking among the people. And the viciousness of this plan does not end there. What if this gold is gold on the outside but copper on the inside?" Chapter 5, Playing with People's Hearts. This boy from the Gao family is so cruel. As soon as these words were spoken, Cui Xinghe's face changed drastically. It would be fine if they tricked the whole village, young and old, into digging the mountain overnight to open up wasteland by claiming there was gold in the barren mountain. How can this gold be gold on the outside and copper on the inside? How can people be so vicious? The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at Gao Yang, his heart trembling wildly. Sitting on the dragon throne, Empress Wu Zetian was also moved and shocked. Gold on the outside, copper on the inside, how cruel. Gao Yang walked leisurely in the golden palace as if he was walking on flat ground. This confident and ostentatious look was extremely presumptuous, but at this moment, no one spoke to rebuke him. Gao Yang had a faint smile on his face. As long as the county magistrate cooperates, we can cut up the returned gold on the spot, and then accuse the villagers of stealing the gold and sentence them in court. How can ordinary villagers withstand the harsh punishment? It only takes a few tortures to force the villagers who dug out the gold to confess. At this point, even if they understand everything, it's too late. Without the money to pay back, they will have no choice but to sign a contract to sell themselves and become tea slaves for life. Of course, if I were that tea merchant, I would definitely guard against retaliation, bring more guards with me when I travel, and promise these tea slaves that if they work for me for another 5 or 10 years, I will give them their freedom. The harder they work, the sooner they will be freed. After we make money and our business grows bigger, we can build a road or a bridge to facilitate the transportation of tea. Of course, we will definitely announce to the public that it makes it easier for villagers to travel, and we can also gain a reputation as a good man. As soon as these words came out inside the Golden Palace, you can hear a pin drop. All the civil and military officials stared at Gao Yang, their lips moving. A huge wave of shock rose in their hearts. Even the Empress couldn't help but clench the dragon throne tightly, staring at Gao Yang. This answer shocked even her, the person who set the question. In her opinion, this question is to test reaction speed and control over human nature. The chaos in the world has been entrenched for a long time and it is difficult to eradicate it by conventional means. In extraordinary times, extraordinary people and extraordinary means are needed. Only by taking advantage of the evil in human nature can one govern the country, bring peace to the people, and become a capable minister to Wu Zhao. This question tests your control over human nature. Simply raising wages is bound to be a low-level approach. She also thought about burying the gold in a deserted mountain or spreading rumors. In her mind, this was the perfect answer, but she didn't expect that Gao Yang had a follow-up measure. In this remote and poor area, he first bribed the county magistrate. They then mistook copper for gold, made false accusations, and used torture to extract confessions, turning the people who went digging for gold into tea slaves. Moreover, this guy was very thoughtful. He gave a deadline so that the people who sold themselves into slavery would have hope and not end up in a desperate situation. It was an extremely dirty scheme, but in the end, Gao Yang actually became a great philanthropist in the local area. Gao Yang gave her a satisfactory answer. No wonder this game is called the Monkey Show game. The people regard the tea merchants as monkeys, but they don't know that they themselves are the funny monkeys. Even if this boy does not serve as an official in the court, he must not be allowed to engage in business. The Empress made up her mind that if he went into business, countless people would be killed. Cui Xinghao was stunned and couldn't believe it. He didn't expect Gao Yang to give the answer so quickly. He began to think about the feasibility of this matter, but the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Gao Feng also looked back in disbelief, staring at Gao Yang, his heart trembling wildly. Such a sinister and cunning person, could he really be a descendant of his Gao family, a century-old military family? Such a vicious plot was enough to scare not only the other ministers in the Golden Palace, but even he, as a father, was a little scared. Gao Yang's eyes fell on Wu Zhao, and he said with some regret, "Your Majesty, time is too tight, and there are still some loopholes in this game. If you can give me some more time, this game will be more perfect." It's a pity for Gao Yang. He is a perfectionist when it comes to setting up the game. In his eyes, the issue of Wu Zhao was a typical situation. The situation was still a bit rough and he was not completely satisfied with it. As soon as these words came out, all the officials felt their scalps tingling and their eyes widened. Instantly they looked at Gao Yang, their faces filled with shock. Can this plan be made more perfect? This imperfect plan cost a small amount of labor to complete the land reclamation, and also made a group of people into tea slaves. What if this were perfect? Is there any way for those people to survive? This kid is so cruel. All the ministers were thinking the same thing. Mr. Zhou was so angry that he was shaking all over. He stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this situation is too vicious. Please punish Gao Yang severely." I second the motion. I second the motion. Some ministers stood up and bowed to Wu Zetian. Gao Feng's face suddenly turned cold and he glanced at the ministers. Among them, most were political enemies of his Gao family. The Gao family is still too low-key, and nobody dares to stand up and cause trouble. He hurriedly stepped forward, clasped his hands and said, "As the saying goes, there is no good or bad plan, it all depends on the mind of the person using it. Although my plan is a little vicious, I hope your Majesty will understand it." Cui Xingh's face changed. The Empress had just ascended the throne, and the Zhongshu Sharon was in charge of drafting imperial edicts, which was extremely important, and the position was vacant right now. I thought that this Zhongshu Sharon, the Empress's confidant, must be him, the top scholar of the dynasty. As a result, Gao Yang suddenly appeared at the critical moment. He stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I agree with what Mr. Zhou said. This plan is too vicious and cannot be adopted." Wu Zhao swept her phoenix eyes over the ministers with a cold look. "Since you think this plan is too cruel, do you have a better plan than this?" As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Zhou and Cui Xing his faces changed. If they had a plan, they would have told it long ago. Wu Zhao had a cold expression, and a domineering aura emanated from her body. "In my eyes, there is no good or bad strategy. A strategy that can achieve the goal is a good strategy. Although the plan of Gao Yang, the son of Minister Gao, is somewhat vicious, it is reasonable from the perspective of tea merchants and may even be the best solution. If everyone in the world has a clear conscience, then where would the corrupt officials come from? Governing a big country is like governing a small fish. All corrupt officials in the world are evil-minded people. We should use evil tactics against evil people. What's more, the son of Minister Gao was able to come up with such a vicious plan in such a short time. This shows how talented he is." These words were a warning to all the officials, and Mr. Zhou and Cui Xing also lowered their heads quickly. "I am tired, I will leave." After saying this, Wu Zhao stood up and left with a beautiful look on her face. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. "Running away now? Where is the reward you promised? If you don't have 10,000 taels of gold, at least you can have 2 beauties. This empress is so unrefined." When Gao Yang was complaining in his heart, all the officials looked at each other and looked at Gao Yang in amazement. Everyone knows that what happened today will spread throughout Chang'an at the fastest speed. Chapter 6. Duke Dingwu was confused. "Is this my grandson?" Outside the Golden Palace, all the officials were talking about it. Gao Yang followed behind Gao Feng, the golden sunlight shining on his body, so warm that he could hardly open his eyes. He felt relaxed and comfortable. Today's danger has been completely resolved. He hadn't expected that the Empress was so fond of vicious schemes, but it just so happened that he couldn't handle the big plans for the country and the people, but he has a lot of evil schemes in his mind. In this regard, it is no exaggeration to say that he is professional. Father, the Empress did not punish me with a stick, so I have passed this test. I won't be beaten again when I return home later, right? Gao Yang asked tentatively. In the Dingwu mansion, the family tradition has always been to use the stick to speak. Your performance today, your father is very satisfied." Gao Feng's voice came, but it sounded strange, as if he was hiding something, but Gao Yang didn't think much about it. Instead, he looked forward to the days to come. His father was the current vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and his grandfather was the current duke. He was obviously the top second-generation official in Dakian. If he had such a prominent identity in his previous life, why would he bother to study and set up the scheme? In Dakian, you may still need to take the imperial examination, but if it were in the future, you could just write an article, "My grandfather the duke and my father the minister." I can't say anything else, but I will definitely take the top few places in the essay competition, unless the entries include "My dad is the prime minister" and "My grandfather is the emperor." Otherwise, he will definitely win if he lived his life over again and still had such a prominent status that he could dominate the entire Chang'an. If he didn't go to brothels to listen to music and flirt with courtesans, he would be unworthy of his status as a playboy. You have to go and experience the ancient brothels. Just as Gao Yang was thinking, the peak in front suddenly stopped. Gao Yang didn't have time to react and crashed directly into Gao Feng. His forehead felt so painful that Gao Yang couldn't help but rub it with his hand. He just raised his head and saw Gao Feng's eyes staring straight at him. Those eyes were full of complexity. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Gao Yang became a little nervous. Could it be that Gao Feng was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, or was he going to beat him up? But Gao Feng just looked at him without saying a word. This made Gao Yang even more panicked. After a long while, Gao Feng reached out and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. As the old saying goes, brothers fight together to fight tigers, and fathers and sons fight together in battle. This is my first time being a father, so there are bound to be some shortcomings. You, don't take it too seriously. After saying that, Gao Feng turned and left. His back, illuminated by the golden sunlight, looked very long, as if he was going to buy oranges. Gao Yang was confused. What does Gao Feng mean by this? Just as Gao Feng and Gao Yang were slowly walking back, what happened in the court today spread throughout the entire Chang'an city at the fastest speed, especially the 2 questions from the Empress and Gao Yang's 2 answers, which spread out at lightning speed. This speed is even faster than Gao Yang's speed of returning home. National government. I have fought for the Great Qian for 50 years, and have experienced life and death. Take my armor, and I will see the emperor. Deep inside the inner house, in an ancient, old, yet murderous room, an old voice sounded. When Gao's soldiers heard the sound, they brought in old red armor. Although these Gao family soldiers did not say a word, they moved efficiently, and their bodies were filled with murderous intent that came from a sea of blood and corpses. You can tell at first glance that they are all experts. At this moment, they all looked at an old man who was about 70 years old. The old man had a dignified face and was wearing a purple robe. Just standing there made people want to kneel down. Gao Tianlong, the #1 man in the Dacian military, has been in the army for 50 years. He is a ruthless man who fought his way out of a pile of dead bodies and built this empire single-handedly. Although he was old, just standing there, his whole body was like a sharp sword, making it impossible to open your eyes. Old Duke, although the eldest son has been absurd in the past, he has never done anything so unworthy. Today, he has the audacity to reveal His Majesty's edict to seek talents. I am afraid that someone is behind this and fanning the flames. At one side, Uncle Fu, the steward of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, who was wearing a grey robe, spoke with concern. Gao Tianlong's face was calm, but his eyes exuded a coldness that no one could look directly into. It's just that ordinary youngsters are playing around and their skills are inferior to others, which brings shame to our Gao family. I will let it go. Today's targeting of Yang is clearly an attempt by someone to take advantage of the new emperor's ascension to the throne to attack my Gao family. If I want to protect Yang, I have no choice but to go to the palace. But I don't know how much this old face is worth. Gao Tianlong spoke with a cold expression that he had only 3 sons in his life, and only the eldest son Gao Feng was promoted to vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue and had some success. As for the other 2 sons, the second son Gao Linyuan went to the border of Dacian and became a county governor, and the third son Gao Tiansung joined the Dingyuan army and became a deputy general for a duke's mansion. The younger generation is already on the decline. As for the grandchildren, there is no need to say more, they are all playboys. The eldest grandson, Gao Yang, is the most playboy among playboys and the most bastard among bastards. The Gao family may seem wealthy and powerful, but in fact they are already very dangerous. In Gao Tianlong's opinion, the fate of the Gao family will be decided today, but when he showed up, all the officials and the empress had to give him some face. Now he just needs to wait for news from the court before heading to the palace to meet the emperor. Why, what a misfortune for this family. Gao Tianlong sighed twice in his heart, but at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the duke's mansion. Old Duke, there is good news and bad news. Suddenly, a servant came running over. Good news? How can the Gao family have any good news now? A hint of self-mockery flashed across Gao Tianlong's dignified face. The Song family dared to cancel the engagement in public, which shows that the prestige of the Duke Dinghua's mansion has dropped to the lowest point. The eldest son unveiled His Majesty's edict to seek talents, and successfully passed His Majesty's assessment in the Golden Palace. Now the whole capital is talking about the eldest son's brilliant plan. As soon as these words came out, Gao Tianlong exerted force on his hand that was touching his beard and almost pulled out several hairs. What did you say? Yang passed His Majesty's assessment, but my Gao family was not punished? Gao Tianlong suddenly looked over with a sharp gaze, filled with disbelief. This matter is spreading all over the capital, it can't be false. Everyone says that the eldest son is hiding his incompetence, and he is hiding it very deeply. Gao Tianlong laughed loudly, very heroically. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son can dig holes. How could the descendants of this old man, Gao Tianlong, be so absurd? What about the bad news? Gao Tianlong asked again, his face full of anticipation. The bad news is that the eldest son came up with this scheme, and it was a vicious scheme. Even Her Majesty the Empress was silent for a long time, and the people even scolded him, saying that the eldest son was really vicious. Then, the attendant vividly described the Empress's questions and Gao Yang's answers in detail. The soldiers standing by were also stunned. Not only did they allow the people to reclaim the wasteland for free, but they also turned the tables and turned them into free tea slaves. Finally, he was crowned as a great good man. Ruthless, too cruel. At this moment, even Duke Gao, who had seen too many dirty and vicious schemes, remained silent. His eldest grandson is more vicious than anyone else. Song Mansion, there are rockery and fake water, and maids walking back and forth on the corridor. Song Qingqing sat upright on the bench, with no expression on her beautiful face. When she saw the middle-aged man outside the door walk in, Song Qingqing hurriedly stood up. Father, How will His Majesty punish the Duke Dingwa's mansion? Song Qingqing asked. Song Li glanced at Song Qingqing and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Is the marriage called off?" These words gave Song Qingqing a bad feeling. She nodded and said, "Duke Dingwa did not show up." Minister Gao was furious when he heard this and said that he would not let this matter go. Father asked this, "But what happened in the court?" Song Li said with an unpleasant expression, "Gao Yang has been hiding his abilities all along. He does have some skills. Duke Dingwa's mansion has successfully escaped danger." What? Song Qingqing was stunned when she learned everything. Song Qingqing was also very surprised, but she quickly smiled and said, "Father, why worry? Since His Majesty did not reward me in public, it means that he did not make a choice. Gao Yang loves me like a treasure, and the whole Chang'an knows it. There is still room for mediation. Besides, there are many noble families in Dakian. With my daughter's ability, she will definitely find a man who is 100 times more talented than Gao Yang to bring honor to our Song family. After all, Duke Dingwa is old, so it's not a pity to give up." Song Qingqing's clear voice sounded, and Song Li's heart calmed down a little. Chapter 7 Lingjiang City is in danger. Wu Zhao's determination at this time. Gao Yang and Gao Feng also got off the carriage and pushed open the door of the Duke's mansion. Gao Feng put on a sullen face and walked straight towards the inner house. Gao Yang also walked towards his room. Duke Dingwa was the leader of the 6 dukes of Dakian and had a prominent status. In addition, Gao Tianlong was like a god of war and rarely suffered defeat in his life, so he received many rewards. The Gao mansion is so huge that it is frightening. According to his memory, Gao Yang walked around several rockery, along the corridor from the outer house to the inner house, and finally to his room. Gao Yang threw himself directly onto his bed. The dry mattress made every cell in his body emit a greedy desire. Cool. After lying on the bed in the most comfortable position, Gao Yang began to think, although the Gao family is on the decline, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse after all. As a duke and a third-rank official, this identity is enough for him to walk sideways in Chang'an now. He only needs to hug the Empress's big white legs, and he can't even imagine his happy life in Chang'an. It was so comfortable and cozy. I wonder what official position the Empress will reward me with. Since you have traveled through time to ancient times, as a 7-foot-tall man, you should make achievements and accomplish some accomplishments. Just as Gao Yang was daydreaming, the door was suddenly pushed open. A little girl with a ponytail, who looked about 6 or 7 years old, came into view. The little girl has a watery face and round black eyes. As soon as she saw Gao Yang, the little girl burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Brother, why didn't you die? Gao Feng walked all the way to a room in the middle of the inner house. He quickly pushed open the door and then respectfully saluted Gao Tianlong. Greetings, father. Dakian ruled the country with filial piety, and younger generations had to be respectful when meeting their elders. Gao Tianlong had a blank expression on his face as he fiddled with the chessboard. I know everything about Yang. This evil boy hid himself well enough, but what happened today is not only a good thing for this evil boy, but also for our Gao family. Gao Feng was worried, but His Majesty has not given any reward, which means that everything is not settled yet. Gao Tianlong fiddled with the chessboard while saying, Yang is naughty and has a great reputation. Originally, Cui Xinghe from the Cui family was the best candidate in the Empress' mind, but Yang showed up halfway through. Cui Xinghe is the top scholar in Dakian. He is not only proficient in classics, but also well versed in state governance. Your Majesty's hesitation is quite normal. According to my understanding of Your Majesty has another specific assessment on state governance between Cui Xinghe and Yang. Your Majesty's ambition is no less than that of the late Emperor. Gao Feng frowned. According to what father said, if Yang cannot defeat Cui Xinghe, won't he still be punished? That may not be the case. Gao Feng's eyes lit up. Father, do you have confidence in Yang? Gao Tianlong nodded and sighed. I have lived for nearly 70 years and have experienced 3 emperors. I have seen all kinds of dirty schemes, but this is the first time I have seen such a vicious one. Yang, maybe you'll surprise us again. It just ruined my reputation. Gao Feng heard this and nodded in agreement. Besides, as long as I'm still alive, I can always save his life. It wouldn't be a bad idea to do something bad to him while I'm still alive. Gao Feng said in a deep voice, Father, there is one more thing. Today, Song Li's daughter Song Qingqing came to cancel the engagement in person. There is a lot of discussion in Chang'an. What should we do about this? My marriage to the Duke Dinghua's mansion is not so easy to cancel. Since the Song family is so unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. All the younger generations in the Song family army will be kicked out, leaving no one alive. It is such a great humiliation. Even if I go crazy, His Majesty will not say anything. Let's not talk about this for now. We should enjoy life while we can. Let's play chess. Gao Tianlong said, pointing to the chessboard. Gao Feng's face changed as if he was facing a great enemy. Father, you are a great chess master, but you are bullying a poor chess player like me. Isn't that a bad idea? Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and laughed. You are a good talker. How can I bully a young man? I will let you go first. Gao Feng saw that he couldn't escape, so he could only sit down, but he couldn't help but remind him, Father, let's make a deal first. If anyone loses, no one is allowed to hit anyone with the chessboard. The Imperial Palace, Fenghuan Palace. Wu Zhao was wearing a golden pureblood dragon robe and had a cold expression on her face. Your Majesty, are you still thinking about Minister Gao's son? At the side, Shang Wanwaner, wearing a dark green robe, asked. Wu Zhao nodded and said, Chang'an is spreading rumors that mislead people. Such a vicious strategy is not something that an ordinary playboy can do. Even I have never seen such a vicious plan. On the side, Shang Wanwaner nodded in agreement. When she first heard these two vicious plots, she was also shocked. Gao Yang's grasp of human nature, especially the evil of human nature, is simply terrifying. If your Majesty uses him well, Gao Yang will definitely be a great talent in Dakian. Wu Zhao was a little surprised. She was well aware of Shang Wanwaner's pride. In the entire Dakian, there are not many people who can receive such high praise from Shang Wanwaner. Then who do you think is stronger, Gao Yang or Cui Xinghe? Who can help me create a hegemony that is unprecedented and will never be surpassed? Wu Zhao suddenly asked, her eyes filled with a domineering aura that was even stronger than that of the men. Shang Wanwaner answered without hesitation, Cui family, Cui Xinghe. Wu Zhao seemed a little surprised and asked, You have so much confidence in Cui Xinghe? Shang Wanwaner said without changing her expression. Cui Xinghe is not only the top scholar of the dynasty, but also a pillar of the country. His theory of state governance clearly points out the bad policies of our Dakian. If your Majesty wants to create a foundation that will last forever, Cui Xinghe should be your first choice. Wu Zhao had a blank expression on her face and looked outside. But I am more optimistic about Gao Yang. I have a feeling that he is the one I am looking for. Shang Wanwaner's heroic face was filled with confusion. Your Majesty, Gao Yang has a long history of bad deeds. Although he is good at controlling people's hearts, how can he be compared with Cui Zhuangyuan in terms of governing the country? Wu Zhao picked up a memorial and said calmly, We will know who is strong and who is weak after a try. This year, many places in Dakian suffered from disasters, and public opinion was boiling. Du Jiang, the county magistrate of Linjiang City, reported that grain merchants in various parts of Linjiang City were hoarding grain, and grain prices began to soar, which was difficult to curb. Coincidentally, Qingshui City not far away also suffered a major disaster. Food prices rose and the people could no longer afford it. Shang Wanwaner's eyes widened for a moment, and she understood what Wu Zhao meant. Wu Zhao said coldly, Draft an imperial decree to grant Gao Yang of the Dinghua Mansion the power of supervisory censor, to take over all matters of Linjiang City, big or small. Grant Cui Xinghe of the Cui family the position of supervisory censor of Qingshui City, to take over all matters of Qingshui City, big or small. I want them to stabilize grain prices as quickly as possible and give peace to the local people. Shang Wanwaner was shocked when she heard this, but she quickly lowered her head and began to draft an edict. Your Majesty. Shang Wanwaner handed the drafted imperial edict to Wu Zhao. Cui Xinghe knows his limits and has the means. With him in charge, Qingshui City won't be in trouble. But as long as Gao Yang is by your side, you should go with him. If I really made a mistake, you should take action in time to prevent the situation from getting worse. But this boy is different from ordinary people. Don't take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Go and announce the decree. The disaster cannot wait. tell them to leave immediately. After Wu Zhao finished speaking, Shangguan Wana hurried out of the palace. Wait until everything calms down. Wu Zhao stood with her hands behind her back in the golden palace, her eyes looking through the window at the entire Dakian. This glance seemed to transcend time and space, and Wu Zhao saw the mountains and rivers of Dakian and the people of the world. She said to herself, "Father, I will prove to the world that a woman can also be an emperor, and a woman can also lead Dakian to become powerful. Not only will I make Dakian stronger, I will also conquer the 7 kingdoms and put an end to this chaos that has lasted for 600 years." Wu Zhao's voice was cold and contained unprecedented determination. Chapter 8: The Warmth of Family. Killing these grain merchants who made money from the national crisis. Chui Mansion. The emperor, by the mandate of heaven, summons you. There is a great disaster in the world, and Qingshui City is in great danger. Chui Xingha of the Chui family is a man of great talent for the country. I hereby appoint Chui Xingha as the temporary supervisory censor to take charge of all matters concerning Qingshui City. You must stabilize the grain price as quickly as possible and restore peace to the people. You must set out immediately and there must be no mistakes. I decree this. Chui Xingha was wearing an official robe, his handsome face full of excitement. Your servant Chui Xingha will do his best to obey your order. He took the imperial edict and was excited. Your Majesty has ordered that Lord Chui pack up and leave immediately. Waner has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Shangguan Waner said this and left in another direction with another imperial edict. Chui Xingha noticed that there was another imperial edict, and his pupils shrank. Then look at the direction Shangguan Wana left, that is, the direction of Duke Dinghua's mansion. His face suddenly darkened. On the side, a middle-aged man with a dignified face came to Chui Xingha. That he was Chui Jian, the head of the Chui family, one of the 7 most prestigious families in the world. If I'm not mistaken, this is a test from the Empress for you and Gao Yang. Whether my Chui family can gain the trust of the Empress and move up a level in Dakian depends entirely on you. Chui Xingha nodded heavily. When it comes to conspiracy and intrigue, I may not be as good as Gao Yang, but when it comes to governing a country, 100 of them cannot compare to me. The grain price in Qingshui City will drop within 15 days. Father, just wait for good news from your child. Chui Jian nodded with satisfaction. My son Xingha has the potential to be a prime minister. Duke of Zhongguo. At the corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know whether the little girl was caring about him or cursing him. The little girl's name was Gao Ling. She was the daughter of his second uncle Gao Changlin and had been close to him since childhood. Therefore, Gao Yang still thinks that children should speak without restraint. He pulled Gao Ling over and pinched her chubby little face. Linger, you are so filial to me. Gao Ling blinked, still unable to understand the irony of "I'm so filial." She said with tears in her eyes, "Brother, I heard from the servants in the mansion that you had revealed the imperial edict and would be executed. Is this true?" Gao Yang suddenly realized, and he knew, what bad thoughts could a child have? Before Gao Yang could speak, Gao Ling said pitifully, "Brother, you promised to buy the peach blossom cakes from the east end of the city for Linger. Buy them for Linger first. Otherwise, if brother is executed, who will Linger buy them from?" Gao Yang's mouth twitched and his eyes looked around. Gao Ling asked cautiously, "Brother, what are you looking for?" "Big brother feels that it is necessary to make your childhood more memorable." "Where's my cane?" The next second, Gao Ling ran away like a slippery loach. "Brother, Linger is wrong. Don't run. If I don't beat you up today, I, Gao Yang, will change my name to Gao Wan." Gao Yang chased after him immediately. It may be because of the time travel, or it may be because he was lonely and helpless in his previous life and never felt the warmth of family. That he did not feel any discomfort after traveling through time. On the contrary, he felt familiar and close to everything in Gao's mansion. The imperial edict has arrived. As soon as Gao Yang caught Gao Ling, he heard the imperial decree that almost echoed throughout the Duke Dinghua's mansion. Gao Yang's face lit up with joy, and he let go of Gao Ling, who was holding him like a chicken, and said, "I'll let you go first, and see what the Empress has given you as a reward." Duke Dinghua's mansion, outer courtyard. Shangguan Wana was holding an imperial edict made of golden silk, followed by a dozen palace guards. There was no expression on her beautiful face. As soon as the imperial edict arrived, everyone in the Duke Dinghua's mansion, young and old, knelt down to receive it, but there was only one exception, and that was Duke Dinghua Gao Tianlong, who was standing in the front, wearing a coarse cloth gown and had a majestic look on his face. He only bent slightly, but no one thought it was wrong. Because this was a privilege he had earned by fighting for Dakian for 50 years and at the cost of his life. Gao Yang naturally had no special privileges. Although he hated Dakians kneeling to receive orders, people in ancient times had to bow their heads. This was the first time he saw his grandfather, the most famous general of Dakian, after traveling through time. Although his hair was gray and he said nothing, he exuded a powerful majesty that made people dare not look directly at him. Therefore, Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong with a sidelong glance. Evil son, you must bow your head when receiving the order, be respectful, or you will be accused of disrespecting his majesty, which is a serious crime. Gao Feng whispered that he had endured for a long time but finally couldn't bear it anymore. This evil boy looked left and right like a curious baby. The old lady is not a stunning beauty. Does she need him to look at her like this? Besides, this imperial edict may not be a good thing. This smell is completely different from the leisurely stroll in the Golden Throne Hall. Gao Yang had no choice but to lower his head and accept the order. Obediently, Shangguan Wanner opened the imperial edict and said in a loud voice, "The emperor, by the mandate of heaven, summons you. The whole world is in great trouble, and Linjiang City is in dire straits. Gao Yang, the grandson of Duke Dinghua, has the talent to save the country. I hereby appoint Gao Yang as the temporary supervisory censor, in charge of all matters of Linjiang City, to stabilize the grain price as quickly as possible and restore peace to the people. Set off immediately, without any mistakes. I decree this. Gao Yang, please accept my order and express your gratitude." As soon as the imperial edict came out, Gao Feng's pupils shrank. Even Gao Tianlong's eyes in front suddenly became sharp. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, then said respectfully, "Gao Yang, thank you, your majesty, for your grace." He took the imperial edict with a helpless smile on his face. He originally thought that it was an appointment edict from the empress, but now it seems that the empress's big white legs are not so easy to hug. This is clearly a transition from theory to the practice of governing the country. If he cannot reduce grain prices as quickly as possible, he will be removed from the empress's mind. But he was also somewhat amazed at Wu Zhao's courage, as she used the lives of the people in a city as an opportunity for him to practice. Aren't you afraid that he might mess it up? Gao Feng looked at Shangguan Wanner and said in shock, "With your ability, how can you be qualified for the position of censor? The people of this city cannot be allowed to do anything wrong." Shangguan Wanner's face was cold. She felt quite dissatisfied when she thought that she had to follow Gao Yang to this competition whose outcome was already decided. She didn't mean to look down on Gao Yang, but in her heart, compared with Cui Xinghe, Gao Yang could not win, and that was a fact. "Minister Gao, all of this is His Majesty's will. You know His Majesty's temper, and no one can change it." Then, Shangguan Wanner looked at Gao Yang and said, "The disaster is urgent. I will wait outside. Please pack up and leave as soon as possible." Having said that, Shangguan Wanner turned around. Gao Tianlong looked back at Gao Yang, his majestic face expressionless. "The disaster is raging. Pack your bags quickly and get going. This is His Majesty's test of you. If you succeed, you will soar to the sky, but you must remember, it is better to do nothing than to make a mistake. This way, even if you fail, I can still save your life. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster, it all depends on you." After saying that, Gao Tianlong turned around and walked towards the inner house. Although the tone was cold, Gao Yang still felt a sense of concern. He turned around and went to pack his luggage, but there was actually nothing to pack. It's like a business trip, with food and accommodation provided, and all you need to pack is a few sets of dry clothes. So, Gao Yang asked the maid to collect a few clothes and then pushed the door open and walked out. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Gao Feng with a tense face, and his mother Li with a noble face. When Li saw Gao Yang, her face was filled with heartache. Linjiang City is more than 200 miles away from Chang'an. You will suffer along the way. Luluwa, you follow Yanger and take care of his daily life. A cute girl in green clothes quickly responded, "Yes." Her face was fair and tender, and Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. His mother is so considerate. Luluwa blinked timidly and looked at Gao Yang, only to feel that Gao Yang's eyes were like those of a tiger, leopard, jackal, or wolf, extremely scary. On the side, Gao Ling skipped forward and handed over a small package. Her young face was filled with reluctance. "Brother, this is peach blossom pastry, you can eat it on the way." Gao Ling's face was full of heartache, but she stuffed the package into Gao Yang's hand without hesitation. At the side, a young man who was younger than him and had a ruffian look on his face said, "Brother, you'll be gone for at least half a month or a month. Don't worry, your brother will take care of the young lady you often take care of in Yanji Pavilion in the capital." You don't have to worry about it. The person who spoke was his younger brother, Gao Feng's second son, Gao Changwen. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Before he could even open his mouth, Gao Feng was the first to speak with a face full of rage. You evil creature, get out within 3 breaths. When Gao Changwen saw his father getting angry, he was so scared that he ran out of the house. As he ran, he shouted, Brother, don't worry, I will take good care of your woman. Gao Feng closed his eyes in pain. He shouldn't have coveted that shiver in the first place, otherwise his blood pressure wouldn't have soared every day. Father, don't be angry. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. When the child returns, I will discipline Changwen and make him change his ways. Gao Yang said with a smile. Gao Feng suppressed the blood in his chest and said after a long while, this is an opportunity, but also a crisis. Chang'an is undercurrent right now. If you are not sure, then do as your grandfather said. The Gao family will protect you in the end. Remember, don't try to overdo it and let things get out of control. Gao Yang's heart seemed to be touched by something. A mother who was worried about her son traveling far away sends her personal maid to him, and a sister who sends her favorite peach blossom pastry to him. Gao Changwen does not count. Although his father Gao Feng always called him a wicked son, he always protected him, whether in the Golden Palace or now. Although his grandfather Gao Tianlong was not good at speaking, he also protected him. Whatever he lacked in his previous life was unexpectedly made up for after traveling through time. Gao Yang smiled and said, the young eagle will eventually spread its wings. How can it soar into the sky and overlook the world if it is under the protection of its family all day long? Your Majesty has just ascended the throne and is in need of talented people. If I can be employed by the Empress, I will be able to continue the glory of the Duke Dinghua mansion for another 100 years. These light words startled Gao Feng, and his eyes showed relief. The grain price in Linjiang City will surely drop within 10 days. Father will wait for good news from my son in Chang'an. From now on, it's time for someone else to shoulder the responsibility of this huge Gao family. The child is leaving. Gao Yang said this in a casual manner, bowed respectfully to Gao Feng and Li, then turned and left. Luoluo picked up the package and followed Gao Yang closely. The new emperor ascended the throne and the regime was in turmoil. Although the Gao family had been generals for 3 generations and was one of the 6 dukes, the Duke of Dinghua, they were also under the watchful eyes of too many people with ulterior motives. There are many people in Chang'an who want the Gao family to fall. That if you want to live a peaceful life and keep this hard-earned peaceful life, you must hold on to the Empress's big white legs. This time, if Gao Yang doesn't kill those grain merchants in Linjiang City who took advantage of the national crisis to make a fortune, then Gao Yang might as well find a piece of tofu and hit his head against it and die behind him. Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang's back and smiled with relief. God, after all, protected my Gao family. But he immediately said angrily, pass my order to put that evil creature under house arrest. He cannot leave the Duke Dinghua's mansion until Younger comes back. Otherwise, I will break his 3 legs. Chapter 9. Taking over Linjiang City and closing the granary outside the Duke Dinghua's mansion. A carriage and more than a dozen imperial guards were waiting. Seeing this, Gao Yang took Luoluo directly into the carriage, but when he saw Shangguan Wanner's delicate face, he was full of surprise. Why is Lord Shangguan here? Shangguan Wanner sat upright, her pretty face cold. Your Majesty has ordered me to go to Linjiang City with you. Gao Yang thought about it for a moment and then understood. He sat down calmly and nodded. Yes, after all, we are the people of the same city, and we cannot afford to make any mistakes. Shangguan Wanner was a little surprised, and her beautiful eyes fell on Gao Yang. She didn't expect that Gao Yang would realize so quickly the purpose of Wu Zhao sending her to follow. Mr. Gao is indeed smart. No wonder His Majesty values him so much. Shangguan Wanner spoke slowly. No wonder? You value it? It seems that His Majesty is assessing more than just me. If I'm not mistaken, Cui Zhuangyuan is also there. As soon as these words were spoken, Shangguan Wanner's face changed drastically. She asked subconsciously, how do you know? When Gao Yang saw Shangguan Wanner's reaction, he understood everything. He asked calmly, how much power do I have on this trip? Shangguan Wanner replied in a deep voice, the censor-in-chief inspects the country on behalf of His Majesty and holds the power of life and death. Master Gao can command everything in Linjiang City, from the county magistrate to the common people. Including you? Shangguan Wanner hesitated for a moment and nodded. Judging from the imperial edict, unless Gao Yang went too far, she would have to obey Gao Yang's orders. Sir Shangguan, look at the legs. Gao Yang suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, Shangguan Wanner's face changed drastically, and the temperature in the entire carriage suddenly dropped by 8 degrees. Mr. Gao, aren't you being too presumptuous? Gao Yang touched his nose and it was confirmed. Shangguan Wanner holds the imperial sword from Wu Zhao, but as long as he is in Linjiang City, he is the boss. This is an easy matter to handle. A group of grain merchants who made a fortune from the national crisis raised the price of grain dramatically. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Luoluo felt the atmosphere in the carriage. Her pretty face turned pale, and she carefully moved her two straight, slender legs to the side towards Gao Yang. My lord, would you mind just looking at my legs first? They were speechless. The carriage soon left the city of Chang'an. After Gao Yang looked at Luoluo's beautiful legs for a few more times, he opened the carriage door and gazed at the towering Chang'an city in the distance. 2 days later, Linjiang City, Linjiang County Magistrate Du Jiang and a group of officials stood at the gate of the county government office. Imperial Censor, how long will it take for you to arrive? Du Jiang asked in a deep voice. At the side, a mustache-wearing lawyer looked into the distance and said, Don't worry, County Magistrate Du, the Imperial Censor is expected to arrive soon. The price of grain has skyrocketed. The 4 major grain merchants, Xian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, are all more cunning than each other. They all secretly disobey the orders. The price of grain has risen from 40 won per do to 100 won per do, a full 60 won increase. The people can no longer afford it. How can this county magistrate not be anxious? When Du Jiang talked about this, his eyes could not hide his fatigued eye. In the past few days, he has tried almost every means possible, but even if he opened the warehouses to release grain, the price of grain still continued to rise uncontrollably. He was almost in despair. Merchants are profit-driven, and when faced with the continuous rainstorms and disasters in Linjiang City, how could they not make a fortune from the national disaster? Now, he can only place his hope on the censor sent by the court. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City would probably starve to death. Master Du, someone is coming from afar. Suddenly, the master's voice sounded. Du Jiang looked up and saw a carriage slowly approaching among dozens of soldiers wearing armor and riding horses at the end of the road not far away. When the carriage stopped, Gao Yang lifted the curtain, stepped out of the carriage, and took a deep breath of fresh air. We're finally here. Gao Yang looked at Du Jiang, a man in his 40s, wearing a blue robe, with bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that he had been very busy these days. On the side, Shangguan Wanner held the imperial edict in her hand and said in a cold voice, Master Du, this is the supervisory censor specially appointed by the Empress, who is specifically responsible for the disaster in Linjiang City. From now on, all matters of Linjiang City, big or small, will be controlled by Master Gao. Du Jiang took the imperial edict and was shocked after confirming its authenticity. Gao Yang is so young, yet he is responsible for the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City. Isn't this a joke? But the imperial edict was in his hand, so even if Du Jiang was dissatisfied, he had to endure it. Your humble servant Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang City, pays respect to Master Gao. Du Jiang bowed respectfully, unable to hide the fatigue on his face. Master Du, there is no need to be so polite. Gao Yang smiled and waved his hand, then went straight to the point. This young master was delayed on the road for 2 days, going there and coming back. What is the situation in Linjiang City now? Du Jiang felt a little relieved. Gao Yang had just arrived in Linjiang City, and at least his attitude was good. Mr. Gao, please come in. Du Jiang extended his hand and invited Gao Yang into the county government office. As he walked, he said, the rainstorm has just stopped in the past few days. Linjiang City is close to the river, and it rains a lot. After this rainstorm, the people's grain harvest is poor this year. In Linjiang City, all the major grain merchants took the opportunity to frantically hoard grain, causing the price of grain to soar from 40 coins per do to 100 coins per do in just 10 days. If I hadn't ordered the warehouses to be opened and the grain released, the price of grain would have soared even more. In addition, the heavy rain caused some farmland outside the city to be washed away, leaving the people homeless. A large number of refugees entered Linjiang City and urgently need to be resettled, otherwise there may be riots. When Shangguan Wanner heard this, her brows furrowed and she couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Everything in Linjiang City is far more serious than what was reported in the memorial. Not only do we need to quickly lower the grain prices in the capital, but we also need to resettle the victims. This is no small task. Mr. Gao, how do we solve this situation? Du Jiang asked. Gao Yang had a blank expression on his face, and had been listening quietly until he heard Du Jiang's voice. Then he smiled and said, "This game is not difficult to crack." As soon as these words came out, not only Shang Wanwaner looked at Gao Yang in shock, but Du Jiang beside her was even more astounded by her beauty. "Please give me some advice, Imperial Censor Gao. I would like to thank you on behalf of the 100,000 people of Linjiang City." Du Jiang bent down and saluted respectfully. This is enough to show that Du Jiang is an official who is dedicated to serving the people. Gao Yang looked at the skinny refugees outside the county government office and said slowly, "First, close the granary in Linjiang City." As soon as these words came out, Shang Wanwaner looked stunned. Du Jiang was stunned, and then asked angrily, "Mr. Gao, are you deliberately teasing me? Even if we open the granaries and release grain, the grain price in Linjiang City is still difficult to curb, let alone closing the granaries. I am afraid that if the county government issues an order, the grain price in the city will instantly exceed 100 coins per bushel. How can ordinary people afford such high-priced food?" Du Jiang just felt that Gao Yang in front of him must be crazy. What a bad idea. Shang Wanwaner also looked puzzled, but she didn't say anything. Wu Zhao had ordered that all matters of Linjiang City, big or small, be handed over to Gao Yang, and she was not allowed to interfere unless absolutely necessary. Gao Yang looked calm and said calmly, "In the past few years, Daqian has either been experiencing drought or continuous rain. The grain harvest in Daqian is not much. How much grain is left in the granary in Linjiang City? Is it enough for 100,000 people in Linjiang City to eat for 5 days?" As soon as these words came out, Du Jiang was stunned for a moment. "No. It's not enough. But once the granary is closed, the grain price in Linjiang City will definitely soar again. Wouldn't the people be even more unable to afford food?" "Mr. Gao, I'm sorry, I can't agree with what you said." Gao Yang looked directly at Du Jiang. "Even if we continue to open the warehouses to release grain, at the price of 100 coins per bushel, how many people do you think can afford it, Lord Du?" Du Jiang's face changed drastically before he could open his mouth. Gao Yang continued, "Besides, I am not explaining to you, I am ordering you. You don't have the right to choose." These words were spoken with an overbearing and arrogant tone, filled with an air of unquestionable authority. Du Jiang clenched his fists, but Gao Yang had the imperial edict in his hand. If he dared to disobey, Gao Yang could even chop him with a knife. "I will immediately send people to close the granary in Linjiang City and post a notice. But Master Gao, you have to think carefully. If the grain prices in the city skyrocket and become difficult to contain, this responsibility." Du Jiang's voice was somewhat threatening, and he was reminding Gao Yang to consider the consequences before doing anything. Gao Yang put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "If the grain price in Linjiang City does not drop within 7 days, I will bear all the consequences. Even if it means my life." Chapter 10 Banquet for the 4 major grain merchants. As soon as these words came out, Du Jiang's face changed. He looked at the extremely confident face in front of him, his face livid. In his opinion, Gao Yang must be a person who was seeking fame and reputation. He doesn't know what means he used to gain the trust of Her Majesty the Empress. The lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people in a city cannot be dealt with in such a reckless manner. Once people are really living in poverty, what is the use of your life? Du Jiang made up his mind that if the situation was out of control, he would take down this man even if it meant sacrificing his official position. Even though the Empress is behind him, even though he has tremendous power, but in Du Jiang's heart, people's lives are above everything else. But now, he will see what Gao Yang will do. Gao Yang looked at Du Jiang and said, "Bring the map of Linjiang City." Du Jiang gave a look and one of his men quickly brought a map. The map was spread out on the table, and the geographical location of the entire Linjiang City was clearly visible. Gao Yang took a quick look and frowned. How is the food in Linjiang City usually transported? When Du Jiang heard this question, he looked down on Gao Yang even more. He said coldly, "Of course, it is transported by land and water, but Linjiang City is famous for being close to the Qingshui River, so there are more water transportation, which is faster and less loss." "Master Gao, do you have a good idea in mind?" Du Jiang spoke directly, looking at Gao Yang with a pair of hawk-like eyes. Gao Yang's fingers slid along the path where the Qingshui River flowed, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. He did not directly answer Du Jiang's question, but asked, "Does County Magistrate Du know the largest grain merchants in Linjiang City?" The Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families have been entrenched in Linjiang City for 100 years and are very powerful. Taking advantage of this disaster, they frantically swept up the grain on the market, causing some local small grain merchants to follow suit and stockpile grain to make a fortune in the national disaster. This also caused the price of grain in Linjiang City to almost double in just a few dozen days. But now that Your Majesty has just ascended the throne, and the people of Linjiang City are fierce, we cannot suppress them by force, otherwise there may be chaos. By then, I'm afraid no one will be able to bear the consequences. Gao Yang smiled faintly. Please ask County Magistrate Du to prepare a table of good wine and good food to entertain the Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families on my behalf. Du Jiang shook his head even more. Mr. Gao, to be honest, I have used this trick before, but it has little effect. Merchants value profit, and they have seized this godsend opportunity to hoard grain. They will never give up so easily. Just do as I say. Gao Yang said, and walked straight into the government office. Du Jiang stared at Gao Yang's back and walked away angrily. Then I'll see what Master Gao can do. On the side, Sheng Wanwana looked at Gao Yan without saying anything. However, she was curious about what Gao Yan wanted to do. Linjiang City, Lin family. As a century-old family in Linjiang City, the Lin family mansion has a deep courtyard with well-arranged rockeries and water, like a miniature painting of mountains and rivers. The lakeside pavilion is located in the center of the pool. It has octagonal eaves and an antique style. The interior of the pavilion is exquisitely decorated with carved beams and painted buildings. Carp jump out of the pavilion one after another, showing its prosperity. Mr. Lin, Lord Du sent a message saying that the imperial court has sent an imperial censor to take over all matters of Linjiang City, and he has specially summoned us to go there. I'm afraid he wants to lower the price of grain. What should we do? Inside the pavilion in the center of the lake, the three middle-aged men were centered around an old man who was wearing a luxurious robe with the collar and cuffs inlaid with precious jewels and gold threads. The head of the Qian family couldn't help but speak, with a look of sadness on his face. Hearing the news, Elder Lin's face was calm. He said, "What are you afraid of just attending the banquet?" He said to lower the grain price, so we lower the grain price? Elder Lin sneered and glanced at the three people. As long as we work together, the grain prices in Linjiang City will not fall, and the grain prices in Linjiang City will rise to 110 coins per bushel. As long as we seize this opportunity, it will be enough for my descendants to worry about. Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed a hint of greed. 110 coins for a dough of grain, based on the grain reserves they have now, that is a huge amount of silver. Mr. Lin is right. As long as we are united, the Empress has just ascended the throne. Do they dare to force it? But the Zhao family patriarch, who had a big mole on his face, was a little worried. I heard that the new censor is very young and came from Chang'an. I'm afraid he has a big background. If we don't give him face, what if we anger the big shots in Chang'an? I'm afraid we will be annihilated. When Mr. Lin heard this, his expression changed, but he still said, the Empress ascended the throne, and the world is ultimately governed by law. But what Patriarch Zhao said also makes sense. The censor-in-chief has arrived, so we should give him some respect. Right now, the price of grain in Linjiang City is 100 coins per bushel. We will lower the price by another 5 coins during the dinner later. This 5 coins will be used as a courtesy to the censor. But I have already said this in advance. If anyone stands in my way of making money, I will never let him go. A fierce light flashed in Elder Lin's eyes. Mr. Lin is right. We all follow the lead of Master Lin. As long as we are united, we will have the final say on the grain prices in Linjiang City. The three of them echoed in unison. A smile appeared in Mr. Lin's eyes, and he straightened his slightly wrinkled robe. Change into an ordinary robe and come with me to the banquet. Everyone looked down at the luxurious robes they were wearing, with a look of realization. Mr. Lin is right. Master Lin is still very skilled. The backyard of the county government office. Gao Yang sat in the main seat, Sheng Wanwaner and Du Jiang sat on his left and right, and Luluwa stood behind them. The table in front of him was filled with the finest wine and meat, which were delicious and fragrant. Gao Yang tapped his fingers on the table, slowly and rhythmically. Du Jiang couldn't help but said, Master Gao, these grain merchants are all old foxes. It's probably harder to get them to lower their prices than to kill them. The most they can do is 5 cents. 5 coins is their limit. Du Jiang stretched out his palm with an excited expression. County Magistrate Du, calm down. As the chief official of a county, if even you are so confused, how can you stabilize the grain price? Gao Yang spoke calmly. Du Jiang was a good official, but he was too impatient this time. It can be considered as teaching him a lesson. Du Jiang was suddenly scolded, his face livid. Then I'll wait and see what Censor Gao has to say. At this time, the accompanying soldiers walked in quickly and said, Your Excellency the Censor, the 4 heads of the Qian, Zhao, Han and Lin families have arrived, pass. Following Gao Yang's voice, the heads of the 4 major families of Qian, Zhao, Han and Lin soon walked in. We are here to see Imperial Censor Gao. We are here to see Imperial Censor Gao. Several people shouted in unison. Gao Yang glanced over and couldn't help but smile. I've heard that the Qian, Zhao, Han and Lin families have been in Linjiang City for 100 years. They are well-known wealthy merchants within 100 miles. How come I see them today and they look so destitute? Shang Wanwaner also had a look of disgust on her face. She was obviously wealthy, but she deliberately wore the simple long robe that only the common people wore. The intention is too obvious, but she was also a little worried that Gao Yang's idea of lowering grain prices today might fail. Elder Lin bowed and said calmly, You don't know, Imperial Censor Gao, Linjiang City was hit by heavy rains, and all the fertile fields were destroyed, resulting in refugees everywhere, and the people have no food to eat. We are really sad. We have been giving out free porridge and donating a large sum of money to disaster relief, but now we are already out of pocket. Seeing Elder Lin speak, the other 3 heads of the family echoed him one after another. In recent years, Dakian has suffered from natural disasters one after another, and the people have suffered. Since we are local wealthy gentry and are loved by the people, how can we sit idly by? However, after donating generously, we are almost out of ammunition and food. Censor Gao is here, and the pressure on us is much less. These words made Du Jiang want to walk away in anger. So shameless. The mansions of these families were extremely prosperous, even not inferior to the Duke's mansion in Chang'an. There were more than 100 people supported in the mansions. As long as they took out the stored grain, the people of Linjiang City would not be left without food. Shameless, damn these businessmen. Du Jiang was about to explode with anger, but Gao Yang was not angry at all. He simply said, The 4 family heads are of high moral character and have compassion for the world. Gao Yang admires them. It's just that I was appointed by the Empress to take over all the affairs of Linjiang City. Elder Lin realized something, looked at the other 3, and spoke first. Since the Imperial Censor has come to Linjiang City, our Lin family must show sincerity and is willing to lower the price by 5 cents and sell grain at a loss. The Qian family is the same. The Zhao family is the same. So does the Han family. Several of them looked like they were gritting their teeth, as if they had suffered a huge loss. Du Jiang was not surprised at all. No one knew the true faces of these wealthy businessmen better than him. Gao Yang shook his head. Decline 5 cents? Old Lin looked unhappy. He didn't expect Gao Yang to have such a big appetite. The price of 1 do of grain was reduced by 5 cents, which meant that tens of thousands of taels of silver were wasted. Hashaman. What do you think, Lord Censor? Elder Lin said in a deep voice. Gao Yang still shook his head. The faces of the 4 major grain traders all looked extremely ugly. Gao Yang is forcing them to fall out with each other. Du Jiang looked at Gao Yang with a sneer on his face. This was not much different from what he expected. He wanted to see what Gao Yang would do. Just as Elder Lin was about to walk away, Gao Yang spoke coldly. I want all the grain in your hands to be raised to 150 won per do. No lower, no higher. If anyone dares to sell grain at less than 150 won per do, I will kill him. Chapter 11 Raising Grain Prices, the madness of the 4 major grain traders. Not less than 150 won per do? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Old Lin's beard trembled, and he almost pulled all the beard off his chin. His wrinkled old face was full of shock. The other 3 grain merchants also looked at Gao Yang in astonishment. For a moment, the entire county government office was silent. Everyone was stunned, even forgot to speak. Because Gao Yang's words were completely beyond their expectations. Du Jiang had originally planned to see how Gao Yang would deal with this group of difficult grain merchants and get them to lower their prices. As a result, Gao Yang had no intention of lowering prices. On the contrary, he directly raised the price of grain. Moreover, the price soared from 100 won per do, a price that many ordinary people could not afford, to 150 won per do. These merchants are not even allowed to sell grain at low prices. What does Gao Yang want to do? Does he want to starve the entire population of Linjiang City to death? Du Zhang's face was filled with anger, but with the four major grain merchants here, Gao Yang had already taken over all matters of Linjiang City. Even if he was extremely dissatisfied, he could not question Gao Yang in front of the four major grain merchants, otherwise it would be a serious crime of disrespecting superiors. Shang Wanwana was also startled, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Aren't they coming to Jiangqing to lower the price of food? And from the previous tests, Gao Yang should know very clearly that this is a test from the Empress. It even concerns the entire dukedom was mansion. Gao Yang didn't think about how to lower grain prices, so why did he raise grain prices? And it's such a terrifying number. Shang Wanwana couldn't understand it at all. She followed the Empress in governing for 2 months and met too many officials, some insidious and some vicious, some upright and some impartial, but it was the first time I saw an official like Gao Yang who did not follow the beaten path. Elder Lin was shocked, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Hi Censor Gao, I am probably old and my hearing is not working well. What did you just say? You want me to wait until the price is less than 150 coins per bushel to sell the grain? As soon as these words were spoken, the other three family heads all looked at Gao Yang and Gao Yang tapped his fingers slowly on the table. He smiled faintly and said, "Is it difficult to understand what I mean, young master? The price is 150 coins per bushel. If anyone dares to sell grain below this price and I find out, he will lose his head. Did you hear clearly this time?" Seeing Gao Yang's confirmation again, no matter how cunning they couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Gao Yang summoned them and had no intention of lowering the price. On the contrary, he was going to raise the price for them, and it was an unbelievable price, a full 150 coins per do. Behind this terrifying number, there will be huge profits. Moreover, everyone in Linjiang City knew that most of the food was controlled by these four families. The price of grain soared by more than double, reaching 100 won per do. This has earned them a bad reputation, but this time, it is a hard and fast rule of the county government that grain must be sold at a price higher than 150 won per do, so it is not their turn to bear the blame. Not only could he make a lot of money without having to bear the blame, but Mr. Lin wanted to laugh out loud. He has lived for most of his life, and there is actually such a good thing in the world, but the more ecstatic he was, the calmer he became. Elder Lin's cloudy old eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he couldn't help but ask, "Master Censor, will this matter be posted on the notice?" Following Elder Lin's words, the heads of the Qian, Han, and Zhao families all turned their eyes to Gao Yang. There was also a gleam in their eyes. Only by posting the notice and announcing it to the whole city can the matter be settled. Otherwise, if Gao Yang changes his attitude, they will be the ones who will be deceived. Everyone here is a smart person, how could we not be cautious? As Gao Yang looked at Elder Lin with deep eyes, nodded and said, "After this meal, notices stating that the price of grain must not be lower than 150 coins per bushel will be posted on every street in Linjiang City." Elder Lin looked at the other three families, and they all felt completely at peace. Today, a huge fortune has come upon the four families. If they don't seize the opportunity, they would be unworthy of the century-old foundation laid by their ancestors. After that, except for Gao Yang who was eating heartily, no one else hardly touched the food during the meal, but some flattery, in the mouths of old Lin and the three heads of the family, is like an endless torrent of water. Soon, the four major grain merchants said goodbye together. "Mr. Lin, what is the new censor thinking? He didn't ask us to lower the price of grain, but instead raised the price to 150 coins per bushel. Is there something wrong with this?" Outside the county government office, the head of the Qin family couldn't help but say. Elder Lin snorted coldly, "I have lived for half my life and have seen all kinds of situations, but I have never seen food prices soar. How can they fall further? No matter what this imperial censor Gao is thinking, it has nothing to do with us. Now, we should take advantage of this great opportunity to make a fortune. If we seize this rare opportunity, our family will have no worries for 100 years. No matter how chaotic Linjiang City is, it has nothing to do with us, because we are following the will of the county government. You are in a position of great wealth and prosperity. If you are still hesitant, you are truly foolish." As soon as these words came out, the head of the Qian family quickly apologized. "Mr. Lin, please calm down. It's just that I have lived for half my life and have never seen such a good thing, so I am a little worried. But according to what Elder Lin said, this is truly an overwhelming wealth. My Qian family only follows the lead of Mr. Lin. The heads of the Zhao and Han families also said, the four major families in Linjiang City have always advanced and retreated together. Whatever Elder Lin wants to do next, we will definitely follow him. When old Lin heard what the others said, he looked deeply at the pedestrians on the streets of Linjiang City, his cloudy old eyes filled with endless greed. Before the county government notice is posted, quickly buy up all the food on the market in Linjiang City at the price of 100 coins per bucket. Then we'll just sit and wait for the grain price to skyrocket. Once the county government announces the price, it's impossible for the grain price to be only 150 coins per bushel. In times of chaos, grain prices are sky high. Ordinary people can't survive, so no matter how high the price is, they'll sell everything they have to buy grain. There was a chill in Mr. Lin's voice, let alone 150 won per do of grain. Even if the price of grain exceeds 100 won per do, Linjiang City will be full of starving people, and thousands or tens of thousands of people will starve to death, not to mention 150 coins per bucket, or even higher. In just 10 days or half a month, it would be a real hell on earth. But whether it was Mr. Lin or the other three grain merchants, they all had blank expressions on their faces, with only greed in their eyes. What does the life and death of the people have to do with them? In such troubled times, the best thing for them to do is to seize the opportunity and make a fortune from the national crisis. In Linjiang City, food prices are about to experience an incredible surge inside the county. Government Office. Du Jiang looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. Censor Gao, are you really going to post notices throughout Linjiang City that grain prices must not be lower than 150 per bushel? Du Jiang's face was full of anger. He thought Gao Yang must be crazy. It would have been fine if they had just said this to the four major grain merchants, but they actually had to post notices all over Linjiang City. Once the notice is released, there is no room for maneuver. Even once this notice is released, the Linjiang County government will become the target of public criticism, and the angry saliva of the people will be enough to kill them. What's more, isn't their goal to lower food prices? Why did Gao Yang raise the price of grain to a sky-high price? After a long while, Gao Yang slowly looked at Du Jiang and said, Master Du as I say. Other questions are not for you to ask. Gao Yang looked indifferent. Du Jiang was trembling all over, his eyes fixed on Gao Yang, his heart ached. The Empress was famous for her whole life, but why did she send such a shameless person? Does he know what the price of grain, 150 won per do, means? Why not eat meat? This is why you don't eat meat. This word was the only thing left in Du Jiang's mind. How could the children of big shots in Chang'an City, who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, know the sufferings of ordinary people? This is a disaster for Linjiang City, and even more so for countless people, but Du Jiang still wants to work harder, because he is the parent official of hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City, and he must be worthy of this black hat on his head. He asked word by word, Sir, do you know the consequences of doing this? Once the notice is published, within 10 days or half a month, Linjiang City will become a living hell. Countless people will starve to death, and even their families will be separated, and it is not impossible that their children will be eaten. Du Jiang gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee. I have been over 36 years old since I was born. I have always been proud and have never begged anyone. But today, I beg you to take back your order. The price of grain has reached 150 coins per bushel. Except for merchants, ordinary people can't afford it. Gao Yang looked at Du Jiang, his eyes without the slightest fluctuation. He knew that Du Jiang was an official who was dedicated to serving the people. After returning to Beijing this time, he would also submit a petition to promote Du Jiang, but if Linjiang City wants to lower food prices, it must do as he says. The county government has ears behind its walls. He must not tell anyone his intentions until he is absolutely sure. He could only remind Du Jiang, Master Du, if you want to lower grain prices, you don't have to do everything you can to lower them. You must know that the stronger the spring is, the more terrifying the rebound will be. After 7 days, everything will be fine. I will not joke about my life. After saying that, Gao Yang walked straight out of the county government office. After eating and drinking, he still had important things to do. In today's Daqian, it is not only Linjiang City that suffers from heavy rains, but all 16 cities in Guangnan County have suffered from the disaster. However, the disaster in Linjiang City was the most serious. If one move affects the entire body, countless people will inevitably be displaced. Lowering food prices is just one of them, the most important. thing at the moment is to allow people to survive the disaster and even make money. What should he do? Gao Yang stood at the gate of the inner courtyard of the government office, looked outside, and fell into deep thought. Behind him, Du Jiang was shaking with anger. He couldn't understand. Du Jiang has been in power for 12 years and has seen too many methods, but he has never heard of a method that can lower food prices by raising food prices. This is just an arrogant lunatic who knows nothing. He will definitely pay a heavy price. Before Du Jiang could come to his senses, Gao Yang's voice rang out. Master Du, please take me around. I think this government office has been in disrepair for a long time. After a few days, when the grain price drops, we can renovate it. When Du Jiang heard this, his eyes changed drastically. The people can barely survive, yet Gao Yang is still planning to renovate the government office. What's the difference between this and exploiting the people? But before he could open his mouth, Gao Yang took Luo Luo and walked out of the government office first. Lord Shangguan, are you really going to sit back and watch the people of Linjiang City suffer? Du Jiang placed his last hope on Shangguan Wan'er. Shangguan Wan'er is a popular figure around the Empress. As long as Shangguan Wan'er takes action, all this can be stopped. Shangguan Wan'er looked at the direction where Gao Yang left, and a look of confusion appeared on her beautiful face. If it were anyone else, Shangguan Wan'er would definitely stop it, but this person happened to be Gao Yang, and the monkey show he performed in the Golden Palace did not start according to common sense at all. Is Gao Yang a playboy? From past experience, it can be seen that Gao Yang, grandson of Duke Dinghua, is not only a playboy, but also a complete bastard. But he definitely doesn't act like a fool. He should be well aware of the embarrassing situation that Duke Dinghua is facing. A look of determination flashed across Shangguan Wan'er's beautiful face. Her Majesty has ordered that all matters of Linjiang City, big or small, be handed over to Master Gao for handling. But if the situation is urgent and out of control, I will stop it. After saying this, Shangguan Wan'er strode away. After hearing this, Du Jiang said sadly, I'm afraid it will be too late by then. This matter must be reported to His Majesty as quickly as possible. If he continues to act recklessly, the hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City will be finished. Du Jiang's eyes were firm as he shouted, Take my pen and ink. I will submit a report to impeach this official overnight, 800 miles away. Chapter 12, Chang in turmoil, adding insult to injury 2 days later. Report. Urgent news from Linjiang City, 800 miles away. Along with a voice, guards in black armor hurriedly stepped into the palace, then knelt down and held up a memorial. Linjiang City? 800 miles of urgent news? Wu Zhao was wearing a golden dragon robe, and her phoenix eyes were filled with majesty that looked down upon the world. When she heard the name of Linjiang City, her brows suddenly relaxed. Show it up. Wu Zhao put down the memorial she was reviewing and a rare smile appeared on her face. Linjiang City, this is Gao Yang's territory. Even though several days had passed, when Wu Zhao thought about Gao Yang's casual setting up of the monkey game in the Golden Palace, she still couldn't help being shocked. It was unbelievable that such a vicious trap would happen to the grandson of Duke Dinghua, who came from a military family. Therefore, she was very much looking forward to Gao Yang's methods in Linjiang City. But when Wu Zhao opened the memorial, her expression changed again and again. Finally, even Zhu Mei's face was full of anger. This Gao Yang dared to collude with officials and businessmen to raise the price of grain. Not only did he not allow local grain merchants to lower the price, but he also sold grain at a high price. This is simply unreasonable. Just as Wu Zhao was about to give an order, she suddenly paused. Wrong. This Gao Yang doesn't seem like a mediocre person. Could he have some other intentions? Wu Zhao frowned. She never expected that Gao Yang would give her such a big surprise. To be precise, it should be frightened. She looked at the memorial again, her eyes falling on the words in Du Jiang's sentence that Gao Yang brazenly threatened to drastically reduce the price of grain in Jiangcheng within 7 days. On the one hand, you want to lower the grain price in Jiangcheng, and on the other hand, you want to raise the grain price in Linjiangcheng to a sky-high price. Gao Yang, what are you going to do? You will cause trouble for me. Wu Zhao rubbed her brows as she sat on the dragon throne. Tomorrow morning court will not be peaceful. Duke Dinghua is a tall tree that attracts the wind, and there are too many people in the court who want him to fall. According to Dacian rules, in addition to one copy of the impeachment being sent to her imperial study, another copy would be sent to the censorate. Tomorrow is destined to be a storm. The next day, a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the dense dark clouds in the sky and enveloped the entire Chang'an Dacian palace, the Golden Palace. Wu Zhao sat high on the dragon throne, Her brows were cold and there was a sense of majesty around her. Civil and military officials were lined up on both sides. Wu Zhao knew that there were undercurrents beneath the peaceful court. Your Majesty, I impeached the son of Duke Dinghua, Gao Yang. Gao Yang was highly valued by Your Majesty as the supervisory censor of Linjiang City, but he colluded with officials and businessmen and ordered that the price of grain in Linjiang City must not be lower than 150 coins per bucket. He also wanted to renovate the government office on a large scale. This move is really foolish. I ask Your Majesty to order severe punishment to serve as an example. At the censorate, an old man with a straight body and gray hair walked forward. He had a sullen face and was full of righteousness. The imperial censor, Yan Zhang, was a man of integrity. If there was anything he disliked, he would criticize it to the heavens and the earth, and no one dared not to criticize it. Even though the previous emperor had passed away, Prince Rong Wulong, one of the 3 regents left behind, dared to impeach him in public. Prince Rong was even so angry that he took sick leave and stayed at home for the past 2 days, not even attending the morning court. As he appeared, everyone's expression changed. If Yan Zhang is impeached, then basically those who are impeached will be severely punished even if they don't die. Gao Feng's eyes widened as he felt hit hard by these words. Officials and businessmen in Gaoyang colluded to manipulate grain prices, and ordered that the price of grain in Linjiang City should not be lower than 150 coins per dough. Didn't he tell Gao Yang that if he couldn't do it, he shouldn't try to show off? The Duke Dinghua's mansion was a lean camel that was bigger than a horse and would always be able to protect him. Gao Feng's expression changed. After being shocked, all the officials fell into huge disagreements. Wang Zhong, wearing armor, was the first to speak out. 150 coins per bushel. If this continues for a long time, it will cause great public outrage, and even cause starvation everywhere and hell on earth. I agree with Dr. Yan's words. Your Majesty, please punish me severely. Minister of Rights Cui Li sneered. He also stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Guangyang County has been hit by severe rainstorms recently. The people have already lost their crops and have a hard time getting through the disaster. If we sit back and do nothing about such high grain prices, it will probably arouse great public anger. Your Majesty, please stop it in time to avoid irreversible consequences. For a moment, all officials agreed. I second the motion. I second the motion. Gao Feng's face turned pale and his expression was cold. He couldn't help but look at Wu Zhao. At this moment, only the Empress could make the final decision. Wu Zhao swept her eyes over the ministers, took a deep breath and said, the grandson of Duke Dinghua does not follow the ordinary path. Since I have promised, it seems that extraordinary talents must be waited for by extraordinary people. Now it has only been 2 days, why are you anxious, my dear ministers? Perhaps the grandson of Duke Dinghua will give a satisfactory answer. Wu Zhao swept her eyes over the ministers, and her powerful majesty forced everyone to bow their heads, but Wang Zhong sneered subconsciously, if you want to lower the grain price, how can you raise the grain price to the sky? This Gao Yang is an incompetent man, how can he be responsible for such a big task? Wu Zhao's eyes were cold and her voice was chilly. General Wang, are you questioning my judgment? Wang Zhong panicked and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I have absolutely no such intention. Wu Zhao glanced at everyone and landed on Yan Zhang. Linjiang City won't be in chaos. I have already made a backup plan. Since County Magistrate Du said that the grandson of Duke Dinghua Yang was talking nonsense and asked for a reduction in grain prices within 7 days, then I will give him 7 days. I have made up my mind on this matter and there is no need to say more. The mansion of the Minister of Rights, Song Li laughed loudly. It's easy to tell whether Gao Yang is a dragon or a worm at a glance. It's a relief that the Empress trusts him so much. It seems that my Song family was right to cancel the engagement. After hearing the news, Song Qingqing asked curiously, Father, is there any news from Linjiang City? Song Li nodded, yes, Gao Yang went to Linjiang City, and the first thing he did was to call together the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City. Not only did he not think about lowering the price of grain, he also strictly ordered the 4 major grain merchants not to sell grain at a price lower than 150 won per dough. Today's impeachment memorials have all arrived at the Golden Palace. If it weren't for the Empress's strong protection, Gao Yang would be in big trouble. After hearing this, Song Qingqing had no expression on her face. She shook her head and said, Gao Yang is really confused. Fortunately, my Song family cancelled the engagement in advance, otherwise we would have been implicated. The merchants are greedy. Instead of lowering the grain price, they are raising it drastically. If these greedy grain merchants don't raise the grain price to a sky-high level, I, Song Li, might as well kill myself with a piece of tofu. Song Li looked disdainful and took a sip of tea. Then he said to Song Qingqing earnestly, Cui Zhuangyuan went to Qingshui City, and Gao Yang went to Linjiang City. The disasters in the two places are similar, so it's obviously a competition. But in this competition, Gao Yang is doomed to fail miserably. Cui Zhuangyuan will become the most eye-catching figure in the entire Chang'an and is destined to soar to the sky. Qingqing, you must seize the opportunity. Song Qingqing smiled faintly. Don't worry, father. Master Cui is a man of great talent and charm. My daughter has already met him. Master Cui should have a good impression of her. Song Li was pleasantly surprised and could not help stroking his beard, saying, If we can win Cui Zhuangyuan, our Song family will surely prosper. Chapter 13. 7 days passed. Storm in Linjiang City. Clearwater City. Cui Xing has stood in the government office with his hands behind his back, holding an envelope that had been sent from Chang'an at the fastest speed. Behind him was the respectful Qingshui City County Magistrate. The magistrate of Qingshui City looked at Cui Xing his back, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. This Mr. Cui is truly amazing. Just after arriving in Qingshui City for one day, he used thundering means to make all the major grain merchants in Qingshui City reduced their prices by 5 cents. The grain price in Qingshui City dropped directly from 100 won to 95 won. Then the next day, he ordered the warehouses to be opened and the grain was released. At the same time, he purchased grain from the market and sold it at 90 won a dough, which further reduced the grain price by 5 won. The price of grain in the market has stabilized at 90 won per dough. This method simply impressed the Qingshui County Magistrate. He heard that the grain prices in Linjiang City not far away were not curbed, but on the contrary began to soar. After Cui Xing had finished reading the letter in his hand, a look of disdain appeared on his handsome face. Then he said directly, The people of Linjiang City are in such a miserable state. Behind him, the magistrate of Qingshui City asked curiously, Cui Yushi, what happened? Why are the people of Linjiang City suffering? Cui Xing had turned his head and glanced at the Qingshui County Magistrate, and said calmly, Duke Dinghua's grandson Gao Yang arrived in Linjiang City. The first order he issued was to order the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City not to sell grain at a price lower than 150 won per dough. 150 coins a bushel? What? The magistrate of Qingshui City was shocked. This price is enough to drive ordinary people to death. Cui Xing had continued to talk to himself. Duke Dinggui is extremely powerful. Although the Empress has ascended the throne and Dakian has ushered in a new reshuffle, no matter what, Duke Dinggui is a veteran of 3 dynasties. His prestige is known throughout Dakian. Gao Yang is the grandson of Duke Dinggui, and is more powerful than my Cui family. He doesn't want to use his power to force the greedy grain merchants to lower their prices. On the contrary, further raising food prices is really foolish and a waste of this great status. Cui Xing has said with disdain. When he thought about the Empress's arrangement, he just found it ridiculous that he, Cui Xing, is from a famous family and is the top scholar in the world. How could his knowledge and strategy be compared to that of a loser who only knew how to use vicious tricks? The Empress actually gave them similar identities, one going to Linjiang City and the other to Qingshui City. It was obvious that they were to be put together for a competition, and in comparison, the situation in Linjiang City is even more serious. But Gao Yang went to Linjiang City. In Cui Xing his eyes, this is a great shame. Gao Yang is a playboy who spends all his time in Chang'an, while Cui Xing had devotes himself to studying the way of governing the country in the Hanlin Academy. However, in the heart of the Empress, she values Gao Yang more. This is a shame for his entire Cui family, and even more of a shame for Cui Xing. Thinking of this, Cui Xing his eyes became even colder. Pass on this censor's order and tell these grain merchants not to be too greedy. Otherwise, if they anger the censor, it will be a disaster. The grain price in Qingshui City must be reduced by another 8 cents. At 82 cents a bushel, they can still make a profit. Enough is enough. If you give me face, I will become the secretary of the imperial court in front of the Empress when I return to Chang'an. If you don't, we can each do what we want. But I'm afraid they won't be able to bear the price. The magistrate of Qingshui City was surprised when he heard this. Master Cui, you want to reduce the price by another 8 cents? As a result, the price of grain in Qingshui City was only 82 won per dough. which was still much higher than the previous 50 won per do, but people can still afford it if they grit their teeth and tighten their belts. At least it won't be a purgatory scene with starving people everywhere. Of course, in a year of such great disaster, a job to support a family is too precious. For the poor people, even if the price dropped to 50 cents per bushel, they would still starve to death. In the eyes of the Qingshui City County Magistrate, this was already hard won. Chui Xinghe nodded. I have secretly investigated the grain prices in Qingshui River and made a statistics. The two major grain merchants Luan Tian are hoarding grain at a price of 53 to 71 won, not to mention that they still have last year's old grain in their mansions. 82 coins for a bushel, they still make a profit, and they won't lose everything. As an official, you should alternate between relaxation and hard work, and give sweet treats after a blow. That is the way to govern a country. The magistrate of Qingshui City admired him very much. You are such a great talent, Censor Chui. On behalf of the more than 50,000 people of Qingshui City, I would like to thank you, Censor Chui. Dakian has Censor Chui, which is a blessing for the country. After saying this, the magistrate of Qingshui City immediately went down to pass on the message. After hearing Chui Xinghe's message, the two major grain merchants in Qingshui City fell silent. On one hand, there is the good relationship between the Chui family from Chang'an and the #1 scholar from Dakian, and on the other hand, the two sides are at loggerheads and are using their own methods. But Chui Xinghe left them a way out. With the grain price at 82 cents, you can still make a lot of money in this kind of game. Soon, food prices in Qingshui City fell again. It was just a slow decline, so he could make more money, but Chui Xinghe didn't care about it. If the price is suddenly reduced by 8 cents, the grain price will fluctuate too much. If it falls slowly, the two companies will not only be able to better control the grain price, but also make more money. After doing all this, Chui Xinghe looked towards the north of Qingshui City with cold eyes. On one hand, the price in Qingshui City has dropped to 18 won, and on the other hand, the price in Linjiang City has increased to 150 won per bushel, or even higher. I, Chui Xinghe, am destined to shine throughout Chang'an. There was a strong ambition in Chui Xinghe's eyes. Linjiang City, outside the county government office, the angry people surrounded the county government office. They could not control their anger and vented it towards the government office. 180 coins a bushel. Do we still need to live? Sir, I kneel down before you and beg you to show mercy and open the granary to release the grain. Otherwise, my family will starve to death. Today's price has exceeded 180 won per do, and has already exceeded 200 won per do. These damn grain merchants won't sell it for 200 won per do. These beasts who feed on human blood will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Wave after wave of sound spread far away, making Du Jiang in the county government office look worried. He couldn't help pacing back and forth in the lobby of the county government office. With an annoyed look on his face, the master beside him said, "Sir, if this continues, with the public outraged, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end." Du Jiang stopped and looked back at his master. Is this the situation I want to see? How can the people not be angry when the censor issues a notice? But what can I do? My impeachment memorial was rejected, and His Majesty ordered us to listen to the censor. What can I do? The lawyer also had a sad and desperate look on his face. Today is the 7th day, but the grain price in Linjiang City has not only not dropped, but has risen to 200 coins per bushel, which is 20 coins more expensive than the 150 coins per bushel listed on the list. The people's food reserves are running low, and the county government cannot open its warehouses to release food. In a few days, the people will be outraged and chaos will break out. Du Jiang frowned. He knew all this. Where is Censor Gao? Du Jiang asked with bloodshot eyes. The master replied, it should be in Huagua Temple. Du Jiang's expression changed. Going to the temple again? His face turned livid. During these 7 days, Gao Yang not only ordered all major grain merchants to sell grain at no less than 150 won per do, but also spent most of the time going to the Qingshui River for fun or going to the temple to worship Buddha. He even wants to renovate the county government office and host large-scale events. If we leave it alone like this, can the grain price in Linjiang City drop? The 7-day deadline has come. I will go find Master Gao and see how the grain price he guaranteed with his life can be lowered. Outside Huagua Temple, this is the largest temple near Linjiang City. Countless people come here to worship, and the temple is very popular. In Dakian, Taoism and Buddhism are prevalent, and the two are equally important throughout Dakian. From high-ranking officials to ordinary people, there were countless people burning incense and worshipping Buddha. After Gao Yang lit a few incense sticks, he was personally escorted out by the abbot of Huagua Temple. The two had a very pleasant conversation. The scene made Du Jiang, who came to find Gao Yang, grit his teeth in anger. He didn't believe in Buddhism at all. In his heart, if there really were gods and Buddhas everywhere in the world, they would be able to hear the sufferings of the common people. Then where do so many disasters come from in this world? All the gods and Buddhas in the sky are a joke. When the abbot entered the temple, Du Jiang couldn't help but ask, Censor Gao, 7 full days have passed. But the grain price in Linjiang City has not dropped. On the contrary, it has been rising. Since your decree, the grain price has quickly soared to 150 coins per bushel. Not only that, it is still rising, and it has reached 200 coins per bushel. Since the county government posted the notice, there have been people begging outside the county government every day. If this continues, the situation will definitely get out of control, and by then it will be too late. Are you really not afraid? Du Jiang said in despair. He wanted to report this to the Empress quickly, hoping that she would stop his absurd behavior, but not only did his response fall on deaf ears, the Empress also told him to just do as she ordered, and after some inquiries, he finally learned Gao Yang's identity, the grandson of Duke Dinghua Gao Tianlong and a famous playboy in Chang'an. After receiving the news, he collapsed in his chair in despair and did not come to his senses for a long time. In the following days, Gao Yang strictly ordered the county government not to open the granary to release grain, and then began to wander around. Either he would take him to enjoy the scenery of the Qingshui River that runs through the entire Guangyang County, or he would go to the temple to pray every day and chat with the abbot. Just like a believer, Gao Yang visited all the more than 10 temples near Linjiang City. As 7 days passed, the price of grain in Linjiang City not only did not drop, but on the contrary, continued to rise, even far exceeding the 150 yuan per do listed in the county government's notice, reaching a terrifying 200 yuan per do. And there is an upward momentum. Not only did Gao Yang not take any measures to contain the disaster, on the contrary, he took advantage of the disaster to renovate the government office and even wanted to hold large-scale events. Therefore, even though he knew Gao Yang was confused, he couldn't help but remind Gao Yang, hoping that he would think of a solution. If this continues, a major chaos will soon break out in Linjiang City. Gao Yang looked at Du Jiang and did not give a direct answer. He just said calmly, "What have the 4 major grain merchants done in the past few days?" Du Jiang said with a sullen face, "Since the county government posted the notice, the 4 major grain merchants have used a large amount of money to frantically buy out grain from other small grain merchants at a price of 100 coins per bushel. They won't even sell it at 150 coins per bushel, causing grain prices to rise all the way. Now they are hoarding grain, waiting for the people's grain to run out, and then continue to raise the price. These guys won't even sell a bushel for 200 coins. Gao Yang smiled, his eyes cold. "Tomorrow, we will recruit workers to renovate the government office and post a notice to the public. I will hold a grand dragon boat race. Whoever wins first place will be exempt from commercial taxes for 3 years." Chapter 14. Gao Yang's real intention. The net begins to close. Du Jiang was stunned when he heard this. What? He didn't expect that Gao Yang was not joking, that he really wants to renovate the government office and hold a grand event, but this is clearly a year of disaster. The people can hardly survive, yet they are still being exploited like this. Aren't we trying to kill them? I will do as I say, but Censor Gao, even though you are the grandson of Duke Dinghua, you cannot bear the consequences of causing such a disaster. Du Jiang's face was full of anger. On the side, Shang Wanwaner looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. She smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Gao, what do you want to do? Otherwise, I will have no choice but to take over Linjiang City on behalf of Master Gao." Shang Wanwana had a serious expression, with endless solemnity in her eyes. Things are getting a little out of control. She must know Gao Yang's intention. Hope suddenly ignited in Du Jiang's eyes, and he bowed and said, "Sir Shangwan, please act quickly. Otherwise, once the people mutinied, it would lead to an irreparable disaster." Shang Wanwaner looked at Gao Yang, with doubt in her beautiful eyes. "You obviously don't like Buddha. I have seen many believers in Chang'an City. They all have an incredible fanaticism in their eyes, but you don't. In other words, you have not been visiting temples these days. Renovating the county government office is even more absurd. You will return to Chang'an in a short time, but why do you want to renovate the county government office? You have been carrying the infamy of the whole city and causing the grain prices in Linjiang City to skyrocket. Master Gao must explain all this to me. Du Jiang was also stunned. He is not a fool, Shang Wanwaner said so. He also noticed something was wrong. All these behaviors are extremely abnormal. Even if one believes in Buddhism, it is impossible to go to the temple to burn incense and worship every day. Renovating the county government office was an even more thankless task. Gao Yang would eventually return to Chang'an City, and no matter how extravagant he was, he would not do such a thankless task. Could it be that Gao Yang really has other ideas? Gao Yang stood outside the temple, and from his sight, he could overlook the entire Linjiang City. Yet he said calmly, Master Du, do you remember what I said to you 7 days ago? Du Jiang frowned and answered subconsciously. But if we want to lower food prices, we don't have to do everything we can to lower them? But grain prices have skyrocketed, and merchants are greedy. How can they stop unless they harvest the grain ruthlessly? Gao Yang said calmly, Master Du, I want to ask you, if the 4 major grain merchants unite, how much can they reduce even if they are forced to do so? 8 cents or 18 cents? Even if the price of grain is 80 cents a bushel, how many people can afford it? Du Jiang's tone was stunned, and Shang Wanwaner was also speechless. Unless you raise your butcher knife and kill them all, once you do, all the merchants in the city will be in fear. And for ordinary people, whether it's 101, 151, or 201, it doesn't make much difference. They can't afford it anyway. But the price of grain in Linjiang City has skyrocketed, and the government has even ordered that grain should not be sold for less than 150 coins per bushel. What will attract people to come here? As soon as these words came out, buzz, almost instantly, Du Jiang's head was struck by lightning. Food prices have skyrocketed to astronomical levels, making them unaffordable for ordinary people. But who will be attracted to this? The same word appeared in the minds of Du Jiang and Shang Wanwaner almost at the same time of foreign grain traders. Could it be? Could it be? Du Jiang looked at Gao Yang in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Shang Wanwaner's heart was also filled with huge waves of shock. Even the pretty face of the green ivy and her plump breasts kept rising and falling. Gao Yang said with a cold face, the 4 major grain merchants Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin greedily swept up local grain and raised the price of grain. Local small grain merchants also followed suit and hoarded grain, hoping to sell it at a sky-high price. Greed is human nature. All merchants in the world are greedy. But at the same time, the news of the skyrocketing grain prices in Linjiang City will spread to the surrounding areas at a terrifying speed. In the past few days, the number of horse-drawn carriages and cargo ships transporting grain at the city gate and the dock has increased every day. In Linjiang City, the number of grain merchants from other places is increasing every day. Linjiang City is no longer short of grain now. The grain price in Linjiang City is like a huge balloon. It looks big, but it will burst if you poke it. These merchants want to make a fortune from the national crisis. This time, I will make sure that their families are destroyed. There was a coldness in Gao Yang's eyes. His voice was not loud, but Du Jiang and Shang Wanwaner could hear it clearly. This light tone swept through the hearts of Du Jiang and Shang Wanwaner. The look in their eyes was as if they had seen a ghost. If what Gao Yang said was true, these grain merchants would face a catastrophe at that time. But Du Jiang had no pity in his heart, only pleasure instead. All these businessmen who made a fortune from the national crisis deserve to die. Then why does Your Excellency want to renovate the county government office and hold a dragon boat race? Du Jiang asked in confusion. Yao Yang did not explain this. He just said, Mr. Du will know after a while. For the common people, the price of grain is 50 coins per bushel, and they also need silver to buy it. When Du Jiang heard this, there was rarely any contempt in his eyes. He fell into deep thought. The price of grain was 51 per do, and the people also needed silver to buy it. These words made him realize something in his heart, but he couldn't grasp it. Du Jiang knelt down directly. Sir, I am guilty. Not only am I stupid, I even impeached you. Gao Yang said calmly, the 4 major grain merchants are deeply rooted. I don't know how many of them are in the county government. That's why I won't tell you. The impeachment a few days ago is nothing to worry about. You don't have to take it to heart. But Du Jiang said with sweat on his forehead, Sir, just an hour ago, before I came to see you, sir, I wrote another letter, and the wording was more intense and the tone was more excited. Gao Yang, He looked at Du Jiang and the corners of his mouth twitched. Du Jiang's hands are so fast, wouldn't Chang'an be in an uproar? Shang Wanwaner said, I will write a letter right now and send it to Chang'an by express horse. Master Gao, don't worry. Gao Yang nodded. It was bad luck for these grain merchants to meet him. Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner and said, Sir Shangguan, tonight, please fill the sandbags with soil and sand from outside the city. Remember not to leak the news. I will be of great use to you. Shangguan Wanner nodded immediately. I will follow His Majesty's order and transfer a troop from the garrison outside the city to assist Master Gao. Gao Yang looked down at the entire Linjiang city. His eyes were extremely cold. Today will be the last carnival for all the grain merchants in Linjiang city. Tomorrow, I will let them know what true despair is. Chapter 15. All officials are excited. The Majesty of Duke Dingwa the next day, Dakian Palace Dai in the Golden Palace. The scout quickly broke into the hall. Report. The price of grain in Qingshui City has dropped to 82 won per do, and Chui Yuan said that the price of grain can be reduced by another 7 won. Following the scout's words, all the officials were surprised, and then they began to talk among themselves, with undisguised praise in their words. The talent of Chui Yuan is truly admirable. In such a short period of time, he has reduced the grain price in Qingshui City by a full 18 won, and it can even be reduced further. He has reduced the price from the greedy grain merchants without resorting to terror and losing the dignity of the court. He is truly worthy of being the #1 scholar. I am Songli, and I ask your majesty to reward the censor Cui Xinghe. Among the ministers, Songli stood up, and his voice echoed throughout the Golden Palace. In his mind, the outcome of this competition was determined from the beginning, and the rest depended on Cui Xinghe's methods in Qingshui City, but Cui Xinghe lived up to his title of top scholar. In less than 7 days, he curbed the rising grain prices in Qingshui City and reduced them by 18 cents. This kind of means is destined to lead him to the top. When he returns to Beijing, he will definitely be a hot figure in the entire Chang'an. Therefore, Songli did not mind doing him a favor, and after a few interactions in the officialdom, they developed a deep relationship. Not to mention, in his heart, Cui Xinghe is already the Song family's son-in-law. All the ministers present were smart men, so they naturally understood the interests involved. Quickly, Wang Zhong also stepped forward and said, merchants value profit, and it is common for them to make money during times of disaster. But it only took Cui Yuan 7 days to stabilize the grain prices in Qingshui City. This method is simply admirable. I also request your majesty to make Cui Yuan a model for officials from all over the country to learn from. At one time, ministers stood up one after another. I agree. I agree. On the dragon throne, Wu Zhao was wearing a golden dragon robe, and she exuded an air of nobility that was impossible to look directly at. She was also a little surprised. Cui Xinghe is truly no mediocre person. In just 7 days, he not only stabilized the rising grain prices, but also reduced them by 18 cents. This person can be reused. At this time, Wang Zhong asked curiously, Qingshui City is only a few dozen miles away from Linjiang City. The grain price in Qingshui City is as low as 82 coins. I wonder how much the grain price in Linjiang City should be. Prime Minister Su Xuanji said in a deep voice, the news from Qingshui City has arrived. I think the news about the grain price in Linjiang City will also arrive soon. Gao Feng looked solemn. The 7-day deadline has arrived. If Gao Yang fails to reduce the grain price in Linjiang City to a stable level, then today will be dangerous. In particular, Cui Xinghe handed in a perfect answer. The pressure was even greater on the Duke Dingwa's mansion. If Gao Yang doesn't do a good job, I'm afraid he will have a hard time reporting back. Behind this, it is no longer just a simple competition. Report. The latest news about grain prices in Linjiang City is that the grain price in Linjiang City has exceeded 200 coins per bushel. The people are complaining. Linjiang County Magistrate Du Jiang has sent a second urgent report, impeaching the censor Gao Yang. Another scout rushed into the Golden Palace. As soon as these words came out, the entire Golden Throne Hall was instantly in turmoil, and everyone looked at the scout in horror. Even Wu Zhao was shocked. She said in disbelief, the price of grain in Linjiang City has exceeded 200 coins per bushel? Is the news confirmed? The scout nodded, and his voice swept through the Golden Throne Hall. Your Majesty, the news is definitely correct. In the past 7 days, the price of grain in Linjiang City has been skyrocketing. Also, this is news from 2 days ago. The grain price in Linjiang City may be even higher now. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao's face became even uglier. She clenched her fists and looked angry. She trusted Gao Yang so much that she even suppressed all the discussions in the court and delegated power to him, but Gao Yang betrayed her trust. She could foresee the price of grain at 200 coins per bushel and the indignation of the people in Linjiang City. That is absolutely a raging anger. Gao Feng was also shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. What happened to this evil creature? What happened to the promise that the young eagle will eventually spread its wings, soar into the sky, and shoulder the burden of the Duke Dinghua's mansion? My goodness, the price of grain has exceeded 200 coins per bushel. They are trying to send the entire Duke Dinghua's mansion to the guillotine. Yao Feng's expression changed. At this time, the scout said again. Not only that, County Magistrate Du impeached Censor Gao for not only not lowering grain prices, but also burning incense and worshipping Buddha every day and taking a boat trip. The people have suffered such a great disaster, but Censor Gao still wants to order the renovation of the county government office and hold a grand dragon boat race on the Qingshui River. County Magistrate Du is deeply distressed and has ordered an urgent convoy of 800 miles to report to His Majesty. Following these words, all the civil and military officials in the court were shocked. There is a great disaster in the world, so you will raise the price of grain in Linjiang City to a sky-high level. You actually want to take advantage of this opportunity to use the disaster victims to rebuild the government office and hold large-scale events. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhang was so angry that he trembled, and his pair of white beards were shaking. Absurd. I have been in politics for 30 years and have never seen such a ridiculous person. Is he thinking that there will be a disaster in the world and the people can't afford to eat, so he is renovating the government office at a low price? How can I tolerate such a treacherous person? Yan Zhang was furious. Song Li and Wang Zhong did not expect Gao Yang to be so incompetent. Not only did he raise the price of grain, but he also renovated the county government office and held large-scale events during this year of great disaster. Song Li shook his head contemptuously. Ordering Song Qingqing to go to the Duke Dinghua's mansion to cancel the engagement would be the wisest decision for the entire Song family. Song Li stood up and said, I beg your majesty to severely punish the grandson of Duke Dinghua and calm the public anger. Wang Zhong immediately followed suit, saying, I second the motion. Yan Zhang, I second the motion. For a moment, the entire Golden Palace was filled with the voices of officials echoing one after another. Wu Zhao's beautiful face was filled with coldness and she said nothing. She firmly believed in her intuition that Gao Yang was definitely not that stupid. Even the most dissolute son of a general in Chang'an would not be so stupid as to use such a series of measures. He must have his own purpose. But now, even though she is the Empress of Daqian, she feels tremendous pressure. Gao Feng's face also darkened. During the years of great disasters, the people were exploited to rebuild the county government office and hold large-scale events. They really wanted to take away the entire family of Duke Dinghua as well. This evil creature must be beaten to death when he gets back, but now, he still has to stand up. You should beat your own kid yourself. You can't let these bastards kick him when he's down. I don't know if he can handle it. Gao Feng gritted his teeth and was about to stand up, but outside the Golden Palace, an old man wearing mottled armor and looking intimidating without even getting angry appeared. Swish, 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 almost. In an instant, all the eyes of the civil and military officials in the court fell on the person who came, and then their faces changed drastically. Duke Dinghua, someone exclaimed. Gao Tianlong walked straight into the hall. Duke Dinghua has the privilege of entering the palace at any time and does not have to kneel during court sessions. Gao Tianlong came to the center of the hall and bowed slightly to Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, I, Gao Tianlong, pay my respects to you. Wu Zhao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Princess Dinghua, please come out. Gao Tianlong looked around the entire Golden Palace, and then said calmly, I came here for only one purpose. Whether it's the skyrocketing price of grain or the reconstruction of the government office, these are all news that came from Linjiang City 2 days ago. Why are you so anxious? In 2 or 3 days, Linjiang City won't be in chaos. Can we wait another 2 or 3 days? The light voice, with unquestionable pressure, was clearly heard by all the ministers present. After Gao Tianlong's voice fell, the ministers remained silent. Even Wang Zhong, who had always been at odds with the Duke Dinghua's mansion, rarely spoke out. As long as Duke Dinghua, the head of the 6 dukes of Daqian, is alive, the entire Daqian should give him some face. Chapter 16. The fish has fallen into the trap, and the killing begins. What is Gao Yang's real intention? At the same time, Linjiang City. A ray of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped the entire Linjiang City. In just one night, the price of grain soared by another 20 from yesterday's sky-high price of 200 per bushel. The price of grain in Linjiang City skyrocketed to 220 coins per do, not to mention ordinary people. Even some wealthy businessmen can hardly afford it. The price of food has reached an unbelievable level. Merchants are making huge profits, but they are still hoarding grain and waiting for grain prices to continue to rise. The streets of Linjiang City and outside the county government office were filled with skinny people, their faces were filled with repression, and as they gathered together, a surge of anger rose to the sky. If most people didn't still have some food stored at home, they wouldn't have run out of ammunition and food. A terrible public outrage had already overturned the county government, but everyone knows that if this continues, Linjiang City will be in chaos. As if things weren't bad enough, when the anger of the people in Linjiang City was about to reach its peak, another piece of news arrived. Suddenly, news came that the grain price in Qingshui City, dozens of miles away, had stabilized at 82 WENI in an instant. The entire Linjiang City was in an uproar. There is no harm without comparison. Linjiang City and Qingshui City are connected by a Qingshui River, which is only a few dozen miles apart. The city also suffered a great disaster and the price of grain began to rise to 100 won per do. However, in just 7 days, the price of grain in Qingshui City stabilized at 82 won per do. The price of grain in Linjiang City is as high as 220 coins per do. Such a gap is simply hard for the people to accept. Therefore, the people secretly cursed Gao Yang, corrupt official, corrupt official. These are all nicknames for Gao Yang. It was only out of respect for the imperial court that the people did not dare to curse in public, but at this rate, although a major chaos has not yet broken out, the people are already on the brink of an explosion. Inside the county government office, Gao Yang stood in the lobby with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking outside. Even if the gate of the county government was closed, the angry voices of the people could still be heard. Linjiang City is about to explode. Du Jiang was anxiously walking back and forth in the county government office, looking at Gao Yang from time to time with an anxious look on his face. He is now afraid that Linjiang City will fall into chaos first, then everything will be too late. But Gao Yang was sitting on the Diaoyutai, not panicking at all, so he could only worry. Master Du, you have been shaking for more than 10 times this morning. I was almost shaken unconscious by you. Gao Yang said unhappily. Du Jiang stopped and smiled awkwardly. Sir, you can sit still in the face of the public outrage outside, but I can't. Your mental quality is rare in the world. Du Jiang was really convinced. Once Linjiang City was in chaos, Gao Yang would be the first to suffer. However, despite his young age, Gao Yang showed a calmness that was much more experienced than him. It's so horrible. The lawyers standing by were stunned. When did Du Jiang become so respectful to this young master from Chang'an? Didn't you want to eat Master Gao alive just 2 days ago? Gao Yang picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and felt the tea aroma exploding in his mouth. Then, Gao Yang said calmly, Master Du, please bring the Linjiang County seal. The fish is in the trap, time to kill it. As soon as these words came out, Du Jiang's eyes were filled with excitement. He quickly took out the Linjiang County seal and asked excitedly, Sir, can we close the net now? Gao Yang nodded and said calmly, post a notice immediately. All granaries in Linjiang City will be open to release grain. We will sell it at the price of 105 coins per bushel. This notice must be spread throughout the streets and alleys of Linjiang City. Then, Gao Yang looked at Shang Wanwaner and said, From now on, send troops to take over the docks. All cargo ships are not allowed to leave the city. Those who disobey orders will be beheaded. The gates of Linjiang City are heavily guarded, and not even a grain of food is allowed to leave the city. Du Jiang and Shang Wanwaner couldn't help showing excitement on their faces when they heard this. After being frustrated for 7 days and planning for 7 days, Gao Yang finally took action, and it's a big move. We will obey your order. The two responded in unison. Shang Wanwaner was even more amazed. Ruthless, too cruel. Not only did they open warehouses to release grain, they also sold grain at the price of 105 won a do to impact the market, and they also blocked the city gates and docks. With such behavior, all major grain traders must be in panic. Sir, I am a little worried. As you said before, if we open the granary to release the grain, I am afraid there will not be enough food. As long as the grain merchants in the city hold out for a few days, what will happen if the grain in the granary is sold out? Please give me some advice, sir. Du Jiang humbly asked for advice. The price of grain is skyrocketing now. Once the granaries are open to release grain, and it is sold at the price of 105 won per do, the people will definitely scramble for it. Gao Yang smiled and said, Did Lord Du forget about the batch of relief grain outside the city? When Du Jiang heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, but he frowned and said, The 4 major grain merchants Qian, Zhao, Han and Lin have been entrenched in Linjiang City for 100 years. Their power is complicated. I'm afraid they know the truth about the granary. There was a flash of coldness and disdain in Gao Yang's eyes. They know that they can resist, but can those grain merchants from other places and small grain merchants in Linjiang City resist? If you sell first, you will make a profit. If you sell later, you will go bankrupt. If you don't sell, you will suffer a net loss in terms of food loss and huge costs. If you were Lord Du, what would you choose? Gao Yang said dimly, you can avoid conspiracies, but how can you avoid overt plots? Du Jiang suddenly realized and his face turned red. He understood it all. Gao Yang, so cruel, he wanted to trample on the grain merchants from other places and force the 4 major grain merchants to sell grain. I will do it right away. Du Jiang was anxious and pretended to leave. Gao Yang said again, wait. Du Jiang turned around and looked at Gao Yang, my lord, do you have any other instructions? Gao Yang said calmly, there is not much food in the granary. Don't sell it too quickly. Let the people line up to buy it and register one household at a time. Spread the news to the public, saying that His Majesty has ordered disaster relief and transported 100,000 carts of grain to Linjiang City. I hate these grain merchants who profit from the country's misfortune the most in my life, so I want to make all of them bankrupt. The food restriction order may last for 10 days or half a month. It all depends on my mood. Du Jiang's scalp suddenly went numb. He said directly, Your Excellency's plan is too vicious. These grain merchants have met you, and they are unlucky for 10 lifetimes. I'm afraid the grain prices in Linjiang City will plummet. Du Jiang hurried out and did as Gao Yang instructed. Shangguan Wana was puzzled and asked, I'm afraid foreign grain merchants won't believe this kind of gossip, right? Gao Yang smiled contemptuously, Sir Shangguan, you are wrong. Shangguan Wana looked at Gao Yang's pretty face with doubt. Gao Yang explained, Shangguan Lord still doesn't understand human nature. These grain merchants from other places traveled dozens of miles to sell grain. At least 1/10 of the grain was lost on the way. The corvée and cooks need daily wages and food money. Every extra day of delay increases their costs. Even if they refuse to sell, the return will cost a lot. At this time, even the slightest disturbance will make them panic. And the real trick of this game is the stampede. The first batch of grain merchants can still make money, but the grain merchants who come later can't even get a share of the profits. Shangguan Wana had a complicated expression when she heard this. The cute little face of the green radish turned pale. She looked like she had seen a ghost. These past few days, Gao Yang had taken advantage of her quite a lot, laughing and joking, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. My lord, you won't sell me one day. I will count the money for you. Luo Luo said weakly. Gao Yang laughed loudly. Does this young master look like this kind of person? Luolua nodded without hesitation, but then shook her head. Gao Yang, he directly pinched Luolua's chubby face and said maliciously, pinch my shoulders. If you feel uncomfortable, you'd better be careful. Green Ivy quickly brought a chair. Sir, please sit down. Then he massaged Gao Yang's shoulders attentively. This made Gao Yang laugh, not to mention Green Ivy. Even Shangguan Wana felt a wave of fear when she looked at Gao Yang's handsome face. It is hard to imagine that a young man who comes from a military family that has been around for hundreds of years has such a dirty heart, but she felt refreshed. Wu Zhao's words suddenly came to her mind. The corrupt officials and profiteers in the world are so cruel and vicious that it is hard to imagine. It is difficult to stop them with ordinary means. Evildoers should be punished with evildoers. She suddenly understood. Cui Zhuangyuan from Qingshui City was a pillar of talent in her eyes and well versed in governing the country. However, despite all the means he tried, he could only control the grain price in Qingshui City at 82 yuan per dou, and it would not fall any further. But in Linjiang City, these grain merchants raised the price of grain to 220 coins per dou and were still not satisfied. How low will the price fall if Gao Yang uses all of his tricks? Shangguan Wana was not sure, but she knew that it was impossible to be 82 to 1. Chapter 17 Gaming and Counterattack. Linjiang City. On Youshang Street, in a house with cracked walls. A middle-aged man with his upper body bare, revealing his muscular body, was silently sharpening the broadsword in his hand. The harsh sound of sharpening echoed throughout the room. Soon, the sword was sharpened to an extremely sharp edge, reflecting the man's cold eyes. Holding the ancestral sword in hand, killing all the corrupt officials in the world, a real man should do this. As he said this, Qin Sheng subconsciously stood up and prepared to draw his sword and leave. Husband, don't go. Just as Chen Shang was about to push open the door, a voice came from behind him. Chen Shang was stunned and turned around suddenly. When he saw the woman in front of him, his eyes became complicated, but he said, "After I leave, you should immediately go back to your parents' home to avoid the limelight. There is some silver under the mattress. Take it with you. Even if I die, you will have more confidence to find a husband." The woman cried and shook her head. There are 100,000 people in Linjiang City, and no one has taken action. Why did you go? Just think of it as staying for me, okay? Chen Shang said in a deep voice. The grain price in Linjiang City has skyrocketed from 50 coins per dough to 220 coins per dough. Ordinary people can't afford to eat grain at all. All this is because of that corrupt official. Only by killing him can the grain price in Linjiang City be reduced. I, Chen Shang, have practiced martial arts since I was young, and I enjoy the world of martial arts. Linjiang City is my home. I can die, but I cannot watch this home littered with corpses. The wife looked reluctant and said hesitantly, "My dear, wait a minute. I always feel that everything in Linjiang City is too unusual. Can we wait for 2 more days? I always feel that the gentleman is not as simple as he seems. Once a riot breaks out, even if he is the son of a wealthy family in Chang'an, he will not be able to bear the consequences." Chen Shang's face was full of self-mockery. He sneered, raising the price of grain, taking advantage of the disaster to eat the blood of the people to rebuild the county government. Chang'an's #1 playboy, the reputation is well deserved. As he spoke, he angrily said, "If this imperial censor Gao is really capable of lowering the grain prices in Linjiang City, I, Chen Shang, will be his slave for the rest of my life." But is this possible? I have made up my mind. Even if I have to risk my life today, I will make him bleed to death. The woman sighed. The grain merchants in Linjiang City are now unprecedentedly united. How could the price of grain possibly fall? She just didn't want Chen Shang to go and die. How could it be so easy to assassinate the current imperial censor? I'll make it up to you in my next life. Chen Shang put his hand on the door. He had already stepped on the point and knew that he would never come back. It was as if that corrupt official knew that he had aroused public anger, so he traveled extremely carefully and was protected like a hedgehog, making it impossible to do anything to him. But today, even if his blood is used to warn the people of Linjiang City to fight back, it is worth it in his heart. He made up his mind and suddenly pushed open the door, but the next second, when he saw the scene on the street, he was stunned. On the streets of Linjiang City, soldiers in armor were seen galloping on their horses, shouting at the top of their lungs. Pass on the order from the censor to post the notice. From now on, we will open the warehouses to release grain. You can buy low-priced grain for only 105 coins per bushel. There is no limit on the quantity. Citizens can line up to buy it. As soon as these words came out, Chen Shang's eyes widened, and the woman behind him also widened her eyes. What? Open the warehouse and sell the grain at 105 yuan per bushel? Chen Shang trembled in disbelief. 105 coins per dough, compared to the current sky-high price of 220 coins in Linjiang City, it is a full 115 coins lower, although it is still very high, compared to the current price of 221 per dough. They are already very grateful. Not only was Chen Shang horrified, but all the people in Linjiang City were stunned. Countless people with sallow faces came out and gathered at the place where the notice was posted. When you really see the contents of the notice, countless people were excited. The warehouses are open for grain. Finally, the warehouses are open for grain. 105 coins a bushel. There is hope, there is hope. Chen Shang was also mixed in the crowd, his face full of disbelief. It actually dropped? The next second, Chen Shang suddenly ran towards the granary of Linjiang City. He had to see it with his own eyes, but when they saw that the line was already dozens of meters long, and there were still people queuing up not far away, Chen Shang's body trembled and his eyes widened. At the same time, on every street in Linjiang City, soldiers in armor rode tall horses and galloped past, shouting at the top of their lungs. Pass on the order from the censor to post the notice. From now on, we will open the warehouses to release grain. It only costs 105 coins per bushel. There is no limit on the quantity. Citizens can line up to buy it. All of a sudden, the people of Linjiang City heard the news and the whole city was shaken. Lin Mansion, there are fake mountains in water, and maids are walking around the corridor carrying trays. In the main hall, a dozen dancers were dancing gracefully. Mr. Lin and the three major grain traders were watching with great interest. There is a door between them, but it seems like two different worlds. Outside the door, the people are skinny and begging for food among the garbage. Inside the door, people are dressed in fine clothes and eat delicious food, and dancers are dancing. There is a kind of intoxicating luxury with a warm breeze. The somewhat plump head of the Chen family could not help but say, "Mr. Lin, the price of grain in Linjiang City has reached 220 coins per bushel. Why don't we make a move?" Elder Lin waved his hand, and the dancers left one after another. He said calmly, "Why are you panicking? In Linjiang City, as long as our four major families work together, we can monopolize the price of grain. This wave of overwhelming wealth will cost at least 250 coins per bucket." Everyone was shocked. 250 coins? Even though the price of one dough has only increased by 31, for them, it means they can at least earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels more. We can have such wealth thanks to Censor Gao. I don't know what he was thinking. He actually posted a notice strictly prohibiting the sale of grain at low prices. The head of the Han family said with some contempt, stroking his beard on his chin. What does this dandy young man know about governing a country? He probably thought that once grain prices went up, grain merchants would start selling them. It seems he shot himself in the foot. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter, but at this moment, the servants outside the door rushed into the hall, tumbling and crawling. "Mr. Lin, something terrible has happened. The county government has suddenly posted a notice, selling grain at a low price of 105 coins per bushel." The people heard the news and lined up in a long queue that you couldn't see the end of. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Lin's expression suddenly changed. What? The head of the Qian family was even more angry. This kid surnamed Gao has no moral principles. He is clearly trying to trick us. The head of the Han family said worriedly, "Mr. Lin, what should we do?" Elder Lin's eyes were cold. Dakian has suffered from natural disasters one after another, and the price of grain has skyrocketed. How much grain can be stored in the granary of Linjiang City? Is it enough for all the people in the city? This remark awakened the dreamers and several people reacted one after another. There are more than 100,000 people in Linjiang City. The harvests in previous years were not good, so the granaries must not have enough food. The county government's move is just to force us to panic and sell off our food to lower the price of food. I underestimated this imperial censor Gao from Chang'an. Quite insidious. Elder Lin's face was icy. The grain price in Linjiang City must not fall sharply. At least we have to wait until we have sold all our grain and made a profit before leaving the market. Since the warehouse is open for grain, we will take in as much as he sells. I want to see how much food he has. Elder Lin pounded his fist and said with a cold look in his eyes. The three family heads nodded in unison. In addition to the low-priced old grain, they also had grain that they had stockpiled from the market at high prices. If they all sold together, the price of grain would not be just 105 won per dough. They must not lose this game. The head of the Qin family gritted his teeth and said, "We are honored and disgraced as one. Follow Elder Lin closely." I am willing to follow Mr. Lin. Chapter 18 Panic. Foreign grain merchants panic. Linjiang City, County Government Office. Report. Sir, there are some unfamiliar faces among the people who come to buy grain. They are scrambling to buy grain, and they are buying in large amounts. Some are even making a scene, saying that the granary is empty, disturbing the people. Please make a quick decision, sir. Master Bai looked at Du Jiang and said with panic on his face. Du Jiang said with a sullen face, "This must be the work of the four major grain merchants. The grain prices in Linjiang City have plummeted, and they are the first to be hit. That's why they are frantically sweeping the market in an attempt to maintain their monopoly on grain storage. Can the grain price in Linjiang City be reduced?" Master Bai shook his head. "Sir, I have sent people to keep an eye on it, but there is no movement from the shops in various places, and they have not lowered their prices yet." The price hasn't been reduced yet? Du Jian looked stunned. Du Jian's eyes were solemn. What can we do? With the strength of the four major grain merchants, the grain in the granary will be sold out soon. If the people knew about this, it would definitely cause a new panic. Pass the order to throw out these people with ulterior motives and slow down the grain sales. Gao Yang walked over from the backyard of the county government office. He said calmly, "They are eager to cause a riot. Doing this will only help them." Gao Yang's eyes were cold. I suddenly changed my mind. They are rich and powerful. If they want to sweep the place, then give it to them. I want to see how much they can eat. Du Jian was stunned. What? Sir, if we continue at this speed, I'm afraid the four major grain merchants will sweep away all of them in less than a day. The other grain merchants in Linjiang City are still waiting and watching. The grain price is still sky high. With so many people and the four major grain merchants, we can't do that. Gao Yang said calmly, "It's the nature of merchants to wait and see. Opening the warehouse and releasing grain is only the first step in the plan." Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner and said, "Immediately block the city gates and the docks, and order the soldiers outside the city to escort the food into the city and into the granary. Anyone who dares to approach this batch of food will be killed on the spot. We must make sure that all the people in the city can see that there is a steady supply of food entering Linjiang City. If we follow the steps, the grain price in Linjiang City will drop within 1 day. As long as we can control the amount of food in the granary within a day and make the price of food on the market drop even lower, we will make a profit. They can't clean up all the food on the market. Do as I say, release the goods." Du Jiang's face was filled with realization. She and Shangguan Wanner clasped their fists, accepted the order, and walked out. Gao Yang's eyes were cold. He can make the rules for the entire Linjiang City. He has never had such a wonderful start in his previous life. Do the four major grain merchants dare to compete with him? Shangguan Wanner rode a tall horse and came to the gate of Linjiang City with the palace guards. He held high the golden token bestowed by Wu Zetian, his face grim. "Seeing this token, it is as if your majesty is here in person. Starting immediately, seal the city gates and not a single grain of food is allowed to leave the city. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy." When the soldiers at the city gate saw the token, they all knelt down. "I will obey your majesty's order. Take the road and stab them. Not a single grain of food can leave the city." Immediately afterwards, Shangguan Wanner personally led an army and escorted an endless stream of grain carts into Linjiang City, heading towards the granary. All the people witnessed this scene and their eyes lit up, especially the people who were queuing in a queue several hundred meters long in front of the granary. Their faces were moved to food. This is the disaster relief grain from the imperial court. The people were extremely excited, and Shen Sheng in the crowd was also shocked. The disaster relief grain has arrived, and the grain price in Linjiang City is really going to fall. Shangguan Wanner sent people to transport this batch of food into the granary. She said in a cold voice, "Your Majesty has issued an order. Guangyang County has suffered a great disaster, and 100,000 carts of food have been specially approved for disaster relief. This is the first batch of food shipped to Linjiang City. Every one of you will have a share, as much as you want." All the people were in tears. "Your Majesty has not forgotten us. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" Lin Mansion. "What? Your Majesty has sent 100,000 carts of grain to Guangyang County for disaster relief. Did the people of the city witness the first batch of grain being delivered to the granary?" Mr. Lin was shocked and couldn't help cursing. "You idiots, this isn't food at all, it must be filled with dirt or sand. You think you can deceive me with this little trick? You are so naive. Go all out to clean up the mess. When the grain in the granary is gone, I will see how he ends up. The grain merchants in this city are not fools. They will not believe you." Mr. Lin's expression was sinister and he looked crazy, no longer as calm as before. The three major grain traders also regretted not selling off too early to make a fortune. On the contrary, they are now in a difficult situation, but now that things have come to this, I can only grit my teeth. We will do our best and advance and retreat together. Inside the county government office. Report. Some people are buying food in large batches. Gao Yang sat on the soft chair and took a sip of tea. He said calmly, if they want it, then keep selling it. Sell all of it. Du Jiang gritted his teeth and said, do as the censor orders. Master Bai immediately flew down. Gao Yang stood up straight, stretched lazily, and said to Du Jiang, Master Du, change into casual clothes with me, and go out for a walk together. The real show is about to begin. Du Jiang and Shangguan Wan'er looked shocked. Are grain prices going to plummet? Gao Yang nodded calmly. The stampede has begun. The general trend is overwhelming. In the face of such a trend, the four major granaries are nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At the same time, all the major grain merchants in Linjiang City fell into panic, and the owners and clerks of the major rice shops were walking anxiously in the stores, especially some grain merchants from other places. They felt like the sky was falling. They purchased grain from other places and traveled day and night to Linjiang City, just to make a fortune, but now, the plan has completely failed. Linjiang City opened its warehouses to release grain, selling it at a price of 105 won per do, and also blockaded Linjiang City, not allowing a single grain of grain to leave the city. This was a huge blow to them. Your Excellency, the censor is trying to kill us. There were grain merchants who lost everything trying to get rich by taking advantage of the opportunity and wailed. They incurred huge costs. The transportation costs and losses were a considerable sum every day. Every day spent in Linjiang City was a cost. If the grain price in Linjiang City really dropped, we would not be able to sell the grain, and the journey back dozens of miles would be a cost. That's a net loss. Linjiang City Center, a grain merchant who was dressed in fancy clothes and had a chubby face had a distorted expression and a fierce look on his face. The purchase price is 71, and after taking into account the cost of transportation, the cost price is 80 won per bucket. Now I can make a huge profit of 25 won per bucket. If I'm any slower, I'll go bankrupt. Sell. Sell them all at a price lower than 105 coins. As the fat grain merchant was selling his grain on the street, people all gathered around him. For them, there was a queue of several hundred meters long at the county government granary, and they didn't know when it would be their turn. Not if the price is the same, or even a little cheaper, why not? Following the fate of the first grain merchant, other grain merchants in Linjiang City could no longer sit still. This bastard has no moral principles. I will sell to you just like he does. My cost price is even lower. If the censor really seals the city for 10 days or half a month and doesn't allow grain to leave the city, I will lose a lot. I can still make a profit from the 93 coins. I'm selling at a low price. 93 coins a bushel. For ordinary people, they buy wherever the price is cheaper, but grain merchants are afraid of a sharp drop in grain prices, especially those from other places, and they sell off their stocks in large quantities. For a moment, the entire Linjiang City was in an uproar. Even the people in the county government's granary flocked there when they heard that cheaper food was available. Du Jiang was stunned. Sir, how did you do this? Du Jiang was convinced. He was really convinced everything is going according to Gao Yang's plan. A large amount of grain priced below 105 cents per do. There is no need to worry about being sniped by the four major grain merchants in Linjiang City. The county government can go to the market to buy and replenish the granary. Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, the four major grain merchants, all bought grain at high prices. Shangguan Wan'er had a complicated expression. She looked at Gao Yang, who was strategizing, and was shocked. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the Empress valued Gao Yang. He was truly extraordinary. Gao Yang smiled faintly. These foreign grain merchants are in a state of panic. Once there is any sign of trouble, they will definitely sell their grains. That's human nature. Everyone is afraid of selling too slowly, and everyone is afraid of losing everything. If everyone sells at once, the price of grain will plummet rapidly. Du Jiang admired and said, in less than a quarter of an hour, the grain price in Linjiang City plummeted by 120 coins, and the lowest was 93 coins per bucket. Your Excellency's methods are amazing to me. Gao Yang looked at the scene of people looting and said disdainfully, 93 coins for a do? Lord Du underestimates the stampede effect. These foreign grain merchants are just the first to lower the price. The real plunge hasn't started yet. Gao Yang looked towards the location of the Lin mansion with a meaningful look on his face. Du Jiang was shocked and said in surprise, Your Excellency said that the big grain merchants in Linjiang City haven't sold yet? But this is absolutely impossible. The four major grain merchants Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin have always been in contact with each other. It's a solid deal. they can't sell it off. But in the current situation, Your Excellency's methods are enough to give Chang'an an explanation. I will definitely report to the Empress and ask for credit for you. Gao Yang smiled contemptuously. The Duke Dinghua's mansion is in crisis. If he wants to change the situation, he has to gain the Empress' trust. Cui Xinghe has already lowered the price of grain in Qingshui City to 82 yuan per do, so how could his gold be 93 yuan per do? He even bore the infamy for 7 days. Ironclad? Gao Yang suddenly looked at Du Jiang and sneered, Master Du, you overestimate these 4 major families. Remember one thing. This sentence is not only applicable in this Dacian world, but also applies even after 100 or 1,000 years. Du Jiang was stunned and subconsciously looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang said word by word, it's easy to live together, but hard to die together. It's easy to be rich together, but hard to be miserable together. In this world, there are no friends for the sake of profit. The price of grain in Linjiang City has plummeted. Grain merchants from other places have entered the city. After I opened the warehouse and released the grain, no one can stop me. Chapter 19, Food Prices Plummet. Gao Yang's control over people's hearts. There are no friends when there is profit. The decline in grain prices in Linjiang City is a general trend, and no one can stop it. The faint voice reached Du Jiang's ears clearly. Du Jiang stood where he was, feeling these words resounding in his mind like a huge bell. The 4 major grain traders appear to be very close to each other on the surface, but when a crisis strikes, will they really remain as close as a stone? After a while, he bowed 90 degrees to Gao Yang. Your Excellency's words are like a revelation to me. I am grateful for your advice. Du Jiang's eyes were pure, and showed respect from the bottom of his heart. It was not until now that he understood what Gao Yang had said 7 days ago. Everything was within his calculation that if you want to lower food prices, you don't have to try your best to lower them. A notice was posted ordering the major grain merchants in Linjiang City to sell grain only at high prices and not at low prices. Once the grain price in Linjiang City rises to a sky-high level, merchants from other places will rush to transport grain because of their greed, hoping to make a fortune. Wait until foreign grain merchants further push up grain prices and most of the grain has come in, then order the county government to open the warehouses and release the grain, forcing these foreign grain merchants to sell first, and the grain price will plummet. What impressed Du Jiang the most was that the price of grain released from Gaoyang's warehouse was neither high nor low, which gave these foreign grain traders room to make money. Those who sell first will make a lot of money, while those who sell later may go bankrupt. This will cause all foreign grain traders to compete with each other and want to sell as quickly as possible. Your Excellency's cunning plan is something I admire. Shangguan Wanner's face was also full of amazement. Gao Yang's methods are incredible, but she wondered, if these foreign grain traders don't panic sell, how will it end? Gao Yang looked at the looting scene in front of him and shook his head. This is human nature. It is impossible to suppress it. In the past 7 days, many grain merchants from other places have poured into Linjiang City. With so many grain traders from other places, it is impossible for them to have the same ideas. Each of them faces different difficulties, so their choices are very different. Most of the grain in the hands of the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City is old grain from last year. In addition, there was a major disaster this year, so they took the opportunity to stock up grain when the market price was 50 to 70 yuan per bushel. Their costs are low enough, so they are naturally not panicking. But these foreign grain merchants are different. The entire Guangyang County is in a bad situation this year. Grain prices have been soaring. Some of them are willing to spend all their money to make a fortune, and some buy grain at high prices and travel dozens of kilometers to make a profit. The cost of these dozens of miles of land alone is a terrifying figure. Not to mention that some people have spare money to buy food, while others spend all their money to buy food. It's hard to get people to unite like this. Their panic selling is inevitable. Besides, Gao Yang paused, looked at Shangguan Wanner with a half-smile, and said, if there is really no one selling, then I will die as a token of apology. I will use this head to apologize to your majesty. A scar the size of a bowl on my head, what does that count for? Du Jiang said respectfully, Your Excellency has remained calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai. I admire you. Shangguan Wanner's mouth twitched, and she said unhappily, then why did Lord Gao order the palace guards to protect him from the day he posted the notice in the county government office, and even made him wear a layer of armor? Are you sure this isn't to prevent excessive public outrage or to prevent assassinations? Shang Guanwana stared at the lining of Gao Yang's robe and laughed. She had seen people who were afraid of death, but she had never seen anyone as afraid of death as Xiang Gaoyang. Luoluo nodded. Not only that, the eldest master also ordered this servant to protect him closely and never leave his side. Du Jiang widened his eyes and felt something break. Gao Yang laughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Shang Guanwana is fine, after all. She is a big shot around the empress and he can't afford to offend her. But Luoluo actually dared to expose his past, so he must be taught a lesson. He quickly changed the subject and said, the situation in Linjiang City has been determined. There is no need to wait and see. Just wait for the grain price to plummet. After saying that, Gao Yang walked away. This time, it was the first time in the past 7 days that Gao Yang left first and did not stay close to the guards. Shang Guanwana stared at Gao Yang's back. Her cold eyes slightly rippled. The grandson of Duke Dinghui is quite interesting. She could almost imagine that once the news of the current plummeting grain prices reached the capital, it would surely cause a shock throughout the capital. Du Jiang standing by was also full of anticipation. As long as the four major grain merchants Qian, Zhao, Han and Lin follow suit and sell off, the grain price in Linjiang City will usher in a new plunge. Gao Yang's lazy voice sounded in the front. Since the price of grain in Linjiang City is as low as 93 coins per bushel, let's order people to sweep it up. Put up another notice. The county government's granary is well stocked. Reduce the price by another 15 cents, to only 90 cents a bushel. Behind him, Du Jiang's eyes lit up, but he was very excited. I will do it immediately. Gao Yang walked towards the county government office, feeling extremely emotional. He now finally understood the tactics used by the unscrupulous market makers in the stock market in his previous life. This felt so good. He sold them at the price of 105 won a do. After other grain merchants followed suit and lowered the price to 93 won a do, he bought in large quantities and continued to lower the price to 90 won a do. If you calculate carefully, you can earn 9 cents per bucket. On the contrary, whether it is Qianzhou Hanlin or foreign grain merchants who want to ship goods, the price must be lower than 90 cents per do. The feeling of being a capitalist is really intoxicating. At the same time, food prices have fallen. Have you heard? Now the lowest price per do is 93 coins. Many big grain traders are selling like crazy. Grain prices have finally fallen. In Linjiang City, as foreign grain merchants frantically compared prices and sold their grain, the people were all very excited. There was discussion everywhere. They watched food prices skyrocket over the past 7 days. They will never forget that despair in their lifetime. Chen Sheng stood among the people queuing up. He looked at the people who came to report the news, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. 93 coins for a do. The price dropped by a total of 127 coins. High Imperial Secretary, Qin Sheng muttered to himself for a while. Lin Mansion. A panicked report broke the tranquility in the Lin Mansion. Mr. Lin, something terrible has happened. The price of grain in Linjiang City has now dropped to 93 coins per bushel. A servant rushed in panic upon hearing the news. Lin Lao and others' faces suddenly changed. Impossible. We haven't sold any yet, and we spent hundreds of thousands of taels to buy them. How could the price of grain in Linjiang City be so cheap? A few small grain merchants can't affect the overall situation at all. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will beat you to death with a stick. Old Lin's eyes were murderous. The servant knelt on the ground and said loudly, It's a grain merchant from other places. There are many grain merchants from other places these days. They don't follow the rules and sell off like crazy. According to this downward trend, I'm afraid it will soon drop to 91 per do. The head of the Qian family was furious. Bullshit, we are the only 4 major families in Linjiang City. Where do so many grain merchants from other places come from? But when Mr. Lin heard this, he was stunned. His cloudy old eyes suddenly widened, as if he suddenly realized something. Chapter 20, Advance and Retreat Together, or Stab Each Other? I know. This Gao Yang kid is so sinister and vicious. Mr. Lin's face changed drastically and he was heartbroken. The other 3 family heads realized that something was wrong and suddenly became anxious. The head of the Qian family asked anxiously, Mr. Lin, what do you know? Tell me now. Mr. Lin closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, he completely understood Gao Yang's intention. Insidious, so insidious. I have been playing with eagles all my life, but in the end, I was blinded by an eagle. Old Lin sighed. Mr. Lin's words made the other 2 anxious as well. Mr. Lin, please stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly does Censor Gao want to do? The patriarch of the Han family said anxiously. Elder Lin said with an unpleasant expression. The notice was posted, forcing us to sell grain at a price lower than 150 coins per bushel. Do you think that Gao Yang kid really gave us a huge fortune for nothing? The three family heads were all stunned. They still haven't figured this out. Are there really people in this world who work hard but get no thanks, and even bear the infamy and have to bear the consequences? Why don't you give them enormous wealth? At that time, there was only huge greed in their eyes, but now, when food prices plummeted, they also realized that something was unusual. This action is very wrong. They all looked at Elder Lin. Elder Lin took a deep breath and said, when the price of grain reaches 150 coins per bushel, who else will benefit besides us? As soon as these words came out, Buzz, the head of the Qian family, almost blurted out, the foreign grain merchants in the counties around Linjiang City. Gao Yang wants to raise the grain price in Linjiang City and attract foreign grain merchants to come and sell grain. The other two family heads looked unhappy. They all understood it, too. In Linjiang City, the price of grain has increased from 51 to 100 won per do, but the price of grain in Guanyang County is pretty much the same. In the worst-hit areas, the price is around 100 won per do, and in the better-off areas, the price is around 80 won per do. But when Gao Yang arrived in Linjiang City, he directly raised the price of grain to 150 won per do, and it may rise to 50 won per do, or even 80 won per do. This will surely attract these jealous foreign grain merchants to rush into Linjiang City. Then, he waited until the time was right, and then ordered the county government's granary to open and release grain, selling it at 105 bushels per bushel, causing grain prices to plummet. It's a pity that we haven't realized this yet. Instead, we are buying all the old grain in the county government's granary at the price of 105 coins per bushel. The head of the Qian family had an ugly look on his face and pounded the table. Gao Yang is such a vicious kid. Several people had gloomy faces and were extremely regretful in their hearts that if they had sold it at the price of 150 won per do when the notice was just posted in the county government, they would have made a fortune, but they chose to continue hoarding food and make huge profits. As a result, we are now very passive. The grain price in Linjiang City has plummeted. Will they continue to hoard grain or follow the trend and sell it off? Soon, another servant came in hurriedly. Mr. Lin, the county government posted a notice saying that the granary has plenty of grain. The censor, out of sympathy for the people, ordered the granary in Linjiang City County to sell grain at 90 won per do, which is 15 won per do lower. The head of the Han family wailed, Master Yusher is trying to kill us. The servant continued, not only that, I also saw people from the county government wearing plain clothes, buying a lot of grain at the price of 93 coins per bushel. Mr. Lin also had an ugly and distorted expression on his face. We bought the grain from the county government's granary at the price of 105 won per bushel, and the county government used our silver to buy the grain at the price of 93 won per bushel, and then sold it at 91. In total, he still made a profit of 7 won. Thinking of this, Mr. Lin could no longer hold back. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This Gao Yang, I underestimated him. When the servants saw this, they all came up and supported Mr. Lin.Mr. Lin was so angry that he vomited blood. He is the head of the 4 major grain merchants, and the Lin family has the most stored grain. If the grain price plummets, the first to be affected is the Lin family. Elder Lin ignored the blood boiling in his heart. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, this battle is far from over. Out-of-town grain merchants can lower grain prices, but there won't be that much grain in just 7 days, and the county government's granary is full of sand. As long as we work together and stick to the bottom line, even if the grain price only returns to 100 won per do, we can still make a lot of money. But if we sell off, Linjiang City will be finished. Elder Lin looked at the other 3 family heads. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded in unison. The head of the Qian family said proudly, Mr. Lin is right. In our eyes, this clumsy plan is full of loopholes. The 4 great families of Linjiang City will advance and retreat together. As long as we hold on to the food, we may not lose this battle. I will go back and issue an order immediately. Not a single grain of food will be allowed to enter the market. Goodbye. After the head of the Qian family finished speaking, he strode away. The heads of the Han and Zhao families also bowed their hands together. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, our 4 major families are like brothers. How could we do something that would harm others and not benefit ourselves? Goodbye. Several people left. Elder Lin stared at their backs with deep eyes. The housekeeper of the Lin mansion said, "Mr. Lin, I will go and tell the Lin family's shop not to lower the price even a penny." As soon as the butler said this, Mr. Lin slapped him in the face. Bang! Idiot! Old Lin cursed. The butler covered his face. He was completely stunned. "Mr. Lin," Elder Lin scolded, "if I don't sell it, what should I do if they sell it secretly? By then, the only thing waiting for me is bankruptcy. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. I won't sell it openly, but I will sell it privately as quickly as possible. Give me 90 coins per bucket." "No, I will sell it to you at 87 coins per bucket." The housekeeper was shocked. 87 cents a bushel? Elder Lin nodded. "It would be a huge loss if we just kept all this food." The housekeeper widened his eyes and hurried to do it. Outside the Lin mansion, inside the carriage, the head of the Qian family sat in the carriage and sneered, "Go back to the mansion, whoever doesn't sell it is a fool." In 7 days, who knows how many grain merchants from other places will pour into Linjiang City. We must act as quickly as possible. The Chen family's patriarch's eyes flickered. He spent so much silver that almost the entire Qian family's granary was full. He can survive this year, but what about next year? Daqian has suffered from severe disasters and droughts for several consecutive years. Who can guarantee that next year will not be a bumper year? Once it is a good year, the price of grain will normally be around 30 cents, and it will be really terrible then. For a time, the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City said on the surface that they would not sell, but they were all selling at a high price in private Lin mansion. When Mr. Lin heard the news, he was furious. "I knew these bastards were unreliable. Fortunately, I kept a trick up my sleeve, otherwise, we would be finished. Pass my order. All rice shops in the Lin family must lower their prices accordingly. Even if it means losing money, they must sell to me. I have lost this battle." Mr. Lin's eyes were complicated. He had been active in the martial arts world for his entire life, but he did not expect that he would be defeated by Gao Yang in the end. He simply couldn't afford to gamble. Once the grain prices in Linjiang City stabilized, he would be in for a catastrophic disaster. If next year is not a disaster year, the entire Lin family's century-long accumulation will be destroyed. He must not be the sinner of the family. With the demise of the 4 major grain traders, grain prices in Linjiang City plummeted again. In just 1 hour, the price dropped from 93 coins per dough to 80 coins per dough. This is already 2 cents cheaper than Chuixing's 82 cents per dough. The most terrifying thing is that it took less than an hour for the price to drop from 221 per dough to 81 per dough. Chapter 21: Food Prices Plummet, Psychological Game. Report. Your Excellency, the price of grain in Linjiang City has dropped to 90 coins per bushel. Report. Your Excellency, the price of grain in Linjiang City has dropped to 86 coins per bushel. Report. Your Excellency, the price of grain in Linjiang City has dropped to 80 coins per bushel. Report. The price of grain in Linjiang City has dropped to 75 coins per bushel. Inside the county government office, Gao Yang was sipping tea. The Yamen runners rushed in one after another. They knelt on the ground, their faces filled with excitement, and shouted at the top of their lungs. When the voices echoed throughout the lobby of the government office, all the servants in the Linjiang County government office were filled with disbelief. Then, their eyes suddenly turned to Gao Yang, who was standing in the middle of the county government office with a calm expression. The grain price, which they had tried every means to lower, had failed to do so, but it suddenly plummeted in one day under Gao Yang's control, not to mention the sharp drop in price from more than 200 won today. Even the high price of 100 won a bucket 7 days ago has dropped by 25 won. 75 coins per dough will greatly alleviate the pressure on the people of Linjiang City. Du Jiang was even more unbelievable. Although he had anticipated that the 4 major grain merchants would have disagreements after Gao Yang finished speaking, he did not expect it to happen so soon. It only took a few hours. Before the sell-off began, Gao Yang took a sip of tea and said, "This tea is good." Du Jiang said sensibly, "When you return to Chang'an, I will prepare some of this tea for you. Of course, I paid for it out of my own pocket. It's just a favor." Du Jiang glanced at Shang Wanwaner while speaking. Shang Wanwaner's expression remained unchanged. Even if Du Jiang didn't explain it specifically, she would just pretend not to see it. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. It is normal to have some personal connections in official circles, not to mention that what Du Jiang gave was just some worthless tea. No need for tea, just cash it. I don't like these vulgar things the most, so be direct. Gao Yang put down the teacup and looked at Du Jiang. Shangguanwaner, Du Jiang, High Imperial Secretary? Shangguanwaner raised her voice and gave a reminder. This was a bit too outrageous in front of Shangguanwaner. Even if it was said in secret, she would just pretend not to know. Ahem. Look at you, Lord Shangguan. You are a little too nervous. Do I look like that kind of person? I was just joking. Gao Yang hurriedly spoke. Shangguanwaner didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. Du Jiang changed the subject and said, Master Gao, I am still curious, why would the four major grain merchants trample on each other like this? If it weren't for their selling, grain prices wouldn't have fallen so fast just relying on these foreign grain traders. Gao Yang glanced at Du Jiang. Although he himself was not a good person, he still admired good officials like Du Jiang. So he didn't mind giving some more advice. The four major grain merchants are united by profit, and they are destined to fall apart because of profit. This has been human nature since ancient times. Compared with grain traders from other places, their costs are low enough, and they save on transportation, labor, and other costs. But that doesn't mean they're not panicking. The current empress is a man of great talent and strategy. The heavenly Tao of Dakian has been bad for 3 consecutive years. Judging from 1 year alone, the heavenly Tao is 50-50 between good and bad. But if we look at the 4 years together, in their eyes, the probability of a good heavenly Tao next year will be greater than the probability of a bad heavenly Tao. Once the grain prices in Linjiang City stabilize, they will not be able to sell their accumulated grain, and the risk next year will be extremely high. Once the harvest is good next year, there will be enough new grain, not to mention the old grain. It is not uncommon for the grain price to drop to 30 coins per bushel. They would rather sell at a loss than gamble on the possibility of losing everything next year. If you think about this clearly, their behavior is not surprising. If you strike first, you live and others die. If you strike later, others live and you die. Shangguanwaner said, what if they unite and make a pact with each other to not sell anything? Gao Yang laughed, a verbal agreement is nothing but a joke. Everyone will think, if I don't sell, will they sell secretly? Once they sell, won't I be finished? With this mentality, there will always be one family that sells first. Linjiang City is a small place, and they are the local tyrants. It is impossible for them to hide it from the other 3 families, so trampling is inevitable. But I didn't expect that they would smash it so hard. They were trying to kill each other. Gao Yang's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a muffled thunder in the ears of everyone present. Du Jiang bowed again and said, Thank you for your guidance, sir. He looked at Gao Yang, who had a calm expression on his face, and was completely convinced. Gao Yang had anticipated all of this 7 days ago. From the moment the notice was posted, everything went according to Gao Yang's idea, from foreign grain merchants, the reactions of the people, the greed of the 4 major grain merchants, to opening warehouses to release grain, bursting the bubble of grain prices, and forcing the 4 major grain merchants to sell grain by trampling on them. All of this was destined from the moment Gao Yang stepped into Linjiang City 7 days ago. The Dinghua Mansion gave birth to an extraordinary SON. No one has ever seen a Qilin, so the black spots are normal. Du Jiang was amazed. Shangguanwaner also had a complicated expression on her face. It is hard to imagine that these strategies were actually said by the lecher who had to look at his legs as soon as he got on the carriage. Gao Yang continued, as an official, you are in charge of the people of A city, and you should not care about the gains and losses of one person. During this period of rapid rise and fall, some merchants will inevitably go bankrupt, but there will also be merchants who will stop in time and make a lot of money. Officials only need to grasp the overall situation. When Du Jiang heard this, he knew that Gao Yang was giving him some advice. Thank you very much for your guidance, sir. Du Jiang said respectfully. Gao Yang nodded, knowing that Du Jiang had taken his words to heart. Next, we will act according to the plan, step by step, and soon, Linjiang City will be stable. Du Jiang asked, Your Excellency, are you talking about renovating the government office and hosting large-scale events? Gao Yang nodded. When he saw the puzzled eyes of Du Jiang and Shang Wanwaner, he said calmly, "The crisis in Linjiang City is not just the skyrocketing food prices. What is the root cause?" Du Jiang said without hesitation, "The heavy rains have flooded the fields, and the harvest has failed. During the years of great disasters, people lost their source of income, which was the fundamental reason for the rise in food prices. So, after lowering food prices, we must urgently solve the problem of people's income. Only by making money for the people can they survive this disaster. Otherwise, for ordinary people, there is not much difference between the price of 50 won a dough and 250 won a dough. They still cannot afford it." As soon as these words came out, Du Jiang's pupils shrank suddenly. Gao Yang's words directly point to the essence of the disaster. Behind the high food prices is the fact that ordinary people simply cannot afford it. The lowest class of people have long been penniless, but it is difficult for them to find a job to support their families. A gleam of light seemed to flash across Du Jiang's mind. Renovate government offices, hold large-scale events, and solve the root cause of the disaster. Du Jiang's eyes became brighter and brighter, and suddenly, he was stunned. Understood. He understood everything. Your Excellency has the talent of a king's assistant. I admire you. If Your Majesty can get your assistance, you will surely create a prosperous era for Dakian." Gao Yang smiled and said, "Master Du, you are too kind. What I did was just going with the flow and was only for self-protection." Du Jiang heard the hidden meaning and thought about the situation of Duke Dinghua's mansion. His eyes grew slightly more serious. Report. The latest news is that the four major grain merchants Qin, Zhao, Han, and Lin have completely torn their faces apart, and the head of the Qin family took the lead in lowering the price of grain to 70 won per dough. Shang Wanwaner's face was full of disbelief, and not long after that, the price of grain in Linjiang City dropped by another 5 cents. She looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. 70 won per dough, which is 12 won lower than the 82 won per dough in Qingshui City. Gao Yang stood up and brushed the dust off his robe. The grain price in Linjiang City has dropped. This young master has completed his mission and will return to Chang'an. The rest will be left to Lord Du. Du Jiang was stunned. Master Gao is leaving now? Gao Yang smiled and said, "The grain price in Linjiang City has already been determined. There is not much point for me to stay here. This is a handwritten letter I wrote to the abbot of the temple I visited these days. When the government office begins renovation, you can send someone to deliver it. Mr. Du's ability is obvious to all the people of Linjiang City. This young master is very relieved. This young master is satisfied with this achievement. There is no point in staying any longer. It is Mr. Du who needs this achievement." Gao Yang took out a few letters from his arms and handed them to Du Jiang. Du Jiang reached out and took the envelope, his eyes filled with emotion. "Your Excellency has treated me so well that I have no way to repay you." Gao Yang smiled and said, "Holding a large-scale event is conditional on exempting commercial taxes for 3 years. According to Dakian rules, His Majesty must nod. I will take care of this matter when I return to Chang'an. As for the rest, with Lord Du's abilities, I am very confident in him." Gao Yang paused and his eyes turned serious. "I have only one thing to remind Lord Du: don't increase the wages just because you feel pity for the people during the disaster. This will only backfire." Du Jiang nodded heavily. "Your Excellency's words, I will remember every word in my heart." Gao Yang nodded and stretched again. "Okay then. Everything in Linjiang City will be handed over to Lord Du." Du Jiang was shocked. "Master Gao is in such a hurry to leave? I haven't entertained you properly these days. Why don't you stay for another night?" Shang Wanwaner also said, "Your Majesty has not set a deadline." Gao Yang shook his head and said, "Taking into account the time on the road, I'm afraid Chang'an will be in chaos. I have to go back in person." Gao Yang's eyes are so deep that one cannot tell what he is thinking. Du Jiang said with some guilt, "It's all my fault for being stupid. I submitted 2 memorials, which put Master Gao in the spotlight. I'll send you off, sir." "Please trouble you, Lord Du." Gao Yang said to Luluo again, "Luluo, follow me to pack your luggage." Shang Wanwaner frowned. She always felt something was wrong. An hour later, Linjiang City, City Gate. Du Jiang, along with officials of all ranks from the Linjiang County government, stood on the side of the carriage. Gao Yang sat in the carriage, opened the curtain and said, "News spread slowly. In the next few days, grain merchants from other places will arrive at the Linjiang City dock. We can kill them all and force them to cut their meat. But grain prices cannot continue to fall, otherwise the people will think it can go even lower. There must be some ups and downs in between. As for how to regulate it, I have written it all down, and Lord Du can do it accordingly. The corners of Master Bai's mouth twitched. Ruthless, too cruel. These merchants who wanted to make huge profits hurried to Linjiang City, thinking it was a gold mine, but in fact it was a big pit. Du Jiang was deeply moved. Thank you, Master Gao. This is some tea from Linjiang City. I hope Mr. Gao will accept it and let me serve as an official to express my gratitude. Du Jiang handed a tea box to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took the box, weighed it, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Master Du was really thoughtful. The mountains are high and the road is long. I am waiting for good news from Lord Du in Chang'an. Du Jiang stood at the city gate, looking at the departing carriage and sighing behind him. Master Bai couldn't help but say, "Sir, that's 3 years' salary for you. There's also Lord Shangguan next to you." If His Majesty knew about this, Du Jiang's face changed, and he said, "What 3-year salary? That's Linjiang City's local tea. Besides, I'm an honest official, I've never oppressed the people, and I didn't ask Mr. Gao to do anything for me. This is purely out of gratitude. Even if the Empress knows, so what?" Du Jiang waved his sleeves fiercely. "I have twice submitted memorials to angrily rebuke Master Gao, and even as soon as Master Gao arrived in Jiangcheng, he rushed back to Chang'an without stopping. If I don't express my gratitude, then am I still a human being? Return to the palace. I will report to the Empress for the 3rd time." Chapter 22 Return to Chang'an. When the storm was about to come, in the carriage, Shangguan Wan'er lifted the curtain, took out a letter and said to a red-armored soldier, "Send this letter to Chang'an as quickly as possible, directly to His Majesty." "Yes." After receiving the letter, the soldiers rode away on horseback. Shangguan Wan'er let down the curtain and just in time saw Gao Yang putting the box given by Du Jiang next to him. Shangguan Wan'er was heroic and said with a smile, "Master Gao, tea in Linjiang City is only 100 coins per ounce. It's not something expensive. Is it necessary to be so nervous?" "Sir Shangguan, you don't understand. You must know that the heart is more important than anything else." Gao Yang smiled and spoke. The Duke Dinghua's mansion has been a military family for hundreds of years and has many large houses, so they are naturally not short of money. However, there are many rules and regulations, and the standard silver is very little. Chang'an is the capital of Dakian, and money is needed everywhere. Moreover, since traveling through time, he has been either being beaten or on the run, and now that I'm back in Chang'an, I should at least enjoy myself, right? After all, we have traveled through time, so why not go to the brothel? If you tell others about it, they will laugh at you. He helped Du Jiang achieve a great feat and bore the infamy for 7 days, so it was normal for him to get some money. However, this weight is enough to show that Du Jiang is a real person. He took note of this. Thought. Shangguan Wan'er looked away, finding it a little amusing, but the next second, her face changed and she suddenly looked at the heavy tea box next to Gao Yang. "No, that's not right. What's in your tea box?" Shangguan Wan'er moved closer, scanning Gao Yang's face with her sharp eyes. "Let me see." Gao Yang avoided Shangguan Wan'er and said, "Sir Shangguan, the mountain road is unstable and the carriage is bumpy. Men and women should not touch each other. Please respect yourself. If you get close to me like this, and I accidentally kiss or touch any part of you during the struggle or the bumps, I will scream out." Shangguan Wan'er's eyes widened. "You still want to shout?" But she stepped back and said through gritted teeth, "I understand. Your words were meant to arouse Magistrate Du's guilt. It was clearly just a few pieces of clothing, and he could leave at any time, but you took half an hour to collect them. You were clearly giving Lord Du the time to get the silver. I'm afraid there's nothing tea in here." Shangguan Wan'er gritted her teeth and said, "Gao Yang, you are making a mistake. This is bribery in public." Gao Yang didn't care, and said a classic saying in a very green tea tone, "Shangguan sir, if you think so, then I can't help it. If you think it is, then it is." Shangguan Wan'er felt like vomiting blood. This sentence inexplicably makes people feel a surge of blood in their hearts. Gao Yang looked indifferent. Would Wu Zhao care about such things? Impossible. 2 days passed in a flash. Under the night. At the gate of Chang'an City, Song Qingqing stood at the city gate with a group of maids, attracting the attention of many people. She was wearing a green dress, had a beautiful face, and exuded a noble aura. The eldest daughter of the Song family is too beautiful. I heard that the Song family has an engagement with the eldest son of the Duke of Dingwa, Gao Yang. It's really a bargain for him. Where did you get this news? The Song family had already gone to the Duke Dingwa's mansion to cancel the engagement. This news spread all over Chang'an. Don't you know? Hiss. I haven't been in Chang'an for a while, so how could I know about such a big thing? Who is the eldest lady of the Song family waiting for here? Among the crowd, some people were talking about it. Outside the city, beside a carriage, more than a dozen guards were walking towards Chang'an City. Song Qingqing stepped forward to greet them. A smile spread across her face, and she bowed beside the carriage. Qingqing is here to greet you on the orders of my father. The carriage opened, revealing a handsome face. Instantly, the onlookers started talking. It's Master Cui. It is said that Cui Zhuangyuan went to Qingxue City and suppressed the grain price with thunderous means. In just a few days, the grain price in Qingxue City dropped from 100 coins per do to 82 coins per do. Miss Song is here to welcome us. It seems that the Song family and Cui family are planning to form a marriage alliance. This shows that you don't care about Duke Dingwa's mansion at all. Cui Xinghe got off the carriage, and when he saw Song Qingqing, a smile appeared on his face. It is a great honor for Cui Tian to have Miss Song come to greet you. Song Qingqing smiled and said, Father has already arranged a welcoming banquet for Master Cui. Uncle Cui is also at the mansion, specially hosting a welcoming banquet for Master Cui. Cui Xinghe nodded, I will go there immediately after I report to Her Majesty the Empress. At the city gate, the two of them stepped into Chang'an City together. Soon, in the eyes of interested people from all sides, the news of Cui Xinghe's return to Chang'an spread throughout Chang'an. General's mansion. Wang Zhong laughed loudly. Cui Zhuanyuan has returned to Chang'an. There will be an early court tomorrow. Even you, Gao Tianlong, cannot stop this trend of the court. I will definitely give you a copy. For a time, undercurrents surged in Chang'an. Over the years, there have been too many people who want the Duke Dingwa's mansion to fall. Duke of Zhonggui. Candlelight illuminates the room. This Song family doesn't take my Dingwa mansion seriously at all. They actually let Song Qingqing go to greet Cui Xinghe in public. That's too much. Gao Feng was filled with anger and slammed his fist on the table. Gao Tianlong's hair is gray and his old face is full of majesty. He studied the chessboard and said calmly, the Song family is trying to curry favor with the powerful. Cui Xinghe has done well and is a young talent. The Empress is short of confidants, so it is not difficult to understand why the Song family is betting on Cui Xinghe. It is a blessing that such a woman cannot marry into the Duke Dingwa's mansion. Gao Feng sighed, but Cui Xinghe returned to Chang'an ahead of schedule, which means that the situation in Qingxue City has been decided. At least it will be 82 coins per do. I'm afraid the Golden Throne Hall will not be peaceful tomorrow. This evil creature. Before he left, I told him that it would be better not to do it than to make a mistake. Otherwise, how could such a disaster have occurred? Gao Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth when he thought of Gao Yang. Gao Tianlong wiped the chessboard in front of him and said calmly, I am pleased. Relieved? Gao Feng was stunned. No matter how stupid a dude is, even a fool, he wouldn't do such a ridiculous thing. This means that Yanger is thinking of a strange plan. The whole court knows this, but no one believes it. I don't really believe it either, but I admire your heart. Otherwise, how could you beat the Cui family's top scholar who is full of knowledge? I, the Duke of Dingwa, would rather die standing than live on my knees. Gao Feng was stunned. Gao Tianlong's calm voice echoed in the room, rather than going to perish in mediocrity, it is better to fight hard and soar into the sky like an eagle. As long as I am alive, I can protect the Gao family. If I don't make trouble now, how many years can I live? Besides, my intuition over the past few decades tells me that Yanger is not a mediocre person. How can we easily predict the outcome before the chess pieces are placed on the chessboard? Chapter 23. The whole court was shocked. The price of grain in Linjiang City dropped to 71 per do. Late at night, Daqian Palace. Empress Wu Zhao stood in front of the window. The cold moonlight shone on her beautiful face, revealing 3 parts of coldness and 7 parts of alienation. Her eyes were filled with endless nobility. Did I really see it wrong? Wu Zhao stood with her hands behind her back, looking into the distance, in the direction of Linjiang City. With a frown on her face, Cui Xinghao arrived in Qingshui City, but in just 3 days, the grain prices in Qingshui City were not only curbed, but also dropped sharply. Not only did the price of grain stabilize at 82 yuan per do, it even dropped another 2 yuan to 80 yuan per do. During the years of great disasters, not only did he curb the skyrocketing food prices, but he also caused them to fall again and again. This required no small skill. Cui Xinghao did not let her down, but Wu Zhao was not happy. "You disappoint me a little." Wu Zhao's mind was filled with the image of Gao Yang standing in the hall and talking eloquently. If it was about dealing with the son of her enemy, it would only make her look up to him. The monkey show that followed moved her so much that she even felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. This is the person she has always been looking for. Therefore, she organized this competition, giving hundreds of thousands of people from the 2 cities a chance to display their talents and compete for victory. Even in her heart, she was more optimistic about Gao Yang, so she gave Linjiang City, which suffered a greater disaster and had a more complicated situation, to Gao Yang. However, the price of grain in Linjiang City continued to soar, and Gao Yang even had to rebuild the county government office during the disaster year and hold large-scale events to reduce taxes for those greedy merchants. The more dazzling Cui Xinghao was, the more disappointed Gao Yang made her. That's all. Talking about military affairs on paper is not enough to accomplish great tasks. The Empress shook her head and prepared to rest, but at this moment, the young eunuch outside the door rushed in panic. "Report! Lord Shangguan sent a fast horse to deliver a letter, and your majesty must open it in person." Not only that, Lord Du also sent a fast horse to deliver a memorial, and specifically instructed that this memorial must be opened by your majesty in person and then copied to the censorate. The young eunuch knelt on the ground. Wu Zhao suddenly turned around, and a terrifying sense of nobility and majesty filled the air around her. "Show it up." Wu Zhao's eyes flickered. Shangguan Wana sent someone to deliver a letter. Du Jiang also sent a memorial by express horse, asking her to open it personally. Could it be that the public anger in Linjiang City could no longer be suppressed and a major chaos broke out? Wu Zhao thought a lot in an instant, her eyes solemn. She had just ascended the throne not long ago, and if war broke out at this moment, it would not be good news for her. Thinking of something, Wu Zhao's eyes turned cold inside. Fenghuan Palace, some eunuchs and palace maids with a keen sense of smell dared not even breathe when they saw Wu Zhao's expression. Wu Zhao first opened the envelope and took out Shangguan Wana's handwritten letter. As the contents of the letter came into her eyes, Wu Zhao's expression became extremely interesting. She immediately picked up the memorial written by Du Jiang, opened it, and scanned it quickly in the same way. Bang! The memorial fell to the ground. Wu Zhao looked shocked. The eunuchs and palace maids around were all trembling, with cold sweat on their foreheads. "Your Majesty, what happened? My vision is correct." A smile suddenly appeared on Wu Zhao's face, and her words shocked all the eunuchs. Your Majesty smiled. They had been serving here for so long, but this was the first time they saw Wu Zhao reveal such a thrilling smile. Although they had nothing between their legs, they couldn't help but stare in a daze for a moment. "The censors at the Imperial Censorate have been annoying me for a long time. I need to vent my anger tomorrow. There is no need to copy a copy of this memorial. Go down." Wu Zhao waved her hand and said something, and all the eunuchs and palace maids retreated. Wait until the entire bedroom fell into absolute silence. Wu Zhao looked at the full moon outside the window and muttered to herself, in one day, the price has dropped by 150 coins, and it may even drop to 50 coins per bucket. What a great grandson of Duke Dinghua. I have underestimated you. The next day. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, and the whole Chang'an was full of vitality. Not far away from the city gate, Gao Yang couldn't help but stretch his old waist. He had been rushing all the way and almost broke his waist. When the towering Chang'an city appeared in his sight, Gao Yang couldn't help but get excited. After so much trouble, I'm finally back. This time, I must enjoy myself. Shangguan Waner said dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean by tossing and turning?" Master Gao is making a contribution to Daqian. As an official, you should devote yourself to the people until your death. This is clearly the highest honor. Gao Yang was also used to Shangguan Waner's cold words, so he replied directly, "Shangguan is right, as long as Shangguan is happy." Shangguan Waner stared at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes. Where on earth did Gao Yang get so many irritating quotes? When the carriage was about to reach the city gate, several eunuchs hurriedly came forward to greet it attentively. "Censor Gao, Lord Shangguan, His Majesty has ordered that His Majesty summons you to the morning court today." The Golden Palace, all the civil and military officials were lined up on both sides, with Duke Dinggua Gao Tianlong standing at the front and Gao Feng in the middle, but Gao Feng's face looked very bad, and he kept glancing in the direction of Cui Xinghe. "You evil creature, your father has lost face today." Gao Feng sighed in his heart. Not only Gao Feng, but all the ministers looked at Cui Xinghe intentionally or unintentionally. Almost everyone knows that Cui Xinghe is the most dazzling person in the Dacian court today. He is destined to enjoy all the envious looks. Cui Xinghe had a calm and composed expression, but I was already excited inside. From today onwards, the Cui family will be proud of Cui Xinghe, and the family tree should have a separate page for him. As for Gao Yang, a playboy, how could he compete with such a talented person as the top scholar? One competition will determine the winner. "Your Majesty has arrived." Accompanied by the eunuch's shrill voice, Wu Zhao, wearing a golden dragon robe, slowly sat on the dragon throne. All the officials saluted immediately. "Everyone, please stand up. Today, I want to reward people according to their merits." Wu Zhaozhao went straight to the point. As soon as these words came out, all the officials' eyes were focused on Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe straightened his back, his face full of pride. Song Li was the first to speak up. "Your Majesty, Cui Zhuangyuan used lightning-fast methods to reduce the grain price in Qingshui City to 80 coins per bushel in just 7 days. He is truly a talent that can assist the king. I beg your Majesty to make use of him." Wang Zhong followed up with a loud voice, "Your Majesty is looking for talents from all over the world to create a great foundation for the future. He even used Qingshui and Linjiang City as a test. Now, the winner is decided. I hope your Majesty will reward those who have made contributions and punish those who have made mistakes." As these words were spoken, many officials bowed. "I second the motion. I second the motion." Especially the censors from the censorate, their words were even more harsh. Yan Zhang's face turned pale, and he stood up and said coldly, "Your Majesty, you started the competition with the people of one city. Now the 100,000 people of Linjiang City are living in dire straits. You are truly a tyrant and will be severely spurned by history books." Yan Zhang did not give Wu Zhao any face at all. He started to talk nonsense, and he kept talking, as if he was quoting from classics. For a moment, the entire court was filled with Yan Zhang's angry roar. Some officials with a keen sense of smell sensed something was wrong. In the past, although Wu Zetian would not have been furious and killed people indiscriminately after Yan Zhang's outburst, her face would have turned livid, but today, he looked very interested. Gao Tianlong looked thoughtful. After half an incense stick of time, Yan Zhang felt dry in the mouth and paused. Wu Zhao smiled and asked, "Master Yan, have you finished speaking?" Yan Zhang looked at Wu Zhao, feeling a little uneasy, but still nodded with a sullen face. "I have said everything I wanted to say. If Linjiang City does not control it and continues to allow grain prices to soar, once a riot breaks out and spreads across the country, your Majesty will be the sinner of the world." At this time, Cui Xinghe also stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I have heard about the skyrocketing grain prices in Linjiang City. I am deeply saddened. As a minister of Dacian, I am willing to go to Linjiang City to share your worries. Although the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City are extremely difficult to deal with, I have full confidence and experience." As Cui Xinghe stood up, all the officials looked at him with admiration. Cui Zhuangyuan is a great talent. Champion Cui cares about the people and is truly a role model for our generation. Wu Zhao listened to these discussions without changing her expression. She then said slowly, "It is said that the grain price in Linjiang City has skyrocketed, but I heard that the grain price in Linjiang City has dropped to 70 yuan per do?" Chapter 24, Work for Relief. This is the right way to provide disaster relief. Buzz. Following Wu Zetian's words, the entire Golden Palace fell into great shock. This light sound rang clearly in everyone's ears. "What? The price of grain in Linjiang City has dropped to 70 yuan per do?" After a brief shock, the discussions of the officials almost overturned the entire Golden Palace. Cui Xinghe was also stunned, and then flatly denied it. The price of grain in Linjiang City is as low as 70 coins per bushel? How is this possible? According to this, the grain price in Linjiang City is lower than that in Qingshui City, but that's impossible. He had calculated that the disaster in Linjiang City was more severe and the grain merchants were more united. Unless violence was used, 90 cents a do would be a very reasonable grain price range, not to mention 70 cents a bushel. Gao Feng's eyes suddenly widened and he almost doubted his ears. 70 coins per bushel? Didn't the news 2 days ago say the price had exceeded 200 coins per bushel? Even Gao Tianlong was slightly shocked and his eyes changed, seeing the reactions of the officials, especially the speechless censors from the censorate. Wu Zhao felt secretly happy. All the depression that had accumulated in my heart during this period was swept away. She took out a memorial and looked at the officials. This is the memorial that Du Jiang from Linjiang city government sent urgently last night. It clearly says that 2 days ago, the price of grain in Linjiang city plummeted to 71 per do in one day, and it is still falling. Gao Yang, the grandson of Duke Dinghua, ordered a notice to be posted, requiring that the price of a bushel of grain should not be less than 150 coins. This is to take advantage of the greed of merchants and trick grain merchants from other places into rushing to Linjiang city. As for the other methods, they are all written above, you can go and see for yourself. I am deeply saddened that a talented person like me has been impeached by such narrow-minded people like you. Wu Zhao threw the memorial heavily, and the sound echoed throughout the Golden Palace. Yan Zhang immediately picked up the memorial, and after quickly scanning it, his face turned pale. Bang! The memorial fell to the ground. When the officials saw Yan Zhang's expression, they were even more shocked. More officials snatched the memorial away, and even Cui Xinghe took it to take a look. Yan Zhang said in disbelief, "Raise the grain price to attract grain traders from other places. Once they enter the city, open the warehouses and release the grain, impacting the grain price. Due to the cost and loss, these foreign grain merchants will sell off their grains, thereby driving the local grain merchants in Linjiang city to sell grain. There are actually such means in this world." Yan Zhang was shocked, all the officials were shocked. Song Li and Wang Zhong's hearts skipped a beat and they were stunned. By taking advantage of the merchants' greedy nature and luring them in, and then opening their warehouses to release their grain, countless grain merchants from other places will lose their fortunes, and all of this was destined 7 days ago. The figure of Gao Yang seemed to appear in their minds. Just by standing there, making plans, the price of grain dropped sharply. Countless people were reborn because of him, and countless grain merchants went bankrupt and wailed because of him. This kid is so terrifying. Song Li's eyes changed again and again, and his expression became extremely ugly. For a moment, the entire Golden Palace was silent. All the officials were shocked. They never thought that there would be such a way to lower food prices during a year of great disaster. Gao Feng snatched the memorial and was also surprised. Younger, are you really hiding your abilities? The price of grain in Linjiang city is as low as 70 cents per do, which is even more expensive than Cui Xinghe's. Gao Yang's words before he left flashed through Gao Feng's mind. Young eagle, spread your wings and fly high, soar into the sky, Cui Xinghe said unwillingly, but he ordered the reconstruction of the county government office and held large-scale events. Doing so during a disaster year, isn't that bullying the people? How do you explain this? Today, he should be the center of the entire Golden Palace. He should be famous throughout the world and be highly regarded by the Empress, but all of this is gone. Under Gao Yang's method of lowering grain prices, Cui Xinghe was like a joke. As Cui Xinghe spoke, a young eunuch came to the side of the Empress and whispered. Wu Zhao said calmly, "This question is not only of interest to Minister Cui, but also to me. Summon Linjiang City Supervisor Gao Yang to come to the audience." For a moment, all the officials turned around in shock and looked towards the gate of the Golden Throne Hall. Soon, Gao Yang strode in, wearing a long robe and a piece of fine white jade around his waist. "Your Highness." Gao Yang pays homage to Her Majesty the Empress. Brush, brush, brush. For a moment, many eyes were focused on Gao Yang with complicated expressions. Wang Zhong and Song Li's faces turned even gloomier. These days, they thought they had won. Who knew Gao Yang gave them a big surprise? The price of grain in Linjiang city dropped sharply within one day. Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang with satisfaction. Today, this evil boy looks much more pleasing to the eye and handsome. It does have some of the charm he had when he was at the peak of his youth. Wu Zhao said, "I know that the grain price in Linjiang city has dropped sharply. Gao Yang, you are very skilled. But Magistrate Du said in his memorial that you want to rebuild the government office and hold a large-scale dragon boat race. The winner will even be exempted from commercial taxes for 3 years. Is this true or false?" Gao Yang nodded and said, "Your Majesty, this is my idea. I hope Your Majesty will approve it." Wu Zhao spoke up, "During the years of great disasters, you oppressed the people. Censor Gao, do you know that this incident aroused public anger? How many people have impeached you?" Cui Xinghe stood up and looked at Gao Yang. During the years of great disasters, it was difficult for the people to get food and drink. It is inappropriate for Gao Yushi to exploit the people like this, isn't it? He had no way out. Either he had to suppress Gao Yang, or he would be completely overshadowed by Gao Yang's brilliance today. Wang Zhong also said, High Censor Gao, oppressing the people and bullying the people is a serious crime. High Censor Gao, please give the world a convincing reason. For a moment, Gao Feng was a little worried and couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked calm as he turned to Wang Zhong and Cui Xing'e. I want to ask General Wang, Cui Xuanyuan, and all the officials in the court who have impeached me a question. The grain price in Linjiang City had dropped to 70 yuan per do before this young master left. With the influx of foreign grain merchants and the selling of local grain merchants, the grain price even dropped to 50 yuan per do. But even if it's 50 coins per bushel, it's a low price compared to the grain prices in Guangyang County. But can all the people really afford it? Does the imperial court have so much grain to provide disaster relief? For a moment, the minister's pupils shrank and they were speechless. In fact, every time there is a major disaster in the world, there will be starving people everywhere, and the first to die are the people who cannot afford to buy food. There is not much difference between 100 yuan and 50 yuan for these lowest level disaster victims, because these people simply don't have the money to buy them, or the money is not enough to last through the entire disaster period. They can only wait for disaster relief from the imperial court. As for the huge number of victims, although the imperial court issued an order to provide disaster relief, how could the national treasury have enough food? We can only let a group of people die first, and then provide disaster relief to help the people survive. The national treasury does not have enough food. This is the fundamental reason, but let alone now. Even for hundreds of years, there has been no good solution. This is the cruel reality, Gao Yang said. Calmly, opening the warehouses and releasing grain blindly can only delay the death of the victims. The fundamental reason is that the people can't find jobs and can't make money. What's more, if we just provide disaster relief, many people will be waiting for relief grain every day, and the national treasury simply doesn't have enough grain. The real solution is to use work for relief so that the people have jobs to do and can earn money. This is the best policy. Chapter 25, Work for Relief, a shocking disaster relief strategy. Work for relief? Following Gao Yang's words, all the officials in the Golden Palace fell into deep thought. Even Wu Zhao glanced over. What is work in lieu of relief? Asked Su Xuanji, the Prime Minister of Daqian. Curiously, Gao Yang looked at Su Xuanji and said, during the years of great disasters, the lowest class of people had no money and could not afford to buy food, but they had labor. Therefore, I have the audacity to propose the renovation of the county government office, but my purpose is not to exploit the people, but to let the wealthy merchants in Linjiang City see that in the face of natural disasters, the people are willing to work very cheaply just to have a bite to eat. With a little money and a meal, the people are very grateful. If all the government offices and wealthy merchants make moves one after another, as long as the grain prices in Linjiang City tend to stabilize, a considerable number of disaster victims will be able to survive. This is work for relief. Gao Yang's words echoed throughout the Golden Palace. Cui Xing'e's face was filled with shock, while Prime Minister Su Xuanji's face was filled with emotion. What a great work for relief approach! Su Xuanji did not hide his praise. They had never thought of this idea before. Sitting on the dragon throne, Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes. Gao Yang's words opened up an unprecedented idea for her. The imperial court did not have the only option of providing disaster relief. You can also use work as relief. When people are in the face of natural disasters, they can sell their labor very cheaply in order to survive. This approach may seem cruel and vicious to the people, but it is actually a way to save the people. Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with amazement and satisfaction. Wang Zhong couldn't help but said in a deep voice, even if it's work for relief, why does Lord Gao have to exploit the people like this? 10 cents a day is too harsh. The daily income of the people of Daqian was about 30 to 100 yuan. The wages are already very low. It's enough to be called exploitation. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Gao Yang. Cui Xing'e closed his eyes and said nothing. That he just thought that Wang Zhong was too stupid. Wasn't this an opportunity for Gao Yang to show off? Gao Yang turned around to look at Wang Zhong and said mockingly, General Wang, if you don't understand people's livelihood, you don't have to speak. It's not shameful to be silent appropriately, and it's better than being laughed at. Wang Zhong was furious when he heard this. Gao Yang, you dare to insult me? Are you looking for death? Wang Zhong's eyes were wide open with anger. After all, he was a veteran who had fought on the battlefield. Such a sudden anger is still very terrifying. Gao Tianlong said indifferently, it is not your turn to threaten the people of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. I am here, do you have the right to speak? As soon as Gao Tianlong spoke, all the officials were shocked. Duke Dinghui usually does not attend court, so it would be fine if he attends court one after another now, but today he is still so domineering to protect his son. This made some people secretly frightened. Wang Zhong looked into Gao Tianlong's indifferent eyes. He wanted to speak, but he held the words back. Yanger, just tell me. You haven't been in Chang'an for the past few days, so you don't know about the criticism in the court. You can tell me everything today and listen carefully to the ministers who impeach you. Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong and understood the implication. Slap me in the face. Slap me in the face hard today. Gao Tianlong is here and he is his greatest supporter. Gao Yang bowed to Gao Tianlong and said with a smile, grandson understands. Then, he suddenly looked at Wang Zhong. General Wang, although you can earn 30 or even 50 cents a day by asking the disaster victims to renovate the government office, but have you ever thought about whether the local gentry will follow suit with such high wages? For a moment, Wang Zhong was speechless. He also suddenly realized this serious problem that if the government office was renovated at a high price and the wealthy and powerful did not stand to gain from it, why would they follow suit after hearing the news? Do you expect these wealthy people to sympathize with the people? The smile on Wu Zhao's face became more obvious. Gao Yang continued, during years of great disasters, the gentry would repair their houses and hire disaster victims to work. The biggest reason was that it was cheap. To renovate the government office, we must exploit the local gentry. Only when we let the local gentry see that the disaster victims are willing to work very cheaply in order to survive, will they hire them. In fact, if only the government office plays the villain and makes the victims complain bitterly, the local gentry can raise the wages slightly and gain a good reputation. For the gentry, on the one hand, they can gain fame, and on the other hand, they can save half or even 3 times the wages compared to the peacetime years. Only in this way will they be willing to do it. Gao Yang looked at Wang Zhong with a sharp gaze like an eagle. If the government pays fair wages, and the gentry have no profit or fame to gain, why would they come here to wade into this muddy water? As soon as these words fell, Wang Zhong's face turned pale. The entire Golden Palace fell into silence. At this moment, Gao Yang was the absolute center of the entire Golden Palace. Yan Zhang was stunned and said nothing. What he saw as oppression was actually a life-saving measure for the people. The impact on his heart was like a storm. Wu Zhao looked amazed. Being a bad guy in the government office can bring fame to the local gentry and also bring them profits. There is no reason for the local gentry to refuse this. Wu Zhao said, Gao Yang, you went to the temple not just to worship Buddha, right? People like Gao Yang who play with people's hearts don't seem like believers in Buddhism. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and glanced at her legs under the dragon robe without leaving any trace, and then said, Your Majesty is wise. I believe in Buddhism in Dakian. The dispute between Buddhism and Taoism has a long history. When I go to temples, I just observe how old each temple is. Then I use my status to get close to the temple abbot and pretend to be a believer. Before leaving, write another letter to tell them that the temple is too old and will need to be renovated sooner or later. It is better to renovate the temple during the disaster year, otherwise the labor cost will be much higher in the future. Then throw out the banner of Buddha's mercy and save the world. The temple is already old, and renovating it now not only saves money, but also can win the hearts of the people by claiming the Buddha's compassion. There is no reason for them to refuse. In this way, the gentry and the temples not only made profits but also gained reputation, and the people made money with their own hands. The 3 parties each got what they needed, and with the stable grain prices, the people would naturally have a way to survive. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes. He knew that he had underestimated Gao Yang. Using profit as a lever and fame as bait, he willingly makes the gentry and temples work for him. The 3 parties reached a win-win situation and were all willing to do so. In this way, the disaster in Linjiang City will be greatly alleviated. He lost. A complete loss. Gao Yang's methods are 10 or even 100 times better than Cui Xinghe's. Cui Xinghe felt so proud of himself that he wanted to tear the throne with his toes when he thought about lowering the grain price by 12 cents. Wu Zhao admired the scene and continued to ask, what is the purpose of holding a large-scale dragon boat race? The eyes of all the officials were also focused on Gao Yang. They were also very curious about this question. Holding large-scale events during a disaster year can also alleviate the disaster. Gao Yang looked at all the officials and said calmly with his hands behind his back, in the Golden Palace, in Dakian, agriculture is emphasized and commerce is suppressed. The commercial tax is quite heavy. If the winner is selected, the tax will be reduced or exempted for 3 years. the local and even foreign tycoons will definitely be tempted. During large-scale events, people naturally like excitement. Not only local people, but even people from nearby Linjiang City will flock to the event. When there are more people, it will drive consumption. Whether it's food or hotels, merchants will have a booming business. This is bound to happen. As long as the competition is extended and more stalls are provided, this period of disaster will be over. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a huge rock suddenly dropped into a calm pond, shocking all the officials. By taking advantage of the fact that the wealthy and powerful temples are greedy for fame and gain, the county government is made to act like the bad guys, giving them a reason to take action, hold more large-scale events to stimulate consumption. In this way, the disaster can be greatly alleviated. Such strategy and such insight into human nature are simply terrifying. Chapter 26, It's really bold, you even dare to peek at my legs. Wu Zhao was somewhat moved, but if you do this, do you know that you will be cursed by the people? Gao Yang looked righteous as he greeted the officials and said, it's just a little infamy, but it can save thousands or tens of thousands of people, so what's the harm? The family tradition of Duke Dinggua's mansion has always been like this. Gao Feng was stunned for a moment, all the officials looked over with admiration. Imperial Censor Gao is a great talent. Imperial historian Gao is truly a role model for our generation. A discussion arose, full of admiration. Only Shangguan Wanner's mouth twitched. All the officials believed that Gao Yang was selfless and righteous, but she didn't believe it at all. Yan Zhang bowed to Gao Yang and then bowed to Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, I, Yan Zhang, have wrongly accused Censor Gao and have even spoken nonsense. I beg your Majesty to punish me. For a moment, all the ministers were shocked. Yan Zhang was a tough and upright person, and everyone in the court knew it. But now, facing Gao Yang, he was willing to bow down and ask the Empress for punishment. This is incredible. Wu Zhao also felt very happy. This was the first time she felt so happy since she ascended the throne. She glanced at all the officials and said, of course I have to punish you. You are all well-read and are my loyal ministers. Yet none of you has figured out the solution to this disaster. Instead, you have repeatedly submitted memorials to impeach me. The imperial censor Yan Zhang, the general who defeats the enemy Wang Zhong, and the minister of right Song Li will be fined 2 months' salary as a warning to others. Faced with the punishment, Wang Zhong and Song Li had no choice but to accept it no matter how unwilling they were. Then, Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes. Gao Yang, you have done a great job in alleviating disasters and lowering grain prices. What reward do you want? Gao Yang bent down and said bluntly, I want to be the head of the Ministry of Revenue and serve the country. After hearing this, Wu Zhao frowned. Ministry of Revenue? According to her thinking, Gao Yang's performance made him suitable to be the secretary of the Central Secretariat, to stay by her side forever and to govern the country and bring peace to the world. She didn't expect that Gao Yang would actually join the Ministry of Revenue. Gao Feng was also stunned. This bastard, why does he come to the Ministry of Revenue instead of being a secretary of the Secretariat? Wu Zhao hesitated for a moment, then said, Gao Yang, the grandson of Duke Dinggua, has made great contributions to pacifying the grain prices in Linjiang City. He is granted the position of Deputy Director of the Ministry of Revenue and retains the position of Supervisory Censor. Cui Xinghe has made great contributions to stabilizing the grain prices in Qingshui City, and he is promoted to Zhongshu Sharon. Gao Yang's face lit up with joy. The Deputy Director of the Ministry of Revenue was a 6th-rank official in Dakian, not a small official at all. Your Majesty, I, Gao Yang, thank you. On the other side, Cui Xinghe also bowed and said, Your Majesty, I, Cui Xinghe, thank you. He didn't expect that the position of Zhongshu Sharon would end up in his hands, but Cui Xinghe felt deeply humiliated because it was Gao Yang who didn't want it that ended up in his hands. After the morning court session, all officials' attention was focused on Gao Yang. Everyone knows that today, what Gao Yang, the eldest son of the Duke of Dinggua's mansion, said in the Golden Palace will spread throughout Chang'an. The former dandy became a talented person overnight. Cui Xinghe looked at the officials and clenched his fists. One day, I will prove to the world that Cui Xinghe of the Cui family is no worse than you, Gao Yang. He made a secret vow in his heart and then walked away. This time, Gao Feng came to Gao Yang's side with a sullen face. Zhongshu Sharon, why don't you want it? The sudden sound startled Gao Yang. Gao Tianlong also walked over calmly and said, I know you are good at business, but this is a minor skill after all. You can't compare with the people around the empress. This move is a bit confusing. Gao Yang hurriedly said, Father, Grandpa, you have misunderstood. The reason why I entered the Ministry of Revenue is purely because my father is the Minister of Revenue, and the minister is old and seriously ill. As the saying goes, it is easier to get things done if you have connections. I can do whatever I want in the Ministry of Revenue. Entering the Ministry of Revenue is the right way. Gao Feng's eyes widened. Gao Tianlong's mouth twitched as well. The two of them widened their eyes and looked at Gao Yang's handsome face. Is this reason really so simple? Besides, the Secretary of the Central Secretariat represents the face of Your Majesty, so I cannot act recklessly. I am a rather absurd person, and I usually like to go to elegant places to listen to folk songs. It's okay to do it once, but if I go there frequently, I will definitely be impeached by the censorate. Father and grandfather are both experienced people, so they should understand. Gao Yang glared at Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong with a look that said, you know what I mean. Gao Feng's eyes widened. Gao Tianlong's eyes also widened. So it's because of the brothels in Chang'an that the Jiangsu Sharon are no longer wanted. Is there such a talent in the Gao family? Both of them had their blood pressure rising. Evil son! You won't be able to escape a beating today. Gao Feng roared first. Gao Yang sensed something was wrong and started running, and Gao Feng chased after him. Gao Yang was confused. Did he say something wrong? Scholars are pretentious and military generals are even more direct. Why are they so angry and embarrassed? Behind him, Gao Tianlong shook his head. What's the point of chasing him? I'll beat him up when I get home. Palace of Heavenly Purity. Shangguan Wan'er saluted towards Wu Zhao and said, Wan'er greets Your Majesty. Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wan'er with a noble face and said, Tell me everything about Linjiang City, bit by bit. I want to know everything. Shangguan Wan'er was not surprised at all and told him everything that happened in Linjiang City. After hearing this, Wu Zhao had a complicated expression. She said to herself, he was able to plan and strategize from a distance. From the first day he arrived in Linjiang City, he had already planned everything that would happen next. This Gao Yang is truly a talent. Wu Zhao was amazed, her eyes showing undisguised admiration. Then, Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wan'er and said, Wan'er, what do you think of Gao Yang? Shangguan Wan'er heard this and did not hide her disgust. Although this person has amazing talent, he is also both good and evil. He is very bold. Oh, bold? How come? Wu Zhao was curious. I followed him, and he dared to hint to Lord Du that he should give me a gift. I seriously suspect that he was deliberately trying to trick Lord Du. Shangguan Wan'er told Du Jiang everything about the tea box that he had given her, as well as her suspicions, and said with regret, It's a pity that Lord Du is incorruptible and only cares about reading sage books. I'm afraid he is still in the dark. Wu Zhao's lips curled up, but she said disapprovingly, There is no businessman who is not dishonest, and no official who is not greedy. What's more, Gao Yang gave Du Jiang a political achievement, so this return gift is nothing. For those who have great talents, I am not afraid of their greed, nor am I afraid of their lust. What I am afraid of is that they have no weaknesses. Only if you have weaknesses can you control them and use them for your own benefit. Shangguan Wan'er gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, Gao Yang is more daring than that. He also wants to see my legs. A surprised smile appeared on Wu Zhao's face. She looked at Shangguan Wan'er, who had a graceful figure and a cold and aloof face. Looking down, 2 long legs are straight and slender. She smiled and said, Gao Yang is indeed very bold, but not just towards you. Since I ascended the throne, he is the only one who dares to look at my legs in public in the court. Shangguan Wan'er was shocked when she heard this. What? This Gao Yang openly admires Your Majesty's legs? Is he really that bold? Shangguan Wan'er said excitedly, This is like digging out his eyes. Wu Zhao walked to the window and looked down at the entire Dacian palace. She said calmly, It doesn't matter. Who wouldn't the Empress want to conquer? But who can conquer it? Wu Zhao stood with her hands behind her back, her dragon robe fluttering, her face full of nobility and disdain. Chapter 27 Gao Tianlong's shock. The glory of Dukdinggua's mansion. Duke of Zhongguo. Following the news from the court, the entire Dukdinggua's mansion was shocked. In Dacian, as the saying goes, when the Lord is humiliated, the ministers are humiliated, and when the Lord is honored, the ministers are honored. During this period, due to the spread of the grain price in Linjiang City by people in Chang'an, the servants in the entire Dinghua mansion did not dare to go out. Even if they went out, they kept their tails between their legs for fear of being recognized. There was nothing they could do. The eldest master was not as skilled as others, and those of them who were his servants had no way to say anything. On the contrary, the servants of the Song family and the young master of the Cui family all held their heads high, looking superior. But today, everything has changed. As Gao Yang got off the carriage, he saw all the servants of the Duke Dinghua's mansion standing on both sides. Li was standing at the door in a long skirt, looking extremely graceful among them. Gao Changwen and Gao Ling also followed behind Li. "Evil boy, what are you standing there for? This is the honor you deserve. I will settle the score with you later." Gao Feng snorted coldly, interrupting Gao Yang, who was stunned originally. Today was a great day. Gao Yang defeated the current top scholar Cui Xinghe, and the Duke Dinghua's mansion breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to become a Zhongshu Sharon and become a big shot in the eyes of the Empress, the Duke Dinghua's mansion would be filled with glory. It may even soar into the sky. Even if he becomes the head of one of the 6 ministries and takes over the position of prime minister in the future, that is very possible. But this kid actually wanted to rely on his father for help and just wait for death in the Ministry of Households. It really made him angry. Li's face was full of joy, and she stepped forward quickly. "I knew my son had great ambitions. It's time for us, the Li family, to be glorious in Chang'an." There was satisfaction in Li's eyes. Gao Ling, who was standing by, also ran to Gao Yang and shook his hand, saying, "Brother, I want to eat the osmanthus peach blossom pastry." Gao Yang thought of the tea he brought from Linjiang City, and the peach blossom cakes Gao Ling gave him before he left. Naturally, he loved this sister very much. He smiled, rubbed Gao Ling's head and said proudly, "Okay. Just peach blossom cakes, as many as you want." Gao Changwen, who was standing by, saw this scene and his eyes lit up. He hurried forward and said, "Brother, I want young ladies. Can I have as many as I want?" As soon as Gao Yang saw Gao Changwen's dissolute face, he was furious. There are undercurrents in Linjiang City. Before he went to Linjiang City, this guy actually told him not to worry and that he would help him take care of the young lady he liked. The eldest brother is like a father. Since he has traveled through time and space and become Gao Yang, he must be allowed to feel the love from his brother. It's because he hasn't adapted to his identity yet, otherwise he would have started fighting right away. Before Gao Yang could say anything, Gao Feng's face turned black first. "Evil beast, isn't this 10-day confinement enough? How dare you talk nonsense?" Gao Feng had a stern face, looking furious. Over the years, he always thought that Gao Yang was invincible, but he didn't expect that Gao Changwen was even more brave than Gao Yang. With these 2 sons, he once felt that he could not even live to old age, let alone enjoy it. When Gao Changwen saw the expression on Gao Feng's face, he was instantly frightened like a quail and shrank his head. "Everyone, disperse. Linjiang City is just showing off its power, acting like it has won the top prize in the imperial examination. If anyone sees this, it will be disgraceful." As soon as Gao Tianlong spoke, all the servants retreated. "Yanger, follow me to the backyard. I have something to say." Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang, then strode directly into the mansion. Gao Yang also followed Gao Tianlong and walked inside. The 2 walked through the front yard, around several corridors, and arrived at a very quiet courtyard in the backyard. There was only one room in the courtyard, and Gao Tianlong pushed the door open and walked in. Gao Yang took a look at the environment inside the courtyard. The scenery was elegant and very secluded, but it was only separated from the outside of the mansion by a wall. He couldn't help but frown and said, "Grandfather's courtyard has a nice view, but it's not very safe. It's better for grandfather to stay as long as possible." Gao Tianlong poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and said, "I heard that you claim to be a strategist with 3 qualities: strategizing for others, strategizing for yourself, and strategizing for the world. Strategizing for yourself is a poisonous strategist. You are worthy of the title of a poisonous strategist, and you are cautious and ruthless." Gao Yang smiled and said, "Grandfather, you are too kind. Sit down." Gao Tianlong pointed to the cushion beside him and said casually. Gao Yang knelt down with his legs together. This was the etiquette of Dakian. One must be especially careful when meeting elders and must squeeze the legs together tightly, otherwise, you will be considered rude, and in serious cases, you may even become an enemy. As for why the thighs and calves need to be clamped tightly together, it is a habit left over from hundreds of years at that time, in order to make it easier to go to the toilet. People usually wore long robes and open crotch pants. It's okay when standing, but you need to be more careful when sitting, especially when visiting the host's house. If they can't hold it in, the little brothers will be in awe, and some with special talents will even point a spear at the host, which is quite indecent. Gao Yang deeply agreed with this point. Similar attire was used during the Qin and Han dynasties in previous lives. After Jing Ke failed in his attempt to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, he sat cross-legged against a pillar, facing the emperor. The so-called sitting cross-legged means that Jing Ke leaned against a pillar with his legs spread out, facing the first emperor. This indecent posture directly made the first emperor furious. Wearing such open crotch pants and no underwear, the assassin fighting scenes in the TV series are somewhat different. The hero leaps up and kicks, which is really eye-catching, but to be honest, a master can also train the little brother's control, so that he can use the urine as a hidden weapon and go straight to the enemy's eyes, catching the enemy by surprise. Gao Yang was somewhat relieved that Dakian already had underwear, otherwise, facing the empress, whoever couldn't hold it would be guilty of the death penalty and his entire clan would be executed. Grandfather asked his grandson to come here. Perhaps there is another deeper meaning behind it? Gao Yang suppressed the random thoughts in his mind and asked. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang's face seriously for the first time and finally came to a conclusion. This grandson has really changed. Those methods made him feel unfamiliar. Even Cui Xinghe, the #1 scholar in Dakian, is not as good as his grandson, right? Whether it was the gold hidden in the barren mountains in the court or the means of reducing grain production in Linjiang City, they all amazed him. This is not a one-time change. After taking a sip of tea, Gao Tianlong asked curiously, "Why do you want to hide your incompetence?" Gao Yang knew that such a big change must have a reasonable reason. After all, the original owner, the dandy boy in Chang'an, and the man who used thunder-like means to stabilize grain prices in Linjiang City were completely two different people. He said, Duke Dinghua's mansion attracts a lot of attention. Grandfather has supreme prestige in the army. If my grandson is a playboy, it will make many people feel at ease. On the contrary, it will easily make the late emperor suspicious. Gao Tianlong took a sip of tea and said calmly, "My grandson's disguise is too real, just like a real playboy. I almost want to clean up the mess myself." Gao Yang's mouth twitched, knowing that Gao Tianlong didn't believe it at all. He said with a stiff upper lip, "Okay, I'll be honest. I originally wanted to be a playboy all my life, living a carefree and happy life, listening to music in brothels, but the previous emperor died suddenly, the new emperor ascended the throne, and the court officials were eyeing the Duke of Dinghua's mansion covetously, so I had no choice but to step forward." Gao Tianlong's cloudy eyes became deep, and he smiled and said, "This reason is quite convincing. Everyone has their own secrets, so I won't ask any more questions. I just want to ask you, what exactly happened that day?" As soon as these words came out, Gao Tianlong's eyes became sharp. Gao Yang was stunned. "What does Grandpa mean?" Gao Tianlong snorted coldly and said, "Don't play dumb with me. I sent someone to investigate. You were drinking and having fun in the Rouge Pavilion that day, and suddenly you came out and revealed the Empress's edict to seek talents in public. There must be something fishy behind this. If I was set up, I will take revenge." Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep, but a hint of murderous intent flashed across them. Chapter 28. I have a plan to execute his entire family. Gao Yang couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he heard this, and he guessed that this was what Gao Tianlong was asking about, but he wanted to change the subject, but failed to do so. As for the reason why he didn't say it, it was naturally not a good thing. Gao Tianlong's face darkened as he saw Gao Yang's expression. "Is it hard to say?" Gao Yang sighed, knowing that he could not escape. He said, "That day, Prince Rong's son Wu Cheng invited my grandson to drink and have fun. During the time, he provoked me, and my grandson impulsively revealed the edict of His Majesty seeking talents." Gao Tianlong narrowed his eyes. "Prince Rong? Is it really just that provocative?" Gao Tianlong's eyes were too sharp for a moment, and Gao Yang couldn't help but retreat a little. He said helplessly, "Well, Wu Cheng deliberately provoked his grandson with Song Qingqing, the daughter of the Song family, and his grandson was fooled by mistake. Was it an accident, or did you do it willingly?" Gao Tianlong snorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger but not fighting. He is a ruthless scholar with a plan for playing with monkeys in his mind.
He can also stabilize the grain price in Linjiang City with lightning speed.
Even Cui Xinghe, the top scholar, is inferior to him. As a result, he was deceived out of anger because of a woman, and it would be a joke if it got out. Gao Yang sighed inwardly. He had to bear the consequences for this lickspittle even if he didn't want to. That was indeed the case at the time. It was obviously a setup. Prince Rong's son Wu Cheng casually provoked the original owner with a few words, and as a result, the original owner foolishly jumped in, and to give her a good reputation, I also have the talent of a top scholar, which is worthy of the name of Song Qingqing, a talented woman. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang again and said calmly, "Do you know that Miss Song not only broke off the engagement with Duke Dinghua's mansion in public, but also personally welcomed Cui Xinghe back to Chang'an at the city gate yesterday?" Gao Yang was very calm for some reason, perhaps to the original owner. She was the beloved woman for whom he was willing to risk his life, but to him, Song Qingqing was just a stranger. If she breaks off the engagement for profit, she will naturally get closer to Cui Xinghe for profit. This is normal. If nothing unexpected happens, she will come to see my grandson in the next few days.
Then what do you want to do? The whole Chang'an is rumored to have a crush on the eldest daughter of the Song family.
Gao Tianlong picked up the hot tea and took a sip. For some reason, Gao Yang wanted to be naughty from the first time he met Gao Tianlong. The latter's face showed a calm expression as if facing a catastrophe. So, he asked tentatively, how about marrying her and making her the mistress of Duke Dinghua's mansion?
But to Gao Yang's disappointment, Gao Tianlong's hand holding the teacup did not tremble for a moment. He just looked to the corner and said calmly, "Look what this is." Gao Yang followed Gao Tianlong's gaze and said hesitantly, "An ordinary stick."
Gao Tianlong put down the teacup, pointed at the stick in the corner, and said calmly, "Although this stick is ordinary, it only takes 3 sticks to break your 3 legs." "Oh shit!" Gao Yang's expression changed. He quickly said seriously, "Grandson is just talking casually. Grandfather, please don't take it seriously.
I will never have anything to do with a woman like this.
And my grandson will make her regret breaking off the engagement with my Duke Dinghua mansion."
Gao Tianlong showed a look of satisfaction on his face.
"It's fine to listen to music in a brothel or to have fun every day, but you can't touch this girl from the Song family. Speaking of which, Prince Rong is a regent with great power in the government.
If Wu Cheng dares to plot against you in public, what are you going to do?"
Gao Tianlong's eyes suddenly became sharp, as if he was hinting at something. Gao Yang smiled lightly and said, "I will come back for revenge."
Without Prince Rong's approval, Wu Cheng would never dare to plot against the child.
Prince Rong might be behind all the court officials who impeached him.
In the final analysis, some people don't want the Duke Ding's mansion to be so powerful. If my grandson fails to gain the attention of the Empress, this matter will become a knife for Prince Rong to stab his grandfather.
Gao Tianlong showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Gao Yang was surprised that he could realize the means behind this at such a young age.
Whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. Always remember that Duke Dinghua's mansion is your backer. I won't say much about the proper balance.
You should decide for yourself.
Chang'an will eventually be the imperial court for you young people."
When Gao Yang heard these words, he inexplicably felt a very strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps it was because I was too lonely in my previous life and had to rely on myself for everything, so I was a little uncomfortable with the sudden care from my family, but I have to say, this feeling is pretty good. He smiled and said, "My grandson already has a plan in mind. But this plan needs some time to be laid out.
Once the time comes, Prince Rong and his entire family will be executed."
Even Gao Tianlong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he heard this. In just such a short moment, he came up with a plan to execute the entire family of the powerful Prince Rongqing. Is this the poison master? Prince Rong is not only the brother of the late emperor, but also one of the 3 great regents.
He has many students and former officials in the court and the army. In addition, he has a red-lettered iron certificate awarded by the late emperor that can exempt him from death.
Are you sure you can execute Prince Rong and his entire family? Gao Tianlong asked with interest. Gao Yang did not show any fear in his eyes, and he still said confidently, "The red seal and iron certificate can save one's life."
It is indeed a bit troublesome, but my grandson has his own way.
Gao Tianlong's wrinkled face suddenly showed a smile. "Go ahead and do it boldly. A young man should act like a young man and show his talent."
"I am waiting to see what you can do." "Yes."
Gao Yang bowed and walked out. Outside the courtyard, a look of helplessness emerged on his face. The great performance in the court, including Linjiang City's drastic measures to reduce grain prices, were actually not what he wanted. In ancient times, wouldn't it be happy to be a playboy with a black heart who spent his days in brothels listening to music? However, the situation is very messy and the Duke Dingwa's mansion is on the verge of collapse. How can one stay out of it in the treacherous court of Dakian? Never mind, it was okay to be timid in the previous life, but now that I have traveled through time, I must strike back with force. After all, in ancient times, how could one be extravagant without power? There was a hint of ambition in Gao Yang's eyes. Prince Rome, he muttered to himself, then strode towards the room. What Gao Yang didn't know was that the moment he closed the door, Gao Tianlong's cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. Whether it was the Song family coming to cancel the engagement or Prince Rome taking action, they were all coming for the Duke Dingwa's mansion. Logically, he should go and pay them a visit and then win them over with his virtue. If they were unreasonable, he also knew a little bit of fighting skills. How can the young ones be allowed to support us when the old ones haven't even been buried yet? But what happened one after another in the past 10 days made Gao Tianlong unable to see through his grandson. Poisoner? I am waiting to see what you can do. If you can get rid of Prince Rome without bloodshed, my Duke Dingwa mansion will prosper for another 100 years. Even if I die, I will be able to smile in my grave. Gao Tianlong's old and expectant voice slowly rang out in the room. Chapter 29, Evil Son, you set the trap for your father. Gao Yang walked from the backyard along the corridor towards the front yard. At this moment, he finally realized the trouble of having a house that is too big. It's full of twists and turns, just like walking in a maze, but in later generations, this should be a happy trouble. Half a quarter of an hour later, Gao Yang came to a large room in the front yard. My lord, the room has been cleaned for you. You can rest now. Green Radish was wearing a green satin vest and her little face was rosy. The maids in Dakian had a low status and usually wore a jacket and a skirt. The Dingwa Duke's mansion was wealthy and powerful, so the maids in the mansion were dressed a little better, but that was all. This dress is not good. I will take you to buy a nice dress some other day. Gao Yang glanced at Luluwa and spoke with a smile. He got some silver and money from Du Jiang, so he was not short of money, so it was okay for him to be a little rich. After all, this little girl has been using her legs as a pillow these days. When Luluwa heard this, her eyes lit up. Since ancient times, there has been no woman who does not love beauty. Long skirts are especially lethal to little girls like Luluwa who have lived in the mansion for a long time. My lord, a long dress costs a lot of money. This servant, there was confusion in Luoluwa's eyes, but she looked so adorable with her innocent look of biting her lips. Gao Yang smiled and said, what's a mere long dress? Gao Yan looked at the head of the bed in the room with disdain. He was no longer a poor playboy, but the next second, he lost his composure. Luluwa, where is the tea I brought back from Linjiang City? Gao Yang looked at Luoluwa with a nervous expression. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Chang'an, Wu Xiao's imperial edict arrived, and it was impossible for him to bring the tea box to the Golden Palace. He solemnly handed the tea leaves to Luluwa, and specifically asked her to put it on her bedside. As a result, it's gone. How can this be tolerated? This money is a token of Linjiang County Magistrate Du Zhang's love, and it is also the capital for him to live a carefree life in Chang'an. Luoluwa was shocked by Gao Yang's reaction. She quickly replied, I did follow the eldest master's instructions, but not long after you were called to the backyard by the old duke, the tea box was taken away by the master. Father? Gao Yang was shocked. Green Radish nodded repeatedly. At this moment, a powerful voice sounded from outside the door. You are such a good for nothing. You even brought me some Linjiang City specialties. Although the tea leaves are not expensive, they are very precious. I think you have put a lot of thought into it. Gao Feng walked in with a stern face, followed by Li, who was wearing a red dress and looked elegant. Li smiled and said, Linjiang City is more than 200 miles away from Chang'an. My son is very thoughtful. Gao Yang was dumbfounded. When did he bring Linjiang City's specialties to Gao Feng? Something is wrong, something is very wrong, he asked tentatively. When did I say that the tea was a special gift for father? Gao Feng was dissatisfied when he heard this for some reason. Although Gao Yang Linjiang City's performance was very impressive, it also gave him a sigh of relief. But as soon as he saw Gao Yang's face, a nameless anger suddenly surged up in him. This feeling is very strange, like a special bond between father and son. You evil son, do you still want to hide this from me? Lord Shangwan sent someone to tell me that you brought this tea back from Linjiang City as a gift to me. Why should I be so secretive about fulfilling my filial duty? Do I need Lord Shangwan to send someone to let me pick it up myself?
Gao Feng's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Gao Yan widened his eyes. Everything is clear now. Shangguan Wan'er, my money.
Gao Yang felt so painful that he couldn't express it in words. He didn't feel much about taking money from corrupt officials, but he still felt somewhat guilty about cheating an honest official like Du Jiang. He even thought that he would make it up to Du Jiang in the future when he came to Chang'an. All this is just for listening to music in a brothel. Is it easy for him? He really didn't expect that Shangguan Wan'er would use this trick on him. Very good, he will remember this grudge, but now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to agree. I originally wanted to give my father a surprise, but I didn't expect Lord Shangguan to tell me in advance that this tea is precious and my father must remember to taste it alone. Gao Yang said with a thoughtful look on his face. Gao Feng didn't notice anything unusual. Although he was happy in his heart, his face was calm and he still maintained his dignity. Filial piety is filial piety, but one thing is another. Lie down with your butt raised up. Gao Feng said coldly. Gao Yan was stunned. What kind of vicious words were these? What is your father going to do? Gao Feng glared at him and said, You wicked son, have you forgotten what your father said? You don't want to be a secretary, but come to the Ministry of Revenue to eat and wait for death. I must teach you a lesson today. Whenever he thought of Gao Yang's words, he became so angry that his teeth itched. If I don't beat him up today, you won't be able to sleep at night. Hiss. So, father came here specially not to thank me for my filial piety, but to beat me? These two things don't affect each other. Gao Feng said solemnly to the servant behind him, Get the family rules. Gao Yang's eyelids jumped, and he saw the butler Fu Bo handing him a whip with some sharp little thorns on it. The memory of death attacked him instantly, and it felt so painful when it hit him on the butt. The key point is that it is natural for a father to educate his son in modern times, not to mention in ancient times when filial piety was more important than anything else. No matter whether he grows up or not, he should be beaten. Gao Feng held the family law in his hand and said, expressionlessly, in Linjiang City, knowing that the means were unconventional, why didn't you send someone back to Chang'an to inform your father? Do you know how much pressure the entire Duke Dinggua's mansion has been under in the past 10 days? Besides, you obviously have amazing talent, but you insist on hiding your incompetence and deliberately act like a dandy to irritate me. You really deserve to be beaten. Gao Feng became angrier as he spoke. In these 19 years, he was almost sent away by Gao Yangqi. Although Li on the side looked reluctant, she also looked away. Gao Yang saw that the door was blocked and there was no way to escape. So I did as Gao Feng said and lifted my hips slightly. Gao Feng was stunned. In the past, when we wanted to beat this brat, he would jump up and down, and even climb trees and jump over the walls to avoid us. How could it be as satisfying as it was today? Has he really changed his personality and now enjoys being beaten so much? Gao Feng instinctively sensed that something was wrong. It is said that there are 3 types of counselors: counselors for others, counselors for himself, and counselors for the world. How could this vicious counselor, who only seeks his own interests, just lift his butt so easily and let him beat him? Gao Feng felt a sense of unreality in his heart, and at the same time, a bad premonition came over him, but he stepped forward subconsciously. Gao Yang said with a sad face, It's all my fault. I was just too cowardly. Every time I want to bring honor to the Gao family, I am afraid of messing up and damaging the reputation of the Duke Dinggua's mansion. I am afraid of being beaten by my father. The Zhongshu Sharon is a close minister of the Empress. If I can become the Zhongshu Sharon, I will definitely become the pride of my mother. I will win face for my mother and show off when I go out. But I was afraid of the complicated affairs of the Zhongshu Sharon, so I took the initiative to give it to Cui Xinghe. Father, please beat me. Beat me to death. Anyway, I feel that my cowardly character is hopeless, and I don't want to live anymore. Gao Feng was in disbelief when he heard this. You said, Is it a human being, you little brat? Even the Empress Dowager dares to peek, and you are still a coward. Li on the side was suddenly startled at the scene of Gao Yang being beaten and running around the yard. In the past suddenly emerged in her mind. That look of fear and terror seems to be vivid in my mind. Yanger, don't do anything stupid. Today, I'm here, so you can rest assured. As she spoke, Li suddenly looked towards Gao Feng and raised her voice, Husband. Gao Feng's heart trembled, and just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by the angry Li. Look at what you have done to Yanger. Yanger is so cowardly that he even voluntarily gave up his position as a secretary. As a father, you are to blame. It is often said that if you don't beat someone, he will become useless. But there are so many dudes in Chang'an.
If they don't beat them, won't they still become useless? Gao, you dared to hit Younger today. You really made Younger feel depressed. He won't be able to live like this anymore. Li's voice suddenly rose, and his angry eyes looked towards Gao Feng. God knows how much teasing she has endured over the years when she entered the palace and gathered with other wealthy ladies in Chang'an. That it would have been fine if his son was really a playboy, but he was beaten so badly that he had no choice but to hide his incompetence. This instantly made Li explode. What's more, Gao Yang had a vague desire to die, which made her even more worried. Even if it's fake, you can't fight today. Because this aroused her dissatisfaction, Gao Feng felt like vomiting blood. He glanced at Gao Yang, then at Li, whose face was filled with anger, and felt that it was also unfair. Madam, that's not what this wicked boy said at the entrance of the Golden Throne Hall. Don't take it seriously. At the gate of the Golden Palace, he heard with his own ears that this evil boy clearly wanted to listen to music in a brothel, but was afraid of humiliating the image of the royal family. On the contrary, with him in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, people can just eat and wait for death. Why did you change your mind now? Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang, who had a face full of grievance. Everything is clear now. No wonder she stuck her butt out so happily. After all this time, it turned out that all this was a trap set for him. This evil boy's ultimate target is Li. Li had suffered so much injustice for so many years, and now he was blamed for the beating. Evil son, I am your father, and you actually set me up? Gao Feng's eyes widened. He was furious. This evil boy, this evil guy actually plotted against him. When Li heard this, his eyes turned red and his anger soared. Who would think of sending you tea even though they are hundreds of miles away? You are such a heartless person. What have you done to such a filial child? Even filial piety requires Lord Shangguan's advice. Gao Feng, don't you want to reflect on your own problems? If Younger really does something stupid, I won't live anymore. Having said that, Li turned around and left. Gao Feng was stunned by the scolding. He looked at Gao Yang, who had an innocent look on his face, and then looked at Li, who was leaving. Evil son, you dare to plot against your father. Just wait for me. This matter is not over yet. Gao Feng uttered a harsh word and quickly chased after Li. Ma'am, wait for me. Gao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was a close call. He almost got hurt on his butt. If he hadn't known that Gao Feng was a henpecked husband, he wouldn't have done this. But judging from Gao Feng's reaction, the hatred between father and son became even deeper. I don't know if Gao Feng would listen to his advice that good tea is precious and should be savored slowly by oneself, otherwise it will be even more explosive. But he certainly couldn't say it now, otherwise he would definitely not escape the beating. Never mind, I'll hide for a while if I can. According to Gao Feng's hatred for him, he probably didn't even open the tea box. Chapter 30 Wu Zhao's Worries, Disaster in Guanzhong. Master, there is someone outside the mansion who wants to see you. After a while, Uncle Fu, the steward of Duke Dinghua's mansion, came forward and said to Gao Yang. Someone's looking for me? Gao Yang looked curious. Could it be that it was a playboy in Chang'an City who asked him to go out and have fun together? Take this young master out for a look. Gao Yang walked out quickly. Outside the prefecture, Chen Sheng was wearing a linen robe and had a look of anxiety on his face. A few days ago, the price of grain in Linjiang City plummeted. He was about to become Gao Yang's disciple, but when he went to the government office, he unexpectedly learned that Gao Yang had returned to Chang'an. He immediately settled his wife and daughter, borrowed a fast horse, and chased after Chang'an. A man's word is as good as gold. Even though there was no witness, since he had said that he would come to serve if Gao Yang stabilized the grain price, he should do it. As for whether Gao Yang wanted him or not, that was not within his consideration. This time, Gao Yang came outside the mansion. Who wants to see me? When Chen Sheng saw Gao Yang, he immediately knelt down. I am Chen Sheng, a native of Linjiang. Nice to meet you, Master Gao. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. From Linjiang? You followed me all the way to Chang'an? What's the matter? Chen Sheng nodded and said, I promised in Linjiang City that if Master Gao could come to Jiangqing to raise the grain price, I would go to Master Gao and serve him. Chen Sheng's words were very decisive. Gao Yang asked again, what if I failed to come to Jiangqing to raise the grain price? Chen Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, I will exchange my life for yours, but Master Gao is too cautious and often stays close to the guards when he goes out, so I have no chance to kill him. Uncle Fu, Gao Yang, it was the first time he met such an honest person. Gao Yang looked directly at Chen Sheng and asked, I am not as righteous as you think. What if what I ask you to do in the future is not what you want?
Chen Sheng said loudly, since Chen Sheng is here, this life belongs to you.
As long as you don't kill the people, everything will be up to you. Gao Yang smiled and said, that's interesting. Stay.
The probation period is 3 months, and your salary will be paid as usual.
Dakian values righteousness, and there are many chivalrous men among the people. In fact, when he saw Chen Sheng and heard that he was from Linjiang, he knew why Chen Sheng came. Compared with the people in the Duke Dinggua's mansion, it is not bad for him to have some confidants of his own.
As for Chen Sheng, there is no need to investigate him. Such an upright person could never be an assassin or have any ulterior motives. Chen Sheng's face lit up with joy, but then he felt a little confused. Trial period. This word is totally unheard of. Uncle Fu's eyes lit up. Young master is very talented. A 3-month probation period is reasonable.
However, the salary has to be paid by the young master. Gao Yang was stunned. What? I send it? Uncle Fu smiled and said, the master is angry, so you have to vent your anger yourself. Gao Yang's mouth twitched. That's all, I'll let him send it. How can a time traveler not get money? What a joke. It's okay to provide food and lodging, right?
Gao Yang looked at Uncle Fu unhappily. Uncle Fu bent down and smiled. Of course, since I am working for you, I will provide you with food and lodging. Soon, Uncle Fu brought Chen Sheng into the Duke Dinggua's mansion, but to be on the safe side, Uncle Fu said to the men in the Dinghua mansion, check if there is any criminal record in the government office, and then send someone to Linjiang City to conduct an on-site investigation. Since we are here to serve the young master, we should also bring his wife and daughter to Chang'an to be taken care of.
Gao Yang stood at the gate of the mansion. When he thought about his money being gone, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. I can't go to the brothel anymore, and I have one more person to support. We have to find a way to make money. Shangguan Wanner. He remembered this grudge. Gao Yang originally wanted to take a nap in the afternoon, but now he thought that it would definitely be unsafe in the mansion, so he decided to go out for a walk. Since traveling through time, he has not seen the prosperity of Chang'an City through the original owner's memory. He knew that Chang'an of Dakian was the largest capital among the 7 countries. By the way, it's time to keep an eye on Prince Rong's son Wu Chang. Thinking of Wu Chang, Gao Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Hu, Shangguan Wanner sneezed several times. Wu Zhao was sitting on the dragon throne, processing memorials. When she heard Shangguan Wanner sneezing wildly, she said, the weather in Chang'an has been unpredictable these days. You need to take care of your health and don't catch a cold. Shangguan Wanner shook her head and said, Your Majesty, I am fine. It may be that Censor Gao is scolding me. Oh? Wu Zhao put down the memorial in her hand and suddenly became interested. Her face was full of curiosity. Why did Gao Yang scold you? Shangguan Wanner said as she ground the ink, I sent someone to inform Gao Feng, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, that Imperial Censor Gao brought him a box of tea from Linjiang City, but he was embarrassed to do so he asked Minister Gao to go to his room to get it himself. As soon as these words fell, a smile appeared on Wu Zhao's face. Gao Yang is not a good person. You have to be more careful in the future since you cheated him like this. Shangguan Wanner said fearlessly, I am not afraid of such a playboy. After listening to this, Wu Zhao didn't say much. Shangguan Wanner saw the sadness in Wu Zhao's eyes, so she couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, is there anything bothering you? Wu Zhao put down the memorial in her hand, and a trace of fatigue appeared on her beautiful face. Although I have been on the throne for several months, the world is not at peace. The princes of various places have their own troops and are already plotting rebellion. In addition, I am a woman, so they are even more unwilling to obey. It is imperative to reduce the number of princes, but if this is not done properly, it will cause civil strife in Dakian. I am still hesitant now, but it rains but it pours. The whole Guangyang County has suffered a disaster. Gao Yang's method of using work instead of relief is very good, but it requires too much from officials. Merchants are not fools. Linjiang City has cheated them once, so I am afraid they will not be fooled again. What makes me even more angry is that Prince Rong is the head of the 3 regents in the court, but after arguing with me a few days ago, he used the excuse of being seriously ill to avoid court. How can he have any regard for me, the Empress, in his eyes? If the imperial court is unstable, how can we talk about reducing the power of the vassal states? Not to mention that the whole country is in great trouble right now, and the Turks are eyeing us covetously. Dakian may seem calm,
but in fact, a single move can affect the entire body. When Wu Zhao talked about this, even though she had great ambitions, she could not hide her sorrow. After hearing this, Shang Guanwaner also fell silent. These problems of Daqian are indeed difficult to deal with, but she comforted him, Your Majesty, everything is in our hands. Let's take our time. Everything will be resolved. Daqian will finally be reborn in Your Majesty's hands. Wu Zhao nodded, with a strong confidence in her eyes. Although Daqian has many problems, Wu Zetian is confident that she can solve them, but these problems made her upset, especially since she was a woman who had just ascended the throne and so many things had happened in the world. Sometimes she even wondered, is it impossible for this world to have a female emperor? But just then, outside the imperial study, a soldier in armor knelt on one knee. Report. Lu Wu, the governor of Guanzhong, has come 800 miles away to report urgently. Guanzhong has suffered from severe drought for several months and a locust plague has broken out. Millions of people have been affected by the locust plague. I beg Your Majesty to provide disaster relief. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao suddenly sat up straight, with anger in her eyes. What? A severe drought in Guanzhong and a locust plague? Millions of people are in urgent need of disaster relief? Chapter 31, Scouting Prince Rome's mansion and encountering Song Qingqing by chance. What is his attitude? Inside the Golden Palace. Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with anger. Shang Guanwana was also shocked when she heard this and couldn't help asking, why is there a locust plague in Guanzhong? Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said, Lu Wu, the governor of Guanzhong County, wrote to me that Guanzhong has been suffering from drought for several months, and locust eggs have multiplied in large numbers in the fertile fields. There are already a small number of locusts. If we leave it alone, a huge locust plague will surely break out. Then there will be thousands of miles of barren land, and starving people everywhere. So I'm sending you 800 miles in an emergency. Please make a plan for this as soon as possible. When Shang Guanwana heard these words, her beautiful face suddenly turned ugly. She also realized the seriousness of the matter. When the locusts fly by, not a single blade of grass grows. Even Shang Guanwana thought of some records about locust plagues. In the 3rd year of Daqian, a massive locust plague broke out in Qingzhou. The historical records said, they covered the sky, blocked windows and doors, and left no space in the house. In the 5th year of Daqian, a locust plague broke out in Yuzhou. The historical records said, the locusts ate all the seedlings, and some people died. Throughout history, locust plagues have always been a disaster, not to mention that Guanzhong is a plain area of Daqian with abundant fertile fields and a large population. Once a locust plague breaks out, the disaster will be absolutely devastating. Pass the order down, and urgently summon all the 3rd-rank officials in the court to gather in the imperial study. I will only give them a quarter of an hour. If they fail to do so, they will bear the consequences themselves. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, this locust plague must be nipped in the bud, otherwise once the people have no food to eat, it will deal a huge blow to her prestige, even launched a massive rebellion. This is definitely not what Wu Zhao wanted to see. Yes. Shang Guanwana pretended to leave. Wu Zhao shouted again, wait. Shang Guanwana stopped and looked at Wu Zhao. Gao Yang, the grandson of Duke Xianding and the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, is here to listen. Shang Guanwana looked stunned, but she didn't say anything, just turned and left. Although she didn't have a good impression of Gao Yang, and even didn't like his style of being an official, she had to admit that Gao Yang did not follow the beaten path. In the face of Daqian crisis, one more person means one more strength, otherwise, the locusts will spread across the country, leaving thousands of miles of land barren, which will be a complete disaster. The imperial court must prepare countermeasures as soon as possible. Bang! After Shang Guanwana left, Wu Zhao slammed the memorial in her hand on the table. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger. I just took the throne, and first there was a flood in Guangyang County, and then there was a locust plague in Guanzhong. Is it really God's will that Daqian will be destroyed? Wu Zhao's angry voice resounded throughout the hall, and for a moment, the eunuchs and palace maids all knelt down. At the same time, Gao Yang took Xin Sheng and several guards out of the gate of Duke Dinghua's mansion. As soon as he came here, he was involved in the Empress's edict to seek talents, and then he was forced to go to Linjiang City. He never took a good look at Chang'an City of Daqian. This time, he had the leisure to appreciate the customs and culture of Chang'an City. Furthermore, Gao Yang also wanted to see what kind of business the merchants in Chang'an City were doing to see if there was any profit to be made. How can a playboy not have any money in his pocket? Daqian Chang'an City, with a population of millions, is the most prosperous city in Dakian, and even in the Seven Kingdoms, the city is crisscrossed with shops. Although merchants have a relatively low status in Dakian, there are still many businessmen doing business. This made Gao Yang very interested. Gao Yang strolled along the street. People were walking in groups of 3 or 5 on the street, and the hawkers' cries could be heard constantly, making the street look extremely lively. The entire city of Chang'an is full of vitality. What surprised Gao Yang even more was that there were some blonde-haired and blue-eyed barbarians on the streets of Dakian. We learned that these barbarians came from overseas. Their land was mostly barren, and they came to Dakian Chang'an to do business. This made Gao Yang's mind active, and he smelled a business opportunity. Backwardness and poverty mean the possibility of making a fortune. There are 7 countries in the world today: Xi, Shu, Zhao, Wei, Han, Yan, and Qian. A balance has been formed among them. Calculating the time, there has been peace for decades. Over the past 10 years, the prestige of the Duke Dinggua's mansion has been declining again and again. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, during the war years, military generals had a high status, but once peace came, the civil officials would take control and begin to suppress the military generals. This is a general trend that is difficult to resist. "Sir, where are we going?" Behind him, Chen Sheng couldn't help but ask curiously. "Let's go to Prince Rong's mansion." Soon, Gao Yang brought Chen Sheng and several guards following their memory and came to a restaurant outside Prince Rong's mansion. Gao Tianlong has already made a promise that he must find a way to kill Prince Rong and his entire family. In his previous life, Gao Yang was always walking on the edge of danger. When setting up a scheme, there are both risks and benefits. If one succeeds and makes a lot of money, it will be very dangerous if he is discovered. Being beaten is considered light punishment. In serious cases, you will be sent to jail or even lose your life. Therefore, Gao Yang has never been a kind-hearted person. This Wu Cheng dared to plot against him, so he should take revenge, not to mention that the Duke Dinggua's mansion treated him well, which was the basis for his ease in this world. The struggles in the court were complicated, and the Prince Rong's mansion had taken the lead in drawing the sword. If one plan failed, they would surely attack again. Regarding this kind of safety hazard, Gao Yang felt that it was better to take preemptive action. In the court struggle, whoever loses will have his entire family wiped out. "Young master," a group of people came out. Suddenly, Chen Sheng spoke. Gao Yang looked over and saw a young man in fancy clothes and with a defiant look walking out, followed by several followers. With just one glance, Gao Yang could conclude that this was Wu Chang, the son of Prince Rong, and the culprit who had tricked the original owner into issuing the edict to seek talents. Gao Yang's eyes were cold. He was lucky and saw Wu Chang without having to wait long, but it is normal. There were no mobile phones in ancient times, and ordinary playboys could not stay at home. They would bring their followers to bully men and women, and indulge in sensual pleasures. This was their daily pleasure. "Remember this person?" Gao Yang looked at Chen Sheng and asked. Chen Sheng nodded, eager to try. "Remember. What are your instructions, sir?" If there was no probation period, Chen Sheng would not have been so panicked, but when he heard about the 3-month probation period, Chen Sheng really wanted to show off. "In the next few days, you will keep an eye on Prince Rong's son Wu Chang. Whenever he comes out, you will follow him and find out his daily routine. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" Gao Yang poured a glass of water and said to Chen Sheng, "Don't worry, sir. I am capable of tracking and killing people." Chen Sheng was full of confidence, his eyes fixed on Wu Chang as he left the palace. Gao Yang was a little curious. "Why don't you ask what I want to do?" Chen Sheng smiled and said, "As a subordinate, just do as I'm told. As for the rest, I shouldn't worry about it." Gao Yang's eyes showed satisfaction. Chen Sheng had good understanding and courage. If an ordinary person heard that they were spying on the son of Prince Rong, they would probably be scared to pee their pants, but Chen Sheng remained calm. He is indeed a talent that can be used. "Go ahead." As Gao Yang spoke, Chen Sheng also left the restaurant and followed the direction Wu Chang left, blending into the crowd without leaving a trace. "Just now on the street, the way I looked at some young ladies was a little strange. Do you know what happened?" Gao Yang took a sip of tea, looked at Zhao De, and asked curiously. Zhao De said very straightforwardly, "She must be afraid that the eldest son would follow her secretly, so she knocked her out with a stick at night and took her away, or drugged her to kill her, or killed her husband first." Hiss. Gao Yang gasped, "Does this young master look like such a vicious person?" Zhao De nodded quickly, then shook his head quickly. "Gao Yang," Zhao De said with a stiff face, "Young master, you don't know that ever since you played the monkey trick in the court, the people of Chang'an have been afraid of you like a tiger.
Linjiang City's tactics are even more frightening to merchants. This idea is indeed possible.
Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and he looked at Zhao De. Actually, you could have said it more tactfully. Zhao De's face turned red in an instant and he was at a loss.
Hey, man, pay the bill.
Gao Yang shouted and planned to go back home. The waiter came over with a smile on his face. Sir, your total bill is 103 coins. Gao Yang touched his body and felt a little embarrassed. Wipe, I almost forgot that the money Du Jiang gave as a gift was taken by Gao Feng, and he is now penniless.
Zhao De, please settle the bill.
Gao Yang said. Zhao De touched his body and felt a little embarrassed. Master, I don't have any money either. Several other members of the Gao family also shook their heads. The guy's expression changed instantly. Gao Yang felt his scalp tingling. It would be embarrassing if the Duke Dingguo's mansion was considered to be a freeloader. Ahem. Just when Gao Yang was thinking about whether to ask Zhao De to go to the kitchen to wash dishes and pay off his debt, a crisp cough was heard. Gao Yang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Song Qingqing wearing a green dress and sitting 4 or 5 tables away from him with a cold face. There were several exquisite side dishes on the table, and 2 maids followed behind. The coughing sound was made by her.
After Song Qingqing heard Gao Yang's methods from Song Li, she couldn't believe
it. They raised grain prices to attract merchants, then opened warehouses to release grain, forcing grain merchants to step on each other's heels, causing grain prices to plummet, and even proposed work for relief. After hearing this, she secretly regretted it. She thought Gao Yang was a playboy and a good-for-nothing, but she didn't expect that he was a potential stock. She immediately felt that she must find a way to stabilize Gao Yang. It would be best to keep Cui Xinghe and Gao Yang under control at the same time and observe for a while. But after all, she had gone to Duke Dingguo's mansion in person to cancel the engagement, so it would be too shameless to go again. Not so she thought that Gao Yang was not hiding his incompetence and was being framed, so he might have some ideas about Prince Rome's mansion, so she came here specially to take a look. Unexpectedly, I ran into Gao Yang and his men, but what happened next was completely unexpected to her. Gao Yang sat there, looking out the window, and didn't notice her for a long time. She couldn't help but cough. She turned her eyes away, deliberately not looking at Gao Yang. Her little face was pale and she snorted, as if she was waiting for something. Gao Yang's eyes lit up and he walked over.
Miss Song, what a coincidence.
When Song Qingqing heard the voice, she couldn't help but smile, but she deliberately suppressed it. She warned herself in her heart that the more times came, the more indifferent she should be.
Mr. Gao, is there something wrong?
Song Qingqing asked lightly, her voice sounding distant. Gao Yang heard the voice and suddenly looked at the servant beside him. I just said that I know Miss Song, but you still don't believe me.
The Song family is a high-ranking official in the court. How could they be short of that little money?
After saying that, Gao Yang just nodded at her politely, then went downstairs without any reluctance and walked out of the restaurant. The servant walked quickly towards Song Qingqing and said flatteringly, that gentleman spent 103 coins.
Miss Song, do you want to pay now or settle it all together later?
A cool breeze blew in from outside the window, blowing up the strands of hair on Song Qingqing's forehead, revealing a face full of surprise.
Chapter 32, Locust Plague. I have a plan to wipe out the locusts. After leaving the restaurant,
Gao Yang saw several carriages on the street heading towards the palace. The horses pulling the cart ahead were all tall, red-maned war horses, and they looked very extraordinary at first glance. This made Gao Yang frown. What happened in Dakian? However, he was only a 6th-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue, so this had little to do with him. With his status, he was not even qualified to attend court. It was almost time to finish the tour, so Gao Yang walked slowly towards the Duke Dingguo's mansion, but before he reached the outside of the mansion, he saw Shangguan Wan'er coming towards him with an anxious look on her face.
Gao Yang, where have you been? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you, and how long I've been sending people to look for you? Shangguan Wan'er was almost going crazy with anxiety.
She waited here for a long time but didn't see Gao Yang. Gao Yang instinctively sensed something was wrong.
He frowned and asked, what happened in Dakian? Shangguan Wan'er grabbed Gao Yang and dragged him to the carriage. There is a locust plague in Guanzhong.
His Majesty has summoned you and ordered all officials above the 3rd rank to come to the palace to discuss countermeasures.
Follow me immediately.
Before Gao Yang could react, Shangguan Wan'er pulled him into a carriage and rushed towards the palace, but he was shocked inside. Is there a locust plague in Guanzhong? Guanzhong is located in a plain with many fertile fields. If it were really ravaged by a locust plague, it would be a real hell on earth, even cannibalism. At the same time, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. My dear ministers, you have been thinking about this for a long time.
Is there no solution yet?
Wu Zhao sat on the dragon throne, looked at the ministers in front of her and asked questions. At this moment, the cornerstones of Dacian's power are gathered in the Imperial Study.
Their words and deeds determine the direction of Dacian, but after Wu Zhao's words, everyone looked at each other and fell silent. Even at Gao Feng's peak, his face was solemn. When it comes to the locust plague, who among the millions of people in Guanzhong dares to speak up easily? Wu Zhao's heart sank, and she continued, with all my loyal ministers gathered together, is there no solution? Prime Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, there has been no prevention of locust plagues since ancient times. This is a punishment from heaven and there is really no way to avoid it. In my opinion, the court can only collect food and transport it to Guanzhong first, and prepare for the worst. Bang! Wu Zhao slapped the dragon table in front of her, her phoenix eyes full of coldness. God's punishment? Prime Minister, what you said, is it because I ascended the throne and God does not allow women to be emperors, so he deliberately sent down this punishment as retribution for me?
When Su Xuanji heard this, he knelt down immediately, his forehead covered with cold sweat.
I dare not.
Wu Zhao took a deep breath and turned her cold eyes to the others.
There are millions of people in Guanzhong. Once the locusts are rampant, the people will be miserable. If you have a good plan, just tell me. I will definitely reward you handsomely.
Wang Zhong saw this and spoke with murderous intent. Since ancient times, locust plagues have been accompanied by rebellions, so I think that your majesty should not only requisition food, but also mobilize nearby troops and make arrangements in advance to prevent mutinies among the victims and suppress them in a timely manner. As soon as the words fell, Gao Feng flatly objected, Your Majesty, the locusts have not yet erupted in large numbers.
If we send troops directly into Guanzhong, it may be counterproductive. What's more, if the army moves, the cost of food will be huge.
Instead of doing that, we should focus on disaster relief.
Wu Zhao nodded and said, Minister Gao is right.
The situation has not reached the point where we need to send troops to suppress it. Wang Zhong looked at Gao Feng and said in a cold voice, Since my method doesn't work, may I ask what advice you have, Lord Gao? Gao Feng was speechless after hearing this. He could only say coldly, I have no solution for now. But blindly suppressing it is absolutely foolish. There was anger in Wang Zhong's eyes for a moment. The entire imperial study was in chaos, just like a vegetable market. Wu Zhao frowned and said angrily, Enough! I asked you to come here to find a solution, not to quarrel. For a moment, the imperial study fell into silence. Among them, Cui Xinghe, as the secretary of the Central Secretariat, had the power to draft imperial edicts, so he was also in the imperial study, but in a very inconspicuous position.
Cui Xinghe, do you have any good ideas?
Wu Zhao looked at Cui Xinghe with her phoenix eyes and suddenly spoke. For a moment, many eyes were focused on Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe felt these gazes and was also excited, but when it comes to the locust plague, he doesn't have a good solution. Your Majesty, no one has been able to stop the locust plague since ancient times, not to mention that according to County Magistrate Liu, locusts have appeared and the fertile fields are full of insect eggs.
These insect eggs have penetrated deep into the soil and are difficult to eradicate. Right now, the court can only prepare for disaster relief. Song Li stepped forward and said, That's exactly what Cui Zhuanyuan said. This is a natural disaster. It is impossible to stop it with human power alone. Provide disaster relief in a timely manner.
At once, all the ministers nodded. Wu Zhao looked unwilling.
The locust plagues of previous years have been a living hell. Once the locusts pass by, the people have no harvest and can only starve to death, or even eat their own children. How can so many disaster victims survive relying solely on disaster relief from the imperial court?
Wu Zhao's voice rang out, echoing in the imperial study. This time, outside the imperial study, Gao Yang sneaked in from outside the hall, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible from the sound. It seemed that the meeting was halfway through. Being late is not considered a trivial matter in later generations, let alone in ancient times. Wang Zhong glanced casually and saw Gao Yang who sneaked in. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but shouted, Gao Yang, why are you here?
A loud and powerful shout instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Wang Zhong continued, A sixth-rank official like you are qualified to attend this court meeting?
Gao Yang felt like cursing in his heart. Okay, Wang Zhong will remember this. Wu Zhao also looked up suddenly. She said something was wrong and it turned out that someone was missing. When she thought of Gao Yang, a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Wu Zhao first glanced at Wang Zhong. Gao Yang, this is my special decree. Then, Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and said expectantly, Gao Yang, there is a severe drought in Guangzhou, and locust eggs are rampant. I am afraid that a locust plague will strike. Do you have a solution? Before Gao Yang could say anything, Wang Zhong spoke up disdainfully, Your Majesty, this young boy has probably never even seen a locust plague, so how could he possibly have a solution to the problem? If he has a solution, I will lick all the toilets in Chang'an. Wang Zhong had a look of contempt on his face, and his voice echoed throughout the Golden Palace. Wu Zhao's heart sank as well. What Wang Zhong said made sense. Gao Yang was so old that he had probably never seen locusts. How could he possibly have a solution? But Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Wang Zhong, General Wang, a man's promise is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold, so let's make it a deal. Oh shit, Wang Zhong felt inexplicably panicked. Gao Yang has never even seen a locust, so how can he have a way to deal with the locust plague? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Zhong was frantically comforting himself in his heart, but then, he saw Gao Yang step forward, bow and salute Wu Zhao, and his clear voice echoed throughout the imperial study. I have a plan that may wipe out the entire locust army in Guangzhou. Chapter 33 Gao Yang's 3 Strategies, Eating Locusts? Locusts are poisonous. I have a plan to solve the locust plague in Guangzhou. As Gao Yang said this, all the ministers in the imperial study looked over there in an instant. Wang Zhong's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't sit still any longer. Gao Feng's eyes changed wildly, and he couldn't help but scold, You evil son, stop talking nonsense. The locust plague in Guangzhou affects millions of people, and you can't do anything reckless. Back off. If a solution can be proposed for this kind of disaster, it will naturally be a great achievement, but if it cannot be solved, it will lead to a locust plague. Even the Duke Dingguo's mansion would be in trouble. On the side, Wang Zhong was moved. Although he didn't believe Gao Yang had a solution, he was still a little panicked. After all, he knew from the first 2 times that Gao Yang was very vicious, like a living devil. Who knows what sinister plan he might have come up with. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with expectation. Gao Yang, if you have a solution, just speak up boldly. Don't worry about the consequences. I and the other ministers will consider it. Gao Yang stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, you have heard what General Wang said. I dare to ask you to be a witness. Wu Zhao raised her eyebrows and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong was suddenly shocked. Oh no, impulsive. This guy can't really have a way to kill locusts, right? The toilet in Chang'an, you can't lick it all in your lifetime. He was about to speak up and wanted to take a strategic step back, but Wu Zhao nodded directly. I heard it, just rest assured. The most important thing now is the locust plague in Guangzhou. Wang Zhong's face turned green when he heard this. This is a huge loss. If Gao Yang loses, he doesn't have to pay anything, but if he loses, it will be terrible. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He is not a saint, and revenge is his style. In this case, I would like to put forward a few humble opinions. But before that, I would like to confirm from the memorial submitted by the governor of Guangzhou County whether the locust plague has already broken out, or whether a large number of insect eggs have appeared but have not yet broken out on a large scale? Gao Yang asked. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang. Now they are just eggs, and there has not been a large-scale outbreak, but Lu Wu has written to the court to ask for a response. The number of locusts this time must be terrifying. Cui Xinghe saw this and said, Master Gao, a large number of insect eggs will definitely lead to a locust plague, and the locust eggs are deep in the ground and difficult to eradicate. What is the difference between the two? Gao Yang looked at Cui Xinghe and shook his head. Mr. Cui doesn't know. The difference is too big. If the locusts were to cover the sky and the sun, there would be almost no way to deal with it. We could only start with disaster relief. However, there are only a large number of locust eggs and they have not yet erupted. This is a big deal. Gao Yang looked up at Wu Zhao and said confidently, I have 3 plans. All 3 plans together will be able to greatly delay the locust plague in Guangzhou. The first strategy is to capture. Wu Zhao's eyes were focused on Gao Yang. She didn't expect Gao Yang to be so confident. She couldn't help but ask, how to catch it? The imperial court issued an imperial decree that people who catch locusts in the fields can exchange them for food at a certain rate. Once this decree is issued, the people will surely take action upon hearing it. As soon as these words came out inside the imperial study, all the ministers looked strange. Wu Zhao frowned. Wang Zhong was the first to sneer. I thought Mr. Gao had some brilliant plan, but I didn't expect it to be such a ridiculous one. Oh? What's so ridiculous about this plan? Gao Yang looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong looked at him with contempt and said, You little brat, you have never seen a plague of locusts. They cover the sky and the sun, and it only takes a few hours for a place to be completely wiped out. Although the outbreak in Guangzhou has not really happened yet, the locusts in the fields are difficult to catch. According to your suggestion, how should the court determine the ratio of locusts to grain? If the ratio is too low, the people will not move at all. Otherwise, the food they get in return will not be enough to catch the locusts. If the ratio is too high, the court will spend so much food. What's the point of these locusts? Wang Zhong looked at Gao Yang with contempt and thought he was extremely ridiculous. He was almost scared to death, but he didn't expect Gao Yang to be like this. Although he was just a military man, he knew that this plan was absurd. Gao Feng took a step forward, looked at Wu Zhao and said, Your Majesty, I have never seen locusts before. In the heat of the moment, I made some ridiculous statements. I beg Your Majesty to forgive me. I will discipline him well when I return home. There was also a hint of disappointment in Wu Zhao's eyes. The Monkey Theater in Linjiang City's Work for Relief program gave her such great surprises that she had very high expectations for Gao Yang, but at the moment, this strategy is really mediocre. It's okay. Locust plagues have been difficult to solve since ancient times. Those who can come up with solutions should be encouraged and not punished. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and said disappointedly, Gao Yang, your plan is indeed inappropriate. The court is exchanging locusts for grain. If the ratio is too high, it will put a huge pressure on grain. Besides, these locusts are useless. Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty, who said locusts are useless? When these words were spoken, Wu Zhao was stunned. What use is there in pests like locusts? Gao Yang continued, My first plan should be combined with the second plan to achieve miraculous results. Wang Zhong snorted coldly, somewhat disdainfully, This mouth is harder than my spear. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes suddenly looked towards Gao Yang, and even Shangguan Wan'er looked over in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing. Gao Yang, what is your second plan? Wu Zhao was full of expectations that if she could really put down the locust plague in Guangzhou, it would bring her great prestige. After all, when people all over the world hear about the locust plague, it is like seeing a flood or a ferocious beast facing everyone's gaze. Gao Yang spoke calmly. My second plan is to eat. The imperial court set a certain ratio of locusts to be exchanged for grain, and then all these locusts were collected and roasted and dried. They taste like shrimps and can be used as food. This will give the people a good exchange rate. The people are willing to catch locusts, make and sell them, and use the money from the sales to make up for their expenses. Why not do it? Gao Yang spoke lightly, and the entire imperial study instantly became quiet. Everyone looked at Gao Yang. Hiss? Eat locusts? They all looked puzzled. After all, locusts have been pests since ancient times. Who has ever eaten pests? Gao Yang also said that after being dried, it tastes like shrimp. Does Gao Yang intend to eat these locusts to extinction? Wu Zhao's eyes lit up and she seemed to be considering it. Wang Zhong was a military general and did not understand the twists and turns involved. He could only stare at Gao Yang. His heart began to panic. If these locusts are really edible, then using these two methods together might really have a miraculous effect. But Cui Xing has said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, this plan will never be implemented. It will bring disaster to the people. Wu Zhao frowned. Why? I may have never seen a locust, but I have read a lot of books. In the past, during major disasters, locusts covered the sky and the sun. After they swept through, the people had no food to eat. Therefore, some people were so hungry that they not only ate locusts, but also cooked them in several ways. But if you take a small amount of locusts, it's not a big deal. But if you take too many, you'll have diarrhea and other symptoms. This is enough to show that locusts are poisonous and cannot be eaten. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire imperial study fell into a huge noise. Cui Xing's expression remained unchanged, but he sneered in his heart. He admitted that Gao Yang did not follow the beaten path and some of his methods even amazed him, but when it came to reading history, he was well read. 100 Gao Yangs can't compare to him. Locusts are not edible at all, they are poisonous. If we eat this, who can take the responsibility? Otherwise, he would have proposed this policy long ago. How could he have left it to Gao Yang? Su Xuanji also spoke up. What Cui Zhuanyuan said is absolutely right. I was once the governor of Qingzhou, and a huge locust plague broke out there. I saw it with my own eyes. Although the people who ate the locusts were not fatal, they all suffered varying degrees of discomfort. This method is a method that will bring disaster to the people. Su Xuanji used this sentence very seriously, even to the point of punishing someone. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong suddenly said, Your Majesty, Gao Yang has made many stupid moves. Please throw him out. Otherwise, if you really do what he does, the consequences will be too serious. Wu Zhao's face also changed and looked very ugly. She looked at Su Xuanji. Do you really mean what Prime Minister Su said? Su Xuanji bowed respectfully and said, Every word I said is true. I guarantee it with my life. Your Majesty, this locust plague is really a punishment from heaven, not nonsense from me. If there is no snow in winter, no rain in spring, and drought in summer, locust plagues are likely to break out. Lord Gao's method is good, but locusts are poisonous. This is definitely not going to work. At this moment, Wu Zhao was silent. Locusts are poisonous, fly very fast, and their eggs seep into the soil during their larval stage. It really seems like a punishment from heaven. Are the people in Guanzhong bound to suffer this disaster? Chapter 34, The Gao Yang's Righteousness, Testing the Poison on Himself. Shocking, the Empress Cui Xinghao looked at Gao Yang and said, Mr. Gao, I admit that you have great talent, but this plan will not work at all. No locust plague in history has ever ended with eating people. Gao Yan looked at Cui Xinghao with a smile on his face, but what he said made Cui Xinghao stunned. Master Cui, you are right, but also wrong. I have previously confirmed with your Majesty whether the locusts in Guanzhong have already spread rampantly or whether most of them are eggs. This is extremely important. Cui Xinghao was stunned, and the entire imperial study was stunned. Master Gao, what do you mean by this? Cui Xinghao frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Gao Yang glanced at the officials in the imperial study and said, When I was a naughty child, I happened to meet an old man with a celestial appearance in a dilapidated temple on the mountain. He left behind an ancient book, which recorded locusts. There are many types of locusts in the world, but there are only two main types, desert locusts and East Asian migratory locusts. The locusts that are wreaking havoc in Dakian are mainly East Asian migratory locusts. Whether it is the East Asian migratory locust or the desert locust, their internal structures are very special and they can be divided into solitary and gregarious types. To put it simply, before the locust plague breaks out and the locusts swarm, they are green all over or mainly in green parts. At this moment, the locusts are non-toxic, tender and rich in protein and amino acids. After frying, they look like shrimps. As Gao Yang spoke, he couldn't help but licking his lips. In his previous life, he also rejected insects until he went to Guangdong and accidentally ate these fried locusts, and was amazed by their deliciousness. Afterwards, he also looked up some information about locusts, and finally compared them with the locusts in Dakian, and found that they were almost the same. Of course it's edible. If they are different, that's fine. At worst, I'll be exiled to Lingnan, where I'll have no choice but to die. For a moment, the imperial study was silent. Everyone looked confused. Are locusts divided into solitary and gregarious types? Wu Zhao was even more stunned. Green locusts are not only non-toxic, but also have delicious meat. What proteins and amino acids are they rich in? What are these proteins and amino acids? Wu Zhao couldn't help but ask. Gao Yang explained simply, it probably means it's very nutritious. Everyone looked stunned. Can locusts be associated with deliciousness? It's unheard of. Once the locusts are overwhelming, their behavior will change. They will turn gray, black, and yellow and become violent. They may even produce toxins within a few hours. If people consume too much, it will harm their health. The locusts that Lord Cui and Prime Minister Su mentioned are poisonous. They are these gregarious locusts. But the locust plague in Guanzhong has not yet broken out. We can encourage the people to catch green locusts and turn them into food to prevent them from turning into gregarious locusts after a large-scale locust outbreak. Our Dakian has a large population and a long history of food culture. There will always be people with a strong taste who will choose to give it a try. It's not a bad idea to make locusts a delicacy. Buzz, everyone's heads were buzzing as they looked at Gao Yang, who was talking in the center of the imperial study. Locusts are divided into two categories, solitary or social, and solitary green locusts are non-toxic and delicious, but social ones are poisonous. Cui Xinghe was confused. Su Xuanji was confused. Wu Zhao was also confused. Everything Gao Yang said was completely beyond their understanding. Can locusts become a delicacy? After Wang Zhong was shocked, he said, "This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. How can this locust turn into gray and black if it is green? How is this possible?" As he spoke, he turned to Wu Zhao and bowed. "Your Majesty, the grandson of Duke Dingwei is talking nonsense and misleading the people. I beg your Majesty to punish him severely." Gao Yang glanced at Wang Zhong but didn't say anything. This thing involves biological evolution. Even he doesn't understand the principle why solitary locusts change color and produce toxins once they become gregarious, but it is true. Wu Zhao looked at Cui Xinghe and asked in shock, "Lord Cui, these locusts can be divided into two forms?" Cui Xinghe was also stunned. "Your Majesty, locusts are indeed divided into two types, green and gray-black. This locust plague is indeed gray-black locusts, as Gao Yang said. But the difference between being poisonous and non-toxic, and changing from green to gray-black, is just the difference between living alone and living in groups. There is no way to verify this. I think this is too ridiculous, it is impossible." Cui Xinghe hesitated, but still voted against it. Wu Zhao also became conflicted because Gao Yang's words were too shocking. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and said in a resounding voice, "For the sake of the people of the world, I, Gao Yang, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, am willing to serve the country. Your Majesty, I am willing to test the poison on myself for the locusts you have caught. The more the better. You can also sell all the green locusts to me at a low price. I will find a way to sell them. In this way, it can be considered as serving the country." Test the locusts yourself. Is Gao Yang so righteous? Shangguan Wana was shocked. Those were locusts. But Gao Yang was willing to test the poison on himself for the sake of the people. She had misjudged his character. Gao Yang remained calm, but he was smiling brightly inside. These non-toxic locusts are sold for a few dollars a string in later generations, which is as expensive as beef or mutton, and they taste good, so he loves to eat them. He had an idea in mind that he could make a fortune from these locusts and gain a good reputation at the same time. After all, for the sake of the people of the world, Gao Yang was the first to try the locusts on himself. If this were to spread, it would be of great benefit. When traveling in the world, one must have fame and fortune. Wu Zhao felt conflicted and even had a better impression of Gao Yang. He is truly a brave man, as he could actually eat something like locusts, and the solution Gao Yang proposed is really feasible. Somli wanted to speak out to stop him, but after thinking about it, he remained silent. Su Xuanji couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. "Master Gao, you know that what you said concerns millions of people in Guangzhong. If something goes wrong, not only you, but even the entire Dingwa mansion can't bear it. Be careful with your words." This sentence is like a reminder. It even rose to the entire Duke Dingwa mansion. Gao Feng also looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. When did this evil boy meet an old man in the mountains and get given a book? Besides, can this evil boy read? It's really a ghost. But looking at Gao Yang, who spoke so logically and even willing to buy the locusts, he also became conflicted. Finally he gritted his teeth. "Your Majesty, I, the Duke of Dingwa, am willing to use my house and land deeds as proof to buy some locusts at a low price to ease the pressure on the national treasury. I am also willing to test the locusts myself to personally verify what my son said." Gao Feng had a mask of pain on his face. Having this kind of child in this life is fate. When these words were spoken, the entire imperial study was shocked. The house and title deed of the Duke Dingwa's mansion are extremely valuable. Moreover, this is the honor bestowed by successive dynasties and the foundation of a family. What's even more incredible to them is that Gao Feng dared to bet everything just because of Gao Yang's words. Wu Zhao was also moved. "Gao Aiqing, have you thought it through?" Gao Feng nodded, expressionless. "It's not easy for my son to achieve success later in life. As a father, I should support him. If it is really poisonous, I will just consider this money as serving the country. It is not a loss. I think your Majesty will not watch the whole family of Duke Dingwa starve to death." Gao Yang's eyes were shocked, and he looked at Gao Feng's back from behind. At this moment, in addition to feeling touched, he also wanted to buy some oranges for Gao Feng for some reason. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang. Her heart was beating fast. If we wait any longer, a locust plague will surely break out in Guangzhong, leaving a vast expanse of barren land. The people will suffer, and there may even be a rebellion.
Instead of doing this, it is better to give it a try. If it is really poisonous, it will only be a loss of money. I will not let my subordinates bear the responsibility alone. She looked at Gao Yang and took a deep breath. Since none of the ministers can do anything, then we will do it according to your method, Gao Yang. For some things, you can only know the results after you do them. As for the losses, they will be paid from my inner treasury. Gao Yang almost misheard and looked at Wu Zhao in shock. What the hell, from the Empress's underwear? Oh, it turned out to be this inner treasury, the Empress's private money, which almost scared him. At the side, Cui Xinghe said solemnly, Master Gao, even if what is recorded in that ancient book is true. But this only targets a small number of non-toxic locusts. There are many insect eggs in Guanzhong. According to Master Gao, these must be gregarious and poisonous locusts. Why is this so? Cui Xinghe's words instantly made the faces of all the ministers in the imperial study look ugly. As Cui Xinghe said, the most urgent task is to deal with these insect eggs, otherwise, the locust plague will still cover the sky and be difficult to deal with. Gao Yang smiled and said, I have a third plan, biological control. Natural enemies counteract each other. Chapter 35. Do you even know how many children a female locust gives birth to? A biological control, natural enemies counteracting each other? Following Gao Yang's words, all the ministers in the imperial study were bewildered. Even Wu Zhao frowned, as if she was recalling the sage book she had read in the past, trying to find the meaning of these two words, but even though she racked her brains, she never thought of these two words. Cui Xinghe also frowned and asked, what does this biological control that Mr. Gao mentioned mean? This method is totally unheard of. As Cui Xinghe asked this question, everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Yang. Gao Yang said calmly, everything in the world is interdependent and mutually exclusive. Whether it is locusts or other animals, they all have natural enemies, just like mice are afraid of cats, rabbits are afraid of snakes, and insects are afraid of frogs. If a species begins to proliferate rapidly in a certain place, it must be because it has too few natural enemies. Although locusts are strange, they cannot escape this law. Biological control is based on this idea. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao's eyes lit up. She was smart and understood Gao Yang's meaning instantly. This idea is quite interesting. Maybe it can really help break the siege of Guanzhong. Wu Zhao said excitedly. In her heart, her pair of phoenix eyes couldn't help but become more and more fiery. Not only Wu Zhao, but also Cui Xinghe and Su Xuanji were all looking at Gao Yang, waiting for his next words. Your Majesty, can I have a drink of water? I came here in a hurry and my mouth is a little dry. It's a good opportunity for me to sort out my thoughts. Gao Yang said to Wu Zhao that he had been strolling around for the whole afternoon, and then took a sip of water in the restaurant. Then he was directly pulled into the palace by Shang Wanwaner. He talked a lot again, and his throat felt like it was smoking. Gao Feng's face darkened. Son, finish your talk before you drink. He almost fainted from anger. This is a great opportunity to show off. All the officials in Dakian were listening, but this evil boy wanted to drink water. The other ministers were also confused. After so long in court, this was the first time they saw a minister asking for water in the imperial study. Wu Zhao waved her hand and said, give me some tea. Soon, the eunuch carefully brought a pot of hot tea. Gao Yang took the tea and took another sip. It was indeed the good tea in the palace. It was full of fragrance and extremely mellowed. It tasted delicious and Gao Yang took a few more sips. Wu Zhao, Gao Yang, if you like this tea, I will reward you with some later. Now, tell me how to do this biological control. Gao Yang put down the teacup and stopped drinking. There are two conditions for a locust plague to form. First, there must be a large enough number of locusts, which must be gray-black or yellow in color. Second, they must gather together. To achieve this, it is closely related to the weather. If there is no snow in winter, the insect eggs will not freeze to death. If there is no rain in spring, the earth will be dry. They like dry conditions, but birds that prey on locusts in the wild will find it difficult to survive in drought. The reduction of natural enemies and a suitable environment are the inevitable conditions for locusts to wreak havoc. We cannot change the drought, but we can increase the natural enemies of locusts in the wild. Everyone fell into deep thought and felt that it made some sense. Gao Yang greeted the courtiers in the Golden Palace, looked at the beautiful Empress and said, Your Majesty, my plan is to collect 50,000 chickens and ducks from Chang'an within one day, form a chicken and duck coalition, and rush to Guanzhong.
A chicken or duck can eat hundreds of locusts a day, and 50,000 chickens or ducks can eat 50 million locusts a day. Even if this is an ideal situation, if I cut it in half, it can still eat tens of millions of locusts. There will be at least 100 million or even hundreds of millions of them in 10 days. Right now the locusts have not grown up yet, they are still eggs. It will only take a few days to reduce their number. Even if a locust plague still breaks out, the loss of hundreds of millions or even billions of locusts can greatly reduce the harm caused by the plague. I call this method biological control. Accompanied by Gao Yang's simple words, "Buzz," the entire Golden Throne Hall fell into silence in an instant. Cui Xinghua was stunned. Wu Zhao was stunned. 50,000 chickens and ducks were dispatched from the Chang'an area to Guanzhong to form a coalition force to fight against the locust plague. These locusts are a disaster for humans, but for chickens and ducks, they are a gift from God, even according to what Gao Yang said. As soon as the chicken and duck coalition arrived, the locust plague in Guanzhong would be reduced to hundreds of millions in an instant. Even more, a living devil, truly a living devil. He is not only a living devil to merchants, but also a living devil to locusts. Wu Zhao smiled with surprise. Why didn't she think of this trick? It would be very difficult for people to catch insect eggs deep in the soil, but chickens and ducks need food, so they will find the locust eggs and eat them on their own. In this way, even if a locust plague breaks out again, the harm will be greatly reduced. Hey Gao Yang, you are truly a talented person. Song Li's eyes were complicated. The playboy whom he had looked down upon in the past actually hid his abilities so deeply. Based on these words alone, he dared to conclude that this method was worth a try. Wang Zhong's face turned pale, and his dignified face became visibly panicked. So delicious, it's really too bad, he actually used chickens and ducks to treat locusts. He shouldn't have just been so gratifying. He looked at Cui Xinghua with a pleading look. Hiss. Cui Xinghua also gasped. Biological control, using chickens and ducks to fight locusts. Wu Zhao exclaimed in surprise, this method is very good, but why did I never pay attention to it in the past? Su Xuanji frowned, still half believing and half doubting. He said, Your Majesty, according to common sense, this shouldn't be the case. If locusts invade in large numbers, chickens and ducks will eat the locusts. This method should not have been proposed by an incompetent minister for hundreds of years. As soon as these words came out, a group of ministers also echoed. The main reason was that Gao Yang's views were so advanced that they found it hard to believe. Wu Zhao looked at Su Xuanji with a frown on her face. As the prime minister, Su Xuanji not only had no solution but also added more obstructions, which made her very unhappy. But before she could scold him, Gao Yang said, What Prime Minister Su said is not without reason, but in fact, I have already said the reason. Because solitary locusts and gregarious locusts are two different concepts. Once a locust plague breaks out, these locusts will have poison in their bodies. Not only chickens and ducks won't eat it, birds won't eat it either. Even if they are very hungry, they rarely eat it. But locust larvae are different. For chickens and ducks, they are a gift from heaven. Therefore, locust plagues can only be prevented. Once they come in overwhelming numbers, there are few ways to deal with them. Everyone looked skeptical, but Gao Yang spoke very logically. Wang Zhong couldn't help it. He looked at Wu Zhao and said, Your Majesty, what Gao Yang said is too unbelievable. If you live alone, you are not poisonous, but if you live in a group, you become poisonous. This is simply nonsense. Cui Xinghua and others also stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is indeed unheard of. Be careful. Gao Yang stepped forward and said, I am willing to guarantee with my life that everything I said is true. When Wang Zhong heard this, his eyes suddenly turned to Gao Yang. So confident, not good. If it's 10% bad, it's 100% bad. Wu Zhao also took a deep breath and said, Since ancient times, there has been no way to stop the locust plague. When I was young, I often heard that there were severe droughts in various parts of Daqian year after year. The grass was all dead, locust plagues were everywhere, and the people were living in misery. After the locust plague, there was nothing to harvest in the area, and people even had to trade their own children for food. I am deeply heartbroken. This time, I will take a gamble and adopt the method of Gao Yang, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and try biological control. I am the Lord of Daqian and I will bear all the consequences. Wu Zhao's voice was domineering, and her phoenix eyes also looked towards Gao Yang. This time, it was a big gamble for her. If she loses, she will lose the support of the people and even be criticized by both the government and the opposition. But if she wins, it will be of great benefit to her. For a moment, All the officials bowed their heads. This meant that Wu Zhao had made up her mind and had to try Gao Yang's method. Cui Xinghao looked at Gao Yang and said, "But there is still a big difficulty. Guanzhong is a vast land. I am afraid that in addition to the place where Lu Junshu reported, there are still a large number of locusts lurking. What should I do if I can't find a place for my chickens and ducks?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "This is not difficult. Locusts are resistant to heat and drought and like to lay eggs in the soil. This is why locust plagues are prone to break out after a severe drought. Their favorite place to lay eggs is hard and dry wasteland, preferably with a certain amount of moisture in the soil. When the land is dry and some lakes and rivers dry up, it becomes a paradise for locusts to lay eggs. A female locust can lay about 300 eggs in its lifetime. This is the reason why locust plagues sweep across the sky and cover the sun. So, focus on eliminating these places, offer rewards to get the people to report them, and then crush them with an army of chickens and ducks. The crisis in Guanzhong can be resolved." After these words were spoken, the entire imperial study fell silent. They stared at Gao Yang with wide eyes. It was really a small knife that opened their eyes. Where do locusts like to live? And we all know how many babies a female locust can give birth to in her lifetime. No. Are you a roundworm in the locust's stomach, or are you having an affair with the mother locust? All the ministers looked at Gao Yang in shock, including Gao Feng. Yes, this still is Gao Feng's seed. Are you sure it's not a traitor from the locust clan? Chapter 36, Let the Empress Eat Locusts? The most ruthless person in Dakian after a long while, Cui Xinghao said in a trembling voice, "You are absolutely right. These locusts really like the wasteland after the river ebbs. But these non-knowledgeable people would never know." "How do you know?" Cui Xinghao looked at Gao Yang for the first time, his face filled with shock. Gao Yang said with a look of nostalgia, "These are all records in the ancient book given by the immortal old man. After consulting a great many historical books, I can almost conclude that this is absolutely true. Your Majesty, please provide disaster relief as soon as possible." Gao Yang directly pushed all of it to this mysterious old man. Wu Zhao looked at him earnestly and said, "Gao Yang, please go and invite this old Taoist priest to come here. I will treat him as a national teacher." Gao Yang said with a look of regret, "Your Majesty, I have only met this old man once, and there has been no news from him since then. Maybe he has passed away." He had a distressed look on his face and looked at the ceiling of the imperial study, seeming to be very sad. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang, a look of doubt flashing through her mind, but as it concerns millions of people living in Guanzhong right now, it is not the reason to delve into this point in depth. Since the old immortal has passed on his teachings to you, you will go to Guanzhong to provide disaster relief." Wu Zhao took a deep breath and was about to make a decision, but Gao Yang hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, wait a minute. I am a counselor, not a military strategist. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task of leading 50,000 chickens and ducks." Wu Zhao frowned. "Then what do you think should be done?" Gao Yang bowed respectfully and said to Wu Zhao, "In my opinion, the man who is providing disaster relief this time must be a brave general with great military achievements." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong realized that something was wrong. His eyes suddenly turned to Gao Yang. How dare this kid? But Gao Yang continued, "General Wang is both civil and military, and he knows a lot about the habits of locusts from his conversations. He is the best candidate. I believe that General Wang will lead 50,000 duck soldiers and chicken generals and return with a great victory." Wang Zhong looked incredulous. The corners of the mouths of other ministers also twitched. Wang Zhong was a fierce general of the time. If he led a group of useless soldiers to provide disaster relief, he would never be able to hold his head up in the circle of military generals again. Gao Yang is so cruel. It was not until this time that they faced up to Gao Yang's reputation as a poisonous scholar. This boy is quite sinister. "Your Majesty!" Wang Zhong shouted, trying to stop it all. Wu Zhao took a deep look at Gao Yang, then looked at Wang Zhong and said, "Duke Dinghua's grandson is right. Using chickens is like using soldiers. This is related to the locust plague. I don't trust ordinary people. General Wang is indeed the best candidate. For the sake of the millions of people in Guanzhong, I would like to ask General Wang to take this hard journey. Issue an order to immediately promote General Wang Zhong, the great general of breaking the enemy, to general of Piaoji. Urgently requisition all the chickens and ducks in Chang'an at the average market price and rush them to Guanzhong for disaster relief. The corner of Wang Zhong's mouth twitched violently. He didn't expect that he didn't get the honorary title of General of Cavalry among the military generals, but he got the title of General of Chicken. If he agreed to this, how would he face his old brothers in the army in the future? So shameful. Wang Zhong looked unwilling, but when he saw Wu Zhao's unquestionable gaze, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to grit his teeth and agree. Your Majesty, I will obey your command. If it weren't for the occasion, Gao Feng would have laughed out loud. Wang Zhong has been making things difficult for Gao Yang these days. It feels so good to get a slap in the face this time. What a great general. Even if Wang Zhong returns with merit, he won't have to go out for a month. The whole Dakian knows that there is a new General Pai Ji. This time, the entire Duke Dingguo's mansion was proud. Song Li also had a complicated expression. He stared at Gao Yang and regretted secretly in his heart. Wu Zhao continued, Gao Yang, although I think your method is useful, the locust plague cannot be eradicated. I remember you just said that there are not many ways to deal with the locusts that are covering the sky and the sun, but the implication is that there is a way, right? Wu Zhao looked expectant. She has to be fully prepared. Gao Yang nodded. Yes, if the locusts really break out and cover the sky, my next plan is to determine the locust's trajectory, use a field of food as a lure, add combustibles that are easily ignited, and burn them all in one fire. Burn the locusts with fire to reduce the disaster. Hiss. When Gao Yang launched the fire attack, all the ministers felt their scalps go numb. This move will hurt yourself by 1,000 and the enemy by 800. In their minds, they seemed to see a swarm of locusts coming in, then slowly entering the fertile fields, and a huge fire burning. This is a really cruel person. Although the food was gone because of this fire, the locusts also caused at least several million casualties, even more each. Plan is more cruel than the last. Catch first and then eat, then send out natural enemies. If that doesn't work, attack with fire, injuring 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own. The locusts are in big trouble for offending this living devil. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang a few more times. Shangwan Wan'er couldn't help swallowing and thought about what she had done. The ministers couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Is this the poison master? Isn't the Duke Dingguo's mansion full of loyal and brave people who act uprightly? How come there is such a cruel person, the minister of Justice? Lei Yun couldn't help but ask, Master Gao, does your plan harm the harmony of nature? Locusts are also living creatures, and they have lives too. Is this fire too cruel? Hearing this, Gao Yang sneered and said, after the locusts ravaged the land, people were starving everywhere, countless families were torn apart, and some even exchanged their children for cannibalism. Master Lei, aren't these people miserable? Lei Yun was startled. You. But he couldn't speak. Wu Zhao also said with a cold face, the locusts have caused great suffering to the people of Dakian. So many people have been killed and injured. They do not deserve any sympathy at all. I support the fire attack. Yan Zheng hesitated for a long time, and then said, Your Majesty, I am a little worried. Wu Zhao looked at Yan Zheng, somewhat surprised, and said that the imperial study was much quieter today. It turned out that Yan Zheng had been silent all the time. Wu Zhao said, You sure, Yan? Please speak directly if you have anything to say. Yan Zheng said worriedly, Mr. Gao's method is good, whether it is to use the quartz grain to encourage the people to catch locusts, or to burn the locusts in the end, I agree with it very much. But the people have always believed that locusts are a disaster from heaven, a will of heaven. Many people dare not disobey heaven. When locusts come and ravage the fertile fields, they kneel down and kowtow, praying that the locusts will leave as soon as possible. What should we do? He sighed and said, To kill locusts, it is not only the locusts that are difficult, but also the people's hearts. If people's hearts are not united, I am afraid the effect will be minimal. One word falls. Cui Xinghao also said solemnly, Your Majesty, what Lord Yan said makes sense. It is recorded in historical books from all over the country that locusts are natural disasters that cannot be controlled by human power. We should cultivate virtue to avert them. Not to mention the common people, even some officials believe that locusts are a punishment from heaven and cannot be stopped by human power. This is also a major reason why locust plagues have been so severe over the years. When Wu Zhao heard this, her brows furrowed. This is not groundless. The ancients were ignorant and regarded locust plagues as punishment from God. When locust plagues came, many people kowtowed to them. As a result, the number of locusts increased and there was no harvest of grain. Not if they really had nothing to eat, they would never eat locusts, for fear of punishment from God. This is a very sad thing. Wu Zhao frowned, but suddenly thought of playing with people's hearts.
Is there anyone in front of her who is more evil-hearted than Gao Yang? Gao Yang, do you have any ideas?
Wu Zhao spoke. Gao Yang was a little confused when he heard this.
Your Majesty, there is a way, but forget it, let's not talk about it. The locust killing effect is not as good as it should be.
Gao Yang said to himself. When Wu Zhao heard this, she immediately reprimanded him. Gao Yang, this is about millions of people in Guangzhou.
If you have anything to say, just speak frankly. Why are you hiding it?
Prime Minister Su Xuanji also spoke up. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue's deputy minister has a countermeasure but doesn't tell you.
This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. Severe punishment. Gao Yang could only say, Your Majesty, you asked me to say this, so I will say it. Please forgive me, Your Majesty.
Wu Zhao had a bad feeling in her heart.
But she still said, Speak quickly, I forgive you. Gao Yang stared at Wu Zhao and said slowly, Your Majesty, the root of the people's fear comes from the unknown, from God. This situation is easy to break. After all, Your Majesty is the Queen of Dakian. In the hearts of the people, Your Majesty should follow the will of heaven and rule the people.
Your Majesty only needs to eat a locust in public, and then burn some locusts in public, to tell the people that locusts are just pests, not punishment from heaven. The people's cognition will change, and they will work hard to kill locusts for the sake of crops.
As soon as these words fell, all the ministers in the imperial study suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Gao Yang in shocked. Is this kid crazy? He dared to let the most honorable empress of Dakian eat locusts. Is he trying to kill himself? Chapter 37, The Savior, Why am I the one who gets hurt again? Gao Yang, you are so audacious. Locusts are so filthy, and you dare to let His Majesty eat locusts? You deserve to be killed. The Minister of Justice Lei Yin suddenly became furious and scolded loudly. With a righteous look on his face, he took the lead and stepped forward. This also caused all the ministers in the imperial study to speak out. Prime Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward and said, Locusts are pests. Your Majesty is the Emperor. How can you eat these pests? This Yao Yang is too rude. Your Majesty, I beg you to punish him severely.
Wang Zhong's face suddenly lit up with joy, and he said repeatedly, Your Majesty, Gao Yang is a ruthless person, please punish him severely. All of a sudden, a group of ministers stood up and scolded Gao Yang. Gao Feng also looked at Gao Yang with disbelief.
Son, stop talking nonsense. It would be fine if you were just the king of hell for the locusts, but to his own family, he also wants to be the living devil and send all 9 clans of his own family away. Let the empress eat locusts. Even if Wu Zetian really ate locusts for the victims, the people of the world really survived this disaster. But will the empress take revenge later? Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. His son's political sensitivity is still too poor. Yan Zhang also widened his eyes. People in the government and the public said he was bold, but compared with Gao Yang, he was nothing. Not he didn't dare say that, sitting on the dragon throne, Wu Zetian was also stunned. What? Let me eat locusts myself? The hideous face of the locust suddenly appeared in Wu Zhao's mind, and she was not willing to eat it. Even just one look at it made her feel sick. Facing the rebukes from the crowd, Gao Yang remained expressionless and looked straight at Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, what Lord Yin said is indeed a big problem. People believe in the so-called locust god, or that locust plagues are punishment from heaven and cannot be stopped by human power, so many people just kneel beside their farmland and watch the locusts sweep by. This will undoubtedly lead to more and more locusts. The people's perception must be broken, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Gao Yang's voice sounded. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply and took a deep breath. She is the emperor of Dakian and the ruler of all people. The millions of people in Guangzhou were all Wu Zhao's subjects. Although locusts are disgusting and even make you want to vomit just thinking about them, we still have to do this for the sake of millions of people and to prevent the public from having to eat their own children after the locust plague. She is Wu Zhao, so what if she eats? As Gao Yang continued to speak, the officials continued to scold. Gao Yang, you are so bold. The one who has this heart should be killed. But Wu Zhao suddenly said, Enough. For the sake of the people of the world, I am willing to eat locusts in public. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and swept her phoenix eyes over all the ministers. One word can cause 1,000 waves. All the ministers looked at Wu Zhao in shock. They didn't expect that Wu Zhao would actually risk it all. Those were locusts. Not to mention that Wu Zhao was the Empress of Daqian, just a woman. Even the men find it hard to swallow. Gao Yang couldn't help but look up to Wu Zhao. For the sake of the people in Guanzhong, Wu Zhao really risked her all. Of this empress really loves her people. Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but ask, "But your majesty, Guanzhong is very far from Chang'an. Right now, your majesty is still in charge of the court. How can you go to Guanzhong?" When Wu Zhao heard this, her brows furrowed. She had just ascended the throne and the government was unstable. Not to mention the princes of the world, even in Chang'an there were undercurrents. At this time, she absolutely cannot leave Chang'an. Wu Zhao's eyes fell on Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, I have to stay in Chang'an and cannot go to Guanzhong in person. Is there any other way?" Gao Yang frowned. "I missed this point. This is really difficult to deal with. If your majesty cannot go to Guanzhong, the people will still believe that the locust plague is a punishment from heaven, a natural disaster, a punishment from the locust god, and will not take action to destroy the locusts. I'm afraid that when the locust plague sweeps across the country, not only will Guanzhong be affected, but also the 3 nearby counties, where tens of millions of people will be hard to escape." Wu Zhao clenched her fists. The only thing left in her mind was the 3 counties and the buzzing sounds of tens of millions of people. Wang Zhong didn't know why, but when he looked at Gao Yang, who looked troubled, he felt a bad premonition again. Cui Xinghao also realized that something was wrong. This reaction is a bit unlike Gao Yang's style. What bad thing is this guy thinking? At this time, Gao Yang suddenly looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong happened to look at Gao Yang. The old man and the young man, their gazes intertwined in the air. "Why are you looking at me, little boy?" Wang Zhong said angrily. He is the great General Palu and has become the General Pai Ji. "Why are you still looking at him?" Wang Zhong moved backwards, but Gao Yang's eyes kept following Wang Zhong. Wu Zhao's gaze suddenly turned to Wang Zhong, her phoenix eyes flashing. "I have another plan. Since your majesty cannot come in person, General Wang Zhong can come with your majesty's decree and eat locusts in front of the people. He can claim to be the reincarnation of the locust-killing immortal, and all the sins of killing locusts can be attributed to him. It is not impossible. It's just that locusts are ugly and make people feel uncomfortable. I don't know if General Wang is willing to do so." Gao Yang asked with a bit of green tea in his eyes. Wang Zhong's eyes widened. If this wasn't the imperial study, he would have wanted to curse, "Your mother's servant. Does he have any choice?" Wu Zhao, a female emperor, had to eat locusts for the sake of the people, so he was unwilling. "You still want to live? If this gets out, he'll be drowned in saliva. General Wang is old." Wu Zhao took a deep look at Gao Yang and understood everything. She then looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's old face twitched violently, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "For the sake of the people in Guanzhong, I will take the responsibility. Your majesty, don't worry about these locusts. I'll eat a pound of them to go with my wine when I get to Guanzhong." Wu Zhao was moved and said, "General Wang is truly a great general. I am deeply moved. When General Wang returns, I will personally welcome you back." Wang Zhong bowed. "Thank you very much, your majesty. Anyway, I've been cheated, so I might as well be straightforward and get some benefits." But he made note of General Piaoji and the eating of locusts, "Your mother's servant. He must avenge this." The faces of the ministers changed, and the way they looked at Gao Yang changed. By now, they still don't know that Gao Yang is trying to trick Wang Zhong. All this was in his calculation. He knew very well that Wu Zetian would not go to Guanzhong in person, but he deliberately proposed eating locusts to dispel the people's superstition and thus induced them to scold him. Then he passed the blame to Wang Zhong. At this time, Wang Zhong had no choice. If they don't eat the locusts, it means they don't care about the millions of people in their lives, and they are even less willing to eliminate the disaster for Wu Zhao. At worst, they will be banished from Chang'an. This boy is so cruel. Everyone sighed inwardly. Cui Xinghao, who was standing by, also had cold sweat on his forehead. Gao Yang has a very strong desire for revenge. Gao Yang smiled and said, "If General Wang is too old, I have a more suitable candidate in mind." "Oh?" Wang Zhong looked a little surprised. He didn't expect Gao Yang to be so kind. "Tell me about it." "Your Majesty is the son of heaven, so the royal relatives are also welcome, such as Prince Rong Wulong, all the princes in the world, and Lord Shangguan, who is beside your Majesty, can go on your Majesty's behalf. That's all okay." When Shangguan Wan'er heard this, her heart skipped a beat and her beautiful face changed. She couldn't help feeling nauseous at the thought of eating locusts. This is revenge for that incident. Wang Zhong was shocked by the names. "No need, I, Wang Zhong, am enough.
Needless to say, the royal relatives were not to be offended even though he was a general. Although Shang Wanwana was not a royal relative, she had been with Wu Zetian since she was a child, and it was said in the court and the public that the current emperor did not like MEN. It might be that Shang Wanwana is the first to get the upper hand because she is close to the water, and he can't afford to offend her. Otherwise, if it really doesn't matter, he will be in trouble. Chapter 38, Discussion between the emperor and his ministers. Gao Yang's preparations. Wu Zhao first glanced at Gao Yang, then said to Wang Zhong, General Wang's trip concerns the millions of people in Guangzhou. I know all their grievances. When General Wang returns victorious, I will reward him handsomely. Wang Zhong clasped his fists and said, Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I will definitely live up to your grace. Soon, Gao Yang sorted out the entire disaster relief idea. The owners of chickens and ducks all had to be registered. After the ministers discussed the details, the matter was finalized. Soon, the entire Dacian government machinery will be put into operation to fully cooperate with the disaster relief in Guangzhou. Wu Zhao felt as if a huge stone had suddenly disappeared from her heart. Go down. The disaster in Guangzhou cannot be delayed. Follow the strategy of the Ministry of Revenue and cooperate with all departments. The rest of you go, and the Ministry of Revenue Yuan Weilong stays. Wu Zetian gave the order and all the officials bowed and left. Wang Zhong took a deep look at Gao Yang. When he passed by Gao Yang, he whispered, Little boy, I will remember you. Just wait for me. This vengeance, I must avenge. In response, Gao Yang just showed a simple smile, saluted to Wang Zhong and said, Your Highness Gao Yang, I wish General Piaoji a safe journey and a triumphant return. Wang Zhong's mouth twitched and he walked away. I got really cheated today. No chicken or duck in the entire Chang'an city can escape, otherwise, he will be blamed for the ineffective disaster relief. When the ministers left the hall, they also looked deeply at Gao Yang. Some neutral ministers even gave Gao Feng a friendly smile before leaving. They made up their minds in their hearts that this kid from the Duke Dingguo's mansion was quite vicious and must not be provoked unless they had taken great revenge. He even warned the playboys in the mansion not to provoke Gao Yang. Wang Zhong walked out of the palace and arrived at the military camp, directly ordered 5,000 soldiers. 5,000 soldiers are ready to fight, all of them are elite. When they heard the order, they thought a war was about to break out, and everyone stood straight with murderous intent. After all, there has been no war for many years. And this is not good news for their soldiers. War means the opportunity to make merit and change your destiny. But immediately afterwards, Wang Zhong issued an order to collect chickens and ducks. 5,000 soldiers? It took them a while to realize that they were not the protagonists this time, but the chickens and ducks were the protagonists. It's really off the mark, but military orders cannot be violated. For a moment, the dust was kicked up by horse hooves in Chang'an City, and the markets and farmhouses were in chaos. Even the fighting cocks in the hands of some playboys were forcibly requisitioned. General Wang, this is a fighting cock, please show mercy, a playboy wailed, but Wang Zhong was already unhappy, so he said coldly, Your Majesty has ordered that all the chickens and ducks in Chang'an not be spared. Fighting cocks are also chickens, and they are more powerful and eat more locusts. Take them away. Following Wang Zhong's order, only a heart-wrenching wail remained. The dude fell to his knees and wailed, I raised you for 2.5 years, and because you giggled every day, I named you brother. Brother, I can't live without you. Today's Chang'an city is destined to be extremely lively. Under the imperial power, no one dares to disobey. At the same time, I in the imperial garden, in a pavilion. Wu Zhao said coldly, Gao Yang, you were so brave. Wu Zhao's eyes fell on Gao Yang, with profound meaning. All the ministers understood what happened to Wang Zhong, let alone her. Through her, he successfully tricked Wang Zhong and warned Shang Wanwana at the same time. It has to be said that his desire for revenge was quite strong. Gao Yang raised his head when he heard this. After the ministers in the imperial study left, he followed behind Wu Zhao, always looking down with admiration at her long legs as she walked. What crime have I committed? This bet was proposed by General Wang himself. Your Majesty is unable to come in person to eat the locusts, so I asked General Wang to do it for you. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao's face closely. She was 7 parts beautiful and 3 parts majestic, especially her noble temperament which seemed to emanate from her bones. Your Majesty, please understand. Everything I do is for Dacian, for Your Majesty. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, and she said with some amusement, You mean I wronged you? This was the first time she summoned Gao Yang alone, and she found Gao Yang interesting. Not only was he not timid or fearful like his peers when he met her, but he was chatting and laughing happily. If guided well, he can truly become a pillar of Dakian.
I was wrong.
As soon as Gao Yang heard Wu Zhao speak, he immediately spoke. Wu Zhao was a little surprised, so she asked, "What's wrong?"
I don't know, but I know that if your majesty says I am wrong, then I must be wrong.
Gao Yang flattered him directly. Wu Zhao smiled unhappily, then picked up a cup of tea and said, "You are a smart person and understand what I mean.
I don't need to say more.
After all, General Wang was at fault during this period, so we are even now. But General Wang is old, and he has paid a huge price for me and Dakian this time.
Some things should be stopped."
Gao Yang lowered his head and smiled. "I have always respected the old and loved the young. General Wang is old, so even if your majesty doesn't say anything, I won't make it difficult for him." Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with a strange expression. Respect the elderly and love the young. She didn't notice this at all. Shangguan Wan'er even looked away. She simply couldn't bear to watch. Wu Zhao didn't want to delve into this issue. Gao Yang was a smart man, so she just wanted to give him a warning.
"Do you know why I left you alone? I guess it's the problem of 50,000 chickens and ducks.
This is also a considerable burden.
Your majesty is worried about it."
Gao Yang said with a smile. Wu Zhao was a little surprised, but soon nodded worriedly. "Yes, it is easy to recruit, but after the locust plague in Guangzhou, what should we do with these 50,000 chickens and ducks returning to Beijing? If a large amount is invested in the capital, the price will definitely drop sharply, but I can't confine it in the palace, right?"
Gao Yang smiled and said, "This is not difficult. The people of Chang'an raised chickens and ducks, but they were reluctant to feed them in large quantities, so they were thin.
But when they arrived in Guangzhou, there were a lot of locusts to eat, so they all became fat and strong.
I specifically emphasized that the record is in the books. Even if it is conscription, it is also borrowing. We exchange skinny chickens and ducks for fat and strong chickens. This deal is not a loss.
Secondly, the disaster was urgent and happened suddenly, so after all the chickens and ducks in Chang'an were swept away, the nearby cities didn't know about it yet.
This is an opportunity for us to take advantage of.
Your Majesty can send someone to purchase a batch in time and put it on the market at a high price.
If the locust plague in Guangzhou is severe, we will continue to send them there.
If it is not serious, we can sell them at a high price. In my Dakian, pork is cheap and most people eat it, but the rich families eat game such as chickens and ducks.
If we don't kill them now, when will we?
This way, the cost will be reduced, and the loss won't be that big." When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyes suddenly brightened.
Strange. This is a great idea.
She looked at the green-clad palace made behind her and said, "Do as Gao Yang said and send someone over immediately."
Several maids quickly turned around and disappeared into the palace. After this matter was resolved, Wu Zhao looked into the imperial garden and suddenly asked, "Do you think this locust plague is really a punishment from heaven?"
When Gao Yang thought about it, he realized that Wu Zhao was overthinking. He laughed and said, "This is pure nonsense. Rather than saying that the locust plague is a punishment, it is better to say that droughts and floods are punishments from God.
It's just a biological phenomenon."
Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang once more, and all the depression in her heart disappeared. "I don't believe in the so-called punishment from God either. I believe that man can conquer nature." When Wu Zhao said this, there was a sense of dominance in her eyes. Gao Yang couldn't help but glance at it twice more. "But I must remind your Majesty that biological control and human intervention can only reduce the harm of locust plagues, but locust plagues will still occur. This is difficult to avoid. The real difficulty has never been the locust plague, but the total loss of harvest after the locust plague. Your Majesty, please be prepared for disaster relief." Chapter 39, using the noble families as a platform and corrupt officials to provide disaster relief. They do not follow the usual path. In the imperial garden, following Gao Yang's words, Wu Zhao couldn't help but look solemn. There was a trace of sadness on her face. "I know this, but Dakian has suffered from natural disasters for several years. The grain in the treasury has been running low.
There are millions of people in Guangzhou.
If millions of people are affected by the disaster, there will be refugees everywhere.
How can we solve this problem?
Once a locust plague breaks out, relying solely on the food in the national treasury will be like a drop in the bucket.
This disaster is bound to kill many people.
Wu Zhao stood in the imperial garden with her hands behind her back, her face filled with sorrow. She also wanted to provide massive disaster relief, and even ensure that no one would starve to death, but this was simply unrealistic. In every major disaster over the years, many people had to die before disaster relief could be provided, otherwise there won't be enough to eat. At this time, Gao Yang slowly said, "Your Majesty, I have a few ideas. If it works, many people will be saved from dying." As soon as these words came out, almost in an instant, Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with shock on her face. "Gao Yang, there is no joking in front of you. Do you understand?" Gao Yang looked confident. "I am sure of it." Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner immediately looked at Gao Yang with curiosity. Gao Yang got straight to the point. "My method is to play with people's hearts. Your Majesty can provide disaster relief, but you must send a well-known corrupt official, preferably one who has been demoted." Shang Wanwaner was shocked when she heard this. Sending corrupt officials to provide disaster relief will not encourage them to engage in corruption at will? As soon as Shang Wanwaner said this, she realized what a stupid question she had asked. Gao Yang glanced at Shang Wanwaner's chest, feeling a little helpless. This chest is not big. This glance made Shang Wanwaner deeply offended. "What the hell is this bastard thinking?" Gao Yang said, "Sir Shangwan, this is wrong. Even though corrupt officials are greedy, it doesn't mean they are incompetent. As long as your Majesty links this matter with his future in life, this plan will work. If you are effective in disaster relief, you will be promoted. If you are ineffective, you will be killed." As a corrupt official, the network of relationships behind him is extremely complicated. If an honest official is removed, the people below him will inevitably pretend to obey and secretly disobey, and they will inevitably engage in corruption. But it is different for corrupt officials. It is precisely because he is greedy enough that he knows clearly in his heart whether anyone who gives him a gift is greedy or not. The people below dare not stand in his way of promotion. There are many benefits to doing this. First, even if the relief grain is embezzled, it will be reduced. Second, corrupt officials will rack their brains to avoid being exterminated in order to stay in office. They may come up with some dirty tricks, but it is a brilliant plan to save the people. I am not a talented official, and I have some tricks that are not suitable to be used openly, but they are just right for these corrupt officials to do. Third, your Majesty can send some upright censors and confidants to follow and warn them in advance. Fourth, if the disaster is too severe, your Majesty can order your trusted aides to take over the disaster relief, and then use the name of this corrupt official to spread the news of killing refugees. The noble families in the world are particularly fond of fame, and they will surely pretend to donate money to help the people in order to gain a good reputation. This is the foundation of the world's aristocratic families. They will definitely take action. With a two-pronged approach, the disaster will be greatly alleviated. Afterwards, if your Majesty is still furious, just kill this corrupt official to appease the public anger." A few words fell. The entire imperial garden was silent. Shang Wanwaner was dumbfounded, and looked at Gao Yang with disbelief in her eyes. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply. Almost immediately, Wu Zhao knew that this method would work. She has never thought that corrupt officials are mediocre. On the contrary, corrupt officials are even more capable than loyal officials in some aspects, but they just do not serve the country. Yet if we force corrupt officials and control them well, the disaster relief effect will be significant. As for what comes next, it is to set up a game and get the noble families in the world to join in. "What a great idea," she said with admiration. "Gao Yang, you really impressed me today. This method is wonderful. With this method, even if there is a disaster in Guangzhou, at least hundreds of thousands of people will be saved from death. I will announce this method at the court tomorrow morning. I want to see how these corrupt officials can continue to be corrupt." Wu Zhao was in a good mood when she thought about the expressions on the faces of the officials in the Golden Palace tomorrow. "Gao Yang, first you gave me a brilliant plan for the locust plague in Guangzhou, and now you've come up with such a brilliant plan for disaster relief. What reward do you want?" When Gao Yang heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. He rubbed his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I am so sorry." Wu Zhao smiled and said deliberately, "Oh? Since you are so polite, I will just pretend I didn't say anything." Gao Yang's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Don't, Your Majesty has spoken a word, how can you go back on your word?" Wu Zhao took a sip of tea and continued, "Okay, just tell me what you want." I always reward those who have made contributions, and I will never treat my Dakian heroes harshly.
Then I want a token to hide away for a few days. Gao Yang spoke. This aroused Wu Zhao's interest, and she asked curiously, seeking refuge?
Gao Yang sighed, all this is thanks to Lord Shangguan.
It was just a normal relationship between me and Lord Du, but Lord Shangguan tricked me. My father has not yet opened the tea box.
If a few friends come to the mansion and want to drink tea on a whim, I am afraid that without a token to protect myself, I will never see your majesty again.
Besides, your majesty also knows that I am a ruthless scholar and I act cautiously.
Ever since Wu Zetian invited him into the imperial garden, he had been looking for an opportunity to ask for a talisman, but unfortunately he never had the chance. Now that he had the chance, Gao Yang would naturally not be polite. Shangguan Wanner looked away. What she had done was indeed not right. Now that it was brought up in person, she felt a little embarrassed. Wu Zhao also knew about this. She smiled and said, "You really live up to your identity as a poisonous scholar.
You are indeed cautious." Wu Zhao took off a token from her waist and said, "This is my personal token. Seeing this token is like seeing me in person.
Tell Minister Gao that the child is grown up and is a close minister to Dakian.
It is inappropriate to beat him anymore." Gao Yang took the token from Wu Zhao's hand with a look of joy on his face. The token was icy cold all over and made of black iron. It looked very extraordinary at first glance. "Thank you, Your Majesty."
With the amulet in hand, he felt much more at ease.
"Go down, I'm tired." Wu Zhao waved her hand. Gao Yang bowed and said goodbye. "I'm leaving now."
Following Gao Yang's movement, several eunuchs immediately stepped forward to lead the way for Gao Yang. Wu Zhao stood up and her phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang's back. Prince Rong has been recuperating for so many days. I will send the imperial physician to check on him later. If he is almost recovered, he should go to court tomorrow. A lot of money has flowed into his mansion from corrupt officials all over the world.
Now that I have Gao Yang's brilliant plan, it would be too boring if I don't see the expression on his face. Shangguan Wanner was shocked and said quickly, "Yes."
A smile suddenly broke out on Wu Zhao's noble face, and she murmured to herself, "The grandson of Duke Dingwei is really good at hiding things.
He is so talented, but his pretense is no different from that of a playboy. He even fooled me. The Duke Dingwei's mansion has a successor." Shangguan Wanner hesitated for a moment and asked, "Your Majesty is optimistic about Gao Yang?"
Wu Zhao nodded and said, "With his talent, he can be the prime minister of my Dakian.
Even if it's Cui Xinghe and Su Xiang combined, they are still slightly inferior to Gao Yang." "What?"
Shangguan Wanner looked surprised. Although she also felt that Gao Yang was very talented, she did not expect Wu Zetian to have such a high opinion of Gao Yang. Wu Zhao said quietly, "But this person's strengths and weaknesses are very obvious. The advantage is that he has a keen insight into people's hearts and is very good at manipulating human nature.
He has amazing talent." Shangguan Wanner looked at Wu Zhao with curiosity. "Your Majesty, what about the shortcomings?"
Wu Zhao smiled and said, "He is greedy for money and lustful. In the past few hours, he glanced at your chest 25 times, but glanced at my legs a full 173 times." Chapter 40 Technician number 98 and the clubhouse construction plan. Gao Yang walked out of the palace, which made him a little disappointed. He had originally thought that he could just wander around the palace, maybe he could even go to the harem, for example, to see the large bathing pool where concubines and maids took baths, but in fact he was overthinking. Not to mention concubines, not even a dog could be seen along the way.
Evil son.
As soon as he left the palace, Gao Yang suddenly heard a familiar shout. He looked up and what came into his sight was Gao Feng's majestic face. "Get in the car."
Gao Yang got on the carriage obediently. Gao Feng was furious when he saw Gao Yang, especially because he failed to beat Gao Yang up.
He felt so uncomfortable with the anger stuck in his heart. After finally calming down a little, Gao Feng said, "His Majesty left you alone, which is a great favor."
"Are you being disrespectful?" Gao Yang thought about it and immediately shook his head. "Don't worry, father. I didn't look away the entire time and never behaved disrespectfully."
Gao Feng touched his beard with some relief.
"Your Majesty is the Empress of Dakian. As a minister, you should be respectful and keep a proper distance."
"I was your age when I was young, and I know the allure of this empress. But don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, or else, not only you, but even the entire Duke Dingwa's mansion will be in danger. Gao Feng looked serious. Gao Yang nodded. I understand, kid. As the eldest son of Duke Dingwa's mansion, all he had to do now was cling to the Empress's thigh and kill his political enemies in the court. Then as Dakian becomes more prosperous and powerful, his life will get better and better. What kind of women would he not have by then? He could still tell the difference between a tree and a forest. It's not that the Empress tree is bad, but that a forest is more cost-effective. The Gao Feng saw this and said no more, but changed the subject. Your counterattack this time was indeed beautiful, and your father also felt relieved. But the General Piaoji's trick of tricking Wang Zhong into eating locusts was too drastic. I'm afraid this will end in a fight to the death. Gao Feng was a little worried, but Gao Yang smiled and said, Father, do you think Wang Zhong is the only one behind the repeated impeachment of me and the Duke Dingwa mansion in the court? My Dingwa mansion has long been at war with him. Gao Yang's words caused Gao Feng's expression to change suddenly. Are you saying that Prince Rong is behind Wang Zhong? Gao Yang nodded, exuding an unprecedented coldness. This fight started when the kid was tricked by Wu Chang. The ministers in the court are all old foxes. It is impossible for them not to know that the boy has revealed the emperor's edict to seek talents. Grandfather is in charge of the Duke Dingwa's mansion. The court should at least give him some respect. But starting from Linjiang City, impeachments against this son of mine and the Duke Dingwa's mansion have been filed one after another. Except for a few upright censors, I'm afraid all the others are Prince Rong's men. Boom, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck Gao Feng's mind, leaving him at a loss as to what to do. The doubts I had these days suddenly became clear. He looked at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost. He has been in the officialdom for decades, so he is naturally not a fool. He has also sensed that something is wrong with the recent atmosphere in the court, but I didn't think that deeply. Gao Yang's words made Gao Feng realize the crisis. He narrowed his eyes and asked, but why is Prince Rong so blatant? Gao Yang touched the black iron token in his sleeve, his eyes sharp as he said, the answer is simple. Use the Duke Dingwa mansion to establish prestige, force court officials to take sides, and then threaten the imperial power. Father, we have already reached the point of no return in this storm. It is a good thing for us that Wang Zhong is far away from the court. If I were to reveal this mission, Prince Rong would definitely stop me and do something bad in secret. On the contrary, if Wang Zhong goes to Guangzhou, Prince Rong will not sit idly by and the imperial edict will be implemented smoothly. Gao Feng said seriously, does your grandfather know about this? Gao Yang nodded. Grandfather asked my father to give me some money to kill Prince Rong. Gao Feng nodded, I will send someone to deliver some later. This matter concerns my Dingwa mansion, so you can handle it yourself. Thank you, father. Gao Yang said without changing his expression. Gao Feng felt a little frustrated, but also a little relieved. What was frustrating was that from the time Prince Rong started the rebellion until now, there had been one-sided impeachment in the court, but he did not sense the crisis at the first time. Even his sense of crisis is not as good as Gao Yang, a junior, but the good thing is that he is not good at scheming, otherwise he would not have been able to hold on to the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue for so many years, and with the help of Gao Tianlong. Now that Gao Yang can stand up, it has relieved his pressures. Then, there was silence all the way. The carriage soon arrived at Duke Dingwa's mansion. Gao Feng got out of the car and walked towards the inner house, looking very worried. Gao Yang slowly got out of the car, and as soon as he reached the door, Uncle Fu came to meet him. My lord, you are back. Gao Yang glanced casually and saw that Uncle Fu was holding a letter in his hand. Is this letter for me? Uncle Fu nodded, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Gao Yang was about to take the letter, but when he saw Uncle Fu's expression, he immediately stopped. He said with a strange expression, don't tell me, this was sent by Song Qingqing? Uncle Fu nodded repeatedly, young master, you are very smart. This is indeed the letter sent by Miss Song, saying that it must be delivered to you. On that day, Song Qingqing came in person to cancel the engagement. She not only slapped Gao Yang in the face, but also slapped the servants in the face, but they did not dare to make a decision for Gao Yang on such a major matter, and Uncle Fu was very worried. After all, Gao Yang had always granted Song Qingqing's requests before. Gao Yang showed a sneer on his face. He took the envelope and glanced at it. Song Qingqing was just like the dandy Gao Yang was before, which was really displeasing to her. And what woman would want to marry a dandy who was famous in the capital? So it was no wonder she was so displeased that he also declared that Gao Yang should not misunderstand him, that love cannot be forced, but he felt that Gao Yang was a nice person, and although they could not be lovers, they could still be friends. Gao Yang just sneered at this die in his mind. Although the original owner was a playboy, he obeyed Song Qingqing's orders for her sake. He even had a virgin penis after being a playboy for many years. This is enough to show their true feelings. As a result, Song Qingqing turned hostile. This kind of woman is not worth wasting your time on. Tell her that we will meet at the place where we first met. Gao Yang looked at Uncle Fu and said. Uncle Fu looked disappointed and had a wry smile on his face. Sure enough, Miss Song just made a move and their young master took the bait, but as a servant, he naturally had no right to comment on his master's affairs. Then I will go and prepare the carriage. Uncle Fu made a gesture to leave. What are you doing preparing the carriage? Uncle Fu was stunned for a moment. Sir, aren't you going to keep an appointment? Gao Yang said unhappily. You're just teasing her. It's getting dark. Why don't you go to sleep to keep the appointment? Is there something wrong with your brain? As he said that, he threw the letter written by Song Qingqing to Uncle Fu. Feed this letter to the dogs. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he stepped through the gate and walked towards the inner courtyard. Behind him, Uncle Fu was stunned for a moment, and then a deep smile appeared on his old face. He shouted to his subordinates beside him, why don't you follow the eldest master's instructions? As Gao Yang spoke, he walked along the corridor back to his room. He is really tired. I walked at least 20,000 steps that day. At this time, Green Rose pushed open the door, holding a basin of foot washing water in her little hands, her little face full of tenderness and immaturity. Young master, technician number 98, Luluo, is at your service. Luluo didn't know where Gao Yang's special hobby came from. He could even do so many different things with foot soaking. Ever since the first night of foot washing in Linjiang City, Gao Yang had the idea to come up with this rule. Every time Luluo called out technician number 98, she felt an inexplicable sense of shame. She was unwilling at first. Although she was a personal maid, she also had the right to refuse. But she compromised when Gao Yang proposed to double the monthly salary. It's nothing, he just gave too much. Gao Yang soaked his tired feet in hot water, enjoying the massage from Green Radish's little hands. This feeling is simply indescribable. In later generations, with the appearance of the green ivy, wouldn't it be worth thousands of dollars? The only flaw is that if Luoluo's outfit was paired with a miniskirt and black stockings, it would be more perfect. Of course, it would be better if it were informal. However, in the future, if Luoluo dares to do something irregular at her age, it will not be a simple 15-day public security case, but at least 3 years. Suddenly, Gao Yang had an idea. Could he open a club in Chang'an? Doesn't this club model far outshine the 4 famous buildings today? The Gao Yang fell into deep thought. It seems that it is necessary to visit the largest brothel in Chang'an, Yanji Pavilion, tomorrow. This future competitor must be experienced in depth. Chapter 41. He really didn't come? Song Qingqing's grievance Duke Dinghua's mansion, inner courtyard. Father, Yanger is plotting against Prince Rong. Are we really not going to intervene in this matter? Gao Feng looked at Gao Tianlong, who was slowly wiping the chessboard. With a serious look on his face, Gao Tianlong said calmly, what's wrong? Prince Rong has great power and he has countless followers. He is highly respected in both the court and the army. Although Yanger is quite good at using tricks, it is not easy to bring down Prince Rong. Gao Tianlong paused and raised his eyes. All of a sudden, an endless sharp aura swept over him. Prince Rong has already shit on my Duke Dinghua mansion's head. Should I, Duke Dinghua mansion, put up with it? Humph. Gao Tianlong snorted coldly, looking displeased. Gao Feng hurriedly said, Father, that's not what I meant. I'm just a little worried. After all, in the struggle of the imperial court, one wrong move can lead to a complete loss. Yanger is still too young. The imperial court is too dangerous. We must not be careless. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Feng unhappily. You underestimate Yang Heir. Once is a coincidence, twice is an accident. But being able to attract His Majesty's attention, solve the locust plague in Guanzhong, and use the momentum of the court to expel Wang Zhong, these methods are no less powerful than those old foxes in the court. Now that I am still here and someone is backing me up, I can try out Yanger's methods. This is what I have always dreamed of. Gao Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Then I will allocate 1,000 taels of silver from the mansion to send it over. After saying that, Gao Feng pretended to leave, but Gao Tianlong was stunned. Wait, why do you want to transfer 1,000 taels of silver?
Gao Feng was also confused. Didn't my father ask me to give some money to Yang to deal with Prince Rong's mansion? I never said that.
Gao Feng's face suddenly changed, and he flew into a rage. This bastard, he even lied to his father. He almost got fooled by mistake, but Gao Tianlong laughed and found it more interesting. Forget it, if he wants to, just give it to him. As long as he doesn't spend it on the little girl from the Song family, it's all fine. But I'm afraid that this evil boy will go to Yanji Pavilion when he has the money. There are so many beauties in Yanji Pavilion, I'm afraid Yang can't bear it all. Gao Feng said worriedly. Gao Tianlong disagreed. If a man doesn't indulge himself in romance when young, he will be fine. It would be better if he loses his virginity and tastes the pleasure. This way, he will not be seduced by the girl from the Song family. Thinking of Song Qingqing, Gao Feng also nodded. Father, I will arrange it right away.
Gao Tianlong said, give orders.
Tomorrow I have invited a few friends to come to my house to discuss the art of war.
Let Yang Wei decide to learn.
The descendants of the Duke Dinghua's house only know poisonous schemes but not the art of war.
If this gets out, won't it be a joke?
Gao Feng smiled. It is a great blessing for him to be taught the art of war by the top generals of Dakian.
Soon Yao Yang received 1,002 taels of silver from Uncle Fu, which made him overjoyed. I didn't expect that Gao Feng was really fooled by what I said casually, yet he immediately and generously took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Luo Luo. You pressed the button well. This is my reward to you. I will give you a reward next time.
Green Ivy was originally suffering from weak waist and knees, and was looking worried, but when the 10 taels of silver appeared before his eyes, all the tiredness and fatigue were swept away in an instant.
Sir, do you need any other service?
Luo Luo held the silver and blinked at Gao Yang shyly. Such pure appearance and graceful figure made Gao Yang unable to hold back his excitement for a moment.
How much extra money will it cost if it's not formal? Gao Yang almost blurted out. Green Radish was stunned for a moment. Irregular? But when she saw Gao Yang's eyes and heard these words, Luo Luo's face turned red instantly.
Master, I still have to go to the madam, so I will leave first. Green Ivy picked up the basin of water and hurried away, her fair face turning red under the moonlight. Gao Yang was joking and couldn't help but shout. This young master will pay more. But Luo Luo ran faster and closed the door for Gao Yang. After running along 2 long corridors, Green Ivy finally stopped. She thought of Gao Yang's words. Her face flushed as she muttered to herself, if you don't give me money, I can still consider it, but what does giving money mean? In the room, Gao Yang was in a good mood. The life of a dandy in ancient times was not bad. Amusing the maids every day was also quite entertaining. Lying on the dry bed, pulling up the quilt, and being baptized by a set of healthcare products, coupled with a body tired after a whole day, almost every cell in my body is cheering with joy. After briefly reviewing the affairs of the court in the past few days and the methods to deal with Prince Rong's mansion, Gao Yang soon fell asleep. At the same time, in Chang'an City, under a big locust tree, Song Qingqing specially applied the best rouge, which made her face look even whiter and more delicate. She had a beautiful face that was as delicate as a baby's and a graceful figure.
Miss, it's almost dark, I'm afraid Mr. Yuan Weilong won't come. Song Qingqing was very confident. I wrote him a letter myself.
According to Gao Yang's character, he will treasure this letter.
There is no way he won't come. An hour later, the maid looked at the dim sky and said, Miss Song Qingqing, wait a little longer, maybe he was delayed by something, wait another hour.
Another hour passed, and the night completely enveloped the entire Chang'an.
Apart from the night watchman, the streets of Chang'an were filled with drunkards in groups of 3 or 4. Song Qingqing was a little embarrassed. Could it be that I remembered it wrongly, and it's not under this big locust tree? Send someone to find out where Gao Yang has gone. The maid left quickly. It was July in Chang'an at this moment, and it was very hot and humid. There were many mosquitoes under the locust tree, which made Song Qingqing a little impatient. Another half hour passed and the maid Chun Xiao came back running. Miss, this is bad.
I walked around Duke Dinghua's mansion and found this. Chun Xiao stretched out his hand and handed over the half-wrapped letter. Song Qingqing's pretty face was filled with anger. Isn't this letter in Gao Yang's hands? Where did you get it? Why does it look like it was chewed by a dog? Chun Xiao looked aggrieved.
Miss, you are right.
I found this near the dog kennel outside the Duke Dingwas mansion.
There are dog marks on it. For this letter, I was chased and bitten by a dog. What? Found it next to the doghouse? Song Qingqing almost couldn't breathe.
This was her handwritten letter, and Gao Yang actually threw it into the doghouse. The huge psychological gap made Song Qingqing look extremely ugly. Chen Xiao continued carefully, and I asked around, and no one has come out of the Duke Dingwas mansion since the evening hour.
Miss, let's go back.
When Song Qingqing heard this, she felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. She was the eldest daughter of the Song family and a famous talented woman in Chang'an. She had been waiting for Gao Yang here for 2.5 hours, and her legs were sore from standing. But Gao Yang not only threw her handwritten letter into the doghouse, but also didn't leave the house at all. Of this made Song Qingqing feel endlessly aggrieved. A girl's true heart was trampled upon by Gao Yang. Song Qingqing wiped the corners of her eyes, turned around, and said bitterly, "Go back home." Chapter 42. Generals gather together. Changes in the court. The next day, the golden sunlight enveloped the entire Chang'an city, and soon the sun was high in the sky. Maybe he was too tired during the past few days in Linjiang City, or maybe Green Rose's massage was too comfortable, so Gao Yang slept until almost noon. This is also fortunately because the Duke Dingwas mansion does not abide by these rules. After waking up, Gao Yang felt full of energy. There were no toothbrushes in ancient times, so people could only use simple toothbrushes made of willow branches and rinse their mouths with salt water. Let's go and listen to music in the brothel. Gao Yang took the remaining silver and was about to go out, staying out all night in the Rouge Pavilion and listening to music in the brothel every day. This is the life a dandy should have. When Uncle Fu saw Gao Yang, he hurried forward and asked, "Master, where are you going?" Gao Yang patted the small box containing the silver and said, "Isn't it obvious what I have done? It's just listening to music in a brothel." Uncle Fu's mouth twitched and he shook his head. "Young master, you can't go now." When Gao Yang heard this, he exploded instantly. "Why? Give me a reason." In a small sense, going to Yanji Pavilion is to appreciate the customs and people of Chang'an, Daqian. In a big sense, this is related to his club career and the happiness of all men in Daqian. "You're not allowed to go," Uncle Fu hurriedly said. Today, a distinguished guest arrived in the palace. The old duke specifically asked the eldest son to wait aside to learn the art of war. Learn the art of war? Gao Yang looked strange. He remembered that he was a poisonous scholar and seemed to come from a family of generals. It is indeed hard to understand that he doesn't know any military tactics. If you want to go to a brothel to listen to music, you should wait until you finish learning the art of war. Besides, Uncle Fu looked at the small box in Gao Yang's arms and continued, "You are not going to listen to music, you are going to spend the night." Gao Yang blushed. "Really? Then I don't understand." In response, Uncle Fu just smiled and said nothing. After Gao Yang put the silver back, he came out to get some food and chatted with Uncle Fu while eating. "Uncle Fu, at your age, you really understand the ways of the matter." Gao Yang looked at Uncle Fu's hair, which was a little gray, and couldn't help but tease him. Uncle Fu said modestly, "My lord, you are too kind. I only know a little bit." While the two were chatting, the servant's voice suddenly resounded throughout the Duke Dingwas mansion. "Right Guard General Qin Jinghua has arrived. General Lu Jin of the Left Guard has arrived. Duke Protector Zhao Penu has arrived." Soon, several generals of the Daqian army, led by Qin Jinghua, entered the Duke Dingwas mansion together. Gao Feng followed behind these people. He was very polite and led the way. However, he was a generation younger than them and had no say at all. Gao Tianlong sat in the middle of the lobby, drinking a cup of hot tea in his hand, with a smile on his old face. When they saw Gao Tianlong, they all bowed and saluted. Gao Tianlong put down his teacup with a smile on his face and said, "We have a good relationship, so there is no need to be polite. After I am 100 years old, Duke Dingwas mansion will still need you to take care of it." Because they had a very good relationship and were both veterans who had fought together for Daqian, Gao Tianlong spoke naturally. Several people did not refuse for them. It is not only about their own friendship, but also about the fact that the current military power is declining. No matter who dies first, they should take care of each other's descendants. Qin Jinghua's hair was gray, and he said meaningfully, "Old Duke, it should be the Duke Ding's mansion that takes care of us more in the future." Lu Jin was a very rough man with a loud voice. He said carelessly, "Yes, you mother, your boy's behavior these days makes even me nervous. The living hell of merchants, the living hell of locusts. Now he is still the living hell of officials. They were all military generals, so there was no beating around the bush when they spoke, they just spoke directly and straightforwardly. Gao Tianlong was stunned, a look of doubt appeared on his old face. I know a thing or two about the living hell of merchants and locusts, but how can I talk about the living hell of corrupt officials? Gao Tianlong asked. Qin Jinghua picked up a cup of tea, took a sip and said, during the morning court session, His Majesty announced that grain would be transported to Guangzhou for disaster relief, but he also issued an order to have Chang Hong be in charge of disaster relief. Gao Tianlong's face was filled with shock. This person is very capable, but he was a corrupt official in our dynasty. He was dismissed from his post and returned to the countryside a year ago because of corruption. Your Majesty ordered him to provide disaster relief? Lu Xun continued. Who says it's not true? A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and all the officials were furious. Prince Rong was also in the court, and he was the first to stand up and accuse Your Majesty of being harsh on the people, saying that he was a tyrant. Afterwards, the 13 imperial censors all spoke out in anger and even stated on the spot that if Your Majesty insisted on having his own way, they would smash their heads against the throne and die. Gao Tianlong looked surprised and even a little solemn. Jiao Yang was right, Prince Rong was indeed not honest, and this was truly a case of forcing the emperor to abdicate. Your Majesty shouldn't be so confused. Gao Tianlong said, his brows furrowed. Upon hearing this, the three of them burst into laughter. Confused? Qin Jinghua laughed loudly, his voice as loud as a bell. Old Duke, not only you think so, but we also think so. But everything that happened next shocked all of us. Your Majesty has issued a death order to Chang Hong. If he can provide disaster relief effectively, he will be reinstated. If he cannot, his entire family will be exterminated. He has also sent his trusted aides to follow him. Now I understand, Chang Hong is extremely capable and has a powerful network of relationships behind him, otherwise he would have died long ago. With such a promise given to him, Chang Hong will definitely try every possible way to provide disaster relief in order to return to the court. They even paid out of their own pockets to exploit officials who had been promoted in the past, otherwise, the entire 9 clans will be in danger. Those 13 imperial censors who pleaded for the people, as well as Prince Rong, Prime Minister Su and others, all turned green in the face. It was such a wonderful scene. And I met with His Majesty alone afterwards, and then I learned that the subtlety of this is not only this. If Chang Hong fails to provide disaster relief, then His Majesty will spread the news of killing refugees, force the noble families in the world to take action in the name of the world, and then kill Chang Hong to appease the public anger. Very few people know about this. Is this method absolutely impossible? His Gao Tianlong's face was filled with shock. He has experienced too many wars and seen too much suffering among the people in his life. He can almost conclude that this method is feasible, but he realized the point of the problem. But this is Your Majesty's method, how does it involve younger? Seeing this, the protector of the country, Zhao Panu, said, Your Majesty's character is known to everyone in the court. This kind of method, especially the backhand, definitely did not come from Your Majesty. Although His Majesty did not say it directly, everyone in the court and the country knows that yesterday afternoon, His Majesty left your eldest grandson alone. No one knows what the two of them talked about. In Dakian, who else could have come up with such a sinister method except Gao Yang from the Duke Dinghua's mansion? Gao Tianlong smiled. He nodded too. He knew the Empress's character well, and this strategy certainly did not come from her. It seems that it was really written by Gao Yang, this brat. He was not even told about this vicious plan in advance, which caused him to lose his composure. That 1,000 taels of silver was wasted, but Gao Tianlong's face was full of smiles. It's like a group of parents gathering together to chat and listen to other parents talk about their own outstanding offspring. The sense of satisfaction is simply beyond words. To sum it up in one word, awesome. To sum it up in 2 words, awesome. To sum it up in 7 words, damn it, it's so cool. Qin Jinghua said in a loud voice, Old Duke, quickly call your dandy grandson over and let me take a look. This is the first time I have seen Prince Rong being so humiliated in such a long time. Today I must ask him how he went from being a famous playboy in China to a living devil that the whole world fears. Zhao Panu also said, yes, I will ask carefully so that I can go back and teach the unfilial descendants in the mansion a lesson. Gao Tianlong looked at the servant and said, go, and call Younger over. Lu Xun took a sip of tea and said with some dissatisfaction, Old Duke, this is really unfair of you.
There is a great poisoner in your mansion, and you use this tea to treat us? Why don't you quickly bring out the good tea in the mansion? Gao Tianlong laughed and scolded, you are the one who has a picky taste. I do have a lot of good tea. I will give you some to try today. Lu Xun laughed heartily, showing his heroic spirit. On the battlefield, we have survived many deaths. You and I have both crawled out of the pile of dead bodies. We have fought for our whole lives. What's wrong with enjoying ourselves now? Qin Jinghua and Zhao Penu also nodded, yes, this tea is astringent, we should change it to better tea. Gao Feng's heart moved, and he stepped forward and said, a few days ago, my son went to Linjiang City. Because he contributed to the reduction of grain prices, the local county magistrate Du Jiang specially sent a box of tea. Although my son is a playboy, he is very filial. He brought it back to honor me and my father. Until today, it has not been opened. Today, I will taste it with you old generals. Someone, bring me the tea box from the innermost shelf of my room. Chapter 43, Token Protection, Anticipating the Enemy. Truly a venomous warrior. Gao Yang followed Uncle Fu all the way to the lobby and heard the hearty laughter of the Duke of Protector of the country Zhao Penu from a distance. Although he is a poisoner, he still maintains filial piety. This is really rare. I will look forward to it today. This made Gao Yang a little confused. What are these old generals of Daqian talking about? It sounded like it was related to himself and filial piety, which aroused his curiosity. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the lobby. Uncle Fu walked in first and saluted, Old Duke, the eldest son is here. Following Uncle Fu's voice, Gao Yang immediately stepped forward and saluted, my boy Gao Yang, meet the old generals. There is a hierarchy in Daqian, so the minimum etiquette must be observed when meeting these old generals. What's more, although Gao Yang was a vicious man, he naturally respected generals who fought for their country, so his voice was also sincere. As soon as his voice came out, several pairs of sparkling eyes in the hall looked at Gao Yang. Elyusion's old face was full of satisfaction. He was the first to click his tongue and said, you rascal, you look innocent, but you are actually full of evil intentions. You even defeated Prince Rong. It's incredible. You are just too skinny, like a woman. Zhao Penu continued, not only are you thin, you also look very weak. Come to my house when you have time and I will teach you the kidney strengthening technique of your ancestors. It would be too embarrassing for you, the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, to fail. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. To him, these scrutinizing looks and vicious words were like a group of bandits. Some eyes even swept over her waist and 3 inches below her abdomen. Gao Yang could only give an awkward yet polite smile. Elyusion glanced at Gao Yang's waist and continued, we are all rough people, so there is no need to be polite. We are all comrades of the Duke of Dinghua, and we are friends for life and death. It is too polite for the old general to call us grandpa. Just call us grandpa. Gao Yang? He raised his eyes with surprise, although we should not be too formal, but isn't it too formal to just call him grandpa? What came into view were a few faces with gray hair, but they exuded a sense of majesty without even being angry. Although they had not fought on the battlefield for a long time, the murderous intent that came from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood was extremely strong. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Gao Feng said from the side, this is General Lu of the left guard, and next to him is General Qin, and the protector of the country, Mr. Zhao. Call for help. Looking at the 3 disrespectful faces, Gao Yang's mouth twitched, but he still accepted his fate. Hello, Grandpa Lu. Hello, Grandpa Qin. Hello, Grandpa Zhao. The 3 of them are not young, and almost all of them are veterans of the same period as Gao Tianlong. They hold a very important position in Daqian. It's worth calling him grandpa, and he can't call him uncle, otherwise in terms of seniority, he would be a generation lower than Gao Tianlong. This is extremely rude. As Gao Yang's voice rang out, the 3 of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Duke, this kid is great. I heard that the Song family has called off the engagement. I do have a beautiful granddaughter. This kid is lucky today, so I'll give her to him. Lu Xun looked at Gao Yang with satisfaction. When Gao Yang heard this, his heart moved. He subconsciously looked at Mr. Lu, and saw that his face was like a vicious beast, his body was big and strong, and his voice was loud. At that moment, he imagined what Mr. Lu's granddaughter looked like, and his legs almost went limp with fright. Grandpa Lu, to be honest, the Song family broke off the engagement.
and I've lost all hope and love for a while, so let's forget about it. Dakian respects the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers. If this is confirmed directly, she will be like a fierce tigress. His life is ruined. Do you still want to go to a brothel to listen to music? I'm afraid you'll get punched in the balls. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Lu Xun thought he was really hurt. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "It is I who am rude. The Song family is short-sighted and dares to break off the engagement. Don't worry about this matter. Just because of what you said, Grandpa Lu, I will definitely stand up for you. Several members of the Song family are training in the army. I will train them hard." Gao Yang let out a long breath and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Lu." At this time, Qin Jinghua looked at Gao Yang and said with interest, "Today, His Majesty mentioned adding sand to the grain in the court, but you were behind this?" Hearing this, Gao Yang nodded and admitted, "That's right, kid. This cannot be concealed and cannot be concealed. After all, this strategy does not seem to be something the Empress would have come up with. On the contrary, Qin Jinghua had spoken for him in the court before, and all those present were his own people, so it would be somewhat foolish to cover it up again." Seeing Gao Yang nod, the three of them sighed in unison. "Yes, the old duke has a successor, which makes me feel very relieved." Zhao Penu twirled his beard and said with some satisfaction, feeling the envious gazes of the three people. Gao Tianlong's eyes revealed a sense of relief, and even a rare smile appeared on his face. Even Gao Feng, who always looked at Gao Yang with some displeasure, softened his expression. This time, a maid came up holding a tea box. "Master, the tea box is here." The maid said to Gao Feng. Gao Feng's eyes fell on Gao Yang, and when he thought about Gao Yang's recent performance, he felt somewhat guilty. Even though he had rushed back from Linjiang City, which was hundreds of miles away, he did not forget to show his filial piety to his old father. Although he didn't say it, he was somewhat touched in his heart. "Open it and fill up the glasses for all the old generals. Such good tea should be shared." Gao Feng spoke without even looking at the cups. "Yes." The maid put down the tea box and brought the teacups. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, but then he realized what was going on. Tea box? Full? Gao Yang subconsciously stood up and wanted to stop it, but it was too late, because the maid had already opened the tea box, revealing the white silver inside. The maid was stunned for a moment. She has been making tea for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen this in a tea box. "Master, this can't even fit in the teacup." Gao Feng frowned and was about to scold, but when he turned around, he was also stunned, and then looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. "Is this what you put in your tea box?" Gao Tianlong was also stunned. Qin Jinghua, Lu Xun, and Zhao Penu were also stunned when their eyes fell on the white silver in the tea box. This really does not treat them as outsiders. For a moment, the air was filled with awkwardness. "Son, is this the tea Lord Du gave you?" Gao Feng said with an angry look on his face as Gao Yang touched the cold token on his waist, then coughed twice and said, "Father, I have reminded you before. You can't blame me for this." Gao Feng's face turned ashen. No wonder this evil boy let him taste it alone. It turned out that he had known about it for a long time, but he couldn't lose his temper because there was a distinguished guest around, and his face turned green from holding it in. Gao Tianlong also looked a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "You got the wrong box. It's not this box. Go and get me the fine spring tea that I treasure." The maid hurried downstairs carrying the tea box. Zhao Penu took a sip of tea and said to Gao Tianlong seriously, "Old Duke, I am old now. My eyes and ears are not working well. I am not only blind, but also deaf. Time really is unforgiving." Qin Jinghua and Lu Xun also said in unison, "I didn't see anything either." Gao Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He bowed to Qin Jinghua and the others and said, "This wicked boy was confused for a moment. I will take him away and teach him a lesson." As he spoke, Gao Feng gave Gao Yang a look that spoke for itself. "If this goes down, the worst that can be done is a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots." Gao Yang touched his nose and said, "Father, I'm afraid I have to give you a break today." As he spoke, Gao Yang took out a token from his waist with an innocent look on his face. Gao Feng's expression suddenly changed when his eyes fell on the token in Gao Yang's hand. "The Black Iron Order bestowed by His Majesty? Where did you get it from?" "I have normal dealings with Magistrate Du, and His Majesty is aware of this. Yesterday, I offered a plan to His Majesty, and fortunately His Majesty appreciated it and granted me this Black Iron Order. His Majesty specifically told my father that I am a loyal minister of Dakian and must not be beaten." After these words were spoken, Gao Feng's face almost turned green. As the saying goes, it's better to beat the children on a rainy day than to have nothing to do, but this point has been strangled since then. This evil boy's awareness of preventing himself from getting beaten and anticipating his enemy's attacks is so terrifying. After Qin Jinghua heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, I've heard that your boy is a ruthless person who is mainly interested in his own interests. Today, I see that his reputation is indeed well deserved. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang and didn't expect that Gao Yang also had a token for self-defense. This brat is indeed cautious. He cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I asked you to come here today to discuss military strategy. Although the current emperor is a woman, her ambition to explore the world far exceeds that of the late emperor. Old bones like you and me may still be useful in this life. Marching and deploying troops is related to the lives of our Dacian soldiers. Don't slack off. Chapter 44. Actually, I know a little bit about military tactics. As soon as Gao Tianlong's voice came out, everyone's faces became serious. For a general, a single wrong thought can lead to irreversible consequences, and behind this will be the lives of countless soldiers. Therefore, even though there is no war in Dacian now, several people will get together from time to time to discuss military strategies. There is no way around it. Excellent generals cannot be trained by staying in Chang'an. They can only grow up by experiencing the bloody battlefield. This is also the reason why there are very few tiger sons of generals, but a lot of dog sons of generals. Therefore, these veterans are still thinking about burning out the last bit of their life force in case of emergency. Gao Tianlong said. De Chu is adjacent to De Qian. I heard that the Emperor of Chu has carried out a series of reforms in recent years. His ambitions are not small. Let's discuss today. If Dacian marches into Dachu, how can we conquer the city at the lowest cost? And conquer Dachu? Several people nodded in unison. In recent years, some actions taken by the state of Chu have also made them feel threatened. Qin Jinghua said in a deep voice, the Great Chu is vast and sparsely populated, and the city walls are strong and sharp. If you want to attack the city, the cost will certainly be high. Since ancient times, attacking a city has always been the most difficult task. Apart from tackling it head-on, what other methods are there? Hearing this, Lu Xun said with an unhappy look on his face, you old man, what you said is simply nonsense. The siege has always resulted in huge casualties. Everyone knows this. Do you want me to take off my pants and fart here? What we are discussing now is how to reduce the casualties of soldiers. Why are you talking nonsense? After Qin Jinghua was scolded, he also became annoyed. Old man from the Lu family, then tell me, what can you do? Let me broaden my horizons. When Lu Xun heard this, his eyes widened and he was speechless. The old general had a hot temper, especially when it came to military formations, and they would argue endlessly. Gao Tianlong's head hurt from the noise. I have a lance in my house. Why don't you go out and fight for victory or death, and then come back and talk properly? Seeing Gao Tianlong speaking, the two of them stopped talking for a while. Zhao Penu said in a deep voice, I think we can only improve our Dacian's engineering equipment, such as throwing catapults into the city, do more rounds, dig some tunnels, and kill them by surprise. After hearing this, Lu Xun shook his head and said, this catapult is not only difficult to carry, but also has very poor accuracy. The walls of the Great Chu are tall and the earth bricks are compacted. I am afraid it will not be effective. Besides, digging this tunnel far away will take a lot of time. If we dig it closer, the soldiers of Dachu are not fools. Even if we succeed, if we are caught at the exit, we will be in trouble. Zhao Penu frowned, then we can only attack by force? Qin Jinghua said, but throughout history, violent attacks have resulted in huge casualties. If today's discussion is still limited to violent attacks, then what's the point of us sitting here? For a moment, the huge lobby fell silent. There is no way. Since ancient times, sieges have always resulted in huge casualties, but it is impossible to bypass the city and advance to the rear. Otherwise, once the supply line is cut off, it will be very dangerous. Therefore, the armies of both sides often engage in a tug-of-war over a city until one side can no longer hold on. Lu Xun felt upset. He had attacked the cities of the state of Chu in his early years, but suffered heavy casualties. He could only watch his comrades fall in front of him one by one. His heart was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do. The casualty ratio between the two attacking parties was as high as 5 to 1, or even higher. Just when he was feeling heartbroken, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and found Gao Yang standing on the other side, quietly stuffing lychees into his mouth. He immediately glared at me and said angrily, "You little bastard, we are discussing military tactics, what are you doing?" With a loud shout, everyone present looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was also stunned. "What, is it against the law to eat some lychees from Lingnan?" Zhao Penu said fiercely. "You have always been cunning, and you ate lychees in public, which shows that you must have some ideas. If you can't explain it, then come and fight with me." Gao Yang spat out the lychee seed, feeling so wronged. "Are you taking this out on him?" He looked at Gao Tianlong and said, "Grandfather, you have to judge this for your grandson." Gao Tianlong's heart moved and he suddenly had an idea. He said, "Yanger, tell me what you think. If you don't think it's good, you can meet Mr. Lu's granddaughter tomorrow and get married another day. I am a descendant of the Duke Dinghua mansion, but I don't know the art of war. If I tell others about it, they will laugh at me. While I am still strong, I will hurry up and practice my trumpet." Gao Yang was stunned when he heard this. Ilyushin suddenly laughed, "You are so lucky, my granddaughter. If you see her once, I guarantee you will forget about the daughter of the Song family." Gao Yang looked at Luzhin's big face and couldn't praise him. That he quickly looked at Gao Tianlong. "Grandfather, this is not possible. How can we be happy without love?" Gao Tianlong was still as calm as ever, and said, "How many lovers in this world can finally get married? I just want to have another great-grandson." Gao Yang finally understood his grandfather is forcing him and setting a trap for him, but he didn't dare to gamble. After all, if he went with the flow and made a mistake, his life would be over. He took a deep breath and said to the others, "In fact, my grandson also knows a little bit about military tactics." Gao Tianlong paused as he sipped his tea, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. "Oh? Tell me about it." Gao Tianlong said lightly. The other veterans were also old foxes and all smiled cunningly. As soon as Gao Tianlong said his first sentence, they understood it, and then they just cooperated with Gao Tianlong's performance. A few people blew on the scalding hot tea in their cups, took a sip, and looked calm. As the saying goes, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, the next best is to attack their alliances, the next best is to attack their troops, and the worst is to attack their cities. Attacking cities is the last resort. As soon as Gao Yang said this, puff, the tea that Luzhin had just taken a sip of suddenly sprayed out, splashing all over Qin Jinghua. His eyes widened and he looked at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost. He muttered to himself, "The best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, the next best is to attack their alliances, the next best is to attack their troops, and the worst is to attack their cities. Attacking cities is the last resort." On the other side, Qin Jinghua was sprayed in the face, but he seemed to feel nothing and was shocked by Gao Yang's words. Does the little dandy of Duke Dinghua's mansion really understand the art of war? Even Gao Tianlong, who had high expectations for Gao Yang, was surprised. These few short words are the culmination of the art of war. Luzhin was the first to say, "Good boy, I really misjudged you. You really understand the art of war. Tell me, how can we attack the city to reduce casualties and quickly conquer Dechu?" Chapter 45, The Strategy of Siege. The city, what a vicious attack on the heart, so cruel. In the lobby, several shining eyes were focused on Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and said, "First, when the two armies are facing each other, we can pretend our strength and send a few people to shout and curse at the city. You can curse him with anything you want, from the guard to his mother and wife, to his ancestors and the ancestors of the Chu Emperor, to lure him out of the city and give chase. Then at the critical moment, an army rushed out from the flank, defeated them, and took advantage of the situation to rush into the city." Several people were stunned. This method makes sense to a certain extent. If the defending general is a hot-tempered person and cannot hold on any longer, he will be fooled. As Zhao Penu said, insult attacks are feasible to a certain extent, but in the past 100 years, too many generals have used this tactic, and very few of them have been effective. These days, any general who defends a city is definitely not a mediocre person. Luzhin said with some disappointment, "Boy, you give me the feeling that you are like a shit pot with gold rims. If you didn't say this, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's strategy, the next best is to attack their alliances, the next best is to attack their troops, and the worst is to attack their cities. Attacking cities is the last resort, then I would have thought more highly of you." But once these words came out, I was a little disappointed. Although Qin Jinghua remained silent, his idea was the same as Luzhin's. Gao Yang was not in a hurry. He peeled a lychee and put it into his mouth. He continued, "Don't worry, old generals. This method is only effective for ordinary generals. It is indeed not a superior method. But boy, there's another plan." After hearing this, everyone looked at Gao Yang again. "Uncle Fu, bring me some rice." Gao Yang shouted, and Uncle Fu did not dare to delay and hurried down. Soon, Uncle Fu brought a pot of rice. "Boy, what are you going to do?" Lu Xun asked curiously. Gao Yang took out a handful of rice grains and placed them on the center of the table. He said, "If this table is the territory of the Great Chu, and this pile of rice grains is the city that I, the Great Qian, want to attack, then there must be many villages and small towns around it. I will use fewer rice grains to represent small towns and villages." In an instant, a clear marching map appeared before everyone's eyes. Their eyes lit up. The idea that this grain of rice represents a city is a good one. Gao Tianlong was even more certain that his grandson truly understood the art of war. "This brat is really good at hiding." Lu Xun couldn't sit still any longer. He was a hot-tempered person, so he immediately urged, "Stop keeping us in suspense, little brat. What do you want to do?" Gao Yang spat out the lychee seed and drew a marching route along the table with his fingers, but he did not go towards the city to be attacked, but went straight to these villages and small towns. Gao Yang's confident voice sounded. "If it were me, attacking the city would be a last resort. I would go along these villages and small towns first. If these villages and small towns fight, there won't be many casualties." Lu Xun looked puzzled. "But what's the point of conquering these villages and towns? These villagers are powerless, why should they be killed?" Gao Yang shook his head. "Who said that we took down these villages and towns in order to kill them? I want to chase the people of Chu in one direction, which is the big city I want to attack. And when these people are escaping, they will subconsciously flee towards the big city. Then the defender will be faced with a choice, which is whether to let these people enter the city or not. Our army is not approaching in large numbers, so most of the defenders will feel pity, but if the city is opened, it will be a disaster. Because the granaries in the city are fixed, the more people come in, the more mouths there are to feed. As long as the city's supply is cut off, the situation in the city will be very serious." As soon as these words came out, Lu Xun's face changed drastically, and he felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. His eyes flickered. "This method is absolutely amazing. Using these Chu people will increase the pressure on defending the city and consume the food in the city. Isn't food the most important thing for defending a city?" But he subconsciously asked, "But what if the garrison commander doesn't give food to the people in the city?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "If we release the grain, the food will be reduced quickly. But if we don't, riots will break out. The people will burn, kill, and loot when they can't stand the hunger. If we suppress them forcefully and wield knives at their compatriots, the people in the city will be in a panic. If we don't suppress them, the riots will make people even more panicked, and this is our army's opportunity. It would be best if we first conquered a few small towns that were fiercely resisting, massacred them, and spread the word about our crimes. Then, when the city was in chaos, we could spread the word that those who surrendered would not be massacred, but those who resisted would be massacred. This fear will spread throughout the city. With people in panic, this city will surely fall." Hiss. As Gao Yang's confident voice fell, Lu Xun's several veterans all changed their expressions. Even Gao Tianlong is no exception. "This plan is too vicious, but it is a real heartbreaking plan. Once the defender shows kindness, it will be a disaster, because what Gao Yang said will definitely happen." "But isn't the massacre of the city too cruel?" Xinjing was said with some reluctance. "This guy is so cruel. That's a massacre. It's not just the unscrupulous businessmen, locusts, and corrupt officials who are the living devils. There is now a subtle trend of people being the living devils on the battlefield." Gao Yang shook his head, his eyes cold. "Grandpa Qin, being kind to the enemy on the battlefield is being cruel to our army. If you want to quickly take over this city, or even a country, what is there to be afraid of if you don't have a bad reputation?" For a moment, Qin Jingguo was silent. "But what if the defender doesn't fall for it and refuses to open the city?" Lu Xun continued to ask, his eyes fixed on Gao Yang. It was as if he had found a loophole in this plan. Gao Yang smiled calmly and said, "The defender of the city is a famous general. He is a bit difficult to deal with, but I have a way. Our army expelled the people of Chu instead of killing them, but the Chu garrison refused to allow them to leave the city. The people of Chu must be disheartened. We can sow discord among them and make promises. The first person to capture the flag will be promoted 3 levels, become a citizen of our Dacian country, and enjoy wealth and glory.
Someone will definitely be tempted by this.
This way, the people of Great Chu can serve as our army's vanguard and charge towards the Great Chu soldiers on the city wall.
After all, Great Chu has abandoned them.
They still have a chance to survive if they fight.
If they don't fight, it doesn't matter.
Our army is behind them and can use them as cannon fodder to consume the arrows and fallen trees in the city and reduce our casualties.
Chapter 46 Black-hearted capitalists' ideas shocked all the veterans. Buzz. Following Gao Yang's words, the entire lobby of Duke Dinghua's mansion instantly fell into extreme silence. The heads of several people seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. Buzzing. 5 pairs of eyes looked at Gao Yang at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. The scene described by Gao Yang seemed to appear in their minds. Be cautious at every step and leave no loopholes. Lu Xun stared at Gao Yang with his cloudy eyes.
In his eyes, this slightly immature face looked like a deviled eyes. This something humans came up with, that's too cruel. The pioneers were about to attack the villagers near the city and drive them towards the city. If the defending general showed mercy and let these people into the city, it would greatly consume the food in the city. As time goes on, regardless of whether the rebellion is suppressed or not, the people in the city will be in panic. If the defending general saw through the cruelty of this plan and refused to allow the common people to enter, the common people would surely be disappointed and disheartened, then take advantage of the situation to sow discord among them, make them promises, and let them charge for Dacian and kill their own compatriots. What terrified Lu Xun the most was, even though he failed to arouse the anger of these people, Gao Yang still had a way. He could use these people as human shields to absorb the arrows and fallen trees in the city, thus reducing the losses of Dacian soldiers. In other words, once Gao Yang uses this method, no matter what choice the generals defending the city make, it will only benefit Dacian and not harm it. But it's just too cruel. Gao Yang even said lightly that in order to quickly destroy the cities in the Great Chu, it was necessary to first massacre a few cities that resisted fiercely and spread the fierce power to the entire Great Chu. Then, when the city is surrounded but not attacked, combined with this strategy, the fear in the city will spread to everyone's heart over time. But if you surrender in Kaesong, you will live. If you resist, the whole city will be massacred, under endless fear. The hope of survival will cause chaos in the city. This is a huge benefit for them. Even though Lu Xun was used to seeing corpses on the battlefield, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart at this moment. This guy must be as firm as a rock to be able to say the word massacre so lightly. When Lu Xun thought this, Qin Xingguo and Zhao Penu were filled with even greater shock. I wanted to see this kid's potential, and was even prepared to see him pull a big shit, suffer some setbacks, and then suppress him again. What they never expected was that Gao Yang really had a big plan for them. This plan immediately silenced them. But it must be said that this plan is very vicious and can really reduce the casualties of Dacian soldiers. Zhao Penu moved his lips and said with a dry throat, "Boy, although this plan is a bit vicious, it can indeed reduce the casualties of my Dacian soldiers."
But I don't understand, what do you mean by that big cake? Several people looked at Gao Yang.
This word was indeed new to them. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Grandpa Zhao, this so-called pie in the sky, or painted pie in the sky, is essentially about making a promise, looking forward to the future, making people work hard for this goal, and then running away in the end. For example, if you promise the people of Chu that if you kill a Chu soldier, you will be rewarded with 3 taels of silver, and if you kill a Chu garrison commander, you will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and be promoted to general. When the people of Chu see this promise, they will definitely fight for it. But after the promise is made, whether it will be fulfilled or not depends on their mood. As for the pie, as long as it's big enough to make people work hard for it, it's fine. It doesn't have to be realized. What's more, after this battle, they are in Dacian. Even if they really complete it, they have to bow their heads. If they are given a little, he will endure it."
Gao Yang said this lightly.
He was very familiar with the old tricks used by the black-hearted capitalists of later generations. The monthly salary is 3,000, and he can brag to you that as long as you work hard, a monthly salary of 300,000 will not be a problem in the future, and you can even travel abroad and have all kinds of benefits. But if I really don't deliver on my promise, who would dare to go to the boss and say, "You mother and slave, I'm going on a King overseas trip?" Therefore, most young people in later generations will choose to lie down, but capitalists are often one step better. They often do not earn any money after working for a day, but their work is not in vain, at least they are tired. But this is the right to speak, and whoever has the right to speak can make the rules, not to mention the people of Chu who were used as cannon fodder. They had no choice at all, however. This idea of the black-hearted capitalists of later generations came as a great shock to the ears of Lu Xun and several other veteran generals who were well-versed in military books. They originally thought that these Chu people could fight hard to find a way to survive, but they didn't expect that even this way to survive was half true and half false. They wanted to refute, but couldn't find any point to refute. Just as Gao Yang said, the reason why a pie is that it must be big. Let's talk about whether it can be realized or not. But if you just hear about it and feel no motivation to work hard, that's definitely not going to work. After all, if the Chu people put more effort into attacking the city, fewer Dacian soldiers would die in the end. The point is that being kind to the people of Chu is being cruel to the soldiers of Dacian. This position is not difficult to imagine. It was just the kindness in their hearts that made it difficult for them to accept the massacre of the city and the use of civilians as cannon fodder. Several people looked at Gao Yang and fell silent, seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Gao Yang touched his face with amusement. Is there something dirty on your face, kid? Or is it that this kid's plan is too vicious and scared the grandfathers? Gao Yang joked deliberately. He thought to himself, you're silent now? There are even more ruthless ones. Hearing this, Lu Xun couldn't hold back his expression anymore. He was the first to laugh out loud, and said with full energy, what a joke! I have been in the battlefield since I was 13 years old. I have fought for dozens of years. I have seen more dead people than you have eaten. Although this plan is vicious, it is still a long way from scaring your Grandpa Lu. My throat was just a little dry just now, and I want to drink some hot tea. Lu Xun picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Penu also looked disdainful and laughed wildly. You little bastard, you are so arrogant. You call this a vicious plan? We have fought for decades and have seen all kinds of inhumane schemes. Your tricks are nothing. Drink tea. They both picked up their teacups and drank the hot tea in one gulp. Seeing this, Gao Yang said repeatedly, the boy is arrogant. These old generals are quite concerned about their reputation. Gao Tianlong couldn't bear to listen anymore. He coughed twice and said, ahem. Yanger, there's no need to be so cruel. It's not human to draw big promises. Since it's a promise, you have to fulfill it. Otherwise, if it gets out, how can you lead the army to fight in the future? Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang obliquely, and Gao Yang understood instantly. For some things, you just need to do them quietly. There is no need to be so honest. Gao Yang bowed and saluted, and said modestly, grandfather is right, I have learned a lesson. Lu Xun looked at Gao Yang's smiling face and felt a little embarrassed. They, a group of veterans from Dacian, were actually frightened by a kid. If this gets out, how can they survive in Chang'an? He pretended to be calm and said, you, boy, do have some talent for marching and fighting. I will test you again. If you can answer this question, then your matter with Yurong will be over. Otherwise, you will come to my house tomorrow. How? Lu Xunzhong's full-hearted voice came, and a hint of confidence appeared on his face. Obviously, he was quite confident about this question. As for these words, he was just talking, trying to scare Gao Yang, ultimately for the sake of face. I'm old, I can't afford to lose face. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Penu took a sip of tea and said nothing. Although Lu Xun had not yet spoken, after half a lifetime of friendship, they already knew what the problem was. However, they also wanted to dampen Gao Yang's enthusiasm. This kid actually dared to tease them whether they were scared or not. He is really going against the will of heaven. Gao Tianlong didn't say anything after hearing this. During this period, Gao Yang was in the limelight, but as the saying goes, too strong will break easily, so in his eyes, appropriate suppression was not a bad thing. Seeing that Gao Yang didn't say anything, Lu Xun couldn't help but laugh. Boy, what's wrong? Are you scared? Gao Yang raised his eyes. Of course he was not afraid. Since he likes to set up schemes, he must have studied the 36 strategies of war thoroughly. Although he knew that Lu Xun's problem was not simple, he was not afraid. But when he heard Lu Xun's words, he thought of some things and was struggling. His granddaughter's name is Yurong. What a great name. He instantly thought of an idiom. The sea embraces all rivers and is vast because of its tolerance. Chapter 47. Battle to defend the city. No food in the city? Why are you hesitating? If you are afraid, then you are afraid. If you are not afraid, then you are not afraid. Can your Grandpa Lu still laugh at you? Lu Xun glared at Gao Yang with dissatisfaction on his face. Gao Yang looked at Lu Xun's ferocious face, which was really not flattering, although he felt that sometimes everything was the same even when the lights were turned off and figure was king. the face couldn't be too unreasonable. The probability of a daughter born to Elvesian being pretty or not, Gao Yang felt it necessary to consider certain risks.
Grandpa Lu, please go ahead and I'll try my best to answer you.
Gao Yang finally spoke. Elvesian didn't know what Gao Yang was thinking, otherwise, just based on the saying the sea embraces all rivers and is great because of its tolerance, he would have destroyed Gao Yang.
Ah, good boy, you're brave enough. Better than your father.
Lu Xun laughed and said Gao Feng looked embarrassed. Why were they attacking him for no reason, and he is still here? I somewhat ignored him.
Don't accuse me of bullying a young man like you. My question is not difficult.
Just as you said before, I will lead the army to besiege the city according to the method you said.
If you were the general defending the city, how would you break through it?
Lu Xun stroked his beard and looked at Gao Yang. He pointed to the teacup and the maid immediately filled it up. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Penu looked strange. They thought to themselves that this guy was too shameless. As Gao Yang said, this was almost a huge problem, not to mention Gao Yang. Even if they saw it, their faces would change drastically and they would feel it was a very difficult situation. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, his face looked strange. Defending the city? When Lu Xun saw Gao Yang's expression, he felt that he had been too bullying. After all, he didn't know how to break this situation. Gao Yang shook his head and said, Grandpa Lu, defending the city is not difficult, but the method is a bit insidious.
Are you sure you want to listen?
When these words were spoken, several people looked shocked. Defending the city isn't difficult. Why are you so crazy? Especially Lu Xun, who stared at Gao Yang with his eyes, and had a bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't understand. If it was to defend the city, what kind of sinister method could there be?
Speak now, boy. Let me see what bad things you have in mind.
Lu Xun said with disbelief. Even the king of hell has to take a rest and nap sometimes, so how could Gao Yang have endless evil intentions?
Grandpa Lu, your words make me a little sad. I have always been kind and harmless.
What I said are all good ways to serve the country.
How could I have any bad intentions?
They are all just clever ideas to do our best for the country. Gao Tianlong's hand holding the teacup suddenly paused, and a bad premonition arose in his heart, as if this kid was about to say something shocking in the next second. He stroked his beard. Since ancient times, food and fodder have been a big problem for defending a city. In fact, there is nothing bad going on.
Since ancient times, there has been almost no other way except to close the city and defend it. There is nothing we can do about it.
Even if there are some means, they are still minor means after all and cannot change the overall situation.
The only way is to hold on.
Several people breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. They said that even the king of hell has to rest sometimes, so how could Gao Yang be so full of bad intentions? Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief, looking relaxed. Huh, brat, do you also have times when you are at your wits' end?
But what kind of vicious plan is this? But so many people are gathered in the city.
If time goes on, there will be no food in the city. I want to see how you can solve this problem.
Gao Yang smiled and said, Grandpa Lu is wrong.
It's not that there is no solution. If we drive the people into the city, there will be tens of thousands of people in the city, young and old.
Lu Xun said dissatisfiedly, You stinky boy, I asked you about food and grass. Why did you say the number of old and young people in the city?
The boy said it, the city is full of young and old, tens of thousands of people.
As the words fell, several people's eyelids trembled. They grabbed the bamboo shoots. Lu Xun felt numb all over. A pair of cloudy old eyes widened and stared at Gao Yang. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Penu also widened their eyes and looked at Gao Yang as if they had seen a ghost. This is more than a little insidious stud, it's a totally inhumane scheme. In the battle to defend the city, there are tens of thousands of people, young and old, in the city.
You kid, several veterans widened their eyes in disbelief. While he lightly mentioned this sinister plot, he also claimed that he was kind and harmless to humans and animals. Are you sure your conscience won't hurt? Gao Tianlong's heart skipped a beat, but even though he had seen too many vicious plots, he had to say it. This grandson of his is quite vicious. Gao Yang smiled and said, I said before that this method is a bit inhumane.
But this is the only solution.
After all, in a city defense war, the most important thing is food. Generally, during a siege, the food supply will be cut off. If you are left with no other options, this is the only way to avoid losing the city. Hiss. Several people gasped instantly, their scalps went numb, but I have to say that what Gao Yang said is a fact. There is no other way, especially if we let the civilians enter the city. This is the only way we can do if we want to defend the city. Qin Jinghua had a complicated expression, and after a while he said, "It's really rare, and there are times when you think it's too inhumane." Gao Yang smiled embarrassedly. "Grandpa Qin, what are you talking about? I am just cruel to outsiders. This kid has a pure character." Lu Xun's face turned pale and he staggered back a few steps. He nearly fell to the ground. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. "Grandpa Lu, look at you, why can't you stand steadily? The kid is several meters away from you, you can't blame me for this." Gao Yang was murderous. Chapter 48, It's unethical to use it, it's a pity not to use it, it's scary to put it. As Gao Yang repeated his words, the cup in Qin Jinghua's hand fell to the ground, and his eyes widened. Lu Xun also realized what Gao Yang meant. He glared at him with horror in his eyes. Gao Tianlong couldn't stand it any longer. With Gao Yang's evil plan, this city would be really difficult to capture. It will take several months or even years to defeat the opponent. There is no way to continue discussing this military strategy. If this continues, not to mention Lu Xun and the other two, even he would start to doubt his life. "Uncle Fu, give Yang Heir another 500 taels of silver. Go to the gambling house or the Rouge Pavilion to find the courtesan. Stay away from me and the others first." Gao Yang's eyes lit up. It was such a pleasant surprise. "Can I get another 500 taels of silver?" "Grandson thanks grandfather very much. In fact, I have quite a lot of experience in military strategy." Gao Yang said while saluting. Gao Tianlong's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand. "No need, go down, take Changwon with you, and educate him more when you have nothing to do." If Gao Yang is a piece of black paper, Gao Changwon is a piece of white paper. He hopes that the two of them can neutralize each other. Yes. Gao Yang turned around happily and went downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the lobby, Gao Yang smiled. He went straight outside the mansion, Rouge Pavilion, listened to the music in the brothel. If you don't do something ruthless, who knows when you'll be able to escape. After Gao Yang left, the lobby fell into a long silence. After holding it in for a long time, Lu Xun was the first to break the silence and said, "The old duke has lived an upright life and acted uprightly, but I'm afraid that his integrity will be lost in his later years. But I have to say that the Duke Dinghua's mansion will surely prosper for 100 years with this Qilin child." What this means is that with Gao Yang and the Gao family, their status is definitely secure, but their reputation is very bad. The other two nodded in agreement. During decades of military service, they had met too many people, some brilliant, some decisive, some cold-blooded, too many to count, but this is the first time I have ever been a living devil. Each plan is more vicious than the last. Qin Jinghua said, "I have something to say. If it is offensive, please forgive me, old duke." Gao Tianlong nodded. "We are friends, so you can talk if you want. I'm afraid this boy won't be in your majesty's mind for long. Even if he is used for a bad job, he will be pitied if he is not used, but he will be feared if he is released." Lu Xun nodded, with a complicated expression. "I will report to His Majesty later, and strictly prohibit Gao Yang from going to the 6 countries in the world to avoid any accidents. It doesn't cost much money to keep him, but once he goes to another country, we will have to suffer." Zhao Penu took a deep breath and said, "Many years ago, I was carrying out military orders and was afraid of exposing my whereabouts, so I ordered the massacre of an entire village. Until today, I still can't sleep every night and feel deeply uneasy. But after listening to the words of the old duke's grandson today, my mind suddenly became clear. I think I can sleep well tonight." Gao Tianlong, Qin Jinghua added, "We hold the military power, and I must report today's events to His Majesty. If the news spreads, it might damage the old duke's reputation. Can we keep it secret?" Gao Tianlong looked at Lu Xun and the others, his eyes flickering. "Half of my body is buried in the ground. Fame and fortune are nothing but passing clouds to me. Why should I bother with them? Just write it down word for word in the memorial." Although Yan'er is vicious, he is still vicious to the enemy country and the cancer of Dakian. Now that Dakian is a little more vicious, it is not a bad thing. After hearing this, several people stopped joking and their faces turned serious. They are well aware of the problems Dakian faces. Qin Jinghua said coldly. Prince Rong started a protest at the morning court today, and 13 imperial censors followed him, and nearly 1/3 of the officials echoed him. Although it was resolved by His Majesty, it shows the status of Prince Rong. Without stable government, how can Dakian become prosperous and strong? Upon hearing this, Lu Xun and Zhao Penu looked heavy-hearted. The court was mostly a place where civil officials fought each other, and as military generals, they were powerless. As Zhao Penu's face was even more solemn.
Gao Tianlong said, I think this Prince Rong is probably trying to establish his authority by attacking the Duke Dinghua's mansion.
The old duke should be more careful. Gao Tianlong's eyes flashed with coldness, and then he smiled disapprovingly at the few people and said, a few days ago, I was indeed a little worried, but now, I am not worried at all.
The outcome of this court battle is still unknown.
After hearing this, Lu Xun felt a little gloating. Yes, the Duke Dinghua's mansion has encountered this living devil, and Prince Rong is doomed.
I will just wait and see the fun. After meeting today, Lu Xun had full confidence in Gao Yang. At the same time, Prince Rong's palace in the lobby, antique vases are everywhere, showing the prosperity. It was just a middle-aged man with a resolute face and wearing a dragon robe, his face full of anger. Bang! Prince Rong Wulong slapped the table heavily. This slap hurt my hand, but he seemed not to feel it, with tremendous anger on his face. Today is a very embarrassing day. After pretending to be sick in his home for dozens of days, he went to court for the first time. He had been holding it in for a long time, but he unexpectedly defecated a huge amount. He wanted to give the Empress a warning, so he took the initiative to attack unexpectedly. All this was a trap set by the Empress. She deliberately suggested mixing sand into the grain, waiting for me to jump out an object. Then he slapped himself in the face. This wave is simply stepping on his head to establish authority. Good trick. I underestimated your majesty.
I suffered a great loss today and my prestige is gone. Prince Rong gritted his teeth, his face cold. A middle-aged scholar in a blue shirt said, although the Empress is a man of great talent and strategy, it is impossible for her to come up with such a vicious plan. It must have been the grandson of Duke Dinghua, Gao Yang, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue.
This boy is not simple.
Prince Rong's eyes were cold. This kid hid his abilities very well.
I underestimated him.
As he said that, he turned his gaze to the middle-aged scholar. Do you have a plan to help me destroy that old man Gao Tianlong? The middle-aged scholar smiled calmly. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I have a brilliant plan. But we still need to wait a few more days. During these days, the prince needs to tell the prince not to leave the house as much as possible. Even if he really needs to leave the house, he must bring more people with him.
Gao Yang, the grandson of Duke Dinghua, is extraordinary. If I leave the palace at this time, I am afraid that Gao Yang will attack the prince. Prince Rong frowned and his voice suddenly rose 3 degrees. How dare Gao Yang attack the royal family?
The middle-aged scholar nodded, his eyes solemn. The Dinghua mansion has a deep foundation, especially since the Dinghua Duke is still alive.
The whole Chang'an knows that the emperor's edict to seek talents was a trick by the prince to trick Gao Yang, so revenge is inevitable. It's better to be cautious. At this time, Wu Cheng walked in. He walked quickly to Prince Rong and said, Father, I heard that His Majesty reprimanded you in the morning court?
Wu Long nodded, I was careless, but it was just a temporary failure, it's okay. Don't leave the house in the next few days, and don't let the brats from Duke Dinghua's house target you. When Wu Cheng heard this, he snorted coldly. Duke Dinghua is already half buried in the ground.
How dare they attack this prince? Besides, I always travel during the day and stay in the Rouge Pavilion at night. I never travel at night.
Hearing this, Wu Long nodded and felt relieved. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar also nodded. Judging from this, he was indeed very cautious.
Would Gao Yang dare to attack the Prince of Dakian in public?
Chapter 49, The Empress is shocked. My reputation is at risk. Several veterans in the lobby were still chatting, and Gao Yang went straight to the gate. Zhao De and more than a dozen of his men were already waiting at the door.
Young master.
Zhao De bowed and saluted. Gao Yang saw this scene and couldn't help but be curious. Why are you here? The old duke has specifically instructed us to be responsible for protecting the eldest master's safety these days and to be at his disposal. Gao Yang glanced at the men behind Zhao De. They were tall, with stern faces and a hint of murderous aura around them. Obviously, these people are all good soldiers. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. It seems that these people were specially assigned by Gao Tianlong to deal with Prince Rong's mansion.
This is very thoughtful. Where is Chen Shang? Gao Yang asked Zhao De. Chen Shang did not return home last night.
When he returned in the morning, he went straight to the eldest son's room, but the eldest son was fast asleep, so he went out again.
Gao Yang nodded. He still cares about Chen Shang. Putting aside his ability, the name is worthy of his attention. In case one day the Empress stops being a human being or wants to kill everyone, she would feel safer having Chen Shang by her side. If Wu Guang and Huang Chao could be gathered together again, they wouldn't have to just follow behind the Empress and peek at her beautiful legs. They could even take action directly, but Gao Yang just thought about this idea in his mind. This is too difficult to operate. Brother, my grandfather asked me to study with you, and I was so depressed for the past 10 days. Gao Yang looked towards the voice and saw Gao Changwen, wearing a long robe, trotting towards him. That face was filled with excitement of surviving a disaster. 10 days, a full 10 days, ever since Gao Yang went to Linjiang City, he has been under house arrest and was not allowed to leave the room at all, except when Gao Yang returned home and he went out to greet him. Only then did he step out of the door and take a look at the scenery outside. The rest of the time, I almost just lie in the room. This is simply too cruel for a playboy. Gao Yang looked at Gao Changwen and the corners of his mouth twitched, but he could also understand Gao Tianlong's intention. After all, Gao Changwen's name is well known throughout Chang'an. Yao Yang turned around and walked out of the house. Gao Changwen followed behind him and asked, "Brother, where are we going to play?" Gao Yang said without even turning his head, "Rouge Pavilion." When Gao Changwen heard the word Yanji Pavilion, his eyes suddenly lit up. Rouge Pavilion, this is a great place. Brother, how much silver did we bring? The expenses in the Yanji Pavilion are not low. Gao Changwen said with anticipation. When Gao Yang heard this, he paused and looked at Gao Changwen's slightly immature face. This guy seems familiar, but think about it, people in ancient times were different from modern times. People matured very early. Judging from Gao Changwen's experienced appearance, he was most likely a virgin and had been unclean for a long time. However, he was also somewhat curious about the expenses in Rouge Pavilion. How much money can I spend to have fun? Gao Changwen stroked his chin and said, if you stay overnight, an average girl would get dozens of taels of silver, and a good girl would get hundreds of taels of silver. As for the four most beautiful girls in Yanji Pavilion, any one of them would probably get several thousand taels of silver. Such huge profits? Gao Yang was a little surprised. Although in memory, Yanji Pavilion could be described as a den of money, the original owner's monthly salary was not much. Most of the money was spent on rouge and powder, as well as some high-quality silk, for Songqingqing, so Gao Yang didn't know the market situation. Gao Yang couldn't help but sigh, saying that Yanji Pavilion really made huge profits. In this case, his club plan has to be put on the agenda. The two got on the carriage and headed straight for the most prosperous East Market in Chang'an City. Gao Changwen's excited voice rang out from inside the carriage. As the saying goes, father and son fight together. We are two brothers in the brothel. I have heard that the courtesan in the Rouge Pavilion can earn thousands of gold coins a night. My brother has recently received a large sum of money. Why don't we be extravagant? Then you and I will form a pincer attack, and the courtesan will be unable to take care of herself. Gao Changwen thought of some scenes in his mind and couldn't help laughing. Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and at this moment he wished he could throw this guy down. He was a poisonous scholar with a bad reputation, and with this guy around, I'm afraid the reputation of the entire Dukedingwas mansion would be ruined. Inside the palace, Imperial Study. Wu Zhao was in a good mood, with a smile on her beautiful face. Prince Rong is arrogant and powerful, and he increasingly ignores me. Cao Yang has helped me vent my anger today. She felt happy when she thought of how Prince Rong's face almost turned green during the morning court session. On the side, Shang Wanwaner also nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness, and she was obviously very dissatisfied with Prince Rong's arrogance. Report. Your Majesty, the Left Guard General Qin Jinghua, the Right Guard General Lu Zhen, and the Duke of the Protectorate have all sent people to deliver a memorial. When the eunuch's voice sounded, a hint of curiosity appeared on Wu Zhao's face. Oh? 3 generals sent in memorials at the same time? Present them. Wu Zhao's curiosity was aroused and she spoke. The eunuch hurriedly handed the memorial to Wu Zhao. When Wu Zhao opened it, her expression became increasingly weird the more she read it. She originally thought that the 3 of them had reported something serious, but she didn't expect. When Shang Wanwaner saw Wu Zhao's expression, her expression changed, and she thought there was a riot on the border. She quickly asked, Your Majesty, has something big happened? Wu Zhao shook her head and looked at Shang Wanwaner with a strange expression. Nothing serious, it's just that the 3 old generals recommended Gao Yang to join the army and asked me to support him at all times and never let him enter the territories of the other 6 countries. Why is this? Shang Wanwaner was surprised.
Some things are hard for me to say, just read it for yourself. Wu Zhao handed over the memorial and Shangguan Wana hurried forward. When she received the memorial and saw its contents, a strange look appeared on her face. This. She looked at Wu Zhao and said, Duke Dingwei is an experienced military commander, famous for his unexpected tactics, but I have never heard that the Duke's military tactics are so cruel. When there was a severe food shortage, there were even tens of thousands of people in the city, young and old. Shangguan Wanner's mouth twitched and she took a deep breath. Wu Zhao shook her head helplessly and said, Duke Dingwo would naturally not do such a thing. This must be a vicious plot by the Ministry of Revenue's deputy minister. Shangguan Wanner's mouth twitched. The name of Gao Yang the poisoner is not just a random name. Wu Zhao shook her head and sighed. General Qin is right. Gao Yang is indeed immoral. It's a pity not to use him, but it's scary to let him go. I have this person as my assistant, who is both good and bad. I am afraid that my reputation in history books will be unpleasant. Wu Zhao also felt helpless. Even though she was strong inside, she had never seen a strategist like Gao Yang. The schemes he mentioned are more vicious than each other. Now he is simply not acting like a human being. He is worse than the king of hell, but Gao Yang happened to be able to solve her current predicament. Forget it, I don't mind being a little bit cruel, as long as it can make Dakian stronger and allow the people of Dakian to live and work in peace. Even if the history books label me as a tyrant, I will accept it. Wu Zhao could naturally see that although Gao Yang's methods were cruel, they were all cruel to the enemy. It was like using the people of Chu as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's arrows and fallen trees. Although it is indeed cruel, it can also reduce the casualties among Dakian soldiers. Although it was undoubtedly a vicious plan, it was a brilliant plan for Dakian. She suddenly asked, Where is the Minister of Revenue? Is he at home? Shangguan Wanner was startled and asked subconsciously, Your Majesty, do you want to leave the palace? Wu Zhao nodded and looked out the window. The palace is too boring. I want to go out for a walk. What's more, I still have some questions in my mind. Maybe he can give me the answers. I will go and inquire right away. The old eunuch bowed and left quickly. After a while, the old eunuch came back, but he hesitated for a while. Wu Zhao looked displeased. Why are you so hesitant in your words? Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue's deputy minister is not in the palace. If he's not at home, then where is he going? Wu Zhao took a step and was about to leave. Hearing this, her eyes fell on the old eunuch. Rouge Pavilion. Wu Zhao stopped and looked a little strange. Rouge Pavilion, one of the 4 major brothels in Chang'an? The old eunuch nodded awkwardly. Wu Zhao glanced out the window, and she suddenly said, I have never been to a brothel in my life. Well, I feel like it today, so let's go and take a look. Chapter 50, Shen Sheng takes action, and the white fox howls all night. Not long after, Gao Yang got off the carriage. A 3-story building suddenly appeared in his sight, with 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style on the plaque, Yanji Pavilion. Even in the daytime, there were already several slim and good-looking girls standing outside the house, soliciting customers. Some ordinary men passed by with greed in their eyes, but when they thought of the prices in Yanji Pavilion, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. They will never be able to enter such a place once in their lifetime, but for Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, 2 well-known playboys in Chang'an, this is naturally not a problem. Gentlemen, please come in. A fragrant breeze blew on Gao Yang's face, and he was surrounded and led into the Rouge Pavilion. He couldn't help but feel curious. After all, it was an ancient brothel. It would be unreasonable if he didn't come and experience it in person. Gao Changwen was familiar with the place and went straight to the 2nd floor, where the rooms were arranged in an orderly manner and were extremely luxurious. After they entered a room, the servant hurriedly placed some snacks on the table. At the same time, 2 good-looking women knelt beside Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, and picked up the wine jugs to fill the wine glasses. In front of the guzheng, there was a woman with her face covered and wearing a long gauze dress, who was stretching out her slender hands and playing a tune. For a moment, the whole room was filled with the pleasant sound of the zither and the scent of sandalwood. This kind of environment and atmosphere gave Gao Yang a great experience. Elegant, so elegant, no wonder there are so many playboys in wealthy families and so many bad boys in military families. How many people can withstand this? Without saying a word, Gao Changwen took the woman next to him into his arms, and his big hands slid down her silky back. The woman soon began to giggle. She had a piece of dessert in her hand, but she didn't feed it to Gao Changwen's mouth for a long time. She had no choice but to beg, Sir, let's eat something first. Obviously, his brother had been holding it in for more than 10 days, and his intention was not at all to eat die in this situation. A sentence suddenly came to Gao Yang's mind: brother, stop touching me. My stockings are all pilling. How about we sing a song? I guess what the woman is thinking right now is pretty much the same. Sir, stop touching me and let's eat something. Gao Yang picked up the wine glass, feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, he had never done this before, and for a while he couldn't adapt to his status as a playboy. She looked at the charming woman beside her and said, "You look young. Where are you from, and why did you end up in prostitution?" Although he was mentally prepared to a certain extent, it was still natural for him to act like Gao Chanwen. That's still a bit impossible. Sir, my name is Qinger. I was originally from Qingzhou. As for falling into prostitution, it was out of helplessness. I am not afraid of being laughed at by you. My father loved gambling and lost everything in the family. He then sold me to a brothel. After being passed around for a while, I came to Chang'an to seek a way to make a living. Qinger knelt beside Gao Yang, picked up the wine jug, and a look of loneliness and weakness flashed across her face. Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and some words emerged in his mind again. A gambling dad, a sick mom, a studying brother, and a broken girl, but as to whether it was true or not, Gao Yang didn't know. On the side, Gao Changwen said with some distress, "How pitiful." Gao Yang glanced at him and said, "I didn't see you stop." Gao Changwen immediately smiled awkwardly, and then said righteously, "Brother, this is wrong. The money from the Duke of Dinghua's mansion was not easy to come by. It was earned by my grandfather with his life. It is all hard-earned money. How can you stop? Otherwise, how can I be worthy of my grandfather?" I have to say, there is some truth in what he said, but then again, how would they survive without Chang'an and his gang of playboys? Thinking of this, Gao Yang's sense of guilt instantly lessened. Although he was not as wealthy as Gao Changwen, he enjoyed having someone pour wine for him, listening to some songs, and living the extravagant life of an ancient dandy. That's not badi in this kind of atmosphere. He can also sort out his thoughts better and relax completely. After a while, the song ended, and Zhao De came to his side and whispered, "Master, Chen Sheng is back and he wants to see you." Gao Yang raised his eyebrows, then said, "Let him in." He waved his hand, and the two maids and the woman playing the guzheng left tactfully. Chen Sheng walked in quickly. Outside, there were soldiers standing on both sides. Gao Yang looked at Chen Sheng and asked, "You figured out Wu Cheng's movements so quickly?" Chen Sheng nodded and said, "My lord, this Wu Cheng is very cautious. I spent a whole day yesterday investigating him and found out that his only weakness is that he likes to be very lively. He likes to come to the Rouge Pavilion the most. In the past 7 days, he has spent almost every night here. He went out once this morning, but the number of guards around him has doubled. I'm afraid he has been prepared and it will be difficult to attack him." Gao Yang smiled. He didn't expect that Wu Chang was not stupid. It was obvious that he had taken precautions and was not like an ordinary playboy. "I originally wanted to solve it as a playboy, starting with Wu Chang and then slowly working my way up, but he didn't give me a chance, so I had to go straight to Prince Rong." Gao Yang's voice was cold. Gao Changwen was stunned for a moment, then he widened his eyes and asked, "Are we going to attack Prince Rong's mansion?" Gao Yang glanced at Gao Changwen and said, "Are you scared?" Gao Changwen immediately shook his head excitedly. "Brother, what you said is true. If we overthrow Prince Rong's mansion, our Duke Dinghua mansion will be very famous. What is there to be afraid of?" Gao Changwen is ready to go. A playboy is never afraid of getting into trouble. On the contrary, face sometimes trumps everything else. As for the cost, except for some sky-high costs, that is almost not within their consideration. Chen Shang was also curious and asked, "Master, what are you going to do?" Gao Yang glanced at Chen Shang and said, "It's not difficult to trick Prince Rong. Prince Rong is of noble status and holds great power. He is most afraid of rumors. We can make up rumors, such as foxes speaking human language and children singing rumors that the king is destined to be king. Since ancient times, rumors are as fierce as tigers. Once this gets out, Prince Rong will definitely be thrown into disarray." Chapter 51. Wu Zhao is chasing after her. Gao Yang is confused as soon as these words came out. Gao Changwen was stunned for a moment. Chen Shang felt his scalp tingling. He murmured, "A fox speaking human language and spreading rumors everywhere. This is too cruel. This move is tantamount to roasting Prince Rong on the fire." But for some reason, his heart skipped a beat when he heard these words. "I'll do it right away. I have a better idea."
He was excited. Gao Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it. The imperial power is too weak now. The risk of doing this is too great. After all, Prince Rome's students and former officials are all over Dakian. If he were to escape, a war would be inevitable. I have a better idea." Gao Yang thought of the Empress's face in his mind and said confidently. Several people looked puzzled, but Gao Yang did not explain that in fact, it is not difficult to take action against Prince Rong, and he has many methods in mind. The one-stop service of framing and shifting blame and conflict diversion directly led Prince Rong to the path of extermination of his entire family. It's just that the imperial power is too weak, and Dakian is too weak to withstand the turmoil. Many methods cannot be used. That would be why he would choose Wucheng first and then proceed step by step. From what Qingjing was said, today's morning court was almost an undisguised confrontation between Prince Rong and the Empress. 13 Imperial censors impeached the emperor, and the prime minister and other officials echoed him. This has threatened the imperial power. Wu Zhao must have felt it. Gao Yang's idea was very simple, which was to intensify the conflict, magnify Prince Rong's ambition, and strengthen the Empress's sense of crisis. Wu Chenghui would be the best candidate. It's a pity that I don't have any medicine on me, otherwise I could try it, Gao Yang said with a look of regret. Clang. Gao Changwen took out a few small bottles from his waist and placed them directly on the table. He looked straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Gao Changwen and asked, "What is this?" "Medicine. Did I understand wrongly? Isn't this what Big Brother wants?" Gao Changwen scratched his head. He picked up one of the medicine bottles and said, "This thing is called Qiyin Hawan powder, and it is a first-class aphrodisiac. When added to the wine, there are only a few impurities. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all, but its medicinal effect is extremely strong. This one is even more powerful." Gao Changwen picked up another bottle of medicine and said, "This thing is called the Powerful Spray King. Once you drink it, your stomach will hurt so much that it will start to spray immediately. The effect is immediate. This is a knockout drug. It's made from crushed and dried mandrake. It's a must-have for murder and robbery, and the effect is pretty good." Gao Yang was a little surprised and took the bottles. "Where did you get these?" Shen Sheng and Jada also looked at Gao Changwen in disbelief. They were terrified. How could a normal person have these bottles of medicine? Gao Changwen chuckled and said, "As a dandy, you should always have some things with you. Brother, which one do you need?" Gao Yang simply cleared out all the bottles and jars. "Only children make choices. I want them all. Good stuff like this should be kept for a rainy day." Gao Changwen, he looked painful. "These are all his sweethearts. It's gone. All gone. Keep playing the music and continuing to dance." Gao Yang touched the small bottle in his arms and a smile appeared on his face. When Gao Yang's voice sounded boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door, followed by a pleasant voice, "Master Gao, may I come in?" "Enter." Following Gao Yang's voice, the two women from before and the masked Guzheng woman came back in. For a moment, the pleasant sound of the zither rang out in the house again. Gao Yang raised his head and saw a charming woman appear in front of him. She was wearing a red dress that outlined her charming figure, with a hint of white on her chest that caught everyone's attention. "I am Lu Yuer, the person in charge of Yanji Pavilion. I have heard of Master Gao's great name for a long time and I admire him very much. I, Lu Yuer, will exempt all expenses of Mr. Gao in Rouge Pavilion today, except for the 4 courtesans. I only hope to make friends with Mr. Gao." Gao Changwen was a little shocked. "What? All exempted?" A smile immediately appeared on his face, so he would have to order 2 more later. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, "No reward without merit? Manager Lu is so generous, I'm afraid he has something to ask for?" Hearing this, Lu Yuer smiled sheepishly. "Master Gao is really smart. I do have a small favor to ask of you. In recent years, famous buildings have been built one after another in Chang'an. Although Yanji Pavilion is an old brand, it is supported by the courtesans. Many old customers have been lost. What should we do?" When Lu Yuer said this, her face was full of sadness, but she hurriedly said, "Master Gao, please don't misunderstand me. I have no other intentions. If you don't want to say it, my promise will still be valid." Gao Yang took a sip of wine and said calmly, "This is not difficult. We can set up a membership system for the guests, and record how much money they spend in store. The higher the level, the better the privileges and benefits. Those who can come to the Rouge Pavilion are either rich or noble. What they want is the symbol of status. Once people start to compare themselves with others, money will come. The money saved can also be used to do some stable business. Moreover, if the courtesans can get more bonuses, the service industry will be very profitable, which will be very motivating. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yuer's eyes lit up instantly. Membership tier system, give employees more profits and courtesans more bonuses to stimulate motivation. Lu Yuer suddenly understood. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Gao Yang just smiled and nodded. Although he didn't go into detail, these two moves alone are enough to boost Yanji Pavilion's business. After all, if he tells everything, won't he be useless in the future? The core should naturally be kept for oneself. On the contrary, you can now test the waters with Yanji Pavilion and see the attitudes of the major figures in Chang'an towards applying for a card. He also saved a few hundred taels today. It really kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Lu Yuer went down in a hurry. Gao Changwen shouted from behind, 2 more. Soon, a fragrant breeze blew in my face, and because of what I said, the two people's appearance and figures became even better. Just as Gao Yang was about to reach out his hand, suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open and a clear voice was heard. You are in a good mood. Isn't it a shame not to play together in such a nice place? Gao Yang raised his head in confusion. He saw 2 pairs of eyes looking at him with a smile. Although he is dressed as a man, his heroic look cannot be concealed. Boom. When Gao Yang saw these 2 familiar faces, his mind seemed to explode. Gao Changwen's big hands were still unbridled. He continued to say to the side, 2 good friends are here, 2 more. Chapter 52 Bigdri. The loopholes in the law, the possibility of prostitution. Boom. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner in front of him in astonishment, and his mind seemed to be struck by thunder. His face was full of disbelief. How come Wu Zhao is here? Isn't this a brothel? At this moment, even Gao Yang, who had seen too many big scenes, was a little dumbfounded. He just stretched out his hand and was about to hug the waist of Qinger, who was sitting next to him with a resentful look on her face. Although it's not as excessive as Gao Changwen, it doesn't hurt to feel the happiness of the ancient dandy. Finally, Wu Zhao came in, and his damn brother actually ordered 2 for his majesty as well, and she's a woman. Wu Zhao sat down by herself. Her eyes fell on Gao Yang's face full of shock. She seemed very satisfied with the expression on Gao Yang's face, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. You don't have to be restrained, Mr. Yuan Weilong, just touch yourself and be bold and be yourself. Wu Zhao picked up a piece of dessert and put it into her mouth. Gao Changwen was not shy and continued to operate with his big hands, smiling. My dear brother, you are a very nice person, but your tone sounds a bit unsophisticated. And along with his voice, Lu Yuer was not stingy and brought 2 beautiful women in long skirts into the private room. When they saw Wu Zhao dressed as a man, they immediately ran towards her. Although she has fallen into prostitution, she is serving an old man and a handsome young man. These are definitely 2 different feelings. Wu Zhao dressed as a man, and her noble and heroic appearance was extremely lethal to them. They feel that it is worth it even if they pay a little money, but this move scared Gao Yang. He hurriedly stopped her and said, Stop. He has studied Daqian's laws a lot, and offending the empress is a serious crime. Don't implicate him in this. Gao Changwen, however, looked dissatisfied. Brother, you already have 2 people around you. You should know that you can't chew more than you can chew. Even if you can bear it, your kidneys can't. Don't be so stingy. Lu Yuer also bowed and said, Master Gao, there are not many guests during the day. If you need it, there are still many sisters in the Rouge Pavilion. Even Lu Huakue, when she heard that you punished the corrupt merchants, was quite respectful and wanted to come and have a drink with you. Lu Huakue? Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Gao Yang was also curious about the beauty of the courtesan, he did not dare to act rashly since Wu Zhao was present. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, I am Gao Yang. This action directly shocked Gao Changwen. Even the big hands stopped suddenly. There was an instant of shock in the private room. Lu Yuer also widened her beautiful eyes. Your Majesty? A dignified empress also likes to visit brothels. Gao Changwen immediately pulled his hand away and hurriedly followed suit in saluting. Gao Changwen, the second son of Gao Feng, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, greets His Majesty. For a moment, everyone was kneeling on the floor in the private room. Wu Zhao said unhappily, I am here incognito for a private visit. Is the official eager to spread the news of my visit to the brothel to the entire Chang'an? Even if I were a woman, I'm afraid the censor would impeach me the next day. Gao Yang said, I understand. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Wu Zhao said with a smile, I just said 2 sentences, and you understood? Then tell me. I will immediately send someone to kill this person, including my brother, so that your Majesty's whereabouts will not be revealed. One word falls to I in the private room, all eyes were instantly focused on Gao Yang. Everyone couldn't believe it. So they are all silenced. Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Her scalp went numb. The rumors among the people were really true. This man was truly a living devil. I haven't even provoked Gao Yang, and I even got all my expenses at Yanji Pavilion waived today, but now I'm going to be silenced. Gao Changwen was also stunned. Is it really about killing one's own relatives for the sake of justice? Your Majesty, spare my life. Xing'er and several other women knelt down, their faces filled with fear. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang, who looked righteous, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She originally wanted to tease Gao Yang deliberately, but unexpectedly, Gao Yang outwitted her. I am not that cruel yet. Everyone, get up. Wu Zhao spoke indifferently and picked up another piece of dessert. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang. She knew very well that Gao Yang said that on purpose. She was very uncomfortable with the feeling of being led by the nose. Gao Yang, since I ascended the throne, I have issued an edict that all officials above the 7th rank in Dakian must set an example and not enjoy themselves in brothels. It seems that my words are not effective. Wu Zhao spoke lightly, her eyes falling on Gao Yang. A month ago, she issued this decree, but it was only because she could not stand the extravagance of officials in the court, and the punishment was just a fine. Since you have money to visit brothels, you might as well serve the country. She didn't talk about the consequences, she just wanted to dampen Gao Yang's fighting spirit. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. Does Dakian still have such a rule? He was not stupid. He sensed the Empress's displeasure and knew that this was definitely a deliberate targeting. Even visiting brothels would not stop him, but if you were to be fined, even if it was just a fine of silver, it would be somewhat unfair. After all, he hadn't done anything yet. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I came here to improve the legal system of Dakian. I am a counselor who has entered the game for the dignity of the law and for Dakian. After Gao Yang said this, Lu Yuer and Xing'er looked strange. This reason is simply outrageous. Wu Zhao was also so angry that she laughed. She picked up the teacup and said to Gao Yang, for a 6th rank official like you, visiting a brothel is not a big deal. At most, you will be fined 100 taels of silver, but deceiving the emperor is a serious crime. Tell me how you came to Yanji Pavilion to help Dakian improve its laws, and how you strategist put yourself in the game for Dakian. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, even if I want to forgive you, the laws of Dakian will not forgive you. Shangguan Wan'er looked at Gao Yang with a gloating look in her beautiful eyes. She would also be happy if Gao Yang was punished. Gao Yang was not panicked at all. He looked at Wu Zhao and said, I remember that the laws of Dakian do not encourage the existence of brothels, let alone women from Dakian to engage in this business. Especially money and transactions, except for the Jiafangxi, are not protected by Dakian law. Wu Zhao frowned, feeling that there was something else behind Gao Yang's words, but she still nodded and said, yes, places like brothels are the easiest to harbor filth and destroy people's fighting spirit. The court will certainly not support it. As for the transactions in the brothel, they are not protected by Dakian laws except for the Jiaofan Bureau. What's the problem? Wu Zhao looked towards Gao Yang. However, apart from the Jiafangxi, no one cared about it at all. After all, the existence of brothels could reduce the occurrence of cases such as rape, but Dakian certainly does not support the behavior of giving money on one hand and conducting transactions on the other hand. After all, this has a great impact on social morality. Only the Jiafangxi was under the jurisdiction of the imperial court and therefore protected by the law. Other brothels were not cared for at all, but their existence was not allowed openly either. This has always been a subtle thing. Gao Yang slapped his thigh and said, Your Majesty, this is a huge problem. This is what I want to say. Dakian is a country founded on the law, and the laws are strict. However, due to this ambiguous definition, loopholes exist in Dakian's laws, and there is even the possibility of freeloading. I am deeply saddened by this. Chapter 53 The Loopholes in the Law of Dakian. Wu Chao people were stunned. Freebie. Wu Zhao frowned and was stunned for a moment. There was also a hint of confusion in Shangguan Wan'er and Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes, although they didn't understand what the word meant. When they heard Gao Yang speak like this and thought of some of Gao Yang's evil plans, they felt that it was definitely not a good thing. What does it mean to get something for free? Wu Zhao asked in confusion. I will give your majesty an assumption, and your majesty will understand. Gao Yang looked at Qinger and said, let's take Miss Qinger and I as an example.
Suppose Miss Qinger and I agree on 500 taels per night. When Qinger heard this, she hurriedly shook her hands in panic. Master Gao, 50 taels is enough.
You're giving too much. This is already a price gouging. Gao Yang's face was full of black lines.
If I say you are worth 500 taels, then you are worth 500 taels. Don't say 500 taels, even 5,000 taels a night is no problem.
Anyway, I don't intend to pay you. Afterwards, if I use the paper money burned for the dead to pay the bill, your majesty, will I be breaking the law?
One word falls. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. No money after playing, using paper money to fool people. Upon hearing this, Lu Yue and Qinger looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. Are there such shameless people in the world? What a dark heart this is. Even the woman who had been playing the guzheng for her art but not her body suddenly changed the tune when she heard this, and it was obvious that she was surprised and played the wrong string. Unlike everyone else, Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this and he looked straight at Gao Yang. Before Gao Yang could speak, Shangguan Wana spoke first. It's a crime. Since this is not a deal, Qinger can report you to the government and accuse you of rape. In Dakian, raping a woman is a serious crime. Gao Yang smiled and said, Shangguan, you are wrong. Qinger and I had agreed to a deal of 500 taels of silver in advance. I did not violate Qinger's wishes. I just paid with paper money. How can this be considered rape? Shangguan Wana was speechless for a moment. The truth is that even if this is reported to the authorities, it is not considered rape. Shangguan Wana's eyes turned and she spoke again. Paper money is for the dead. You used paper money as silver. You are guilty of counterfeiting. You will be punished. Gao Yang continued with a smile. Counterfeit money must be circulated in the market and disrupt the credit of Dakian's currency, causing harm. This constitutes the crime of counterfeiting money, but paper money is money for the dead. How can it disrupt the credit of Dakian's currency? This crime of counterfeiting money is naturally not established. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched, and she said faintly, Gao Yang, you seem to understand my Dakian law very well. Gao Yang said modestly, Your Majesty, thank you for your praise. I only know a little bit, it's not worth mentioning. It should be the duty of every Dakian person to understand the law. During the 7 days in Linjiang City, he was bored and looked through the laws of Dakian, especially the definitions of the major crimes. He read them no less than 10 times. This has almost become his personal habit. As the saying goes, gangsters are not to be feared, but educated gangsters are to be feared. You don't have to use the law, but you must understand it now. He is familiar with the laws of Dakian. Shangguan Wana gritted her teeth. She still didn't believe that Gao Yang could get it for free. How is this possible? She thought about it and quickly sneered. The agreement was 500 taels of silver, but they settled the bill with paper money. This is a scam, right? This is not a small crime. Gao Changwen nodded repeatedly. He thought so too. Since the agreement was 500 taels, he took out paper money. It's simply impossible to escape the crime of fraud, but he looked at Gao Yang with anticipation. This issue was very important to him. Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wana, spread his hands and said, Sir Shangguan, according to our Dakian law, the crime of fraud is fraud, so the value of the defrauded property must be used to convict. In the early years, there were many schools of thought in the 7 kingdoms, and the legalists were among them. The laws of the 7 kingdoms were inseparable from the legalists, but since it was a school of thought, there were collisions of different opinions. The law will eventually be perfected in the midst of disputes. Regarding the crime of fraud and property, there are mainly 2 camps. I will call them the pros and cons. The pros insist that property must be protected by the law. But the opposing faction believes that as long as it has economic value, it is protected by law. If we adopt the affirmative side, then those who are not protected by the law are not considered criminals, which is obviously inappropriate. But if we adopt the negative side, it is obviously inappropriate because it will lead to the law having no limit. So after hundreds of years of arguing, a generally accepted view among the 7 nations has emerged. As long as the property has a certain economic value, the law should protect it, but the prerequisite is that it must be recognized by the law. But our country was founded on filial piety and governed by law. Under morality, such behavior is not supported.
Since it does not belong to the imperial court, and such transactions are not supported by Dacian laws, how can they be convicted of fraud? Obviously, that's not true. So, every time I, Gao Yang, come to a brothel, I never pay and always choose to have sex for free. Gao Yang is simply evil. He even cheats prostitutes. He is such a scumbag. But Gao Yang is not breaking the law, because Dacian law does not support such behavior. Since Dacian governs the country by law, this is obviously an imperfection of Dacian's laws, so I will take the initiative to improve our Dacian laws. I beg your majesty to issue an order to legalize brothels and eliminate this legal loophole that allows free prostitution. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the private room widened their eyes. Lu Yuer and Qing'er's Adam's apples rolled. They never thought that getting something for free was not actually against the law. Is there any justice in this world, or any law in this world? Qing'er looked at Gao Yang with horror. According to this logic, if Gao Yang really had sex with her for free, it would be useless even if he reported it to the authorities. Are all scholars in the world so terrible? Are your hearts so dirty? Is it easy for them to make a living while they are young? Are there such hateful people in the world? Lu Yuer, Qing'er and a group of other women were angry but dared not speak out. The music played by the woman playing the guzheng was completely messed up. It was obvious that these words had also stirred up a storm in her heart. This is to be it was so bad that it refreshed her cognition. Gao Changwen's eyes flickered, and his admiration for Gao Yang at this moment was like an endless torrent of water. If the empress hadn't been present, he wished he could kneel down to Gao Yang. It turns out that you can get it for free with just a little paper money burned for the dead. He felt an unbearable heat in his heart. Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwan also looked at Gao Yang. Since ancient times, brothels have not been recognized by the laws of Dacian except for the Jiafengxi, but it is a subtle change. None of them had ever thought that they could actually exploit loopholes in the law. It's okay to get it for free. Gao Yang, I never thought that you were so familiar with the laws of Dacian. You must have studied hard, right? Wu Zhao took a deep breath, and her phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, full of complexity. When others read the laws, they are all about governing the country, maintaining peace, and pacifying the world, and stained with blood and thunder for the injustice in the world. This kid actually specializes in taking advantage of loopholes in the law. If Gao Yang really got something for free and was brought to court, it would be impossible to convict him with this statement. Gao Yang still said modestly, as a minister of Dacian, I should be familiar with the laws of Dacian. I examine myself 3 times a day. Gao Yang also said to Wu Zhao, even though I came to this brothel, I will not forget your majesty's grace. I have thought of a clever plan for your majesty that can subtly weaken the strength of the other 6 countries. What? Wu Zhao's eyes lit up. Compared to getting something for free, she was obviously more interested in weakening the 6 kingdoms. You can think of ways to weaken the other 6 nations just by visiting a brothel? Wu Zhao was somewhat expectant, yet somewhat skeptical. Gao Yang nodded heavily. I am the most honest and loyal minister in Dacian, how dare I deceive you? Of course it's true. Chapter 54, Means of Weakening the 6 Kingdoms. Wu Zetian's shock after Gao Yang said this. Shang Guanwaner took a deep breath and looked away, unable to bear to look at him. Lu Yuer and Qing'er lowered their heads. You're getting it for free, is this still innocent? Wu Zhao took a sip of the tea on the table and the corners of her mouth twitched. This was the most virtuous man in Dacian, the most loyal minister in Dacian. But she didn't believe a word he said, but she was very interested in this vicious plan to weaken the 6 countries. Tell me about it. Gao Yang's eyes fell on Gao Changwen standing beside him. Your Majesty, what do you think of your brother? Wu Zhao looked at Gao Changwen and glanced at him. A smile immediately appeared on Gao Changwen's face, his back straightened, and his face was full of anticipation. His face was pale and his body was weak. He was a complete dandy. What does this have to do with weakening the 6 nations? Wu Zhao gave a blunt comment, somewhat puzzled. Gao Changwen's face suddenly fell, but facing Wu Zhao, he didn't dare to say a word. Your Majesty, this is wrong. This is a very important matter. The probability of a general's family having more dog sons is always higher than the probability of a general's family having more tiger sons. Behind this, the harm of the beauty in the brothel is the first. As the saying goes, beauty is like a wolf or a tiger, it can destroy a person's will. Not to mention touching, even the thought of it is unbearable. Wu Zhao raised her eyebrows and came back to her senses. You want me to start with beauty? That's right. As the saying goes, if the enemy is weak, I will be strong.
If you want to be strong, besides improving yourself, you can also pull others down.
Gao Yang's eyes flickered.
In his previous life, on the night before a big exam at school, he would always buy some pornographic magazines and secretly put them on the desks of students with good grades. This way, they can get a full night's sleep, and his ranking will move up. Your Majesty can train talented people, travel to the 6 kingdoms, and open brothels. On the one hand, this will make them addicted to beauties and unable to extricate themselves, thus destroying their will, and on the other hand, it will earn silver to fill the national treasury. But this move is too slow to take effect.
I have a better move. Does Your Majesty have any valuable teaching diagrams in your palace? Shang Wanwaner blushed when these words came out.
She scolded, Master Gao, be careful with your words in front of His Majesty, or I will punish you for the crime of disrespect. I am a sincere official, and my mind is full of thoughts about how to make Dakian a strong country, not all those messy things. Gao Yang said righteously, but driving in front of the Empress is a different feeling. Wu Zhao was a little embarrassed at first, but soon returned to her cold demeanor. It's okay, of course there is, just continue. Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty can invite the best painters in the world to compile it into a book and secretly send it to the 6 countries. However, the drawing technique is limited, and the effect is only average. I would like to recommend words. If words are used well, they can be a powerful tool, and their imagination is endless. Your Majesty can start with vernacular novels. Put aside the melodramatic romance and martial arts first, and focus on the sex stories. Then secretly send this batch of vernacular novels to the 6 countries to poison their young generation. Under the fire of lust, they will go to brothels at a young age. Under the fire of lust, they will become thin and die young. If Your Majesty thinks this is a good plan, I am also very talented in writing vernacular novels. A book like The Female Teacher or The Youth's Results Are Not Ideal is enough to destroy the youth of the 6 countries. Gao Yang looked confident. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire private room fell silent. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, who was full of confidence, and a chill suddenly rushed from her coccyx to the top of her head. Rather than strengthening yourself, it is better to weaken the enemy. She never expected that just visiting a brothel would lead Gao Yang to come up with a vicious plan. Moreover, this vicious plot was aimed directly at the younger generation of the 6 nations, first arousing their lust and then making them unable to resist going to brothels. If you are too young, it will definitely harm your body. This method is too cruel. Although she didn't know what was so great about the boy's unsatisfactory grades, but based on her understanding of Gao Yang, these 2 vernacular novels must be extraordinary. Its power is even comparable to the explicit teaching pictures in the palace. Wu Zhao was somewhat moved. According to what Gao Yang said, there is indeed a way to do it. Among the 7 countries, books are extremely precious things. If it is really wonderful, only a few copies will be needed to spread throughout the circle of playboys. It's just that this method is too vicious. At this moment, Wu Zhao was even more touched by Qin Jinghua's words. It's immoral to use it, it's a pity not to use it, and it's scary to let it go. It doesn't cost much to support Gao Yang, but if Gao Yang falls into the hands of the other 6 countries, Dakian will suffer. Wu Zhao made up her mind instantly that Gao Yang must not be allowed to leave Dakian. Shang Wanwaner had not expected Gao Yang to be so mean, so she hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this is absolutely not allowed. The storybook novel has been circulating in the 7 countries. If it is really wonderful, I am afraid that the other 6 countries will also have such ideas and bring harm to Dakian, or merchants will pass it back to Dakian for profit. Killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own is not wise. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao also nodded. There is some truth in what Shang Wanwaner said. Gao Yang, your plan is a devil. Once it is released, the 6 countries will suffer, but it is too easy to backfire on Dakian. Let me think about it. Wu Zhao said with some hesitation. This is a serious matter, and she needs to think about it carefully. Gao Yang felt a little sorry, but nodded. Shang Wanwaner's words make sense. Then I will write the first chapter of the 2 masterpieces for Your Majesty someday? Gao Yang asked tentatively. Everything else is fine, but he is afraid of being charged with the crime of disrespect. After all, Dakian's vernacular novels are simply vulnerable compared to those in another time and space. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang and took a deep breath. Let's talk about this another day. I came here to see you because I have something else important to do. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang with a strong sense of anticipation burning in her heart. Ever since she came to power, she has been worried about one issue, and even couldn't sleep or eat, but she didn't dare to act rashly. It was not until Gao Yang appeared that these series of vicious schemes gave her hope, especially the vicious tactics in military strategy, and the cultural invasion of freeloading and beauty that undermined the youth of the Six Nations. This gave her even more hope. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao's burning gaze and tightened his robe. It is the duty of a minister to help His Majesty solve problems, but the look in your eyes makes me a little scared. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and suppressed her inner excitement. After several minutes, she spoke to Gao Yang. As long as you can solve this problem for me, except for the heinous crime of treason, I promise to ensure your prosperity for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. In Dakian, this is a golden medal of immunity from death, and its preciousness is self-evident. Gao Yang said without hesitation, as a member of Dakian, I will do my best to help your Majesty solve his problems. But your Majesty, should we change the occasion? Doesn't it feel weird to discuss state affairs in a brothel? I'm afraid it won't sound good in the history books in the future. A hero does not ask where he comes from, and a powerful country does not ask where it comes from. After Wu Zhao said this, she glanced at Lu Yuer and others. I'll take my leave. Lu Yuer hurriedly saluted and quickly retreated with Qing'er and the others. Obviously, what followed was not something they could hear at all. If you hear it again, you will be silenced. Gao Changwen wanted to leave, but Wu Zhao said, since you are the son of Minister Gao, you should stay and listen. Yes. Gao Changwen could only sit down again and suppress the urge in his heart. Shangguan Wana went out for a while, and then people gathered and there was a moment of silence. Obviously this area is under control. This also made Gao Yang curious. What kind of difficulties did Wu Zhao encounter, so cautious, during the whole process? Wu Zhao said nothing, her face was cold, and a strong chill emanated from her whole body. She tapped her fingers on the table, slowly and rhythmically. When Shangguan Wana came in and nodded to Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes also fell on Gao Yang's face. She said coldly, Gao Yang, do you know how powerful my great Qin vassal king is? Gao Yang was stunned when he heard this. He immediately understood what Wu Zhao meant. Wu Zhao said in a deep voice, in ancient times, the vassal states were no more than 100 miles in area, and their weak territories were easy to control. Now, our vassal states have dozens of cities and a territory of 1,000 miles. If we slow down, they will become arrogant and extravagant and easily commit debauchery. If we rush, we will stop them from becoming strong and unite to rebel against Chang'an. She looked at Gao Yang. If I don't deal with the Dakian vassal king, I will not be able to sleep or eat. You are evil and ruthless, do you have any good ideas? Chapter 55, Wu Zhao's purpose of coming, hidden dangers from vassal kings. In the private room, accompanied by Wu Zhao's voice, the room was quiet. Gao Changwen felt the ground was burning hot and he could hardly sit still. The Empress wants to take action against the princes of Dakian. This is big news. Shangguan Wana's eyes fell on Gao Yang. There was no surprise on her face. It was obvious that she knew it. Gao Yang looked calm from the first words Wu Zhao said. He felt her murderous intent towards the vassal kings. This murderous intent was extremely strong and obviously did not arise in an instant, but this is normal. Since ancient times, the relationship between imperial power and vassal kings has been very delicate. The imperial power needs vassal kings to protect it, but it is also afraid of the vassal king's power and threats to the imperial power. This has been the case for all 7 kingdoms in the world, and the so-called imperial art, to put it bluntly, is the art of balance. The emperor seems to possess supreme imperial power, but in order to control a country, he needs the art of balance. After all, the emperor's energy is limited and it is impossible for him to take care of everything. Every part of the world needs someone to guard it. The vassal king is the best choice. Once the power of the vassal kings becomes too great, they must be suppressed. However, if the vassal kings are not used, outsiders must be used, which is even more dangerous. Compared with outsiders, Emperor Gaozu of Dakian still felt that the vassal kings were reliable. At the very least, even if there is a rebellion, the world will eventually belong to the Wu family and will not fall into the hands of outsiders. Your Majesty, you have wronged me. I have no evil intentions. If this gets out, how will the history books describe me? How will the people of the world view me? This is a misunderstanding of me. This is a serious misunderstanding. I want to clear my name. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and said righteously, he won't bear this evaluation. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply. These vicious schemes one after another, from defrauding merchants in Linjiang City to killing locusts, and instead of improving oneself, it is better to pull others down. Isn't this cruel enough? The more she thought about this vicious plot that was poisoning the young generations of the Six Nations, the more terrifying it seemed to her. This may not be effective in the short term, but if it continues for a long time, it can be said to be killing people without bloodshed, and even the kings of the six countries may not be able to react. However, this plan could easily backfire on Dakian, and Dakian's national strength is not too weak, so why did it have to use such a vicious plan? Although Dakian has many problems now, Wu Zhao has a grand ideal in her heart. She wants to conquer the six kingdoms, put an end to the chaos, and unify the world. She wants to create a truly prosperous era and achieve the title of Empress of all ages. She wants to prove to the world that women can also become emperors and achieve great success. There are 7 countries, hundreds of small countries, and countless barbarians in the world. Is there any law in this world? It was precisely for this reason that she did not hesitate to issue an edict to seek talents, and even gave important positions to a vicious scholar like Gao Yang. Behind all of this, there is an ideal that sounds incredible, and even if it is made public, all officials will say it is arrogant. But Wu Zhao firmly believed that she could do it in this world. She comes, she sees, she conquers. As long as she can achieve hegemony, she doesn't care about loyal ministers or treacherous ministers, nor does she care about the viciousness of the schemes. How history books are written and how people discuss things have nothing to do with her. After she dies, let the floods rage, and her first step is to reduce the power of the feudal lords. The power of the Dakian vassal king has reached the point where it must be curbed. My choice of words was inappropriate, but the meaning is almost the same. Do you have any good ideas to deal with these vassal kings? Wu Zhao took a deep breath and spoke again. Your Majesty really wants to take action against the vassal king? Gao Yang picked up the wine on the table, took a sip, and looked at Wu Zhao's noble face. The empress bowed her head, which showed her determination. Wu Zhao nodded, her eyes extremely cold. Since I ascended the throne, I have always wanted to reduce the power of the vassal states, but I just held back. But now, I want to take action. Then please tell me something, Your Majesty, so that I can make some moves. Wu Zhao looked at Shang Wanwaner. Shang Wanwaner said, the story of the power of the vassal kings of Dakian can be traced back to 100 years ago. At that time, Emperor Gaozu of Dakian, a commoner, started a war in the troubled times and eventually founded Dakian, forming a situation of 7 kingdoms. Shang Wanwaner opened her red lips and succinctly described Dakian's century-long journey. Gao Yan listened quietly, and from Shang Wanwaner's words, he also saw Dakian standing tall in the central plains. 100 years ago, there were many warlords and hundreds of small countries in the vast territory. As they fought against each other, a major conflict broke out. At that time, human life was worthless, blood dyed the earth red, heroes emerged from all over the world, and countless legends were born. In the end, except for some nomadic peoples, there were only 7 powerful countries left in the world, among which was Dakian, led by Emperor Gaozu of Diqian. At that time, because it was a time of chaos and there was a lack of support from the aristocratic families, Emperor Gaozu of Dakian promised that if he became emperor, all the founding heroes would be given land and become kings. This is also the reason why all the heroes fight for him. Dividing the land and becoming a king is equivalent to a country within a country, but after peace was restored under heaven, these kings of different surnames posed a serious threat to the imperial power, so the ancestor emperor of Dakian, and even for decades thereafter, began to purge these princes. This time, he united with his own clan members. When the kings of different surnames were almost eliminated, the vassal kings of Dakian became a new thorny problem. They had their own fiefdoms, in which they owned military power, land, and taxes, and were veritable local emperors. By the time of Wu Zetian, the power of these princes could no longer be underestimated and posed a serious threat to the imperial power. Gao Yang, you can think about the matter of reducing the vassal states for a few days. There is no need to rush to give me an answer. Wu Zhao couldn't help but speak when she saw Gao Yang frowning. She is too impatient. Reducing the power of the feudal lords is a major event and must be handled with extreme caution. Although Gao Yang is full of tricks and schemes, it is impossible for him to come up with a solution immediately. She was about to get up when she suddenly heard Gao Yang's voice. Your Majesty, I have a plan that may be able to weaken the power of the vassal kings without bloodshed. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao's gaze suddenly changed. Shang Wanwaner's face was also full of shock. Reducing the power of the feudal lords is a real national affair and is extremely important. How could Gao Yang come up with a solution so quickly? Shang Wanwaner looked surprised. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes also looked straight at Gao Yang, with urgency for the first time. Gao Yang, what's your plan? Since ancient times, the reduction of power had always required the use of weapons, but Gao Yang said that perhaps the reduction of power could be achieved without bloodshed, which aroused her curiosity even more. Gao Yang saw this and said directly, "Your Majesty, I have always believed that the world is bustling with people because of profit, and the world is bustling with people because of profit. Whether it's governing a country or doing business, those who can take advantage of human weaknesses can achieve great success. Reducing the power of the vassal kings is also included in this plan. This minister's plan is to take advantage of the weaknesses of human nature and invisibly weaken the power of the vassal kings of Dakian, making it difficult for them to pose a threat to Dakian. I have a conspiracy in my mind." Chapter 56, Theory of the Vassal Defense Line, The Consequences of Reducing the Vassal. As Gao Yang's words rang out, Wu Zhao's gaze suddenly changed. She stared at Gao Yang intently, waiting for his next words. Her face remained calm, but a huge wave of turmoil had already risen in her heart. Kill people without bloodshed, overt conspiracy. These words kept echoing in her mind through her understanding of Gao Yang in the past few days. She also knew a thing or two about Gao Yang's character. A poisonous man mainly seeks his own interests, and he will never say anything unless he is 99% sure. In other words, Gao Yang has absolute confidence. Shang Wanwan's eyes were filled with horror when she heard this. She has always admired reading and believed that the books of sages must contain methods to govern the country, maintain peace, and bring peace to the world. Therefore, she regarded Cui Xinghe, one of the four great talents of Chang'an and the top scholar of Dakian, as the savior of Dakian. As for the matter of reducing the power of the feudal lords, Wu Zhao had been full of expectations for Cui Xinghe since the day he won the top spot in the imperial examination, but until now, Cui Xinghe has not been able to come up with a way to reduce the power of the vassal states. This made Wu Zhao deeply disappointed, but she also knows how difficult it is to reduce the power of the feudal lords. But there is no way around it. Without reducing the power of the feudal lords, Dakian will find it difficult to become stronger. Only then did she find Gao Yang, wanting to see if Gao Yang had any good ideas. Unexpectedly, after Gao Yang heard this, he came up with an idea. According to Shang Wanwan's investigation, Gao Yang was far more interested in listening to music in brothels than in reading books of sages. But she would never think that Gao Yang was bragging. His successive clever schemes had already stirred up a ripple in Shang Wanwan's heart. Gao Yang may not be a good person, but we cannot say that Gao Yang's plan is bad. Gao Yang met Wu Zhao's gaze, and his eyes accidentally swept across Wu Zhao's beautiful legs. The so-called open conspiracy is to do things in an upright and above-board manner, leaving the enemy with no escape, thus achieving the goal. The fundamental reason why the feudal lords are so powerful is that they have money, power, and soldiers. This is the fundamental reason. So, to reduce the power of the feudal lords, we must start from here. Your humble servant and I shall serve as examples. Gao Changwan was stunned, the corners of his mouth twitched. After all this time, his role here was just to be a supporting role. He felt a chill in his heart. You continue. Wu Zhao listened seriously. Gao Yang smiled and said, "If your majesty wants to alienate me and my foolish brother, the best way is nothing more than 8 words: divert the conflict and divide and disintegrate. Win over the weak and suppress the strong. There is no other means in the world except this. Your majesty wants to reduce the power of the vassal states, and what he wants is the imperial power, but the vassal states do not want to give him power, and this is where the contradiction lies. However, if your majesty can divert the contradiction and make them fight among themselves, and turn the big contradiction into a small one, then this conspiracy will succeed." Gao Yang's voice was full of confidence, and Wu Zhao was shocked. She murmured to herself, diverting conflicts, dividing and disintegrating, winning over the weak, suppressing the strong, in fact, is an open conspiracy. Wu Zhao only felt that a new door was opening for her. She instantly gained countless insights. She looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. Divert conflicts, divide and disintegrate. These 8 words summarize the art of being an emperor. The latter part tells the story of the emperor's art of balance. As for how to do it, the answer is very simple. The conflict between the eldest son and the second son has always existed, but they just need a chance to explode. This depends on your majesty. Buzz, along with Gao Yang's voice, Wu Zhao felt as if thunder from the sky suddenly struck her mind, dispelling the fog in her mind. For a moment, the entire private room was silent. What does Gao Yang mean? He also specifically mentioned him and Gao Changwan. The answer is self-evident. There was a huge wave of shock in Wu Zhao's heart, and her face was full of emotion. She was not a fool and understood Gao Yang's meaning almost instantly. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered. Shang Wanwan was also Shocked, she didn't expect that Gao Yang would come up with such a method, but then Gao Yang spoke again. Your Majesty, I must remind you that once the vassal kings are greatly weakened, what will replace them? Have you ever thought about it? Troops must be stationed everywhere in the world for defense. Once the vassal kings are gone, or have no military power, a new system should replace them. This system has its pros and cons, and your Majesty should be clear about this. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao with a deep gaze and spoke. Wu Zhao's eyes were solemn. She understood what Gao Yang meant. The most important thing about a vassal king is that they are his family. In addition to being nice to their family members and enjoying happiness together, another very important point is that their family members have the same blood. After all, even if they rebelled and really seized the throne, it would still belong to Dacian, but without a vassal king, sending a general to take charge, this is a foreigner. If he rebels, the country changes hands in just one day. This world is too big. With many vassal kings, they can also protect Chang'an. Everywhere is cut off from information and relies entirely on the imperial court for decision-making. This is almost impossible. This part of power must be given up. This is their greatest role. Without the princes, we need generals to take their place. Your Majesty, if you want to take action against the vassal king, you must think about this carefully. Gao Yang did not explain it too clearly, nor did he mention the Jadushi and the system of recruiting soldiers. If he had mentioned these things too clearly, it would have sounded like he was teaching the empress how to do things. This is a big taboo. Gao Yang would never commit it, but Wu Zhao knew clearly in her heart that what Gao Yang meant was to use generals to control various places and guard against foreign enemies. Gao Yang was smart enough to give her the choice again. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered. In fact, she had also thought about this question. When the power of the princes becomes weak, they must delegate power to the generals. It's all about balance. She stood up suddenly. I understand what you mean. But this reduction of power is imperative, otherwise my imperial power will eventually be constrained, and I know this in my heart. She is the empress, and the resistance from the vassal kings is even greater for her. Compared with vassal kings, generals are easier to control. This is the difference in her identity, and if she doesn't move the vassal king, all her grand ambitions will be in vain. I will summon all officials tomorrow and do as you say. I'll remember your contribution for this strategy. Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with excitement. She seemed to have seen the prince's screams and howls. She stood up and was about to leave, but at this time, Gao Yang's voice sounded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Since Your Majesty has made up his mind, I will do my best to help Your Majesty complete the reduction of the feudal lords. However, if we want to reduce the power of the feudal lords right now, there is another piece of bad news. Wu Zhao sat down again. Frowning, she gave Shang Wanwano a look, and Shang Wanwano also picked up the teapot and poured a glass of water for Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao picked up the teacup and took a sip of the mellow and rich tea, but at this time, Gao Yang's voice also sounded. The good news is that reducing the power of the vassal states can eliminate conflicts and punish the kings without bloodshed. The bad news is that if we reduce the power of the vassal states now, Dacian will be destroyed and Your Majesty will die. Chapter 57 Wu Zhao's weakness. If you want to strengthen your country, kill Prince Rong first. As soon as these words came out, puff, Wu Zhao spat out a mouthful of tea, but Gao Yang was prepared and dodged it by turning sideways. However, Gao Changwen, who was behind him, couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed all over Gao Changwen, but the person who criticized him was Wu Zetian, so he couldn't say anything. If he really wanted to say something, he had to praise His Majesty for his good aim and hitting the bullseye. Wu Zhao didn't care about losing her composure. She suddenly looked at Gao Yang and asked in confusion, why is this happening? How could such a conspiracy lead to the demise of Dacian and put my life in danger? Gao Yang, are you exaggerating the consequences? Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with shock as she looked straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang said seriously, Your Majesty, even if I have 10,000 guts, I dare not joke about this matter. This is by no means alarmist. Because we cannot reduce the power of the vassal states at present. If we want to reduce the power of the vassal states, whether it is an open or secret plan, there must be a prerequisite, that is, the imperial court must be strong. The imperial court must have enough say, otherwise forcing the princes against their opponents will lead to a dead end. The princes of the world are not fools. They think conspiracy is good, but open conspiracy is fair and aboveboard. Everyone can see it. Once the imperial court is weak, and Your Majesty dares to use an open plot against the vassal kings, then the vassal kings will dare to say that the laws of our ancestors cannot be changed. and that your majesty is unworthy of being the emperor and unite to raise an army. By then, Dakian will be devastated and extinct. Your majesty, do you think the court is strong or weak at the moment? Buzz, as Gao Yang spoke lightly, Wu Zhao felt a chill in her heart. She overlooked one thing: not if the imperial court is not strong enough, why would the princes of the world follow your conspiracy? Uniting to rebel and establishing a new emperor are by no means empty words. If they don't resist, they will be like a piece of meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. She remembered a saying: all conspiracies in the world must be based on a premise. The imperial court must have many soldiers and generals and a full treasury, otherwise, why should I follow your path? But the question is the current court strong? Wu Zhao's face changed, and she instantly thought of today's morning court session. Shang Wanwaner also woke up as if from a dream, with an unpleasant look on her face. They are all smart people, and after Gao Yang's guidance, they understood. Gao Yang continued, if your majesty wants to win the hearts of the vassal kings, you must first pretend to win their hearts. Being too hasty will only backfire. The government is unstable right now, so we should just be patient. The two words are from the heart, but they have completely different meanings. But Wu Zhao fell into deep thought. She had to say that what Gao Yang said made sense. She took a deep breath and said, according to Lord Gao, what should I do now? Let's look at the legs first. Gao Yang accidentally glanced at Wu Zhao's beautiful legs again and almost blurted out, but fortunately I held back, otherwise I would definitely not be able to escape the crime of disrespect. This empress is too tempting to commit a crime. Wu Zhao crossed her legs awkwardly, her face cold. This guy is now going further and further, relying on his evil schemes. If you dare to look now, you will dare to touch later. Forget it. For the sake of Dakian, she will endure it for the time being. Yao Yang calmly withdrew his gaze and said, your majesty should resist the urge to reduce the power of the vassal states. It would be unwise to reduce the power of the vassal states by any means now. Only when Dakian becomes powerful, your majesty will have absolute say, and the vassal kings can be destroyed at the touch of a finger. Your majesty should consider replacing the system of vassal kings. Besides, Dakian is strong, and I have many clever ideas to help your majesty punish the 6 countries. Gao Yang looked confident that he is not bragging. He really has not used any means against the 6 countries. Wu Zhao automatically replaced Gao Yang's brilliant plan with a vicious one. She was also very curious. If he was so cruel to his own merchants and princes, what kind of earth-shattering schemes would he have when dealing with enemy countries? Wu Zhao felt a little bit expectant, but as Gao Yang said, her top priority now is to stabilize the government, otherwise Gao Yang would be useless. Gao Yang, what do you think is the reason for the instability in the government? Wu Zhao thought for a moment, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. Shang Wanwaner also raised her eyes and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang said without hesitation, Prince Rong. If your majesty wants to establish a kingdom, reduce the power of the vassal kings of Dakian, punish the 6 kingdoms, and become the eternal empress, the first thing you have to do is to kill Prince Rong. One word falls. Even Wu Zhao did not expect Gao Yang to be so direct. Prince Rong is a veteran of my 3 dynasties. He holds a high position of power and is known as the most courageous warrior in Dakian. He has killed countless rebels in his life and made great contributions to Dakian. You want me to kill Prince Rong? You deserve to be killed. Wu Zhao said with a cold face. No matter how carefree Gao Changwan was, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought of Gao Yang's dislike for burying a note in a fish's belly and the trouble of the fox barking. So he had another way. There is another way. Could it be that he wants to use the imperial power to kill Prince Rong? He didn't dare speak, but Gao Yang remained calm. Today, I was in the palace and overheard that your majesty had adopted extraordinary measures to provide disaster relief. Prince Rong and the 13 imperial censors objected and even threatened to kill themselves in the Golden Throne Hall. The Prime Minister and other court officials also firmly opposed it. It is normal for the censors to object, but it is absolutely not right for Prince Rong to lead 13 censors to impeach. As the Prince of Dakian, he holds great power in the court and the army, and he is also colluding with the censorate and opposing your majesty in public. This is a way to seek death. Prince Rong may not have any intention of rebelling now, but if your majesty does not quickly eliminate Prince Rong, you will be unable to move forward in the future, let alone reform and strengthen the country. These words touched Wu Zhao's heart. She had to admit that Gao Yang's words were exactly what she was worried about. Prince Rong holds great power. He pretended to be sick and did not attend court in anger, and then launched the rebellion today. The censorate, the Prime Minister and other ministers followed his lead. This has already threatened the imperial power and made her even more dissatisfied. Just as Gao Yang said, Prince Rong may not have any intention of rebelling now, but if he wants to reform the country, strengthen the country and reduce the power of the vassal states, he may even achieve eternal hegemony. There was destined to be only one voice in the Dacian court, and that was Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao's eyes were cold, and she said quietly, I know this, but Prince Rong has great power in the government and the country. Not only is he highly skilled in martial arts, he also has many guards around him. How easy is it to kill him? This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. We must be careful and cautious. Otherwise, if we fail, the consequences will be disastrous. Let me think about it for a while. But Gao Yang suddenly stood up. This move instantly made Wu Zhao look confused. Gao Yang bowed to Wu Zhao with a righteous look on his face and said, Your Majesty, Gao Yang is a humble person, but I knew that Your Majesty would take action against Prince Rong. I have prepared hundreds of ingenious plans for Your Majesty, including assassination, poisoning, hacking, framing, slandering, setting up traps, and harming. Each plan can directly take Prince Rong's life. If he runs, I will chase him. He can't escape even if he has wings. Chapter 58, The wicked complain first, follow his path and leave him no way out. In the private room. Wu Zhao looked strange, and she couldn't help but ask, how much? Gao Yang gave an affirmative answer, saying, I am not very talented and knowledgeable, so I don't have many ideas, only about 100. Shangguan Wana looked at Gao Yang, who looked humble, and turned her head away. 100 or so vicious schemes. Is this also called lack of talent and knowledge? If someone else said that he had 100 vicious schemes, Shangguan Wana would definitely be skeptical, but if it was Gao Yang, she had no doubt that he really had them. Some people are an authority in their field just by standing there. When it comes to discussing poisons in Dacian, no one can match Gao Yang. Tell me about it. Wu Zhao narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. She was quite interested. Just as Gao Yang said, if she wanted to make Dacian strong and create hegemony, she had to get rid of Prince Rong. Regardless of whether Prince Rong had rebellious intentions or not, he posed a serious threat to the imperial power. As a regent, if you don't know how to forge ahead bravely against the current, it will be a way to death. Moreover, from Prince Rong pretending to be sick to put pressure on her, to the incident at the morning court today, it is hard to say whether he has any rebellious intentions. Your Majesty, please wait a moment and let me look for it. As he spoke, Gao Yang took out the bottles and jars that he had taken from Gao Changwen earlier and placed them on the table one by one. Wu Zhao picked up a bottle from among them and looked at Gao Yang curiously. What is this? Gao Yang looked at it and immediately explained, Your Majesty is really a wise man. This is the Qi in He Huan San, a top-notch strong aphrodisiac. Wu Zhao put it down instantly and picked up the green medicine bottle next to it. What about this? This is the powerful Jet King. After taking it, you will become a jet warrior. It is a perfect match with the miraculous lust powder. I have a grudge against Prince Rong's son Wu Chang, and I wanted to put these two drugs into Wu Chang's wine to make him embarrassed. But since Your Majesty wants to take action against Prince Rong, there is no need for me to bother. Wu Zhao put down the medicine bottle instantly, and a hint of unnaturalness appeared on her beautiful face. Shangguan Wana was also moved. The strange and amorous love powder and the powerful spray king seemed to appear in the minds of the two people. On one hand, I was burning with desire, and on the other hand, my stomach was churning. Wu Zhao's face turned pale. She admitted that she, the Empress, was disgusted by Gao Yang. Shangguan Wana was also frightened. If she was not close to the Empress, how would Gao Yang deal with her? If she were really given these two drugs, she would probably just hit her head and die. You carry these things with you? Wu Zhao was shocked and pointed at the many bottles in front of her. Your Majesty, you are wrong. These are all things that my foolish brother must have to travel the world, but he is too young to handle them, so I will take them over. Upon hearing this, Gao Changwen gave Wu Zhao a simple smile. Wu Zhao, as expected, Gao Yang, born of the same mother, is so sinister. Although his younger brother does not have a high IQ, he is not simple either. Gao Yang picked up one of the red bottles and studied it carefully. In terms of assassination, poisoning is the fastest. This is the crane's crown. I say it kills the enemy with just one blow. But what you hear is not as good as what you see. I am a serious person. Duke Dingguo's mansion has several big yellow dogs. As the saying goes, you can raise a dog for 1,000 days and use it for a moment.
I will give it a try. But considering the difference in size between dogs and humans, in order to reduce the error and prevent accidents, it would be best if Your Majesty could give us a few death row prisoners. It would be best if they were some extremely evil prisoners who had committed crimes that are beyond the reach of justice. Otherwise, I would not be able to do it and would feel guilty. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched, and she said sarcastically, "You still have a guilty conscience? This really surprises me." But she quickly shook her head and said, "The method of poisoning is too disgraceful, and it is difficult to give an explanation to the world. I want to capture Prince Rong alive, convict him first, and then decide whether to kill him. It would be best to keep the bloodshed and cleansing to a minimum. How can I do this?" Gao Yang nodded, "I understand. This method will sound better if it is spread out. That's not difficult. Your Majesty can use the Hongmen banquet. In short, on the surface, they are hosting a banquet for Prince Rong to discuss state governance with him, but in reality, there are hundreds of swordsmen and axemen lying in ambush inside and outside the palace, waiting for Your Majesty to smash the cup as a signal, and then they will rush in together to capture Prince Rong alive, or chop him into a paste. In order to be on the safe side, I think we need to add some additional measures. After all, Prince Rong is known as the most powerful general in Dakian. If he has the ability to kill 100 people, it would be a bit bad. I will go back today and try out the power of this knockout drug, the strange and amorous powder, and the powerful Spray King. It would be best if I could trick Prince Rong into drinking it first. According to our Dakian ancestral system, Prince Rong is not allowed to bring guards with him when he enters the palace, and he is not allowed to meet His Majesty with weapons. These 3 measures will ensure that there is no danger. As long as we capture Prince Rong alive and convict him afterwards, this is the forte of civil officials, and they will be able to easily fabricate dozens of serious crimes. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. Although she already knew that Gao Yang was ruthless and had a lot of bad intentions, she still couldn't help but feel frightened when she heard about this perfect chain of plans. What a Hongmen banquet! There are soldiers with swordsmen inside and outside the palace, just waiting for the signal of smashing the cup. Shangguan Wanner took a deep breath and looked at Gao Yang with fear on her face. She felt that she needed to find some time to repair her relationship with Gao Yang. It's terrible to offend such a person. She looked down at her long legs and immediately thought of the first day she and Gao Yang went out of the city. These legs are on my body, so why not take a look? Wu Zhao said in a deep voice, "I hold the military power in my hands. It is easy to capture Prince Rong. The real difficulty is to kill Prince Rong's followers and convict Prince Rong. If Prince Rong has committed no serious crime in his life and his crime is not punishable by death, then what should we do?" Gao Yang first said to Gao Changwen, "I'll return these medicine bottles to you for now, you can put them away first." Then, Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and smiled innocently, "Since I have proposed it, I will provide you with a one-stop service. This is also simple. Your Majesty only needs to prevent the news from leaking out before taking action. After capturing Prince Rong, there are many ways to deal with it. For example?" Wu Zhao looked curious. "This involves framing and throwing dirty water on others." She wanted to see Gao Yang's level in this area. Gao Yang was full of confidence. "I have always believed in witchcraft. Before you take action, Your Majesty can arrange for the prisoners on death row to expose someone who cursed Your Majesty with witchcraft. Your Majesty can order the Ministry of Justice to conduct a thorough investigation. No one will be suspicious. Then use the Hongmen feast to capture Prince Rong and send people to search Prince Rong's mansion. Then dig out the doll that curses Your Majesty and torture the servants of Prince Rong's mansion to extract a confession. By then, we will have both human and material evidence, and Prince Rong will be silenced." After that, the prisoner's mouth became the sharpest knife in Your Majesty's hand, sweeping away everything. Gao Yang finished speaking. Even Wu Zhao, who had seen too many power struggles, couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Taking advantage of the prevalence of witchcraft in Dakian and using a death row prisoner who had nothing to do with the case to expose the conspiracy, the court officials were so high and mighty, who would care about a small death row prisoner? First, capture Prince Rong and frame him for witchcraft. Then, use the first condemned prisoner as a sharp knife to wipe out all of Rong's cronies. This plan is so cruel. She looked towards Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes, and for the first time she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Gao Yang was born in the Duke Dinghua mansion, and fortunately, Gao Yang is hers that if it were to be obtained by the traitors, Prince Rong, and the princes of the world,
She would be in danger. I am afraid that the imperial power will fall into the hands of others, the country will be lost, or even the dynasty will change. The Gao Yang in front of us definitely has this ability. The bad water in this stomach is almost endless and inexhaustible. The Gao Yang continued to talk to himself. Of course, I have also taken your majesty's reputation into consideration. Prince Rong followed the late emperor in his battles and was known as the most powerful general in Dakian. His body must be covered with scars. If Prince Rong undresses and reveals his horrific and hideous wounds during the interrogation by your majesty, and uses this to retaliate against your majesty, it will not be a good thing, and it may even make people in the world think that your majesty is heartless and disloyal, and that he will be cooked after the cunning rabbit dies. As the saying goes, the wicked are the first to file a complaint. Your majesty can follow the path of Prince Rong and leave him with nowhere to go. Your majesty should first have his clothes lifted up and ask Prince Rong, who is dressed in glory, why he has become a traitor today. Chapter 59 Wu Zhao's decision. Gao Yang's plan. During this period, when his majesty was moved, he could even shed a few worthless tears in front of all the civil and military officials. Afterwards, his majesty, with a look of sorrow on his face, said that considering his past merits, Prince Rong could be spared the death penalty, but he could not escape punishment alive, and he would be imprisoned in the heavenly prison of the Ministry of Justice, so that the world would be silenced. The words fell. Wu Zhao's hands were shaking as she held the wineglass, and she was filled with horror, especially this move of following Prince Rong's path, leaving him with no way out. Grab the bamboo shoots, first take off the clothes, then blame others. Even if it gets out, her reputation will be very good. From preparation, to action, even to conviction, and then perfection afterwards. Gao Yang had thought of almost everything for her. Shangguan Wan'er was also shocked, her beautiful eyes widened, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. This Gao Yang must not be provoked. Wu Zhao took a few deep breaths and said as calmly as possible, the strategy you mentioned is fine, but if Prince Rong is not killed, I'm afraid the grass will grow again if the roots are not removed. Gao Yang was immediately displeased when he heard this. Your Majesty, you misunderstood me. Misunderstanding? Wu Zhao was stunned. What a huge misunderstanding. I did this to prevent people in the world from finding fault with your Majesty. Besides, your Majesty, do you still remember the question about my family's extermination during the court assessment? Gao Yang said meaningfully. Wu Zhao instantly thought of the first time she met Gao Yang and the question she asked Gao Yang in the court. What should you do if you kill your enemy's entire family but find out there is still a child? Gao Yang's answer is. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly changed, and she looked at Gao Yang and said, are you talking about waiting for the rabbit to come to you? Gao Yang nodded and corrected, to be precise, it is a sting operation. Prince Rong has been thrown into the prison, and his guards must be mainly focused on rescuing him. Your Majesty can set up an ambush in the prison and catch them all in one fell swoop. As for Prince Rong, he was depressed and felt sorry for the trust of the late emperor and his Majesty, so he left a suicide note. This is also very reasonable. As soon as these two sentences came out, silence, deathly silence, let alone Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er, even Gao Changwan, who was usually carefree, looked at Gao Yang's back with fear on his face. At this moment, he was under a lot of pressure, but he also felt fortunate that they were family and not enemies, otherwise the grass on the grave will be 1 foot high. After a long while, Wu Zhao stood up and said, I understand. Please let me think about it carefully. Gao Yang's words had a great impact on her heart. Originally wanted to ask Gao Yang how to reduce the power of the feudal lords, but unexpectedly, the reduction of power failed, and killing Prince Rong Wulong became an imminent matter. Even though Gao Yang said this, she had no choice but to kill him. Not only can he eliminate powerful enemies and completely control the right to speak in the court, but he will also not be accused of slaughtering his own people. To be honest, Wu Zhao was very moved. This matter is of great importance. We cannot let any word leak out. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Changwan, and it was obvious that she was talking to Gao Changwan. Gao Changwan trembled all over, fearing that he would be silenced by the two men. He quickly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I am not very smart, but I am not stupid. This matter is of great importance, and I will not say a single word more. Gao Yang also said, Your Majesty, please rest assured about this. Most of the dandies are useless and only care about pursuing pleasure and getting drunk in the arms of pleasure, but this does not mean that the dandies are stupid. Gao Yang also expressed his understanding of Wu Zhao's hesitation. For such a major event, it would take a few more days to think about it, but today's words were like a seed planted in Wu Zhao's heart, and would soon grow into a towering tree. If Prince Rong is not killed, reducing the power of the feudal lords will be a huge joke, not to mention sanctioning the 6 countries and unifying the world. He was an expert at seeing into people's hearts, and he knew that the empress before him, though a woman, had as much ambition as any man in the world. Anyone who dares to stand in her way of becoming an empress must die. Even a general's success requires the sacrifice of thousands of lives, let alone the path to becoming an emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that there are corpses everywhere and the sea of blood is surging. And in these words, he also painted a big picture for the empress. Dakian was rich and powerful, and he had a clever plan to punish the 6 countries. From a psychological point of view, there is a very interesting phenomenon. People are more likely to remember the beginning and the end of a speech. Just now, he paused for a few seconds and talked about the prosperity of Dakian and his clever plan to sanction the 6 countries, and according to the Zeigarnik memory effect in psychology, people will always be obsessed with unfinished things and will remember the related information firmly. A Prince Rong, you won't be able to jump around for much longer. Wu Zhao took a step forward and stopped at the door. Let me ask you one more question. What deep hatred do you have with Prince Rong? She was very curious about this. Gao Yang did not hide his true feelings and said frankly, I am a narrow-minded person. I always repay kindness and avenge hatred. From the moment I took down your Majesty's edict to seek talents, to the impeachment of me in the court, Prince Rong's shadow was always behind it. Since he wants to use the Duke Dinghua's mansion to establish his authority, I want to wipe out his entire family. Gao Yang looked directly into Wu Zhao's condescending eyes and spoke word by word. The words were simple and direct, without any concealment. Wu Zhao thought Gao Yang would come up with some other excuses, but she didn't expect him to be so straightforward. This made her feel relieved. She pushed open the door, and a cold voice rang out, I will give you an answer within 3 days. Gao Yang's lips curled up into a smile. I respectfully bid farewell to your Majesty. Soon, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana left the Rouge Pavilion and got on a luxurious carriage. The palace guards who were in disguise also quickly lined up, their faces full of solemn expressions. Your Majesty, Shangguan Wana looked at Wu Zhao with her beautiful eyes and spoke hesitantly. Wu Zhao's face was cold, and she was surrounded by a powerful aura that made her look like a king. In fact, only Gao Yang could cause such great emotional fluctuations in her heart. She closed her eyes and began to take a nap, but her mind was full of Gao Yang's words. After a while, a faint voice echoed in the carriage. Find me a death row prisoner with a family. Shangguan Wana's pupils suddenly shrank, and then she responded, I obey your order. Chapter 60, Supreme Membership. Is it really free? As Wu Zhao left, Zhao De and Chen Shang also walked in quickly, but before they could speak, one of them knelt down and Gao Changwen knelt down to Gao Yang and said, Brother, I am wrong. Your stupid brother is wrong. Zhao De was shocked. Gao Changwen was known as the bully of Chang'an. Although he didn't have many bad intentions, he was always fearless. He was not even afraid of Gao Feng. In the entire Duke Dinghua's mansion, only Gao Tianlong had a certain deterrent effect on him. When he was 10 years old, Gao Feng beat Gao Changwen up because he was naughty. That night, Gao Changwen urinated in a teacup, then covered the lid and handed the cup to Gao Feng while saying that the child was naughty. Gao Feng's face was filled with relief. He took the teacup and was about to drink it all in one gulp. If it weren't for the strong smell of boy's urine, Gao Changwen would have succeeded. That night, Gao Changwen's screams echoed in Duke Dinghua's mansion, and the lingering sound lasted for 3 days. But now, in less than an afternoon, Gao Changwen knelt down in front of Gao Yang. What on earth happened? Gao Yang helped Gao Changwen up and said with a smile, What are you doing, my foolish brother? You and I are a family. These words made Gao Changwen wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, they are a loving family. Brother, shall we continue playing music and dancing? Gao Changwen asked tentatively. Gao Yang shook his head, his eyes deep. Let's go back home, there are still some things to do. He came to Yanji Pavilion because he wanted to experience the atmosphere of Dakian brothel for himself. It felt novel when I first came in, but after experiencing it, I felt a little bored. The Rouge Pavilion is far inferior to the club, especially the feeling of carrying a small box and knocking on the door to open a blind box, which is simply incomparable. Gao Changwen was a little disappointed, but did not refute. His eyes flickered, and he obviously had other ideas. As Gao Yanggang walked out of the private room with a group of guards, he saw a figure walking towards them in a hurry. It was Lu Yuer, who was wearing a long skirt, revealing her high collarbone and fair skin. Mr. Gao, are you leaving? Don't want to play anymore? Lu Yuer approached Gao Yang and asked in a soft voice.
Some other day. There are still some things to deal with. Gao Yang said simply.
Since Master Gao is busy, I dare not stay any longer, but please accept this gift. Lu Yue respectfully handed over an exquisite plaque, which was made of the finest rosewood. It was engraved with 3 large Chinese characters Yanji Pavilion in a flamboyant style, and there was a number 1 on one side. You can see that the stuff is very new. According to Master Gao's method, I have hastily made a membership card as you mentioned. From today on, you are the distinguished guest of our Rouge Pavilion and also the highest level supreme member of Rouge Pavilion. Master Gao, with this card, you can not only enter first, but also have an exclusive private room, free high-quality drinks and food, and a girl to accompany you every day. You can spend a night with an Oiran once a month, but it is only for you, Master, to use. Gao Yang took the card and was a little surprised. In such a short time, not only did we understand what he meant, but we also rushed out the first membership card. This Lu Yue is a talented businessman. Gao Yang looked calm, but Gao Changwen was not calm anymore. He looked at Lu Yue and said uncertainly, 1 girl every day, and 1 courtesan every month to spend a good night with? Miss Lu, where is my membership card? Gao Changwen couldn't help but rub his hands, his eyes flashing with wolfish light. Lu Yue kept a polite smile on her face. Second Master, you have to top up the money. Then how much silver does this supreme membership card cost? Gao Changwen looked embarrassed, but said unconvinced. Lu Yue smiled and replied, not much. If you top up 200,000 taels of silver in Yanji Pavilion, or spend 200,000 taels of silver, you can get the supreme membership. What? 200,000 taels of silver, this is robbery. Gao Changwen's voice rose, and he could no longer hold it in. Rouge Pavilion also has ordinary members, and it only costs 500 taels of silver, but the privileges are correspondingly less. And starting today, guests of Rouge Pavilion will have to pay a portion of the money first, and the excess will be refunded or supplemented. Lu Yue looked at Gao Changwen seriously. Gao Changwen's mouth twitched, feeling that this was very presumptuous. Does he look like a freeloader? Gao Yang smiled and said to Lu Yue, in that case, I won't be polite. Please tell the pavilion master that I appreciate your kindness. Gao Yang said emphatically. The smile on Lu Yue's face became more and more intense. I'll see you off, Lord Gao. Lu Yue walked in front of Gao Yang and led the way. Yao Yan walked up the stairs to the first floor of Yanji Pavilion. The first floor is mostly occupied by individual customers, most of whom come to watch the women dancing on the round stage. The women's bodies are half covered and half exposed in veil, which is extremely tempting. This method of first arousing desire and then stimulating consumption is not a bad one. Gao Yan walked to the center of the first floor and was about to walk towards the door. On the other side, a voice suddenly sounded. Brother Gao, now that you have met this prince, why don't you come forward and have a gathering? Gao Yang looked up and saw Wu Chang, dressed in white and holding a feather fan, walking towards him. His face was pale, his steps were unsteady, and there were 5 or 6 guards following him. One of the guards was burly, with muscles bulging like a dragon and full of explosive power. He looked very impressive. Gao Yang paused and looked at Wu Chang. He raised his eyebrows, sensing the implication that good people don't come, and those who come are not kind. He really didn't expect that even though he had lost interest in attacking Wu Chang would come to him on his own initiative. This really surprised him. I didn't know the prince was here. I am sorry for being so rude, but I have something urgent to do. If the prince has nothing else to say, I will leave first. Gao Yang spoke indifferently and pretended to leave. When Wu Chang saw Gao Yang was about to leave, he hurried forward. Brother Gao, no matter how busy you are, you won't mind a little while. But Brother Gao is hiding this from me, which makes me very miserable. First, you stabilized the grain prices in Linjiang City, and then offered a method to kill locusts. I even heard that His Majesty ordered to mix sand into the rice to curb corrupt officials in the morning court today. This is also your brilliant idea. I really admire you. Gao Yang stared at Wu Chang's face. Generally speaking, when an enemy starts praising you in public, he or she is probably trying to trick you. Sure enough, following Wu Chang's words, the first floor of Yanji Pavilion instantly became lively. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping for air. Mr. Gao is so talented. He raised the price of grain to attract grain merchants from other places. What a brilliant idea! Adding sand to grains to curb corrupt officials may seem like an unforgivable crime, but it is actually a way to save the people. Master Gao is really a hidden talent. There were exclamations of praise filled with admiration, and Wu Cheng smiled when he saw this. He looked at the crowd on the first floor and shouted, "Mr. Gao is a man of great talent who has never been exposed. Now that he has appeared in Yanji Pavilion, how can we let him go? How about letting Mr. Gao improvise a song?" As soon as Wu Cheng's voice came out, the people, who were already looking for fun, immediately echoed him. Wu Cheng looked at Gao Yang again with a smile on his face. "Now that the atmosphere is like this, Brother Gao, why don't you recite a poem to open our eyes?" During the Dacian period, the world was peaceful and the power of military generals declined. Instead, the emphasis was placed on culture over military power. Men of letters and poetry, especially talented students, often became famous in Chang'an, or respected, and were even appreciated by high-ranking officials and recommended for official positions. Wu Cheng had sinister intentions, probably because of the confidence given to him by the original owner's poem. "The stone looks big from a distance. When you look closely you see the big stone. The stone is indeed big, the stone is indeed big." If he leaves like this, all the literati in Chang'an will despise him, although Gao Yang doesn't care. After all, what does the opinions of outsiders have to do with him? What's more, the entire Wucheng family is almost gone, but being tricked always makes one feel a little unhappy. He even thought that in the next few days, Wu Chengdu might be like a dogskin plaster barking beside him. He is quite afraid of trouble, so he might as well solve it. "It's not difficult to recite a poem," Gao Yang said lightly with a smile on his face. When Wu Cheng heard this, he was instantly overjoyed. All the officials in the court feared Gao Yang as if he were a tiger, leopard, jackal, or wolf. Even his father and military advisor regarded Gao Yang as a formidable enemy, but now it seems nothing more than that. "Then I will wait patiently for Brother Gao's excellent work." Wu Cheng's face was full of anticipation and he couldn't wait, but at this time, Gao Yang said, "If you want to write poetry, how can you do without wine? Although the prince is my only close friend right now, we can still drink together and write poetry. Changwen, please go to the private room above and fetch me some good wine. This poem of mine is about the crown prince. Let's drink together." Chapter 61, a poem shocked the Rouge Pavilion, and the strong man's mentality collapsed. "Prince, please." Soon, Gao Changwen came back with a pot of wine, poured a glass and handed it to Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng took the wine glass and looked at the wine in the glass, his eyes filled with suspicion. The wine was not within his sight, which made him, who was cautious by nature, somewhat suspicious. After all, it was common for the playboys in Chang'an to drug each other, but he thought about it and felt that it was not right. It was too bold to drug the prince in public, but he still didn't drink it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Brother Gao is really a strange man. Even his poetry is very different from other talented people. But let's forget about this wine." Gao Yang deliberately said with a straight face, "Could it be that the prince looks down on me and doesn't want to drink? In that case, Gao is being too sentimental." Having said that, Gao Yang walked towards the gate again. Wu Cheng saw this and hurriedly stopped him. If Gao Yang gets the chance to slip away this time, wouldn't all his work be in vain? "Brother Gao, wait a minute. In that case, how about you and I drink together to help Brother Gao to write poetry?" Wu Cheng picked up the wine glass and looked at the wine jug in Gao Changwen's hand. He just poured this wine out of this wine jug. He saw this with his own eyes. "Come on, fill up Brother Gao's glass." Wu Cheng shouted with a smile. Seeing this, Gao Changwen could only pour another glass. He couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Feeling a little worried, he said that Wu Cheng was not so stupid. Drugging was a common occurrence among playboys, so how could Wu Cheng be completely defenseless? Since it's drugging, how can it be done openly? But Gao Yang looked calm and composed. He took the wine glass and said to Wu Cheng, "Prince, please. Wait a minute. For the sake of our friendship, this wine should be replaced." As he spoke, Wu Cheng exchanged another cup with Gao Yang. Then as long as Gao Yang dares to drink it first, there will definitely be no problem with the wine, otherwise, there will be pitfalls. Gao Yang had a smile on his face. After changing the wineglass, Gao Yang tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp, his Adam's apple rolling at the same time. He did not forget to turn the glass downwards to indicate that he had finished it. Gao Changwen was stunned. Could it be that he misunderstood Gao Yang's intention? Didn't you want him to drug you at all, or does it mean that the poison warrior should risk his life to kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of his own? Wu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Brother Gao really has a huge capacity for drinking. I will drink with you to help you get inspired to write poetry. As he spoke, Wu Chang also drank it in one gulp, his Adam's apple rolling, and then he also turned the cup downwards, indicating that he wanted to drink it all in without leaving a single drop. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Next second, he tilted his head back and then spat out the wine in his mouth. Rinsing my mouth with fine wine really makes Gao feel poetic. This outrageous move made Wu Chang's eyes almost pop out.
Gao Yang, you didn't drink this wine?
Wu Chang's face turned green. Gao Yang's performance proved that this wine was most likely a scam. Wu Chang was about to speak, but Gao Yang didn't give him a chance to speak. He suddenly looked towards everyone. It is hard to refuse such a kind invitation. And since I happen to be in Rouge Pavilion, I will write a graceful poem.
Everyone, listen carefully. Having said that, Gao Yang spoke loudly to everyone.
The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold and the dew is gorgeous.
If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace.
Gao Yang recited one of Li Bai's Qingting Tiao. This poem was originally written by Li Bai to praise Yang Guifei, and its meaning is very simple. When I see clouds, I think of her gorgeous clothes. When I see flowers, I think of her beautiful face. The spring breeze blows on the railings, and the dewdrops moisturize the flowers, making them more colorful. Such a beauty, she could be either the floating fairy seen on the top of the Jade Mountain, or the goddess under the moonlight in front of the Yaotai Palace. As soon as these words came out, buzz. The originally noisy Rouge Pavilion was now completely silent. It was as if the minds of everyone present were suddenly struck by thunder. They looked at Gao Yang as if they had seen a ghost. The woman in the Rouge Pavilion was even more shocked, her pretty face full of emotion. Lu Yuer was originally worried and very worried. After all, writing poetry is not like writing poisonous plots, it requires a strong literary foundation. But as soon as the Qingting tune came out, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Although she was the shopkeeper of the Rouge Pavilion, she had been familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood and was proficient in writing poetry and lyrics. Not only her, but all the girls in Yanji Pavilion were forced to learn some poems and couplets. After all, they are taking the high-end route, and beauty alone cannot arouse the inner turmoil of those literati and poets. But if she pretends to be a talented woman from a poor family, her price can often increase several times. As soon as this poem came out, Lu Yuer was sure that it would resound throughout Chang'an.
Even countless ladies from wealthy families would regard this poem as a
treasure. Lu Yuer couldn't help but murmur, the clouds are like clothes and the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold and the dew is gorgeous.
Is there such a beautiful poem in this world?
She looked at Gao Yang's face, her eyes full of shock. Qinger was also on the second floor and came out when she heard the noise. She also loved poetry, and when she heard these 2 lines, her whole body went limp. Just for this poem. What's wrong with getting it for free? She could even increase her net worth overnight thanks to this poem. Even Wu Chang temporarily forgot whether there was anything wrong with the wine in the glass. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Gao Yang also
has this ability. How could he write such a poem? Are you hiding your shortcomings in poetry writing? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
Wu Chang's face twisted, and he shouted, Mr. Gao, you are so bold to plagiarize other people's poems.
This is a violation of the law, and you will be despised by scholars all over the world.
At the same time, he felt a surge of heat in his heart, and he wanted to tear off his clothes immediately, break free from the restraints, and boldly be himself. Even Gao Yang's face looked handsome. To make matters worse, his stomach began to churn. Not good, very bad. He shook his head quickly, trying to stay awake. Gao Yang looked at Wu Chang's expression and knew that the medicine was probably taking effect. He took a step and was about to leave, but the muscular man next to Wu Chang suddenly took a step forward, his eyes cold and his voice as loud as a bell. He said in a deep voice, the prince asked a question, didn't Lord Gao hear it? At this time, Zhao De and Chen Shang also stepped forward and protected Gao Yang. They could naturally see that this sturdy man must be a fierce general in the army and a well-deserved master. For a moment, the entire Yanji Pavilion was on the verge of a fight. Everyone was very nervous and took a few steps back. The sturdy man had explosive muscles and a tall stature, and the pressure from his body was as heavy as a mountain. No one is allowed to leave without the prince's order. The sturdy man's voice was like a bell, and his murderous intent was chilling. Wu Chang's mind became increasingly unclear. He stood behind the burly man, and with his line of sight, he could just see the burly man's big butt. The big butt that he usually looked down upon was swaying from side to side at this moment, as if it had a fatal temptation. Under the nervous gaze of the onlookers, Wu Chang took the first step. The sturdy man was about to step forward to attack, but Wu Chang suddenly grabbed his waist from behind. For a moment, the sturdy man was stunned, and his body like an iron tower seemed to be hit hard. He turned his head in disbelief and looked at Wu Chang, his Adam's apple rolling. Prince, what are you doing? Chapter 62, Guard Wu, you don't want to see this prince explode and die, do you? For a moment, the entire Yanji pavilion fell into silence. Lu Yue, Qinger, and all the guests in the Rouge pavilion widened their eyes and looked at Wu Chang in disbelief. The two sides haven't even started fighting yet, but the strong man was stabbed in the back first? Fuck, what did I see? Does the prince have such strong tastes? Oh, my eyes. These sounds of shock made Wu Chang's mind a little clearer. When he realized what he had done, his face suddenly turned pale, and then he looked at Gao Yang with murderous intent. Gao Yang, I'm going to fight you. Wu Chang rushed towards Gao Yang like a madman. He was now 100% sure that there was something seriously wrong with that glass of wine. Gao Yang had a calm expression. Although Prince Rong was extremely powerful, how could the Duke Dingguo's mansion be weak? We are both playboys, who is afraid of whom? Besides, Prince Rong has lost the trust of the Empress and won't be able to stay alive for long. Gao Yang kicked out fiercely, hitting Wu Chang hard between his legs. The poison warrior's self-defense skills consist of two moves. One is to poke the eyes fiercely, and the other is to attack from the lower three directions. If it's a woman, just attack her chest. Even if you lose, you won't lose. Wu Chang only felt an unstoppable force sweeping over him, followed by a piercing pain. This sourness is simply unbelievable. Wu Chang's legs went limp and he knelt on the ground, his face turning green. All the men present felt the same pain from this kick and were shocked. Seeing this, the strong man instantly flew into a rage. If you dare to attack the prince, you deserve to die. The strong man immediately rushed towards Gao Yang, and the guards of Prince Rong's mansion followed him. Zhao Da's face darkened, and he was the first to draw his sword, form a formation, and kill anyone who dares to attack the eldest master. Gao Changwen quickly hid behind Gao Yang. He really wanted to say that there is more than just one eldest son in the Duke Dingguo's mansion. The second young master's fate doesn't count. Things took a sudden turn for the worse, catching everyone off guard, but Wu Chang was trembling all over, as if he was trying hard to endure something. Walk! Wu Chang gritted his teeth, his face turned pale, and even his body began to shake violently, uncontrollably. Prince! The strong man was a little anxious, but Wu Chang's face became even more distorted. I said go. Send me back home first, and we'll talk later. At this moment, he felt very strange inside his body. 3 inches below his lower abdomen, he felt an extreme soreness and swelling, and upwards from his lower abdomen, he felt a surge of evil fire rushing straight to his brain. What was even more terrifying was that his stomach was churning and he was somewhat out of control. If he fails in this Rouge Pavilion today, the reputation of the entire Prince Rong's mansion will be ruined tomorrow. The strong man also realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly helped Wu Chang up and rushed towards the carriage outside. Gao Yang was also somewhat surprised at the effect of the medicine, and he shouted behind him. The prince is in such a state. We must investigate whether someone has drugged him. Be careful not to explode and die. Wu Chang was stunned for a moment, and was quickly helped into the carriage. The carriage rushed quickly towards Prince Rong's palace. The sturdy man said with determination, Your Highness, please be patient. When we get to your house, there will be a woman to help you detoxify. Wu Chang gritted his teeth, his eyes turned red and blurred. The hands slid up along the bronze muscles of the sturdy man. The sturdy man's body was tense and his eyes were as big as bells. Sir, this is absolutely not allowed. But Wu Chang stuck to him like an octopus. Guard Wu, you have been guarding Prince Rong's mansion for decades. You don't want to see this prince explode and die, do you? Wu Hui's body shook violently, and his iron tower-like body began to tremble violently. Rouge Pavilion, 3rd floor. Lu Yue pushed open the door and looked at a woman respectfully. Master, the Supreme Membership card has been delivered to Mr. Gao as you ordered, and the commotion below has been quelled. The woman turned her head. Although her face was covered with a veil, it could not hide her stunning face. She murmured, The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold, and the dew is gorgeous. If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace. I never thought that this poem would come from Gao Yang's mouth. Lu Ruyan was amazed. The more I savor this poem, the more I feel that its gorgeous words and strong visual images are far beyond the reach of ordinary poems. Her identity is not simple either. On the surface, she is one of the 4 most beautiful courtesans in Rouge Pavilion, but in fact, she is the head of Rouge Pavilion. Mr. Gao's methods were too direct in today's matter. I'm afraid it won't end well. It might even affect us. Lu Yuer looked worried. Although she was happy to see Gao Yang attack Wu Chang, she felt that this matter would not end well under the watchful eyes of the public. After all, he is the son of Prince Rong, not an ordinary playboy. She even felt that Gao Yang's methods were too direct. It's all bare bones, all out in the open. Lu Ruyan's lips curled up into a smile. Direct means? You underestimate Master Gao. Lu Yuer was a little surprised when she heard this. Master, what do you mean? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes fell on Lu Yuer's face again. He is a master at playing with people's hearts. He even proposed free sex and used vernacular novels and pornographic pictures to weaken the younger generation of the 6 countries. He made his move after careful planning. I'm afraid there will be more good shows to watch in the next few days. Prince Rong's son will probably suffer a loss in silence. Lu Ruyan said with certainty. Lu Yuer also had a thoughtful look on her face. Come to think of it, since Gao Yang has taken action, how could it be that simple? Next time Master Gao comes to Rouge Pavilion, I will go there in person to accompany him. If I can win over such a person and even use him for my own benefit, my sect will surely prosper. Thinking of Gao Yang and Wu Zhao's personal visit, Lu Ruyan's eyes were like the bright stars in the night sky, emitting endless expectations. Chang'an Street inside the carriage of Duke Dingguo's mansion. Brother, this move of yours is truly amazing. I almost thought you were going to sacrifice yourself, to trade 1 for 1, to trick Wu Chang. Gao Changwen spoke incessantly with an excited look on his face. Come to think of it, this was the first time he had successfully drugged someone. The sense of satisfaction is no less than that shiver that lasts for several seconds. Gao Yang glanced at Gao Changwen and said with a smile, That's Prince Rong's son, aren't you afraid? Gao Changwen straightened his chest, and a hint of confidence appeared on his childish face. The Prince Rong's mansion is not easy to mess with, and my Duke Ding's mansion is not bad either. As a fellow playboy, he is not good at his own methods. Who can he blame? If this gets out, I'm afraid people will laugh at him. Besides, Gao Changwen winked and said, Brother, you acted in public, even I feel it is too direct. You must have a backup plan, so why should I worry about you? Gao Yang was surprised. Who said that playboys are useless? This analysis makes perfect sense. You are wrong. How can there be any backup plan? Besides, you were the one who drugged me. What does this have to do with me? Even if Prince Rong starts a rebellion, your brother will hold it up even if the sky falls. One word falls. Gao Changwen's face froze. Then, he panicked. Brother, you can't do this. If he is not beaten to death by father, he will at least be disabled. When Gao Yang saw Gao Changwen's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Look at your cowardice. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Gao Changwen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. This is so damn scary, he almost lost his soul. Jiaoda, find a cloth shop. You haven't spent a penny today. You should buy some fine silk to take back. Gao Yang looked thoughtful. There was something he had to verify. Yes. Soon, the carriage drove towards the largest cloth shop in Chang'an City, Jinjuanlu. Chapter 63. Gao Changwen is curious. What is a dog liquor? Brocade building. As Gao Yang walked into the store, he saw the finest brocade fabrics and the servant came forward to greet him. The store is very big, and groups of ladies from wealthy families are choosing items. Brother, when are you going to go find Miss Song? Suddenly, Gao Changwen asked, with a strong curiosity in his eyes. Gao Yang was surprised. Why should I look for the eldest daughter of the Song family? Brother has loved her for 10 years and has given so much for her. Isn't it a big loss to give up like this? What's more, my brother is now highly regarded by His Majesty and has made so many achievements. Even if Miss Song is arrogant, she will always give priority to my brother. Hearing this, Gao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Priority? But why should I give her priority? As you said, His Majesty values me now, and I am the eldest son of the first Duke's mansion in the dynasty. Why should I hang myself on this tree? For a moment, Gao Changwen felt that it was right, but also that something was wrong. When the Qingping tune was played just now, did you see the look in the girl's eyes in the Rouge Pavilion? Gao Changwen nodded heavily. He remembered this clearly. Every one of them had a sparkle of admiration for their brother in their eyes. Some even wanted to eat him.
It is no exaggeration to say that even if my brother does not exploit loopholes in the law, he can get horse for free just by relying on these two sentences: the clouds resemble clothes, the flowers resemble beauty, and the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. Gao Changwen said this with envy. One only regrets not having read enough books when one needs them. At that moment, he truly experienced what that feeling was. Gao Yang took out the Rouge Pavilion Supreme membership card again. Even if I don't rely on talent, this freeloading is not a problem, so why should I go to find Song Qingqing? Gao Changwen scratched his head and felt that it made more and more sense. Although Song Qingqing is beautiful and her looks far surpass those of the women in the Rouge Pavilion, she cannot compare to the coquettish women in the Rouge Pavilion, and there is one every day, and they are never the same, and there are even courtesans to accompany you. This courtesan's appearance is not necessarily inferior to Song Qingqing. Of the two, he prefers the latter. Brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. But I just feel that my brother has given so much, it would be a big loss if he gave up. Changwen, you are young, and the water of love is too deep for you to grasp. Just from what you just said, you already look like a dog. What is a dog licker? Gao Changwen looked curious. The big yellow dog in the mansion. If you see it when you return home, what will happen to it? Of course, he rushed up to me and licked my hand, and was extremely happy. Gao Yang smiled and said, if you are in a good mood, what will you do? You should rub its head to show affection, or even throw it a bone or two to play with it. What if it's in a bad mood, but it's still full of enthusiasm for you and rushes up to lick you madly? Gao Changwen scratched his head again. I guess he'll give it a kick. But when it comes to this, Gao Changwen was also shocked. Is this what it means to be a dog licker? Gao Yang showed Gao Changwen a hint of affirmation. Not only that, if the dog is hurt by your attitude and refuses to be intimate with you, you only need to throw 1 or 2 bones and it will continue to come closer. Then it goes on, all depending on the owner's mood. Hiss. After hearing these words, Gao Changwen took a breath of cold air. He looked shocked. After hearing this and knowing what a dog licker is, what do you think? Brother, I suddenly think being a bootlicker is quite interesting. Gao Yang's mouth twitched, feeling deeply outrageous. Gao Changwen looked excited, and then said, Brother, I have another question. If you lick one person, you are a dog. If I lick 10 or 100 people, am I still a dog? Gao Yang, he should have known long ago that no one in Duke Dinghua's mansion was simple, but he was too lazy to pay attention to Gao Changwen. He called out, Shopkeeper. Following Gao Yang's voice, a fat middle-aged man soon came up. As soon as he saw Gao Yang, he immediately knew that a distinguished guest had arrived. Sir, I am the shopkeeper of Brocade Building. My surname is Qi. I wonder what kind of cloth you need. Shopkeeper Qi said with a smile. Gao Yang's eyes swept across the finest brocades and silks in the Brocade Building. I heard that Zhao State produces a lot of a kind of cloth called Zhao Gao. Can you show it to me? Please wait a moment, sir. You have come to the right place. In the whole Chang'an, I think only our Jinyuan building has the goods. This Zhao Gao is a fine cloth. You will know it once you touch it. Only the textile technology of Zhao State can produce such fine and white cloth. But now only the warehouse has it. Please wait for a moment. The shopkeeper said this repeatedly, his tone full of admiration for Zhao Gao. Then I'll trouble you, boss. Gao Yang replied politely. Gao Changwen was puzzled when he saw this. He asked curiously, Brother, there are so many pieces of cloth here, why did you only pick Zhao Gao? Although this Zhao silk is fine in texture and comfortable to wear, it is shipped from the state of Zhao and is very expensive, so the cost effectiveness is really not high. Gao Yang was quite surprised. Today you have impressed me. Do you understand cost effectiveness? Gao Changwen couldn't sit still any longer. Brother, what you said is true. I am not very smart, but I am not stupid either. Zhao is adjacent to my Dakian, but we are thousands of miles away. Merchants from both countries want to transport Zhao Gao to Chang'an. The manpower, transportation capacity, and guards to prevent bandits on the road are astronomical. The cost is high, and the selling price is also high. Gao Yang nodded. You are right, that is indeed the truth. This is also the main reason why Zhao Gao is so valuable. Gao Changwen's eyes flickered. Could it be that brother thinks Zhao Gao is profitable? Do you want to interfere?
Gao Yang glanced at Gao Changwen, who looked eager, and said ambiguously, I guess so, but we have to wait and see for the details.
It's not certain yet.
Thinking of Zhao Gao, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. If Zhao Gao is really as he thinks, then there is more than just profit involved. It was clearly just a smile, but for some reason, it made Gao Changwen feel cold all over. It's like a lot of people are going to die. Illusion. It must be an illusion, Gao Changwen said to himself, but just when Gao Changwen's face was full of suspicion, two women came in from the gate of Jinwan building. Gao Changwen knew both of these people. One is Chen Yi, the eldest daughter of the Minister of War, and the other is Song Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Song family. There were several maids following behind them. Chen Yi is also considered a beauty, with delicate features, fair skin, and a small face the size of a palm, which attracts a lot of attention, but compared to Song Qingqing standing next to her, she is more than just inferior. Song Qingqing was wearing a green long skirt, which made her fair skin more prominent. Her facial features were delicate and her face was absolutely beautiful. Judging from her appearance alone, she was even comparable to Shangwan Waner. Gao Changwen was a little hesitant. If he had not experienced Gao Yang's bootlicking, he stepped forward to say hello, but it is not possible now.
Song Qingqing treats her brother as a bootlicker, which is not only an insult to Gao Yang, but also to him. He just poked Gao Yang to remind him that there were two uninvited guests at the door. Gao Yang looked over subconsciously. At the same time, Chen Yi also poked Song Qingqing's white and tender arm. Song Qingqing's beautiful eyes also looked in the direction Chen Yi pointed. In the air, their eyes met, but there was no bloody sound of electric current interweaving between them. All Gao Yang did was quickly look away and turn to look to the other side. Although he disliked people like Song Qingqing, he was waiting for Zhao Gao at the moment, so he simply chose to ignore her. This behavior towards a stranger instantly made Song Qingqing unable to hold back, and her eyes were full of grievance. P.S. I will give you a big update tonight, showing my utmost sincerity through actions. I hope that you all will pass the exam and have a bright future. Chapter 64, 3 consecutive critical hits, 2 heartbreaking haha. Gao Changwen suddenly burst into laughter, which scared Gao Yang.
Why are you suddenly screaming? Gao Yang looked at Gao Changwen with a frown, and Gao Changwen scratched his head and said, I just felt that the atmosphere was awkward, so I couldn't help myself. Gao Yang, seeing this, Chen Yi generously pulled Song Qingqing forward and said casually, My two gentlemen, it seems that everything is fate.
We met here. Are you here to buy clothes too? As Song Qingqing's best friend, she naturally knew what Song Qingqing was thinking, and she also felt quite embarrassed. Just after breaking off the engagement, Gao Yang went from being a playboy to a pillar of the entire Chang'an, surpassing Cui Xuanyuan. Even the empress was moved. Among them, the most embarrassed was the Song family, but Chen Yi couldn't say anything about this matter. After all, Song Qingqing had gone too far.
But because of their previous relationship, her relationship with
Gao Yang and Gao Changwen was pretty good, so she had some faith. Gao Changwen nodded in agreement after hearing this. It's indeed quite a coincidence. Normally, after visiting Rouge Pavilion, we would go straight to the mansion to rest for a few days. I didn't expect to run into you guys when I came to Jinwan building for the first time. Rouge Pavilion? You guys went to a brothel?
Chen Yi was very surprised. Song Qingqing's expression also changed, but Gao Changwen was surprised. What are you looking at? As a playboy, why don't you go to brothels on weekdays?
Are you going to the front lines and dying on the battlefield?
This self-righteous look and affirmative tone made Chen Yi a little confused. This made so much sense that she couldn't refute it. When Gao Changwen thought about the things in Yanji Pavilion, he instantly became interested. Not only did we go to Yanji Pavilion, my brother can also go there for free in the future. In Gao Changwen's eyes, a Rouge Supreme membership card is simply a symbol of honor. He immediately told everyone about the Supreme membership card worth 200,000 taels of silver, along with all the privileges that came with it. For a moment, Chen Yi was shocked. According to Dakian's salary, although her father was a third-rank official, his annual salary, including miscellaneous expenses, was only tens of thousands of taels of silver. Of course, this is the apparent income, but there are still dozens of servants to support in the mansion, and 200,000 taels of silver is definitely an astronomical figure. Yanji Pavilion, as a famous brothel in Chang'an, is also well known. Most of the girls here sell their art rather than their bodies, and they are all beauties. Gao Yang's privilege is already terrifying. And while talking, Gao Changwen shook his head and recited that Gao Yang had composed the Qingping tune. A moment, both girls looked shocked, especially Song Qingqing. Her heart was filled with endless shock. She studied the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood and was proficient in poetry and couplets, so she was known as one of the 4 talented women in
Chang'an, but even she was surprised when she heard the words, "The clouds resemble clothes, the flowers resemble beauty, and the spring breeze blows on the threshold, the dew is gorgeous." Song Qingqing couldn't help herself after all. She opened her red lips and said, "Gao Yang, did you really improvise this poem? The clouds resemble clothes, the flowers resemble faces, and the spring breeze blows on the threshold, and the dew is thick?" She looked incredulous. Just based on this poem, Gao Yang could be ranked among the top poets in Daqian. Gao Yang felt inexplicably unhappy when he heard Song Qingqing's suspicious tone. After all, she was right. He really did copy it, but he copied Li Bai from another time and space. He directly rebuked Song Qingqing. "No, I copied it." The cold attitude and tough tone instantly reminded Song Qingqing of the time she waited for Gao Yang under the tree for several hours yesterday and was bitten by mosquitoes and had several large lumps on her body and her heart. Although she did something wrong, she did hurt others and caused the Duke Dinggua's mansion to lose face, but even though she is such a proud person, she has already surrendered. Gao Yang as a man, can't he be more broad-minded and magnanimous? Besides, she just wanted to be friends with Gao Yang. Did she really think that just because she was better than Cui Xinghe and was favored by the Empress, she couldn't live without him? She, Song Qingqing, was just giving him another chance to pursue her. There are so many talented men in the world, which one of them is not worthy of her? Song Qingqing, seeing the tense atmosphere, Chen Yi quickly tried to smooth things over. "Mr. Gao, don't mind it. Qingqing didn't mean that at all." Gao Yang remained silent for a while. He simply looked down on women like Song Qingqing who were sycophantic, although he had seen many of them in his previous life, but it's just like smelling dog shit. You can't think that all dog shit smells good just because you smell it every day, right? Unless you become a bootlicker. This is a truth. Chen Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said to Gao Yang, "Your poem, the clouds resemble clothes, the flowers resemble beauty, the spring breeze blows through the threshold, the dew is gorgeous, is this for Qingqing?" When Gao Yang heard this, he exclaimed, "Oh my god." Song Qingqing's pretty face was stunned. The meaning of this poem is very straightforward. It describes the beauty of the woman as if she were a fairy from heaven. "I called off the engagement more than 10 days ago. In such a short period of time, who else could Gao Yang have in his mind except me?" He said harsher than anyone else, but in fact he still cared about her in his heart. Snort. Song Qingqing's pretty complexion improved. "Gao Yang, I understand how you feel. You have every right to hate me. You made me wait for several hours yesterday, so we're even now. We can still be friends in the future." Wipe. Gao Yang couldn't hold it in any longer, and he hurriedly said, "Sister, please don't insult this poem, okay? When have you ever seen a fairy who fawns on the powerful? I beg you, please go find Cui Xinghe." Insult. To curry favor with the powerful, find Cui Xinghe. These three words could be described as a fatal triple blow, which instantly caused a series of critical hits to Song Qingqing's heart. "Gao Yang, what do you mean by insult? What do you mean by currying favor with the powerful? And what do you mean by looking for Cui Xinghe? Explain your thoughts clearly today." Upon hearing this, Song Qingqing exploded. These words were not only extremely offensive, but also extremely insulting. Gao Yang was too lazy to pay attention to Song Qingqing. It would just be a waste of words. It happened that shopkeeper Qi came up from the other side holding a thin and white Zhao Gao, and Gao Yang walked straight up. "Master Gao, this is the Zhao silk you requested. However, as you know, the journey to Zhao State is long, and the textile technology is mature, so the price is quite expensive." Gao Yang took Zhao Gao from his hand and stroked him gently. Sure enough, the texture and feel of Zhao Gao are far superior to those of Daqian fabrics. This Zhao Gao can only be produced in Zhao State? Of course. After all, this is a major means for the state of Zhao to make money. Its core technology has always been kept secret. Shopkeeper Qi had a smile on his face. Gao Yang looked at the Zhao Gao in his hand and asked, "How much does a piece of Zhao Gao cost?" 10 taels of silver. Gao Yang was a little surprised when he heard this. This price was really not cheap. "Zhao de, pay." Gao Yang touched Zhao Gao in his hand, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Then, he took the piece of Zhao silk and left the Jinwan building. As for him, he didn't even look at Song Qingqing once during the whole process, as if Song Qingqing was a transparent person. Chapter 65. I read the Spring and Autumn Annals, so don't think about getting it for free. Song Qingqing looked at Gao Yang's departing back in disbelief. She couldn't believe it for a moment. He is gone. Even Zhao Gao in his arms is more important than me. Song Qingqing looked incredulous. Gao Yang would never treat her like this before. With just a word from her, she could summon him and send him away at will. In fact,
after being stood up yesterday, she had made up her mind. She didn't have much feeling for Gao Yang anyway, so she might as well let him go. It is hard to find a four-legged frog in the world, but there are plenty of two-legged men. After all, Song Qingqing is from a famous family. What she felt in her heart was more of a sense of unwillingness and imbalance, but now Gao Yang's attitude hurt her, as if she was the most disgusting thing in the world. And even looking at her was disgusting. Seeing this, Chen Yi sighed deeply in her heart. It was not easy for her to blame Song Qingqing for this matter. After all, she and Song Qingqing were best friends, and the Song and Chen families were old friends, but Song Qingqing came in person to cancel the engagement, which was too humiliating, so Gao Yang's indifference was understandable. Either stay away from Gao Yang completely, or be prepared to be humiliated if you get close to him. But seeing Song Qingqing's appearance, Chen Yi still felt a little distressed, so she said, Qingqing, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Gao Yang must have written this poem for you, but you hurt him too much, so now his heart is full of hatred for you. Don't take it to heart. When Song Qingqing heard this, a hint of emotion flashed across her face. Really? This cloud resembles clothes and the flower resembles face. Is it really made for me? If so, why did Gao Yang insult me? Of course it's true. Chen Yi looked helpless, but the words had already been spoken, so she could only bite the bullet and comfort him. Snort. Song Qingqing snorted coldly, with a hint of hatred in her eyes. When he comes to beg me, I will let him taste what I feel now. No, I will let him taste it 10 times, 100 times what I feel now. Song Qingqing was looking forward to that scene, and even felt relieved just thinking about it. Chen Yi suddenly felt a headache, but in fact, she was more inclined to believe that Gao Yang was telling the truth. That he really felt that Song Qingqing insulted the poem, but seeing Song Qingqing like this, she couldn't speak. In the carriage, Gao Changwen looked in admiration. Brother, you look so handsome just now. As he spoke, he stroked his chin and said, but this Song Qingqing is really weird. It was clearly her who broke off the engagement, but now she acts like she is in love. Gao Yang sneered, love? It's just an imbalance and the pain of losing a bootlicker. If the Duke of Dinggua's mansion is successfully suppressed by Prince Rong, and if I am punished by the Empress, or even thrown into the heavenly prison, Song Qingqing will only feel fortunate. Once you break up, not many people would just wish their other half a good life. The worse your life is, the more she will feel that her original choice was right. On the contrary, if you become better, she will feel unbalanced and start to regret it. This is human nature. Gao Changwen covered his head and said, brother, my head hurts. Could it be that he caught a cold? But that shouldn't be the case. Gao Changwen shook his head. No, after listening to what my brother said, I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Gao Yang, soon, Gao Changwen returned to normal. Forget it, women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Only brothels are eternal. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly said, brother, can you please go back home first? I finally got out, and I have something important to do. Gao Yang looked surprised and said calmly, oh, what's the matter? Gao Changwen said righteously, read books of righteousness. As soon as these words came out, Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Chen Shang and Zhao De outside the carriage also had dark lines on their faces. Even a fool can tell there is something wrong with this reason. Studying? Are you sure about that? You don't want to sneak off the bus and go to a brothel to get whore for free under the guise of studying. Gao Yang said meaningfully. Gao Changwen didn't even blush, and flatly rejected it. Brother, what are you talking about? It seems that you have always misunderstood me. I am studying the spring and autumn annals. How can I go to such a dirty and unclean place? After listening to your words today, I have never been more eager for knowledge. Gao Yang couldn't bear to listen any longer. Go ahead, but don't drink. Watch your mouth. Gao Changwen didn't expect that it would be so easy to succeed. He was overjoyed and quickly got off the carriage. Gao Yang said helplessly, Zhao De, I'm afraid this kid is heading towards the brothel. Arrange a few people to follow him secretly. Zhao De pulled the reins, a little surprised. Master, isn't it legal to prostitute someone for free? Can you live happily outside the law? Gao Yang said meaningfully, it's true that it's not against the law to get whores for free in Dakian, but I didn't say whether you'll get beaten or not. Oh shit. Upon hearing this, Zhao De and Chen Shang both widened their eyes with shock in their eyes. Gao Yang continued, otherwise, why do you keep so many thugs? Is it just to prevent those prostitutes from escaping? But it would be good to let this kid suffer a little and know the dangers of the world.
This first lesson in life should be taught to him by Cao Yang.
Zhao De and Chen Shang looked at Gao Changwen's back and couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy. Then, the carriage slowly drove towards Duke Dinghua's mansion, the Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold and the dew is gorgeous.
If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace.
Wu Zhao murmured the poem, with a look of shock on her beautiful face.
Is this poem really written by Gao Yan? Wu Zhao suddenly turned around and looked at Shang Wanwaner. Shang Wanwaner's face also flashed with shock. This is absolutely true.
All the guests in the Rouge Pavilion saw it with their own eyes.
Now this poem has spread throughout Chang'an at an extremely fast speed.
Wu Zhao looked surprised and picked up the copied poems. Her phoenix eyes were fixed on the poem, and the more she read, the more satisfied she became.
But Gao Yang betrayed Prince Rong's son Wu Chang in public.
Not only did he kick Prince Wu in the crotch, he also probably colluded with Gao Changwen to drug Prince Wu. Based on the personalities of these two brothers, I estimate that the Qiyin Halwan powder and the Dali Jet King must have been mixed in. When Wu Zhao heard this, she thought of the scene of the two medicines mixed together. She felt a chill in her heart. The most important thing is that the drug was not secretly administered, but was tricked into letting Prince Rong's son Wu Cheng drink it.
Gao Yang spat it out. I'm afraid Prince Rong will not let this go.
Shang Wanwana looked worried, feeling that Gao Yang's actions were a bit too impulsive. Wu Zhao shook her head and said calmly, Yuan Weilong is so bad that no one in the whole Dakian can match him.
He always makes plans before taking action.
Once he takes action, he is at least 90% sure, even if he is not 100% sure. I will not clean up his mess.
Tomorrow morning, I will order Gao Yang to come with Minister Gao.
Wu Zhao spoke directly. Shang Wanwana nodded and agreed very much, but at this time, Wu Zhao suddenly said, I heard that Gao Yang has always been fond of the eldest daughter of the Song family, but the engagement was broken off 10 days ago? As soon as these words were spoken, Shang Wanwana was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Wu Zhao would care about such things.
Your Majesty, it is true. It is said that Mr. Gao is very fond of the eldest daughter of the Song family. He comes when he is summoned and leaves when he is dismissed. This poem should be written by Yuan Weilong for Miss Song, praising her beauty as being like a fairy.
As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao's face suddenly turned cold. Although it was a bright day and the heat was unbearable, Shang Wanwaner suddenly felt a chill for no apparent reason. The temperature in the entire Imperial Study seemed to have suddenly dropped by 8 degrees. Since Miss Song can be summoned and dismissed at will, you are more cunning than anyone else in front of me.
This poem is bad, burn it. Wu Zhao suddenly said coldly. Shang Wanwaner?
Chapter 66 Gao Changwen's Wailing. You left me without love. Chunjiang Tower is one of the 4 major brothels in Chang'an. Although it does not have the heritage of Yanji Pavilion, it is superior in some aspects thanks to the exotic customs from outside the western regions. Gao Changwen trotted all the way and arrived outside Chunjiang Tower. His heart was burning with joy and a big smile was on his face. As soon as the madam saw Gao Changwen's outfit, she instantly broke into a broad smile. With her eyes that had seen countless people, she could naturally see through it at a glance. Gao Changwen's identity is extremely unusual. He is the main force in the brothel. Sir, you are new to Chunjiang Tower. Do you have a suitable girl?
Gao Changwen put his arm around the plump body of the madam and walked in, but the next sentence shocked the madam. As the ancient law says, a general should lead as many soldiers as possible.
The same is true for me, Gao Changwen, who visits brothels.
The more the better. Give me 5, no, 10. I am not short of money.
Gao Changwen said this with a proud look on his face, full of contempt for money that he had no intention of paying anyway. The madam was startled, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. This is a big item. My dear young master, you are so magnanimous. Today, I will make sure that you can get out by leaning against the wall. For a time, a young man as heroic as Gao Changwen appeared. All the girls in Chunjiang Tower were shocked. For them, this job is easy and profitable. They all rushed to Gao Changwen and hugged his arms affectionately. For a moment, a smile appeared on Gao Changwen's face.
Oh wow, take off.
Half an hour later, while the madam was smiling, she was wondering in her mind which family this playboy was from, and who was both stupid and rich. A woman in a gauze dress shouted at her, Madam, something terrible has happened. Someone is paying with paper money used for the dead, and he wants to eat a free meal. as soon as these words came out. What? Paper money for the dead? The madam's face turned green, and her originally graceful figure was suddenly filled with murderous intent. She walked quickly towards the room on the second floor with murderous intent on her face. Who was so conscienceless as to pay the bill with paper money burned for the dead? She pushed open the door and saw Gao Changwen lying on the bed, looking careless and holding a stack of paper money in his hand. His hair was disheveled and his face was covered with traces of red kisses. You are so brave that even I, Xiaonyang, were fooled. Tell me, how do you want to die? Xiaonyang gritted her teeth, her voice filled with murderous intent. Gao Changwen looked calm and raised the paper money in his hand. You are wrong, brothel owner. Isn't this money? Some paper money burned for the dead. Do you really think I'm a fool? Xiaoliang felt more and more insulted. Gao Changwen thought about Gao Yang's words and said directly and confidently, although I am a freeloader, what can you do to me? If you are not satisfied, report it to the police. Well, let me explain to you the laws of Dakian. First of all, this cannot be considered rape. Secondly, this did not cause the people to have a credit crisis in Dakian's currency, so this does not count as a crime of counterfeiting currency. The second is the crime of fraud. The crime of fraud is a bit long to talk about. Let me think about it and then I will explain it slowly. Soon, Gao Changwen confessed all three crimes, but the madam's expression remained calm and her face was still cold. You are an old hand who knows the law, but who told you that I was going to report to the police? Gao Changwen was stunned for a moment. Don't report to the authorities. The next second, the madam clapped her hands, and dozens of strong men holding long sticks appeared on one side. There was a grim smile on their faces. If you dare to take advantage of me, I'll break your legs. The madam's voice suddenly turned cold. Gao Changwen jumped up with a look of panic on his face. Oh shit, his brother didn't tell him about this situation. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Next second, a hand as big as a palm leaf fan came towards him. Aha. What about the free sex? Brother, you left me without love. A scream was heard. Duke of Zhongguo Gao Yan walked straight towards his room. He was not worried about Gao Changwen. He had guards and he was not a fool. As long as you reveal your identity, few people in Chang'an will dare to move. It's not bad to learn a lesson and be tricked by him. Mainly, it can attract Gao Feng's attention and share his firepower, but this day was indeed too annoying. I had wanted to get up early and go straight to Yanji Pavilion, but I never expected that the arrival of a group of veterans in the mansion would delay my time. I had originally planned to indulge myself in some decadence in the afternoon and have a deep and simple talk with the courtesan about my ideals in life, but the Empress interrupted and talked for several hours about how to govern a country. In the end, he felt as if he was hollowed out and returned to Duke Dinggua's mansion. Now, he just wants to feel the health benefits of green ivy and have a good sleep. If it's informal, that's even better. Evil beast. Just as Gao Yang was about to take a step, he heard a familiar voice. It's obvious whose voice it is. Gao Yang turned his head and saw Gao Feng and his mother, Li, standing in the corridor on the side. Gao Feng still had a typical sullen expression on his face and was walking towards him, as if Gao Yang owed him money. I pay my respects to my father and mother. Gao Yang then bowed. As soon as Gao Feng saw Gao Yang, the embarrassment that happened in the morning came to his mind. He said in a cold voice, don't think that just because His Majesty is protecting you, I can't do anything to you. Although I can't beat you, I can make you stand in the corner or copy the books of sages. Gao Feng felt that his authority had been destroyed, so he was eager to re-establish his authority on Gao Yang. As for the method, it is not difficult. Every policy from the top has its countermeasures from the bottom. How much of the money I gave you is left after you finish visiting the Rouge Pavilion? Gao Feng asked in a deep voice. I went to Yanji Pavilion and didn't spend any money. I bought a piece of brocade and spent 10 taels of silver. A mere piece of brocade cost you 10 taels of silver? What a waste! Gao Feng seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. This is Zhao Gao, which is produced in abundance in the state of Zhao. It is thin and light, and comfortable to wear. I bought it especially for you, mother. Mother has worked hard for this family, but most of her clothes are old and worn out. It really hurts me to see them. As the saying goes, time never defeats beauty. If mother put on some gorgeous clothes, she would surely be as beautiful as she was in her prime. A look of surprise appeared on Li's graceful face. She took the Zhao Gao handed to her by Zhao De and was moved. Time never defeats beauty.
my son is really good at talking.
Li looked very satisfied, but he still gave Gao Feng a threatening look. Gao Feng was stunned.
This little bastard is so good at talking?
But looking at Zhao Gao and Li's hands, he was also a little envious.
Bring a gift for your mother. If I am not included in the gift, I will be furious. Gao Feng's eyes fell on the rosewood plaque that Gao Yang hung on his waist. This thing looks good to me, give it to me. Since my father wants me to be his son, I should be filial to him.
As he spoke, Gao Yang took out his Supreme membership card and handed it to Gao Feng. Gao Feng took the rosewood sign and looked around, curious.
He asked casually, "What is this?"
The Supreme membership card given to me by shopkeeper Lu of Rouge Pavilion can only be used by me, but it's not a big problem. I'll ask shopkeeper Lu to change my name someday, and my father will be able to enjoy the corresponding privileges.
Gao Feng's face was moved. He heard that Gao Yang was making trouble in Yanji Pavilion and wanted to find a reason to reprimand him, but he didn't expect that Gao Yang would be so generous to him. Just give it when you say it. This made him feel a little ashamed. This wooden sign looks very expensive. Does it have any special privileges?
Gao Feng looked at it with curiosity. Gao Yang shrugged and said innocently, "It's not a big privilege, just entering the Rouge Pavilion, enjoying free drinks and food, and having a beauty accompany you every day for free, and a courtesan to spend a good night with you every month."
Chapter 67 Gao Yang's Confidence, Best at Economic Warfare. Hiss. A beauty to accompany you every day, and an oiran to spend a good night with you every month?
Gao Feng took a deep breath when he heard this, but then, he felt an extremely strong murderous intent, as if condensed into substance, sweeping in from all directions that he didn't even need to look back. He knew where the murderous aura came from. Danger. For some reason, the wooden sign in his hand seemed to be getting hot because of the murderous aura, making him lose control of it. Gao Feng frowned and directly scolded, "You bastard, you are talking nonsense. Since I have been with your mother, I have never been to such a filthy place. This is just a wooden sign, take it yourself." Gao Feng handed the hot wooden sign in his hand to Gao Yang. Gao Yang reached out to take it, only to find that at the other end of the sign, there was a strong force resisting him. "Father, you pinched it very tightly." Gao Yang said to Gao Feng with a smile. On the side, Li said indifferently with a stern face, "If you want to go, then go ahead. I am definitely not a jealous person, and I will not do anything in the middle of the night." When Gao Feng heard this, he immediately loosened his hand. He laughed loudly and looked at Li. "Madam, what are you talking about? It's obvious that this evil boy is too weak, and I just happen to be born with supernatural powers. You know, even if there are 3,000 beauties in the world, I only love you, my lady." These words were so decisive that Li's expression improved slightly. She turned her gaze towards Gao Yang. "Yanger, you are young and energetic. This thing will be of great use in your hands. It would be a sheer waste to give it to your father." As he said this, Li glanced at Gao Feng, and that look seemed to be saying, "What kind of person are you? Don't you have any idea of what you are like, peak?" Gao Yang almost laughed out loud. Gao Feng's face turned red. Not only did he fail to beat her, but he also lost face in front of Gao Yang. Knowing that he had lost face, he was submissive in front of Li, but in front of Gao Yang, he scolded, "Although you are young, you should also pay more attention to your health. You must know that if you don't know the value of your health when you are young, you will shed tears in vain in the brothel when you are old." Yes, the child knows. Gao Yang looked towards Gao Feng and prepared to leave. "If father has no other instructions, I will go back to my room and rest." Gao Feng said calmly, "Go to father first. Today's matter is not a small matter. Father has been waiting for you." Gao Feng was hinting at something, and Gao Yang nodded immediately. "I'll go right away, kid." It was not surprising that Gao Tianlong heard about this. He even estimated that the whole Chang'an knew that he had drugged Wu Chang and kicked him. "Wait, where's Changwen? Why didn't he come back with you?" Gao Feng saw that Gao Yang was about to leave. He looked around and then remembered Gao Changwen, so he asked. "The child is going back home first. Changwen said he is going to study and will be back later." Gao Feng was surprised. He's going to study? The sun rises from the west? Gao Feng was shocked, and Li was also shocked. Could it be that all of their people are late bloomers? Gao Yang nodded and said, "Yes, Changwen said it himself. He said he wanted to read the spring and autumn annals and that he also wanted to bring honor to the Duke Dinghua mansion."
As soon as these words came out, Gao Feng stroked his beard, his face full of satisfaction and rare. It is a great comfort to my father. Zhao De and Chen Shang followed behind him, their mouths twitching wildly, but they managed to hold it back. The child will go see his grandfather first. When Gao Feng heard Gao Yang's words, he waved his hand, and Gao Yang also walked towards the courtyard where Gao Tianlong was. In her house, Gao Yang pushed open the door and saw Gao Tianlong sitting at the table. Even though he was wearing simple home clothes, he still exuded a majesty that made people dare not look directly at him. My son greets his grandfather. Gao Yang bowed respectfully. Gao Tianlong poured a cup of hot tea. The aroma of the tea was lingering and exuding a refreshing fragrance. It was obvious that it was good tea. I'm thirsty, thank you for the tea, grandfather. Gao Tianlong, when did he give tea? Gao Tianlong said unhappily, you little bastard, you are braver than your father. Tell me, what happened in Yanji Pavilion today? Why did you go to a brothel and drug someone instead of having fun with the courtesan? Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang, picked up an empty teacup, poured a cup, and then said lightly, Grandfather, you don't know. It's hard to describe today. What Gao Tianlong said didn't mean that he didn't want to. He had all the money with him, and all he needed was to spend the night. Gao Yang immediately told Gao Tianlong that the empress had gone to Yanji Pavilion with the intention of reducing the power of the princes. Gao Tianlong looked surprised when he heard this. Obviously, he didn't expect that visiting a brothel would be so uneasy. The empress, a woman, even went to brothels. It turns out that she is as masculine as men. Gao Tianlong was silent for a while, then he said, I know the ambition of the current empress, but we must not rush into reducing the power of the vassal states, otherwise it will affect the whole body and cause great disasters. Although the enfeoffment order is a good idea, the timing is indeed not right. You have thought it through clearly. He had to admit that his grandson was indeed very talented. Even he highly admired the superiority of the enfeoffment order, a tactic that was intended to circumvent the enemy's will. But then, Gao Tianlong said with a strange expression, so, you took advantage of the situation and proposed to kill Prince Rong first, then reform the country and strengthen the country, and reduce the power of the feudal lords? How many of these are for service to the country, and how many are for personal revenge? Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong and said honestly, he has not served the country at all, it's all personal revenge. It would be a pity to let go of such a rare opportunity. Gao Tianlong, this is indeed a straightforward statement. But this is really a great temptation for the empress. But have you ever thought about what will happen to you if you destroy Prince Rong and fail to make Daqian rich and strong, or even weaken the Six Kingdoms? Gao Tianlong said this while staring at Gao Yang. This is what he is worried about. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with confidence. Grandfather, I am very confident about this. In fact, I did not lie to you. Compared with military tactics, I am better at economics. Grandfather, you can understand the so-called economy as money. In the eyes of my grandson, economic means can often kill people invisibly. If used well, its lethality is no less than that of a battle between hundreds of thousands of troops. It's even worse than that. When Gao Yang said this, he did not conceal the confidence on his face at all. It was an absolute confidence in his own field. Until now, he has not started to make plans. Economic means to kill people without being seen? Gao Tianlong's turbid eyes suddenly lit up. Obviously Gao Yang's words piqued his interest. If so, it would be a blessing for our Daqian soldiers. No one has more say than Gao Tianlong about the cruelty of the battlefield. If it is possible to defeat the enemy without fighting or to reduce the deaths of fewer soldiers, he will naturally support it. Do you have any method? Gao Tianlong looked expectant. My grandson went to the brocade house today and asked about the Zhao silk that is produced in abundance in the state of Zhao. This item can be used to make a big deal. If this is used well, it can cause great damage to the state of Zhao. Gao Yang spoke to Gao Tianlong without any reservation. Chapter 68. Your idea is not only bold, but also very criminal, Zhao Gao? Gao Tianlong frowned. He knew that Zhao Gao was a kind of cloth from the state of Zhao and it was very expensive, but this thing could be used to launch economic means and even cause serious damage to the state of Zhao, which aroused his curiosity. I'm waiting to see what you can do. This Daqian has become lively because of you. Gao Tianlong said meaningfully. Before Prince Rong was dealt with, Gao Yang had already found a way to deal with the state of Zhao.
This speed was very fast. Gao Yang asked curiously, "Grandfather, you asked me to come here, but you are worried that Prince Rong will use this as an excuse to cause trouble in the court tomorrow?" Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang and said calmly, "Even your father is not worried, let alone me. Since you dared to drug him in public and kicked Wu Chang, even if you make trouble tomorrow, it won't be a big problem. I am not worried about this. I called you here not for a martial arts mission, but to give you some instructions. You must listen carefully." Gao Tianlong had a serious look on his face, and the majesty around him swept towards Gao Yang like a tide. Even though Gao Yang had a big heart and was used to big scenes, he still felt an indescribable pressure. He also restrained his expression and looked straight at Gao Tianlong. "Please give me some advice, grandfather. You accepted the money from Magistrate Du, which is really not a big deal. Even if the censor finds out and impeaches you, you will be safe. There was a conflict at Rouge Pavilion today, and many people in Chang'an are waiting to see the joke. But once the enfeoffment order is issued and the reduction of the feudal fiefdoms is announced, even if Prince Rong insists on doing so and you are unable to cope with it, the Empress will eventually protect you. Because the Empress needs your talent. In the future, your status will become higher and higher. Even if you are greedy, the Empress will turn a blind eye. But this is because the Empress needs you to balance the 6 countries. But once the Empress no longer needs you and Dakian becomes truly powerful, this corruption will become the way to your death. The money you have embezzled all your life will also return to the national treasury. Do you understand?" Gao Tianlong spoke slowly, staring at Gao Yang with a pair of majestic eyes. Today, Gao Feng took out the tea box. When he saw the silver, he wanted to tell Gao Yang about it. Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. You cannot be careless even a little bit. Every emperor is far more terrifying and heartless than he appears to be. But grandfather, have you ever thought about this? If your grandson is not greedy, not lustful, has no weaknesses, and is full of vicious schemes, how can the Empress be at ease? How can she give up her power? Gao Yang looked calm and added, "Ministers who have no weaknesses usually die miserably." Gao Tianlong was surprised when he heard this. "Are you pretending to be corrupt and lustful? Did you also deliberately let the Empress know about the tea box, thinking that you could be used by her?" Gao Tianlong's eyes were filled with surprise. If this was true, Gao Yang's scheming was unfathomable. Gao Yang shook his head. "That's not the case. Corruption and lust are indeed my grandson's nature, but I did it on purpose to show it to the Empress. He even got into the Ministry of Revenue. First, my father was the Minister of Revenue, so he had someone in his family who could help him get things done. Second, the Ministry of Revenue was lucrative." Gao Tianlong, what an impeccable reason. Gao Tianlong felt that the situation was difficult. With Gao Yang's talent and the Empress's decisiveness, Dakian would definitely change, but the Empress was worried about him not being greedy and being an upright person. Being greedy will lead to death. Gao Yang saw Gao Tianlong's worry, and he couldn't help but say, "Grandfather, don't worry. I am naturally cautious and have thought of several countermeasures." Gao Tianlong's heart moved slightly and he looked at Gao Yang curiously. "First, after Dakian becomes powerful, if you are not completely sure, I will be half right and half wrong, follow the golden mean, and given appropriately. As long as the 7 countries are still fighting and in a balance, my grandson will be fine." Gao Tianlong frowned. Compared with this kind of loosening up and being moderate, what he wishes for is for Dakian to be strong, but not to the point where the cunning rabbit dies and the running dog prospers. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Of course there is. My second method can achieve the best of both worlds, but it is a little bold and I am afraid it will scare grandfather. Gao Tianlong looked displeased when he heard this. "You little brat, I've seen all kinds of battles. Even if your plague corpse surrenders to the enemy, I won't do anything. Just tell me boldly, what method can achieve the best of both worlds?" Gao Yang coughed twice. "The second is to take down the Empress, conquer the Empress. As long as we can win the heart of the Empress and whip her every day, we won't have to worry about the death of the rabbit and the prosperity of the dog, or even the eldest son of the Gao family." Gao Yang gave Gao Tianlong a look that said, "You understand." Gao Tianlong's heart skipped a beat, and the image of Wu Zhao sitting on the dragon throne, looking down on everyone, suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. "This idea is more than a little bold. It's So audacious as Gao Yang saw this and struck while the iron was hot and said, compared to the first two methods, my grandson's third method is not only a little bold, but also very cruel. To be honest with you, Grandpa, I am a counselor, and I actually have quite a bit of experience in deceiving the people. Gao Tianlong's eyebrows jumped. Gao Yang's expression made even him shudder. Be careful, the walls have ears. He interrupted Gao Yang directly and asked him to leave as if he was chasing away a fly. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break your legs. Even though Gao Tianlong had seen many big scenes in his life, he didn't dare to listen to the second half of the sentence. This stuff is unbearable to listen to. Seeing this, Gao Yang had to leave with some regret. Which time traveler would not support the empress or rebel? At least two have to become one. Gao Yang walked out of the inner house and happened to run into Gao Changwen, who was following Gao Feng like a quail. His cheeks were still red, as if he had been beaten. Gao Feng's face was livid, and he walked in front, as if he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Seeing Gao Yang, Gao Feng's expression improved and he said in a deep voice, Father, have you finished your instructions? Gao Yang nodded, then his eyes fell on Gao Changwen's face. He said angrily, Changwen, tell me, who beat you like this? I will avenge you for my brother. Gao Changwen felt wronged when he heard this. Brother, I am so miserable. If it weren't for my identity as the second son of Duke Dinghua's mansion and the timely appearance of the guards, you wouldn't be able to see me. What about the free prostitution? I rushed over with great excitement, but it turned out to be a huge pit. Gao Feng also said with a sullen face, this bastard said he was going to study, but he actually went to Chunjiang Tower and ordered 10 people, wanting to get them for free. After the madam of Chunjiang Tower learned of Changwen's identity, she came to apologize in person, saying that she didn't know Changwen's identity. I suppressed the matter, but it was so embarrassing. When Gao Feng thought of this, a rush of blood rushed up his spine. Changwen, you have disappointed me so much. I have specifically told you not to go to the brothel. How can I help you? You still ordered 10, why? Gao Yang pretended to be heartbroken. Gao Changwen lowered his head and spoke in a weak voice. I was thinking that my brother's discussion of the Dacian law might involve freeloading, so I got carried away and indulged myself. Who would have thought that this madam had no moral principles and didn't report it to the authorities at all? Evil beast! How dare you talk nonsense? Gao Feng shouted and scolded to Gao Feng, then looked at Gao Yang, and his tone softened in a rare moment. It's getting late, and you still have to wait outside the palace gate tomorrow. Go get some rest early. Yes. Watching Gao Changwen and Gao Feng gradually walking away, Gao Yang's smile became brighter and brighter. An elder brother is like a father, and he also has good intentions. In order to let Gao Changwen know how dangerous the world is, he will be more cautious against anyone in the future. It's too late. I can't continue this story. He simply wanted to trick Gao Changwen, but he also knew that as long as Gao Changwen revealed his identity and had guards, nothing would happen to him. The real storm is the peak. This way, it would be even with what I said about taking better care of your woman, and he would feel better tonight, and even in the next few months. I would rather die than let my friend die. Gao Feng's firepower will also be concentrated on Gao Changwen. Back on the big bed in the room, Gao Yang asked Qin Sheng to find some information about the state of Zhao, and then Gao Yang fell asleep, but he slept very soundly. After all, with 2 balls of cotton stuffed in his ears, the sound insulation effect was very good. Late at night Gao Yang slept very soundly, but someone in Prince Rong's mansion couldn't sleep. Father! My child can't sleep, can't sleep. Wu Cheng lay on the bed with red eyes, and he said with gritted teeth that he was completely exhausted that day. Not only was the back exhausted, but the front was also exhausted. Wu Long looked at Wu Cheng lying on the bed, his eyes filled with both heartache and anger. Bang! He slapped the table again and said murderously, this Duke Ding's mansion is going too far. He kicked my son in public and drugged him openly. If I don't take revenge, I, Wu Long, would be unworthy of being the Prince of Dacian. Tomorrow, the king will report to the Duke of Dinghua's mansion and report Gao Yang. At the side, a middle-aged man in a blue robe frowned slightly. He also didn't expect that Gao Yang would act so directly, but the more direct he was, the more pessimistic he felt. But seeing Wu Cheng's miserable appearance and Wu Long's anger, he rationally remained silent. Wu Cheng said, Father, you will go to court tomorrow, and I will go too. I will personally accuse Gao Yang. I want him to pay the price. I want all the civil and military officials in the court to make the decision for me. Wu Long was a little worried and said, Shenger, but in your current state, can you do it? Wu Cheng nodded heavily. As long as I can get revenge and send Gao Yang to prison, all this will be worth it. I want to see how he can argue in public. Wu Cheng's eyes just showed a hint of cruelty, and the next second, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, that damn feeling is coming again. Wu Cheng rushed to the toilet. Wu Long also followed into the yard, and when his eyes fell on a figure like an iron tower in the yard, he walked forward silently and patted the sturdy man on the shoulder. I know everything. I'm sorry for your hardship. Prince Rong's mansion will not treat you unfairly, and I will not treat you unfairly either. I will use the heads of all the people in Duke Ding's mansion to avenge your blood. Guard Wu's strong body trembled again. Wu Long even had a feeling that he was about to break apart. Chapter 69, You drugged me, and you're the first to feel wronged? The next day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped Chang'an. On the streets, vendors in groups of 3 or 4 started selling goods with shoulder pulls. Inside the Golden Throne Hall, officials lined up on both sides. As Wu Zhao, wearing a golden dragon robe and with a noble face, sat behind the dragon throne, all the officials saluted in unison. Long live His Majesty! Wu Zhao glanced at all the officials and said calmly, Stand up. Then, one by one, officials stood up and began to report major events in the world to Wu Zetian and handle government affairs. Wu Zhao listened attentively, while Wu Long stood at the front of all the officials, his eyes cold and silent. After about half an hour, the Golden Throne Hall fell into silence. My dear ministers, do you have anything else to report? Wu Zhao looked at all the officials and finally stopped at Wu Long. At the same time, Wu Long took a deep breath and stood up. Your Majesty, I, Wu Long, have something to report. Wu Zhao pretended to be clueless and asked calmly, What does Prince Rong want to report? I accuse Gao Yang of the Duke of Dingwei of being lawless and disrespectful of His Majesty and the royal family. Not only did he drug the Prince of Daqian in public, he also dared to beat him up. Your Majesty, please punish me severely. Wu Long's voice was full of energy and echoed throughout the hall. The other ministers stepped forward one after another and spoke in unison. There is such a thing? Is the Ministry of Revenue so bold? Wu Long cupped his hands. My son is waiting outside the palace. Your Majesty, please make a decision for my son and for the Daqian royal family. Xuan. Soon, Wu Chang, lying on a stretcher with a pale face, was carried in. When their eyes fell on Wu Chang, all the ministers looked extremely surprised. It's so miserable. Although Wu Chang was weak originally, his complexion was very good. But now Wu Chang is pale and listless. It was like being raped by a man 800 times. Upon seeing Wu Zhao, Wu Chang struggled to get up, knelt on the ground and cried, Your Majesty, please make the decision for me. Wu Zhao was also a little surprised. What a huge dose this is. Prince Rong said that Gao Yang, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, drugged you and beat you. Is this true? Wu Zhao looked at Wu Chang and said. This incident happened in the Rouge Pavilion. It is absolutely true. I asked the Ministry of Revenue to write a poem. He said that poetry cannot be written without wine. He insisted on drinking with me. The wine was not in my sight. In the end, he tricked me into drinking, and he spit it out in one gulp. He also hit me in the lower body. Your Majesty, please punish me severely. As soon as these words fell, all the officials looked down at Wu Chang, and then turned their gazes towards the peak, but most of the officials were just watching the fun. They were also aware of the dispute between Prince Rong's mansion and Duke Dinghua's mansion. They were not fools as to why Gao Yang revealed the Empress's edict seeking talents and the subsequent memorials against Duke Dinghua's mansion, but I didn't expect Gao Yang to retaliate so directly. The revenge of a poisonous scholar will not be delayed overnight. Wu Zhao looked towards Gao Feng. Minister Gao, is this true? Gao Feng stood up and said, My son has a kind character. Normally he wouldn't even step on an ant on the ground. This must be a slander. As soon as these words were spoken, all officials called it shameless. Gao Yang is pure and kind, you can't even bear to step on an ant. The locusts in Guangzhou would curse out loud after hearing this. Wu Long stood up and said, With all the evidence, you still dare to quibble? Can Gao Yang be called a pure and kind person? Master Gao, are you crazy? Gao Feng himself almost burst out laughing. This is indeed a bit inappropriate. My son Gao Yang is also waiting outside the palace. Why not let the two of them confront each other? Your Majesty, please clear my son's name. Wu Zhao immediately waved her hand and said, Announce. Soon, Gao Yang walked up. Your Highness, Gao Yang, pay my respects to you, Your Majesty. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, and she said in a cold voice, Prince Rong accused you of disrespecting the royal family, drugging the Prince of Dakian in public, and beating the prince of the current dynasty. Is this true? Gao Yang bowed and said, Your Majesty, this sentence is half right and half wrong. Oh? I do have no respect for the royal family, because in my heart, Your Majesty and the Dakian royal family, and even the royal families of the world, are all people who should be respected in my heart, not just talked about. When the officials heard this, their eyes widened. This is flattery, shameless, insincere, and shameless. They have to study hard. Even Wu Zhao couldn't hold it in. This guy is really good at flattering people. What about the second half of the sentence? Is it true that you drugged and beat the crown prince? Wu Zhao continued to ask with a stern face, slander. Your Majesty, I feel wronged. Today I ask Your Majesty to help me and give me justice. Wu Chang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Are you still feeling wronged? He immediately became anxious. Gao Yang, don't try to quibble. The evidence is all here. Do you still dare to lie to His Majesty in front of him? Gao Yang looked at Wu Chang and said with a smile, May I ask Your Majesty, do you have any evidence that I drugged you? Of course there is. In front of me, you ordered the second son of the Gao family to go to the private room to get some wine. You also tricked me into drinking wine to increase my inspiration for writing poetry. As a result, I drank the wine and vomited it out. Isn't this evidence? Wu Chang sneered, his eyes full of resentment. Your Highness, you are really wronging me. I always write poems like fine wine without drinking it. Is this wrong? Besides, who would drug someone so openly? After hearing this, Wu Chang was so angry that he almost exploded. Gao Yang, don't be so shameless. This is clearly sophistry. You lied to me that this poem was about me, but in the end it turned out to be clouds resemble clothes, flowers resemble beauty, spring breeze blows on the threshold, dew is gorgeous. How do you explain this? Could this poem be written for this prince? All the officials looked at Gao Yang, especially Cui Xinghe and others, with complicated expressions of this sentence. The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like face, the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is gorgeous, shows the level of his profound knowledge. Gao Yang spoke slowly. The crown prince left in a hurry yesterday. And I forgot to mention that the poem is called Qingping Diao meets the crown prince Wu and recalls the past beauties. How can it not be related to the crown prince? Moreover, putting aside the facts, what's wrong with this minister writing this poem to the prince? The prince is handsome and elegant. In my mind, he is a woman more beautiful than a fairy. What's wrong with this? P.S. Let me give you some answers here. First of all, let's talk about the source. This article is basically about some vicious schemes and means in history and modern times, but they are integrated into the fictional ancient times. So the background should be regarded as fictional, reshaping a world, but there will be some shadows of various dynasties. Point 1. The idea of wiping out the whole family and the monkey trick came from the internet. The monkey trick originated from the Ming Dynasty and is also called the 1,000 Doors and 72 Land Trap on the internet. It is a means of setting up a trap to bury gold in a barren mountain. Point 2. Raising grain prices, using work as relief, and stimulating consumption through tourism. These are from the Northern Song Dynasty's Fan Zhongyan policy, titled 3 Strategies for Famine Relief. Point 3. The means of locust control were based on modern and ancient means of locust control, as well as a series of information such as CNKI, such as the East Asian migratory locust, papers on gregarious and solitary types, biological control, etc. It also referred to Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty who ate locusts to break people's superstitions, Yao Chong who eliminated a major locust plague during the Kaiyuan period of the Tang dynasty, Su Shi who eliminated locusts in the Song dynasty, and modern ways of eating locusts. Fourth, the art of war is a way for Mongolia to conquer the world, kill a few cities, then besiege a few, and then follow Wenhan and Zhengde. Furthermore, I want to reply to what many readers have said: why are all the poisonous plots not original, but all historical? If the author had this ability, he should have been like Gao Yang, setting up a plan with foreigners and picking up blonde beauties. Finally, if you want to read about this floor of poisonous schemes, such as economic warfare, Ponzi schemes, etc., please come here. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 70. I have never seen such a shameless person. What crime When Wu Cheng heard this, his eyes widened. My whole body was shaking with anger. You have put aside the facts, let alone saying that this poem was written for him. Even if you determine that Wu Cheng is a woman, what's wrong with that? Your mother's servant. Wu Cheng almost swore that I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. Above all the officials, Wu Zhao was also very upset when she heard this. She finally understood when it comes to sophistry, 10 Wu Chengs are no match. For Gao Yang was still smiling, but Wu Cheng's face turned red. She was afraid that Wu Cheng would be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Seeing this, Wu Long hurried forward and supported Wu Cheng. He looked at Gao Yang and said coldly, Mr. Gao, you are just making sophistry and trying to change the subject. Although you have a sharp tongue, it is hard to hide your motive for drugging. Now confess the truth. Considering your contribution to Dakian, I will give you a lighter punishment. Wu Long narrowed his eyes and stared at Gao Yang. After hearing these words, he also felt secretly moved in his heart. This child must not be kept, so shameless and disrespectful. In Wu Long's entire life, this was the first time he had heard such nonsense that disregarded reality. How shameless must one be to come up with such a statement? Gao Yang looked at Wu Long, who was speaking, and saw that Wu Long's face was full of determination, with powerful power emanating from his body, and he was like a beast, biting people. Since Prince Rong wants to present the evidence, I will present the evidence. Prince Wu keeps saying that it is my medicine. Then I want to ask you in front of all the civil and military officials, in front of your majesty, what is the efficacy of this medicine? Where is the witness? Who is the one who can detoxify the prince? Please answer all these questions, Your Highness. Gao Yang spoke righteously, and Wu Ben's original idea came out, but when he looked at the curious civil and military officials, as well as the high and mighty Wu Zhao, his face suddenly turned pale. Efficacy, witness. His mind instantly flashed back to everything that happened yesterday. If you want to stick to this matter, you have to tell the whole story and get to the bottom of it. Even if Gao Yang refuses to admit it, the Ministry of Justice may be alerted and the Dali Temple may come to conduct a thorough investigation. This matter became a big deal. Although he could give false testimony, he was caught off guard. Gao Yang was a poisoner and knew what kind of poison he had used. He would definitely pursue him relentlessly and expose his lies. Then everything that happened yesterday will definitely be investigated. Gao Yang could not escape punishment. But what about him? He was a man of great talent, the eldest son of Prince Rong's mansion, and well known in Chang'an for his handsomeness and talent. Countless ladies secretly admired him. What if it became public that he had taken aphrodisiacs and laxatives, and that he had such a strong taste? Then he will never be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. All of this was planned by Gao Yang. He stared at Gao Yang with wide eyes, and felt that Gao Yang's smiling face looked like a devil, vicious as mean, shameless. Ever since he drank the mixture of the powerful laxative and the powerful aphrodisiac, he had already thought of a way out. Once exposed, his reputation would be ruined. Even he could think of folk jokes. Have you heard that the prince of Prince Rong's mansion is quite talented in bed skills and can even use thrusts? Wu Cheng's back teeth ached from biting them. Gao Yang gave him a difficult choice. Wu Long's face darkened, and he realized how difficult Gao Yang was. This kid is indeed a bit vicious. When Gao Yang saw Wu Cheng's expression, he immediately took a step forward and bowed to Wu Zhao. Prince Wu claimed in front of all the civil and military officials that I had drugged you. I beg your majesty to make the decision and order the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple to intervene, thoroughly investigate this matter, make the truth known to the world, and clear my name. I believe that in this bright and clear world, with the sun and the moon shining, white cannot be black, and black cannot be white. My injustice will be redressed. Gao Yang's voice resounded throughout the Golden Palace, his face full of righteousness and fearlessness, as if he had really suffered a great injustice. Wu Cheng looked at this shameless man and almost vomited blood. You are still a bright world, with the sun and the moon shining brightly. White cannot be turned black, and black cannot be turned white. Do you still want to clear your name? Wu Cheng clenched his back teeth and trembled with anger. In his 20 years of life, he had never seen such a shameless person. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang. If she had not seen the aphrodisiac and laxative with her own eyes in Yanji Pavilion yesterday, she would have almost thought that Gao Yang was really wronged. She glanced at all the officials and said calmly, since the Crown Prince and the Deputy Director have different opinions, then the Ministry of Justice will intervene in the investigation and get to the bottom of it. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Wu Cheng's forehead. He quickly said, Your Majesty, the Rouge Pavilion is full of mixed people, and Gao Yuanweilong is so sonorous and powerful, and his words are so convincing. I was careless in giving you the drug. But Gao Yuanweilong beat me in public, and I cannot deny it. Wu Cheng took a deep breath and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, how do you explain this? As long as it is proven that Gao Yang beat the current crown prince, that will be enough to make him suffer. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and asked, Gao Yang, are you really going to do it? Your Majesty, I did not move my hands, I only moved my feet. Wu Xiao, Wu Cheng's face lit up when he heard this. Your Majesty, this official has admitted it, please punish him. Wu Long also cupped his hands and said coldly, Your Majesty, please make the decision for my son. Accompanied by Wu Long's voice, Prime Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward and saluted. Beating the current prince is a serious crime. If it is not severely punished, the majesty of the royal family will be gone. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, do you have anything to say? Of course I have something to say. As a member of the Dacian royal family, the prince not only does not set an example, but also has no shame. He molested the guards in public and intended to do something bad to me. I just kicked him subconsciously. As soon as these words came out, all the officials were in an uproar, and looked at Wu Cheng in shock. Wu Cheng's eyes widened and he said angrily, Gao Yang, how dare you talk nonsense in front of His Majesty? How did this prince do anything wrong to you? Gao Yang immediately responded, under the watchful eyes of the public, you still want to deny it? Yesterday, in the Rouge Pavilion, when I was arguing with the prince's muscular bodyguard, the prince wrapped his arms around the muscular bodyguard's waist from behind and pressed himself against him closely. After that, the courtiers came rushing over like crazy. I am a man of great stature and integrity, but I love women, so I kicked her subconsciously. Although my kick was like thunder, after I realized it was the prince, I withdrew my strength and just touched him lightly. If you don't believe me, you can ask the imperial physician to diagnose the wound in public and see if it's okay. If it doesn't work, I am willing to accept the punishment. If it still works, then it proves that what I said is true, and kicking the prince in the lower body is not true. Wu Cheng's eyes widened. Yesterday, he knelt down in pain. The pain was so unbelievable. You call this holding back 90% of your strength? Moreover, when the imperial physician examined the injury, it was 3 inches below the lower abdomen and there were no other places to tell, so there were only 2 possible answers, either the injury was disabled or not. If it was not abolished, there would be no way to overturn Gao Yang's statement, but if it was abolished, Gao Yang would definitely be punished, and his reputation would be ruined. He is the eldest son of Prince Rong's mansion, and he still has no children. This guy is so cunning.